Hello everyone. Today we bring you part 15. First, let's have a quick recap of the previous episode. Zhao Chen, the emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, is a formidable leader with unparalleled combat prowess, ruling across the multiverse. Under his leadership, the empire has risen at a breathtaking pace, becoming a legend in the cosmos. During his interstellar conquests, Zhao Chen vowed to engage in a decisive duel with the emperor of the devouring civilization, scheduled for 30 months later. What seems like a contest between titans harbors unforeseen turmoil beneath the surface. Amidst his official duties, Zhao Chen cherishes rare moments with his children. His eldest daughter, Zhao Baier, showcases extraordinary technological talents by crafting a mini rocket launcher to fish. His second son, Zhao Hu, is passionate about combat mechs, and his youngest daughter, Zhao Lili, displays astounding aptitude in piloting simulated aircraft carriers. Annie, a lively genius scientist, acts as the children's mentor and guide. Although Zhao Chen questions Annie's intense teaching methods, he acknowledges her brilliance and positive influence on the children. Zhao Chen's ambitions extend beyond interstellar warfare, aiming to establish a cosmic trade network. He meticulously plans to form a universal trade alliance to break interstellar barriers. In the Holy Elven Empire, Zhao Chen's exceptional courage and strategic vision successfully persuade the Radiant Elf King, Gustav, to become a staunch supporter of the alliance. Subsequently, he collaborates with the Scorching Hammer Free Federation, providing them with food orders in exchange for joining the alliance. Under Zhao Chen's careful planning, the framework of the Universal Trade Alliance begins to take shape. However, the cosmos is never short of hidden undercurrents. The Mahar's Interstellar Empire, a long-established power, secretly launches a brutal attack on Zhao Chen's envoy. The massacre of the interstellar crews results in the loss of thousands of lives. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Chen, though enraged, calmly analyzes the situation and dispatches a fleet of phantom scouts and the diplomat Guo Suxin to investigate the truth in Mahar's territory. Despite facing numerous obstacles, Guo Suxin gradually unveils the conspiracy through her wisdom and courage. The truth gradually surfaces, revealing Duke Zhomai of the Mahar's Interstellar Empire's intricate involvement in the attack. Zhao Chen sends Marshal Medusa to lead an army directly to Duke Zhomai's stronghold, exposing the staggering conspiracy behind it. However, just as everything seems resolved, Zhao Chen discovers a much larger force and scheme lurking behind this bloodshed. At the negotiation table in the fragmented universe, what was supposed to be a peaceful resolution between Zhao Chen and the seventh prince of the Mahar's Interstellar Empire, Midas, turns into a thrilling assassination attempt. Zhao Chen, using his extraordinary abilities, successfully escapes and delivers a severe blow to the enemy. This assassination not only fails to halt Zhao Chen but also strengthens his resolve to uncover the truth and hold his enemies accountable. As Zhao Chen's investigation deepens, he discovers the presence of an unknown mysterious civilization possessing a power that could shake the entire universe, threatening the existing interstellar order. Zhao Chen realizes that this crisis is no longer a mere conflict between two empires, but a storm concerning the future trajectory of the entire cosmos. That's the recap for part 14. I hope you enjoyed today's part 15. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and are watching it for the first time, you can start with part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's begin part 15. As expected, nothing escapes the notice of our esteemed Kagaya Elf King, onions. Zhao Chen smiled as he spoke, his words already providing the answer. From the calm expression on the Elf King's face, it was clear that he wasn't particularly opposed to Zhao Chen's collaboration with the interstellar insect race. Known for being result-oriented, this Elf King was willing to break traditional norms for a good reason, focusing on achieving his goals regardless of the means. As they conversed, the mirror at the front of the railgun began to emit a faint glow, indicating that the wormhole was now open. Zhao Chen closely observed these wormhole mirrors. Although they resembled the light rings opened by the Nanshiman starship, there were significant differences. The star gates of the Nanshiman were like a crystal-clear lake, pure and bright, whereas these small wormhole mirrors appeared murky and indistinct. This difference highlighted the fundamental distinction between the two technologies. Wormhole technology prioritized efficiency and precision, allowing for some failure, while the Nanshiman star gates prioritized stability and safety. The Kagaya Elf King's gaze shifted to the ammunition chamber behind the railgun, where a spherical object resembling a hedgehog stood out, covered in tiny spikes. This device, aptly named the beacon by researchers, could receive and transmit signals much like a guiding light on a dark sea. The two quietly watched as these beacons, propelled by the railgun, swiftly flew into the wormhole mirrors, disappearing into the unknown void. Can these things reach their precise location? The Kagaya Elf King asked Zhao Chen, a rare inquiry from him. Though not the main project leader, Zhao Chen had a deep understanding of the related technology and principles, many of which were based on his suggestions. They can, he replied succinctly, then explained, We're not using subspace or cosmic edge space technology. Instead, it's another kind of space technology. It exists in the gray area between universes, a void space. The gap between ordinary universes isn't large, but I estimate the space between clusters of universes is quite vast. By choosing this gray area as our exploration platform, we've essentially paved a shortcut. By inputting the appropriate distance parameters, we can precisely launch the beacons towards the target direction. The success rate hovers around 80. This figure kept swirling in Zhao Chen's mind as he gazed at the spectacular scene before him, explaining the grand cosmic exploration plan in detail to the Kagaya Elf King, Onions, standing beside him. One by one, the orbital cannons activated, launching silver glimmering space beacons into the uncharted depths of the universe. These beacons would serve as coordinate anchors for their exploration of new universes, providing safe and reliable navigation signals for the subsequent fleet of Legion ships. The Kagaya Elf King silently watched the proceedings, his expression inscrutable, making it difficult to ascertain if he fully grasped the profound implications of the plan. With the final beacon launched, the array of orbital cannons slowly retracted, leaving the massive Diva 001 alone in the vastness of space. Onions glanced at the time display. The official experiment was about to commence. Suddenly, the tail of Diva 001 lit up with a dazzling brilliance. The light flowed like a river of stars, spreading across the surface of the apparatus toward the front. As it reached a third of the way, a blinding beam struck the mirror device at the front. In that instant, the entire mirror burst into a riot of colors, resembling a massive meteor crashing into a sea of molten silver. The beam bounced between the mirrors, each reflection amplifying the energy and accelerating its speed to an incredible degree. Initially, the trajectory of the beam could still be tracked, but soon it became just fleeting glimmers, like countless shooting stars darting within the equipment. This method of energy amplification, Zhao Chen explained to Onions, is the best choice given our current technological and material constraints. Notably, the core component of Diva 001 is made from the world tree material of your sacred elf empire. This material's resilience surpasses any we've previously had, though it can only withstand a single impact, but it has shattered all prior limits. A glint of pride flashed in Onion's eyes at this praise. Seeing this, Zhao Chen seized the opportunity, smiling as he continued. Our researchers are all requesting more world tree material for further experiments. You see how exciting these research outcomes are. With more resources, we could achieve our goals even faster. Onions glanced at Zhao Chen, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. So, all this talk was just to get more world tree material? Zhao Chen shrugged, speaking with a calm demeanor. Yes, that's right. I've learned about your world tree, and the current level of development isn't excessive. It hasn't even affected its growth. Given the special circumstances, using a bit more resources is understandable. Kagaya Elf King Onions remained silent, his gaze fixed on the beam of light emitted by Diva 001. The beam intensified and accelerated, eventually piercing through the atmosphere and into the depths of space. After a moment, he spoke slowly. This matter requires the approval of the other Elf Kings, especially Mansfield. According to the original agreement among the Elf Kings, the one with the strongest scientific capability holds the highest jurisdiction over the world tree. In our generation, that's undoubtedly Mansfield. You must obtain his consent. Additionally, all related scientific research findings must be shared between both parties. Of course, no problem. Zhao Chen agreed without hesitation. What followed was a long wait. An hour passed, and quantum communication was still not restored. Kagaya Elf King Onions watched the flickering gibberish on the display screen with a stern expression. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen lounged casually on the sofa, legs crossed, saying, "Let's just wait. Conducting experiments requires patience and composure. Look at me, just sitting here. The outcome is already set. We just need to wait." Kagaya Elf King Onions glanced at the pile of empty drink bottles, food trays, and wrappers scattered around Zhao Chen and snorted, "I don't see much composure in you." Zhao Chen merely shrugged at the jab, not bothering to respond. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and a young researcher, panting heavily, leaned against the door frame. Kagaya Elf King Onions immediately stood up, disregarding the researcher's lack of decorum. "Do we have results from the experiment?" "Yes, we have results, and we've made some unexpected discoveries. Doctors, please follow me to the main control room. Lead the way." Zhao Chen shed his relaxed demeanor and quickly stood up. Soon, the three of them arrived at the experiment's main control room. Unlike the tense atmosphere before, the room was now filled with laughter, with some people even reclining in their chairs to rest. When the Emperor Xiaolong and Kagaya Elf King entered, all the researchers stood up to greet them, their eyes shining with pride. The two nodded in response as they made their way to the central area, separated by a circular glass enclosure. Inside this space were only Dr. Peng and Dr. Aurora. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, you're here." Dr. Peng greeted them enthusiastically, his excitement belying his century-old age. In the lab, a scientist was so ecstatic that he was gesturing wildly, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. I can't believe it. Our experiment was a resounding success this time. Not only did we discover new cosmic clusters, but more than one, and with many unexpected findings. This is going to be a groundbreaking advancement for our civilization and our cosmic cluster. Dr. Aelora, standing beside him, appeared much calmer. She stepped aside and gestured invitingly to Zhao Chen and the fairy king of Huey, Onions. Please, take a look here. A holographic projection slowly unfolded before them, revealing a unique star map unlike any they had seen before. Dr. Aelora pointed to one of the translucent spheres shimmering with colorful starlight. This is the cosmic cluster where we are located. Interestingly, our cosmic cluster is almost perfectly spherical. Through this experiment, we've discovered that cosmic clusters actually vary in form. Some are large, some small, and they come in various shapes. She paused for a moment. Dr. Peng and I currently define a cosmic cluster as independent when there is a distinct gap between two cosmic congregations. Dr. Aelora's finger slid to one end of the sphere, pointing to a fan-shaped region. This is the area we explored. We set up 10 beacons, initially hoping that at least the first 5 would operate normally. Surprisingly, all 10 were successfully activated, expanding our exploration range beyond expectations. She brought up a new image. This is the first cosmic cluster we confirmed. Based on its characteristics, it should be the home of the Conqueror civilization that the Fairy King mentioned earlier. We have designated it as the 002 Conqueror Civilization Cosmic Cluster, or simply the Gauntlet Cosmic Cluster because it resembles a gauntlet, with a cylindrical bottom and a circular top. Its volume is 13 times that of our 001 Cosmic Cluster. As our exploration continued, we discovered 5 more cosmic clusters, numbered 003 to 007. However, since 006 and 007 are on the edge of our exploration, we cannot fully determine their specific forms yet. As for data on the other cosmic clusters, we have completed its collection. With that, a detailed data collection page gradually unfolded before Zhao Chen and the Fairy King of Huey, Onions. In the brightly lit laboratory, Dr. Aelora stood before a holographic display, pointing to a set of three-dimensional data as she began to detail the features of various cosmic groups. Her finger traced the projection, highlighting the model labeled 003. This cosmic group is twice the size of ours, and its overall shape resembles a crab. She then moved to the model labeled 004. This one is smaller, only a third of our cosmic group's size, and it looks like a tadpole with a tail. She continued to describe the irregular and variable nature of cosmic group 005, as well as the distant groups 006 and 007. These two cosmic groups, though massive, are so far away that we can currently only skin parts of them. For now, their impact on us is minimal. After her presentation, the gaze of Kagaya Elf King Onions immediately fixed on the nearby cosmic group 002, with an urgency he couldn't conceal. Is this the cosmic group of the Conqueror civilization? Is there a way for us to reach it? His tone carried a hint of aggression, indicating his inner turmoil was not as calm as he appeared. Dr. Aelora gently shook her head, explaining, the distance between cosmic group 002 and us is unimaginable. The spatial characteristics between cosmic groups are extremely unique, with strength far exceeding ordinary cosmic gaps, and the expanse is vast. To put it in perspective, crossing this distance would be like traversing our entire cosmic group 100 times. She paused briefly before continuing. Currently, our technology can only transport inanimate objects within 50 cubic meters, and we cannot ensure the survival of living beings, let alone transport starships or personnel. Before she could finish, Onions suddenly lost control, shouting, "Yet those invaders can breach our universe and wreak havoc on our galaxies." Zhao Chen quickly intervened to calm him down. Onions, stay calm. You know that the Conqueror civilization doesn't rely solely on their technology, but uses white hole technology. This shows that they also can't fully master cross-cosmic group technology. The Kagaya Elf King took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and apologized to Dr. Aelora. I'm sorry, Doctor, I lost my temper. Dr. Aelora nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. At this point, Zhao Chen skillfully changed the subject. Earlier, you mentioned that besides discovering the coordinates of these cosmic groups, there were other unexpected findings? Dr. Peng quickly stepped in front of the group, his eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. We've discovered a mysterious message. A mysterious message. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Dr. Peng swiftly opened a folder on his computer, explaining as he did so, this was quite unexpected. During the process of receiving a return signal, we accidentally intercepted an encrypted message. We haven't been able to decipher its content yet. The screen immediately displayed a baffling series of garbled text, composed of strange symbols that didn't belong to any known writing system. Everyone present instinctively leaned in closer. The fairy king onions furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the symbols carefully. Are you sure this isn't interference caused by a device malfunction? After all, this script doesn't match any known civilizations in our universe. No, it's definitely not a device malfunction. Dr. Aurora shook her head with certainty. We've conducted a comprehensive comparison with our database, and these symbols don't match any known civilization's writing. But there's something very strange. They were intercepted in the desolate regions between galaxy clusters. What kind of civilization could implant information in such a place? There is such a civilization. Zhao Chen suddenly spoke, his expression turning unusually serious. He pulled a device resembling a physical USB drive from his pocket, catching the attention of the fairy king onions, whose eyes flickered with understanding, clearly recalling the legend of the Xiaolong interstellar empire. Let me try, Zhao Chen said, and the two doctors quickly made space for him. He swiftly imported the garbled text into a new document, and then inserted the mysterious device. A surprising scene unfolded. The previously jumbled symbols began to rearrange themselves, like scattered building blocks automatically assembling into shape. The text is decrypting itself, Dr. Aurora exclaimed, her gaze darting between Zhao Chen's device and the screen. Your Majesty, what is this device? Zhao Chen regarded the object that had accompanied him for years with a meaningful smile. It's a gift from a little friend. She said I would need it one day. The legendary mechanical race. Fairy King Onions asked directly. Zhao Chen nodded in confirmation, his eyes never leaving the decrypting text. From the moment I first saw these symbols, they seemed oddly familiar. The language used by the mechanoid race is unique to them, and without specific decryption, outsiders can't understand it at all. Zhao Chen looked down at the special item she left behind before departing, recalling her presence. Besides various mechanoid equipment, this mysterious decoder was the last gift she left him. Gently rubbing the metallic surface of the decoder with his fingertips, Zhao Chen couldn't help but clench his fist. It's been 5 years. He murmured to himself. Their 10-year pact was already halfway through. Gazing into the distance, he couldn't help but worry about her situation on that unknown battlefield. Even as a mechanical being, with Mi Li's restless nature, she must have been going crazy in such a monotonous environment for years. As Zhao Chen was lost in memories of Mi Li, the decoder in front of him suddenly emitted a faint hum, and the gibberish on the screen gradually became clear. His heart unconsciously began to race. After all these years, could this really be an opportunity to see that mischievous little one again? With the sound of decoding complete, a video file appeared on the screen. Zhao Chen held his breath, filled with both nervousness and anticipation, and clicked the play button. However, the figure that appeared on the screen was not Mi Li, but another familiar face. It was a woman with mechanical wings unfurled behind her, exuding a noble and authoritative presence, yet with a certain mechanical coldness. Ji Tianshi. Zhao Chen turned to his curious companions beside him and explained. She's one of the 3 deputies to the highest leader of the mechanoids. Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen. Ji Tianshi's voice came through the screen. I believe only you could receive and decrypt this message. We intercepted this week's signal in the void of outer space, and upon analysis, determined it originated from our universe, so I decided to use this opportunity to convey this message. Her tone became serious. It has been 5 years since the mechanoids left the Star Empire. During this time, we have been defending against the Dark Legion fleet at the Blackwall front line, and everything is proceeding as planned. You might wonder why I, rather than the highest leader, am contacting you. This is precisely the important matter I need to inform you about. Ji Tianshi continued. About a year ago, we received a distress signal from distant coordinates. As you know, outer space is almost devoid of any life, which surprised us and even led us to suspect it might be a trap set by the Order. However, we soon received a second, more detailed message. The caller claimed their interstellar civilization possesses technology capable of threatening the Order, and the Order is determined to destroy them at all costs. They urgently need assistance from other interstellar civilizations. Although the authenticity of this information remains to be confirmed, the mere possibility of technology capable of destroying the Order compels us to investigate further. At that critical moment, we faced a difficult choice. Since its construction, the Black Wall had been jointly managed by the Supreme Leader, Ajin, Ian, and myself. However, after 5 years of relentless battle, we suffered a severe loss. Ian's fleet was encircled by enemy forces during an engagement and was completely wiped out. Although we managed to preserve her core data, limited resources and time only allowed us to safeguard it, awaiting a future opportunity to revive her. Ajin remained steadfast in the most dangerous sector of the Black Wall, bearing the most daunting combat duties. His presence was vital to the entire defense line. Consequently, the task could only be executed by either the Supreme Leader or myself. I volunteered, but the Supreme Leader firmly rejected my offer. Her reasoning was sound. After years of operation, the Black Wall's defense system had developed into a stable order that no longer required her constant oversight. In dealing with emergencies, she, as the Supreme Commander, was better suited for making on-the-spot decisions. Despite my strong objections, she decided to lead the mission herself. However, it has been over a year since that departure, and we haven't received any news from the Supreme Leader. Even more concerning is that the current war situation prevents us from diverting forces for a search and rescue mission. Although current assessments suggest that the Black Wall can maintain stability for another 5 years, the Supreme Leader's safety remains a source of constant worry. Therefore, Mr. Sun He, if you have the opportunity, I implore you to investigate the leader's whereabouts at these coordinates. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, silently noting down the coordinates. The angelic intelligence on the video continued. Additionally, there is important information to share. Over the years, the Supreme Leader has closely monitored our cosmic community. We have discovered that besides Order, other cosmic groups are coveting our territory, often using technology related to white holes. Through prolonged observation, we have made some technological breakthroughs in this area. The relevant data has been encrypted and packaged, and I hope it will be of assistance to you. At this point, the angelic intelligence paused. Her mechanical eye flickered with rare emotional fluctuations, her gaze turning beyond the screen. I used to believe that as a mechanical life form, we could adapt to any environment because we are the most rational beings. But after fighting in this extraterritorial space for 5 years, I realized how much I missed the starry skies of home. Those once easily accessible celestial views now can only be retrieved from my memory bank. Her voice carried a hint of sadness. Lord Sun He, if I cannot return, please go and see that comet for me. It was once my favorite place. The video communication with the Archangel abruptly ended, and the screen went dark. The conference room fell into silence as everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Zhao Chen. These shocking revelations were closely tied to the Xiaolong interstellar empire, requiring the emperor himself to make the decisions. Zhao Chen's eyes flickered with complex emotions. Reuniting with an old acquaintance, even if it was a mechanical being, stirred deep feelings within him. He had personally experienced that hellish place and knew what those 5 years meant: constant vigilance against threats from the Order, all to protect their shared cosmic home. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhao Chen turned to the Kagaya Elf King, Onion, and several doctors beside him. This matter doesn't greatly impact our research. However, we can make good use of the technological data they've left behind. Although the mechanical race lacks our carbon-based life forms in terms of innovation, their pursuit of specialized technology far surpasses ours. The two doctors nodded in agreement. They were well aware of the incredible computational speed of mechanical life forms. What would take carbon-based life forms 10 years to compute, the mechanical beings could accomplish in an hour. Results that would take centuries for others to derive, they could achieve in just a few days. This unique trait allowed the mechanical race to push existing technologies to their limits in specific fields. After closing the video communication, Zhao Chen noticed an unread document. When he opened it, the subdocument's title took everyone's breath away: on the application and survey theoretical data of white holes. The eyes of the two doctors instantly lit up with excitement, and if not for the presence of the Xiaolong Emperor, they would have eagerly delved into the research. Zhao Chen quickly skimmed through the document. It began by narrating the background of the research. During intervals between battles in outer space, the mechanical race's scientists continued their studies. They discovered that certain research projects were more feasible in outer space, especially those concerning white holes. Unlike the difficulty of detecting them in a normal cosmic environment, white holes stood out prominently in outer space, like a dazzling light in the dark. This characteristic enabled the mechanical race to easily locate white holes and dispatch specialized research teams to study them. After extensive research, the results are finally presented in this detailed subdocument. Zhao Chen glanced over the densely packed data and turned to Dr. Peng and Dr. Aurora beside him, saying, "This information is extremely valuable to the research at Institute 903. Make sure to make a copy for future reference." Really? Dr. Peng's eyes lit up, barely able to contain his excitement. Dr. Aurora, on the other hand, wore a solemn expression and bowed deeply to the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. "Your Majesty, Emperor of Xiaolong, on behalf of myself and all the researchers, I express our sincerest gratitude for your generous sharing. This technology will lead to groundbreaking advancements in our research." Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Such technology should be placed in the hands of those who know how to use it. "All right, I'll go prepare the copy," Dr. Peng said. "Afterwards, I'll summarize this experiment and report back to both of you. You might as well take a rest in the meantime." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Since they already had a general understanding of the experiment's outcome, there was no need to linger. As Zhao Chen walked down the corridor alongside the Kagaya Elf King Onions, the latter glanced sideways and said, "I didn't expect you to share such important technology directly." Zhao Chen wore a barely there smile. "The technology is shared, but the patent rights remain with us. Research is allowed, but if it is to be used for production, a technology licensing fee must be paid. I trust that the Holy Elf Empire is always fair and just, and should such a situation arise, the Elf King will ensure justice." The implication was clear: while technology can be shared for research, commercial use requires payment. The Kagaya Elf King Onions fixed a sharp gaze on Zhao Chen's face for a moment. Naturally, this experiment has led to a major breakthrough for us, successfully pinpointing the coordinates of the Conqueror civilization. The next key step is achieving cross-universe group space warp. The Conqueror civilization uses white hole-related technology, which is precisely covered in this documentation. We need to delve deeper into this area while also exploring other possibilities. Regardless of which method we ultimately adopt, as long as we achieve our goal, that's what matters. In this matter, we are all in the same boat. Therefore, any resources beneficial to the bigger picture should be shared. After all, if things deteriorate to the worst possible scenario, neither the Holy Elf Empire nor the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire would be spared from disaster. The Kagaya Elf King Onions looked directly at Zhao Chen. You truly are a remarkable ruler. I'm now somewhat relieved that it is the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire surpassing us, and that its emperor is you. Is that a compliment? Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. I never thought that expressionless face of yours could actually say something nice. Zhao Chen lightly patted the shoulder of the Fairy King, Onions, with an amused smile on his face. However, the Fairy King wore a serious expression, staring straight ahead. You're right. At this moment, we are indeed in the same boat, sharing life and death. As long as the collaboration benefits both sides, I won't obstruct it. In fact, I'll fully support it. But this is limited to the present. To be honest, there are no eternal enemies, nor eternal allies. Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly as he responded calmly. We'll discuss future matters later. At least for now, we are allies, aren't we? Onions glanced at Zhao Chen, internally acknowledging that his impression of this man had significantly changed through their interactions. If they set aside their respective positions, they might have been good friends. Unfortunately, reality often dictates otherwise. As the researchers organized their data, the two began analyzing the current intelligence. Zhao Chen spoke first. We've pinpointed the general location of the Conqueror civilization, but we currently lack the capability for cross-universe group warfare. Our priority should be defense. I just went over some data on white holes, and if my judgment is correct, the Conqueror civilization would have followed the principle of proximity when entering our universe through a white hole. Their most likely landing point should be within the Maha Star Empire and its surrounding universes. Onions nodded slightly, fully agreeing with this deduction as an expert in white hole research. Indeed, following this logic, our next step should be to establish a bridgehead position centered on the Maha Star Empire. Have you thought it through? Zhao Chen asked, a sly glint in his eyes. We have yet to disclose the issue of the Conqueror civilization to the public. The Maha Star Empire is unlikely to easily allow us to build a military base there, and other interstellar civilizations will probably oppose it as well. Seeing through Zhao Chen's probing, Onions replied calmly. Are you testing me? In the past, no interstellar civilization would have agreed to our stationing troops, especially a powerful civilization like the Mahas. But the situation is different now. Within the framework of the Universal Military Alliance we've established, each member civilization must set up an alliance outpost within its territory. Although these outposts are limited in size and can't accommodate too many interstellar fleet units, they suffice for our current needs. We just need to establish a basic military base, leaving room for future expansion and upgrades. In the spacious conference room, the vast expanse of the starry sky was visible through the large porthole. The Elven King of Radiance, Onions, was explaining the military deployment plan in detail to Zhao Chen. We'll expand these military bases once the threat of the Conqueror civilization is officially announced, Onions said, his hands clasped on the conference table, eyes steady. We've established a unified training protocol for the coalition fleet. All bases of the Cosmic Military Alliance will adhere to this standard, including the training methods for the coalition fleet. Even if training doesn't occur on-site, the results from other bases will still be applicable. If necessary, we can deploy the coalition fleet to these bases at a moment's notice. This arrangement avoids alerting the enemy while ensuring a foolproof response during emergencies. Zhao Chen listened to Onion's detailed response, raising an eyebrow slightly. I thought you'd hand this over to Salomon and not be overly concerned, but you seem well informed. Humph. Onion snorted, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Don't underestimate me. I admit you're better at tactical command, but I didn't become Elven King by being a figurehead. Even Mansfield can command battles. We just can't match Salomon in that regard. All right. You Elven Kings are all multi-talented, Zhao Chen joked with a smile. He understood well that the Elven Kings of the Holy Elven Empire were all highly capable, a fact linked to their long lifespans. Their extensive lives allowed them ample time to master various fields, coupled with the innate pride of high elves. Without being polymaths, they couldn't command respect. So, are you planning to oversee the deployment here personally, or will you leave it to Salomon? Zhao Chen asked. Onions replied without hesitation. I'll personally oversee the construction of military bases in this region. I'll work with Salomon to devise emergency response plans against the Conqueror civilization, ensuring the Alliance fleet can reach designated locations immediately. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. Then, Onion suddenly asked about a matter of long-standing concern. What about the situation with the mechanical tribe? How do you plan to handle it? With determination, Zhao Chen answered, I made an agreement with Milithe, leader of the mechanical tribe, that within 10 years, I would dispatch a legion fleet to support them. By then, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will have the strength to confront order. This is my promise, unwavering. The past 5 years of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's development have been aimed at achieving this goal. No matter what, I will bring them home. That's wonderful, Onion said softly, gazing through the transparent porthole at the vast galaxy beyond. Zhao Chen looked at the Elven King in puzzlement, unsure of the deeper meaning behind those simple words. The Moonlight Elf King, Onions, gazed into the distance, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. If our holy elf empire had such brave souls willing to stand up against the threat of order, perhaps we wouldn't have chosen a path of isolation and self-preservation. As it turns out, such avoidance can only provide temporary refuge, not a lifelong solution. Zhao Chen sensed the deeper meaning in Onion's words. He realized that the Elf King envied the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire for having loyal allies like the Mech clan. Without the Mech clan's intervention, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire would have long been shattered under the iron heel of order. His gaze swept across the starry sky before him. The dark cosmic rifts that still existed were like unhealed scars on the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, silently narrating the brutal battles of the past when the Dark Legion invaded. Order had sent not only the Dark Legion but also the Order Zerg fleet and many other minions. Fortunately, as the situation was about to spiral out of control, the Mech clan stepped forward, sacrificing themselves to construct a black wall in the outer space, severing the link between the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and Order. This 5-year respite allowed the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire to develop rapidly. Even when Order dispatched the Devourer civilization to invade, it was in vain. The Moonlight Elf King, Onions, looked at Zhao Chen with a complex expression. 5 more years, to grow strong enough to face Order. Zhao Chen patted him on the shoulder, a confident smile on his lips. I know it's tough, but how will we know our limits if we don't try? Every challenge the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has faced, we've overcome in this way, haven't we? In fact, isn't every rising interstellar civilization navigating against the current? Hearing this, Onions took a deep breath, as if speaking to himself. Yes, against the current. Rocks may offer a brief respite, but they are not a permanent harbor. The water flows ceaselessly, and the environment remains unchanged. Temporary escape changes nothing. Only by constantly pushing our limits can we truly change our situation. We were indeed wrong back then. For the first time, he candidly admitted that the Holy Elf Empire's choice was a mistake, a decision that had only pushed them into a slow whirlpool of demise. Zhao Chen playfully hooked an arm around Onion's neck, laughing. To recognize and correct a mistake is a great virtue. It's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. As Onions listened to these words, a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. The door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and Dr. Peng and Dr. Aurora stood at the entrance, their eyes landing on the two people inside the room, who were casually draped over each other's shoulders. Their expressions turned peculiar, especially Dr. Aurora. She knew the Kagaya Elven King, Onions, all too well. In her impression, this Elven King always maintained a distant demeanor towards everyone, even with other Elven Kings, always wearing a frosty expression. Yet at this moment, she caught a rare glimpse of joy on that usually indifferent face. Interrupted by the sudden entrance, the Kagaya Elven King Onions almost instantly distanced himself from Zhao Chen, moving with lightning speed. The two, who had been so close moments ago, were now 3 meters apart, making the deliberate action seem even more suspicious. Ahem. The Kagaya Elven King cleared his throat, trying to appear calm, and quickly changed the subject. So, how are the research findings coming along? The two seasoned doctors quickly caught on and continued with the report. They elaborated on the progress of their research on white holes and positioning technology. Dr. Aurora, full of excitement, said, with this experiment, our space exploration technology has been feasibly validated. We've only scanned a sector so far, but next, we can conduct a comprehensive scan centered on the current cosmic cluster in all surrounding directions. This way, we can ascertain the exact number of neighboring cosmic clusters. As she spoke, she was completely immersed in her research plans, having already put the earlier scene behind her. The Kagaya Elven King frowned slightly. I have no objections to you continuing the research. However, since we've already pinpointed the Conqueror civilization's location, that's the most crucial part. The subsequent research can proceed, but the investment might not be as significant as it is now. Hearing this, Dr. Aurora's eyes dimmed. She knew very well that the generous investment they received for their experiments was primarily to determine the coordinates of the Conqueror civilization. Now that they had this critical data, other research naturally became less urgent. However, at least the research wasn't halted, which was a small blessing. At this moment, Zhao Chen spoke up. Our Xiaolong interstellar empire is willing to continue investing in this area of experimentation. This statement brought a spark of hope to the two doctors, like a glimmer of light in the darkness. The Kagaya Elven King turned to Zhao Chen, frowning. Now that we have the coordinates of the Conqueror civilization, your Xiaolong interstellar empire needs to concentrate resources on preparing for war in the current situation. Although the investment in this research isn't huge, wouldn't those resources be better spent on more urgent needs? Zhao Chen understood the doubts of the Kagaya Elf King, Onion, because even he was unsure of what he truly desired at the moment. The primal universe. It was the key to advancing to AT-7 technological civilization. However, the current scans of the Conqueror civilization's direction, whether due to precision issues or the actual absence, had not revealed the primal universe. Therefore, Zhao Chen needed to continue this experiment. If it wasn't found in this direction, he would explore others. Zhao Chen found it hard to believe that among so many cosmic clusters, not a single primal universe could be located. As a result, Zhao Chen was still willing to support this research project even in times of resource scarcity. Trust me, I have my reasons for doing this. Do I seem like someone who would waste resources? Zhao Chen did not explain his reasons further, and seeing this, the Kagaya Elf King Onion did not press him. After all, the Emperor of the Xiaolong was not a foolish ruler, and his choice likely had its rationale. The discovery of new cosmic clusters was known only to the high echelons of the Sacred Elf Empire and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. For other interstellar civilizations, life continued as usual, with little impact. The Cosmic Military Alliance continued to operate smoothly, selecting sites for military bases across various universes, urging interstellar civilizations to form alliance fleets, and providing the agreed military budget expenditures. The Cosmic Trade Alliance expanded its cross-universe trade, with more and more interstellar order agreements being signed. The number of interstellar transport fleets using the cross-universe Stargate network established by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire increased. As key trade and transport hubs in this cosmic cluster, the Bailon and Yuhang star systems became busier, with monthly interstellar transport ship traffic reaching new heights. Anticipating future growth, both star systems were planning a second phase of development, establishing satellite systems in neighboring galaxies to support their operations and handle overflow. This led to a new wave of economic growth for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, which had previously reached near stagnation. Despite the outward investments by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empires for major interstellar investment banks, which meant much of the profits were reinvested rather than entering the empire's coffers, this laid the groundwork for a future economic boom. Minister of Commerce Li Yaqi predicted that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire would experience at least 2 periods of rapid economic growth. Each period would last 6 months to a year, with monthly income growing at a staggering 10 and annual growth at 300. This meant the empire's earnings could double or triple during these economic surges. For a new interstellar civilization, this might be exciting, but considering the already vast scale of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, a 2 to 3-fold increase would be astounding. The economic power of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is climbing at an astonishing rate. According to the latest economic forecasts, this empire is set to become the leading force among the top 10 civilizations in the cosmic cluster, with its economic output surpassing the combined total of the other 9 major civilizations, accounting for nearly 40% of the entire cluster's economic share. This remarkable growth has even prompted the traditionally proud Holy Elf Empire to reassess the balance of power between them. This leap forward will occur over 2 key development phases. The first begins during the formative stage of the Cosmic Trade Alliance as it enters a period of robust growth. The second phase will commence after the victory in the Oath Duel, when the initial batch of long-term investment projects from the 4 major Xiaolong investment banks starts to yield returns. In a confidential internal meeting, Minister of Commerce Li Yaqi presented a set of data that left everyone in attendance astounded. Within just 5 years, the economic size of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is projected to increase 10 to 15 times its current scale. This seemingly unbelievable forecast is strongly supported by current development data. The military-industrial sector, particularly the foreign trade armaments industry, is especially noteworthy. The volume of orders is so large that some defense companies, without expanding their production lines, already have delivery schedules extending 5 years into the future. In response to this situation, Li Yaqi decisively implemented an open policy, allowing foreign trade military companies to secure expansion funds from the 4 major investment banks, a decision that has proven to be highly foresightful. However, as the date of the Oath Duel approaches, the market atmosphere has begun to undergo subtle changes. Discussions about the duel are increasingly prevalent on online platforms, and the growth rate of interstellar trade across the cosmos is showing signs of divergence. Particularly noteworthy is the surge in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's procurement of strategic resources, now controlling over 90% of the known strategic materials in the universe. Fortunately, due to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's dominant position in the Cosmic Trade Alliance and its strategic alliance with the Holy Elf Empire, these large-scale acquisitions have not triggered sharp fluctuations in strategic material prices. This situation starkly contrasts with the usual price gouging seen during the wartime preparations of smaller civilizations in the face of this giant. No force dares to exploit the situation for profit. Time flies as the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and other space civilizations rapidly progress. There are only 3 months left until the fateful duel that will determine their destiny. As the date of the showdown approaches, the entire empire is subtly transforming. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has fully entered a Level 2 state of readiness. All first-level officers in the fleet have had their leave cancelled and are on standby. 247. Other combat personnel can take leave but must remain at their fleet base, ensuring they can return to duty within 12 hours if called upon. Should the readiness be escalated to Level 1, this response time will be reduced to 3 hours. In preparation for this decisive battle, the Empire has long established a series of dedicated military bases. These bases are primarily for resource storage, as it is more efficient to stockpile strategic materials in advance than to allocate them ad hoc from different star systems during wartime. Although this approach carries the risk of enemy attack and potential heavy losses, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. The Empire mitigates risk by dispersing supplies across multiple star systems. At this moment, Zhao Chen is inspecting one of these military bases, the Longing 03 base system. This small star system, with little development value, was uninhabited when chosen by the military as part of the Longing Military Reserve Base strategy. It contains only 2 planets, along with some moons, asteroids, and a dead star, making it an ideal location for a military base. The construction of the base is remarkably efficient. A habitable city is established on one planet for logistics personnel, equipped with a stargate and spaceport, and warehouses are set up in space or on the planet's surface as needed. There are 10 known military reserve bases like this, not to mention those that are highly confidential. Greetings, Your Majesty. I am the head of the Longing 03 Military Reserve Base, the base commander said, barely concealing her excitement. As a logistics officer, seeing the Emperor of Xiaolong is a rare privilege. Upon receiving the notification, she promptly arrived to welcome him. No need to be nervous. This is just a routine inspection, Zhao Chen said calmly from inside the shuttle. No need to alert the base. Just show us around casually without disrupting others' work. He was accompanied only by Bao Nu and a few personal guards. Take a seat. Zhao Chen indicated the seat opposite him. It will take over 10 minutes to land. Standing the whole time is tiring. Inside the shuttle, the head of the Longing 03 base sat across from Zhao Chen, visibly anxious. She fumbled with her seatbelt, nearly embarrassing herself. Tell me about the general situation at your 03 base, Zhao Chen asked directly, aware that this was an assessment of his competence by the Emperor. The base head straightened her posture and reported steadily. The Longing 03 Military Reserve Base was originally a secondary military reserve base. It has recently been approved by the Imperial Military Department to be upgraded to a primary base. It can currently store strategic materials valued at 5 trillion star coins and is equipped with specially designed warehouses for T-6 class interstellar missiles. She continued with details about the base's loading and unloading capabilities. Our rapid loading and unloading system is highly efficient. It can fully load and unload a T-6 Star Sea Whale class super heavy transport ship in 15 minutes, a T-6 Star Elf class heavy supply ship in just 7 minutes, a T-5 Star Kun class super heavy transport ship in 5 minutes, and a T-5 R class heavy supply ship in 3 minutes. As for the T-4 class and below Xiaolong series ships, they can be fully loaded and unloaded in under a minute. Our star system Stargate can handle a daily traffic of 100,000 interstellar warships at full capacity. If there's an overflow, traffic can be diverted to neighboring star systems. For example, it takes about 15 hours one way for a T-5 class transport or supply ship to reach the nearest star system gate. She added, the base currently has 300,000 staff members, requires 100,000 for normal operations, and can maintain functionality with 50,000 in emergencies. During wartime, we can implement a 4-shift system with 6-hour shifts each, ensuring efficiency while allowing staff adequate rest. In terms of defense, we are equipped with ground-based, starport, and satellite orbital cannons, capable of withstanding a 7-Titwohur continuous assault by a fleet of 3,000 T-5 level interstellar civilization conventional ships. As she finished her introduction, the shuttle docked next to a massive cube-shaped warehouse. This warehouse floated in space, surrounded by many similar cube structures. This is the T-5 class Long Nest military warehouse developed by the Imperial Research Institute. How is it performing? Zhao Chen inquired. The base head's eyes lit up. The Long Nest military warehouse is indeed convenient. I've previously managed internal warehouses at military starports, and although the Xiaolong series starports are already quite efficient, there's a significant gap compared to the Long Nest military warehouse. Zhao Chen's gaze swept over the Dragon's Nest-type military storage facilities before him. On the surface, these warehouses appeared to be mere orderly cubes, but their true value extended far beyond that. In actual use, a network of mechanical arms and pipelines would extend from the warehouses, resembling a giant beast unfurling its tentacles. This setup could simultaneously connect with multiple interstellar transport and supply ships, enabling highly efficient resupply operations. The most commendable feature is their mobility. This design grants unprecedented flexibility to resupply operations, with three main usage strategies currently developed. The first is known as the Dragon's Nest Anchorage mode. Along preset routes, these storage facilities are arranged in a matrix at precisely calculated intervals. When an interstellar fleet arrives, it can directly enter this anchorage. Instantly, dozens of Dragon's Nest warehouses unfold in unison, like a meticulously woven supply net, enveloping the entire fleet and facilitating large-scale parallel resupply. This method is the most efficient and is the preferred choice for active-duty units. The second strategy is specifically for the T-6 basic super heavy interstellar transport ships. Several Dragon's Nest warehouses can use their propulsion systems or rely on interstellar tugs to actively approach the target vessel. Through simultaneous multipoint operations, the resupply efficiency for these massive ships is significantly enhanced. The third strategy is prepared for special combat situations. Although Dragon's Nest warehouses are capable of direct battlefield resupply, the potential for enemy attacks makes this option usually a backup. If the situation demands, interstellar transports can deliver these super containers directly to the front lines. The resupply nests themselves are also highly efficient. The starport has dedicated fully automated supply channels, where warehouses enter from one end, undergo automated resupply procedures, and emerge fully loaded from the other. In peacetime, these warehouses can be neatly stacked, saving space and simplifying management. Listening to the base director enthusiastically extol the technical advantage low cost, high efficiency, space-saving, Zhao Chen felt a surge of pride. After all, this was the result of the independent development efforts by the scientists of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, leveraging years of accumulated technical expertise. This achievement is even more exhilarating than when Zhao Chen produced an earlier model of an interstellar warship provided by the system. It signifies that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has begun to possess the capability for independent innovation in scientific research, marking a qualitative leap forward. Zhao Chen stepped onto the corridor of the Long Nest military warehouse, looking up at the transparent glass above him. Two large numbers caught his eye, 03, adorned with the majestic pattern of a dragon eagle, indicating that this is the third military base of the Dragon Eagle project, and C18, which, according to the head of Dragon Eagle 03, signifies that this is the 18th warehouse of the C model belonging to Dragon Eagle Base 03. The Long Nest military warehouses have undergone multiple improvements, developing various models to meet the needs of storing different types of strategic resources. Entering the warehouse, Zhao Chen was greeted by an extremely minimalist space layout. A straight corridor stretched forward, quickly reaching a crossroads, with elevators on either side leading to the upper levels. Zhao Chen looked up at the towering space that seemed to have no end. The passageways inside this square building were very orderly, rarely visited except during routine maintenance checks by staff. This warehouse requires only 30 permanent staff to ensure normal operations, the head of Dragon Eagle Base 03 explained. Over 90% of the work is performed by artificial intelligence and robots. The staff mainly issue commands and monitor operations from the control room. May I visit the space where strategic materials are stored? Zhao Chen asked. Of course, please follow me. The nearest area is the energy block storage zone. The head led Zhao Chen and his group around a corner. Suddenly, they were in a vast, dark space. Although it was difficult to discern distances, the outlines of neatly arranged objects were faintly visible, resembling rows of soldiers. To save energy, the lights are usually off when not in operation, the head explained while inputting a program. In an instant, bright lights illuminated the entire space. Zhao Chen could now see that energy blocks were neatly arranged in all directions, occupying almost all available space, with only essential transport corridors left open. The head added, there are 998 such warehouses within the Long Nest, and the internal structure of each can be customized according to the characteristics of different strategic materials to achieve efficient storage and transportation. In an office within the Imperial Military Headquarters of the Xiaolong Star System, the walls were adorned with various battlefield photographs, and intricate models of interstellar warships were displayed around the room. Zhao Chen sat upright, reviewing a hefty document in his hands. The document detailed the names and comprehensive profiles of the deputy commander candidates for each fleet group. These are the final selections for the deputy commanders of the fleet groups, said Grand Marshal Charlotte, sitting across from him with a serious expression. After quickly scanning the list, Zhao Chen looked up at Charlotte. Why choose now? There are less than 3 months until the Oath duel, he inquired, narrowing his eyes inquisitively. Grand Marshal Charlotte straightened up and explained. In fact, this list of candidates had an initial draft 2 years ago. As the conventional fleet groups expanded from 1 million to 3 million ships, the original structure of one commander with 2 deputies per corps became insufficient. We've adopted a plan to add 1 deputy commander for every 5 additional corps. He continued. Initially, there were over 500 candidates. Over the past 2 years, we've conducted practical assessments through temporary assignments and, after rigorous selection by the marshals, finalized this list of fewer than 80. These individuals have been working in their roles for some time. Now, they just need formal appointments. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen signed the document without much hesitation. Won't you take a closer look? Charlotte reminded him. Zhao Chen smiled and shook his head. This is a decision you've all carefully considered at the military headquarters. I completely trust your judgment. I still recommend you review it, at least to remember the faces of these senior officers, Charlotte insisted. During your last inspection of the 3rd Fleet Group, you couldn't recognize a Lieutenant General Deputy Commander's face or name. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the reminder, Zhao Chen dutifully opened the file and began to read carefully. Fortunately, the list wasn't long. If it had been the original list of over 500, he might not have had the patience. The first file caught his eye: Xiaolong 1st Fleet Group, Chief Commander Shen Bing, holding the rank of Imperial 4-star Marshal, overseeing 6 deputy commanders. Zhao Chen focused intently on the Legion roster in his hands, his gaze slowly scanning each name. The screen displayed the command structure of various legions in an orderly fashion. 11th Legion's Huang Xiaoding, an Imperial 3-star General. 13th Legion's Li Zhaoyue, also an Imperial 3-star General. 15th Legion's Talia and 16th Legion's Xingye Shui, who were an Imperial Lieutenant General and a 2-star Lieutenant General, respectively. 52nd Legion's Su Wanning and 112th Legion's Song Yunqiu, both holding the position of Imperial Lieutenant General. The command structure of the legions showed a distinct hierarchical characteristic. The highest rank remains the 4-star Marshal of each legion. The deputy legion commanders were divided into 2 categories: seasoned veterans who were 3-star generals before the reform, and newly appointed 2-star Imperial Lieutenant Generals. These newly appointed commanders, although promoted in position, retained their military ranks, forming a clear chain of command. They first followed the orders of the highest legion commander, followed by the 2 senior deputy legion commanders. As the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire browsed to the end of the list, Grand Marshal Charlotte timely enlarged several special names. These are the talents I have carefully selected, she explained. Each legion has 1, all potential future imperial generals. I have already informed the legion commanders to pay special attention to their development. She then began to introduce these elites in detail. Song Yunqiu, only 20 years old, a homegrown talent from the Xiaolong Military Academy, currently the commander of the 112th Legion under the 1st Legion Fleet Group. Serafina from the Holy Radiance Kingdom, serving as the commander of the 137th Legion under the 2nd Legion Fleet Group. Cheng Pan, a half-human, half-werewolf hybrid, leading the 152nd Legion under the 3rd Legion Fleet Group. Takanashi Sora from the Winged Race, originating from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, responsible for the 169th Legion under the 4th Legion Fleet Group. The Northern Territories also contributed 2 outstanding talents: Jiang Li of the 196th Legion under the 5th Legion Fleet Group, and Zhou Xue of the 222nd Legion under the 6th Legion Fleet Group. The Northern Territories are experiencing a talent boom, perhaps due to accumulated potential, Charlotte explained. It was once the domain of the demon race, and although it lacks systematic training, it is producing many talents. Considering the longevity of the demon race, the age of these talents is not an obstacle. At the end of the list, a special name stood out: Layla Moonshadow, commander of the 395th Legion under the 9th Legion Fleet Group, a 4-winged angel from the angel race. This roster not only showcased the diversity of the legions, but also reflected the Empire's broad acceptance of talent. The introduction of Elodie, the commander of the 410th Legion of the 10th Fleet Group, caught Zhao Chen's attention. This mixed-race officer has a unique heritage, being a rare blend of the angelic and elven races, not originating from within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. A half-elf, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow in surprise. In his understanding, the proud elves have always kept their distance from other races and rarely marry outside their own. The captivating allure of the elves sometimes even leads to trouble, with black market forces daringly attempting to traffic them. The Holy Elven Empire maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards such acts. The background of this Elodie. Zhao Chen cautiously began, worried that any potential issues could jeopardize the hard-won cooperative relationship between the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Holy Elven Empire. Grand Marshal Charlotte, with a calm expression, reassured him, "You needn't worry. I've thoroughly investigated this matter." He recounted Elodie's family history. Her father comes from a smaller elven group, and her mother is an angel. It is said that a sudden cosmic storm caused a spatial rift in the angelic territory, swallowing the shuttle her mother was aboard. By fate, She drifted into the universe of the Holy Elven Empire, where a male elf rescued her. Over time, affection grew between them, and Elodie was born. Despite opposition from the Elven family, her father resolutely left with his wife and daughter, wandering across the Holy Elven Empire. After the two nations established diplomatic relations and opened communication channels, they finally settled in the angelic territory as the mother wished. Charlotte continued, Elodie is exceptionally gifted. During her early travels, she became well-educated. After returning to the angelic territory, she thrived in a quality learning environment and successfully entered the Xiaolong Military Academy. After graduating, she joined the Xiaolong fleet and was promoted to a 2-star major general within 3 years. During the expedition against the devouring civilization, she rose from a starship captain to a colonel, becoming a standout in the military. Hearing this extraordinary history, Zhao Chen became even more intrigued by this unique mixed-race officer. He closed the document in his hand and asked, So what should we do next? Grand Marshal Charlotte smiled slightly. Since you're here at our military headquarters, why not personally attend the upcoming promotion ceremony? Zhao Chen then realized that everything had been arranged. He glanced at the list, noting that fewer than 100 officers were participating in the ceremony. The oath duel was about to begin, and giving the new commander some face-to-face encouragement was a perfectly timed arrangement. Zhao Chen looked at Grand Marshal Charlotte's expectant face and nodded indulgently. Fearing Zhao Chen might change his mind at the last minute, Charlotte quickly arranged the rank conferment ceremony in the military ceremonial hall. Although only a few dozen officers participated, each one was to become a pillar of the future of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This thought filled Zhao Chen with a sense of satisfaction. The ceremony began. These officers were to become deputy legion commanders of various fleet groups. Zhao Chen paused before each officer, offering words of encouragement and a handshake. With nearly 100 people, the ceremony took a full hour, spending about a minute with each person. Although Charlotte allowed the officers to leave after the ceremony, no one wanted to miss the chance to see the legendary Xiaolong Emperor. All eyes were fixed on Zhao Chen. Suddenly, a particularly striking female officer caught Zhao Chen's attention. Standing at 1.7 meters, her skin was as white as jade, and most striking were the 2 pairs of wings on her back, the upper pair feathered like an angel's, and the lower pair crystalline and unprecedented. Her eyes sparkled like gemstones, unwaveringly focused on Zhao Chen. Elodie, Zhao Chen smiled. A hybrid of the elven and angelic races, both known for their genius. With both lineages, your talents must be extraordinary. This 2-star lieutenant general rank will likely be upgraded soon. I look forward to personally awarding you the 3-star general rank. Elodie's cheeks turned a bashful pink, and she shyly said, Your Majesty, I'm a fan of yours. Could I take a picture with you? Zhao Chen readily agreed, and this scene immediately sparked envy among the other officers. Soon, requests like, Your Majesty, give me an autograph, and I want a photo too, echoed around. Zhao Chen, like a kind elder, patiently fulfilled everyone's wishes. Back in the office, Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte massaging his shoulders and complained lightly. Next time, let's combine these sessions. I'm worn out from all the walking. Charlotte laughed and said, That's because you're the Xiaolong Emperor. Those officers are all your fans. To hear your guidance in person is a great honor for them. Though Zhao Chen spoke of fatigue, he didn't actually feel tired. He then asked, Speaking of which, now that all these deputy legion commander positions have been appointed, has our plan to expand all fleet groups been fully implemented? Charlotte stood behind Zhao Chen, her slender fingers skillfully pressing his tense shoulders. As she massaged, she reported on the latest progress of the military expansion. Your Majesty, the overall plan to expand the military is 95 complete, Charlotte said with a hint of pride in her voice. All 10 Imperial Legion fleets have reached full capacity, with each fleet group comprising 30 Legion fleets, and each Legion fleet equipped with 100,000 interstellar warships, equivalent to 30 core fleets. Her fingers paused briefly before she continued. The expansion of the elite Legion fleet groups has also achieved significant success, with overall size increasing by 50 to 100. Your Neeline elite fleet group has grown from 50,000 to 100,000 ships. Chitong's Blizzard fleet group has doubled to 400,000 ships. Sulan's Starry Queen fleet group has increased to 300,000 ships. Zhao Wanner's Shadowhunter fleet group has expanded to 200,000 ships. Charlotte applied more pressure as she went on with the detailed report. Baishu's Hell Angel fleet group now boasts 100,000 interstellar missile ships, along with an upgraded complement of escort and supply ships, bringing the total to 300,000 ships. Notably, Zhong Xiaoxiu's Ghost Scout fleet group has expanded from 100,000 to 300,000 ships. Seeing Zhao Chen's inquisitive look, Charlotte explained, the Ghost Scout fleet group received the largest enhancement due to its outstanding performance in the Devourer Civilization campaign and the upcoming Vow Duel, which will take place in unfamiliar galaxies. We urgently need a reliable intelligence network. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, familiar with these expansion details. However, When Charlotte mentioned the Imperial Guard fleet, his brow furrowed, and he interrupted. I remember saying the Guard fleet should remain as is, without additional resources. Charlotte paused her massage, looking Zhao Chen in the eye with a hint of resignation. Your Majesty, can you guarantee you won't personally lead charges in battle? Zhao Chen was momentarily speechless. Indeed, given his nature, staying at the rear was almost impossible if the battlefield called for him. This decision was made after extensive discussions by the military and secretariat, Charlotte said firmly. In the Vow duel, your safety is a top priority, and we must guard against potential enemy decapitation strikes. Besides, the Imperial Guard fleet hasn't been updated for years, and now that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has ample industrial capacity, there's no reason not to make this upgrade. Faced with Charlotte's unwavering stance, Zhao Chen sighed and chose not to argue further. Moreover, Charlotte added, resuming her massage, we only began upgrading the Imperial Guard fleet after completing the configurations for the other Legion fleet groups, ensuring it did not affect the overall deployment. Grand Marshal Charlotte stood before the holographic display, delivering a detailed report to Zhao Chen about the major restructuring plan for the Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet. Her voice was clear and resolute. The Imperial Guard fleet will implement a new two-tier system. The first tier is the direct escort force, maintaining the existing formation of 3,000 interstellar warships, always ready to ensure your safety. The second tier consists of 9 interstellar Legion fleets, stationed in the Xiaolong star system for defense tasks during peace, and can be mobilized to assume guard duties in times of war. She brought up a detailed data panel, tapping it lightly as she continued. With this approach, the entire Imperial Guard fleet will expand to 30,000 interstellar warships. All ships will strictly adhere to the T5 grade standard or above, with the core 3,000 direct escort fleet equipped with 300 T6 grade warships, while the rest are of T5 grade. Zhao Chen nodded slightly in agreement. Proceed with this plan. Charlotte moved seamlessly to the next topic. In the coming months, newly produced interstellar warships will be integrated into the reserve fleet to replenish any losses within the legions as needed. She displayed a star map densely marked with fleet deployment points. Currently, the total number of frontline combat fleets in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has reached 32 million ships. Zhao Chen quickly calculated this staggering number, while Charlotte opened a more detailed data list. Specifically, there are over 50,000 active T6 grade warships, 10 million T5 grade warships, and approximately 20 million T4 grade warships. Hearing the number of 50,000 T6 grade warships, Zhao Chen's pupils slightly contracted. This was precisely the foundation of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's confidence in challenging the Devourer civilization. No other civilization in the entire cosmic cluster could match their number of T6 grade warships. What about the status of the quasi-T7 grade warships? Zhao Chen inquired further. He was well aware that the decisive battle with the Devourer civilization would hinge on 3 critical factors: the total fleet size, the number of elite warships, and the number of quasi-T7 grade super warships. Charlotte immediately brought up 2 holographic projections, showcasing the Xiaolong Empire's most advanced quasi-T7 grade warships, the Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought, and the Golden Angel-class light cruiser. Pointing at the projections, she stated, currently, there are 100 Golden Scarab-class ships in service and 3,000 Golden Angel-class ships. Upon hearing the numbers, Zhao Chen's furrowed brow relaxed. He listened attentively as Grand Marshal Charlotte detailed the deployment plan for the warships. Although these 2 quasi-T7 class warships belong to the same category, their combat power and cost are worlds apart, Charlotte explained while projecting a holographic display. The Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought costs a staggering 2 trillion star coins per ship, whereas the Golden Seraph-class light cruiser is priced at just 100 billion star coins. This explains why the Seraph-class ships are so numerous. Her fingers glided over the holographic display, illustrating the fleet's specific deployment. Each Legion fleet group's flagship Legion is equipped with at least 6 Scarab-class dreadnoughts, primarily for the commanders and deputy commanders to direct operations. Additionally, the elite fleet group has been allocated 10 of these, with the remaining 30 incorporated into the Golden Scarab Special Unit, directly under the command of the Imperial military. As for the 3,000 Seraph-class cruisers, Charlotte continued, we've assigned 1 to each Legion, and the Red Eyes Blizzard Elite Fleet Group has received 300. The remaining 2,000 plus form the Golden Seraph Special Unit, dedicated to executing special missions. Charlotte paused, her expression growing serious. In addition, we have prepared 100 T6 level supernova ultimate bombs. The mention of this ultimate weapon's terrifying power reminded Zhao Chen of its potential devastation. It was the Empire's trump card, but its capability to obliterate entire star systems meant it was used with extreme caution. The last widespread use was against the Devourer civilization, destroying over 30 of their star systems. Truth be told, Zhao Chen still felt a pang of regret over the resources lost in those systems. However, this time was different. The battlefield lay in the barren expanse of the shattered universe, where such weapons could be used with fewer reservations. Zhao Chen had already ordered that in the campaigns within the shattered universe, all restrictions on the supernova ultimate bombs could be lifted if the situation demanded it. Unlike before, when only he and Charlotte held the authority to deploy them, this time every Imperial Marshal had been granted the right to use 3 bombs each. Zhao Chen gently patted Charlotte's hand, feeling a wave of gratitude. Having such a capable commander certainly eased his burdens. It seems we are truly well prepared, he remarked, then shifted the conversation. Since we've decided on a swift attack strategy with all fronts advancing simultaneously, how should we arrange the initial preparations? The Battle of the Shattered Universe is critical at its outset. Both sides have been strictly forbidden from deploying or surveying the battlefield in advance, making the strategy for the first move particularly crucial. Grand Marshal Charlotte's slender fingers gently flipped through the military documents on the table, her eyes intently scanning the detailed operational plans. The documents indicated that the Empire had completed the construction of 30 main cosmic stargates, with an additional 20 in reserve. She looked up at Zhao Chen and clearly outlined the plan for the first phase once the battle commenced. The moment the battle begins, we will employ the Bayou technology to deploy the first wave of the Vanguard fleet into the shattered universe. Among them, the elite reconnaissance fleet of the Ghost Scout Ace Legion will undertake the most critical task locating enemy coordinates and constructing a battlefield intelligence network. Pointing to the timeline on the documents, she continued, within 3 hours of the Vanguard force's arrival, the first wave of the engineer fleet will reach the battlefield carrying Stargate components. These specially designed Stargates are our masterpiece with a construction period of no less than 7 days and no more than 15. Although their lifespan is only 1 year, considering our 6-month combat cycle, they are more than adequate. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. These quickly constructed Stargates, though short-lived, offered a significant tactical advantage compared to the months-long construction cycle of regular Stargates. Our supply transport will adopt a dual-track system, Charlotte explained, pointing to the tactical projection. One is these quickly constructed Stargates, and the other is the Bayou technology. While Bayou can instantly open a transport channel, it has limitations in terms of capacity, duration, and cost-effectiveness. It is suitable for blitzkrieg tactics, but in this large-scale extermination battle, we need to rely more on conventional Stargates to establish a stable logistical supply line. Our interstellar jump ships will provide mobile support on the battlefield. She paused briefly, her tone firm. Within half a month, we will establish 30 frontline military bases, with every 3 bases forming a group to support 1 Imperial fleet group, effectively meeting the operational needs of 10 fleet groups. During this time, the Ghost Scouts will complete the intelligence gathering across the entire shattered universe, establishing a comprehensive outpost monitoring network. Therefore, the real large-scale offensive will commence only after half a month. After hearing this thorough deployment plan, Zhao Chen showed a look of approval. It's a very comprehensive arrangement. Let me know if there's anything you need me to assist with. Charlotte responded with a meaningful glance. Oh, I wouldn't dare. Who would dare order you around? Just make sure not to wander into dangerous places. Zhao Chen simply responded with a knowing chuckle, not committing to anything further. It was a promise he indeed could not make. On the grand throne of the temple sat the Black God Emperor, the newly titled ruler, gazing down at 3 special visitors. Less than 3 months remained until the critical oath duel that would determine life or death. Are the fleets of your respective legions prepared? The Black God Emperor asked in a deep voice, his eyes sweeping over the 3 envoys from different clawed civilizations nurtured by order. We've encountered some delays, a steady male voice responded first. But rest assured, Emperor, that the promised fleets will arrive on time within 3 months. 3 months is more than enough, interjected a mocking female voice. The speaker was dressed in white religious attire, her face obscured by a light veil, yet her exposed eyes clearly glimmered with contempt. After all, it's merely the insignificant Xiaolong interstellar empire. With the 3 of us assisting, does the Black God Emperor lack even the courage to engage them briefly? Such insolent words would have earned anyone else a brutal end at the hands of the Black God Emperor. However, this envoy hailed from the Saintis civilization and was a member of the Saintis Council. In that enigmatic civilization, an unknown number of Saintises held supreme power. Offending one Saintis was tantamount to declaring war on the entire Saintis civilization. Suppressing his anger, the Black God Emperor replied coldly, "Do not forget, this is a promise you made to the great entity. If your failure leads to a flawed plan, I will report everything truthfully. Consider the consequences yourselves." The Saintess fell silent, her expression hidden beneath the veil. The presence of the final envoy was particularly eerie, surrounded by an ethereal blue gas. His gray cloak moved as if by an invisible breeze, enveloping him in a chilling aura. This was the notorious representative of the Soul Apostle civilization. Even the Black God Emperor regarded him with undisguised distaste and wariness. Among all the civilizations supported by order, The Soul Apostle civilization was not the strongest, but it was the most akin to order, or at least they believed so themselves. They reveled in devouring souls. Whenever they conquered an interstellar civilization, they would imprison all the natives and use special technology to extract soul power for the Soul Apostles' ravenous consumption. The legend of the Soul Apostles is well known across the galaxies. They possess eternal life and have completely spiritualized bodies, lacking any physical form. This race, which feeds on the souls of the strong, causes great unease among many leaders of civilizations, including the Black God Emperor. At this moment, the Black God Emperor can clearly feel the greedy gaze of the Soul Apostle representative before him. The desire in those eyes is almost tangible, as if ready to pounce and devour his soul at any moment. This unsettling feeling has led him and the other two civilization representatives to a rare consensus. Our legions, fleets can arrive at any time. The Soul Apostle's voice breaks through intermittently, carrying a strange anticipation. We are looking forward to tasting the souls of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Hopefully they won't taste too bad. The Black God Emperor remains particularly indifferent to the reinforcements from the Soul Apostle civilization. The arrival of these harbingers of doom is sure to cause trouble for his devouring civilization. Just like this small squad before him, which has already consumed the souls of over 1,000 prisoners during their brief stay. If a full army were to arrive, many more star systems might suffer. In preparation, the Black God Emperor has already arranged for specific star systems to accommodate the Soul Apostle legions. Even if the life in those systems is entirely wiped out, it remains within his tolerance. Speaking of which, the representative of the Enforcer civilization suddenly smiles meaningfully. After the last battle, has Your Majesty's devouring civilization managed to repair its industrial star systems? When our fleet arrives, we can't be expected to supply strategic resources, can we? This remark undoubtedly hits a sore spot for the Black God Emperor. More than 2 years have passed, yet the wounds inflicted by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's raid are still not fully healed, with many industrial bases and resource sites failing to return to their previous levels of efficiency. This has left him harboring a simmering rage with no outlet. Any subordinate daring to mention this is sure to face punishment. That's not for you to worry about, the Black God Emperor snorts. At least the consumption on the battlefield is something our devouring civilization can still ensure. Let's hope so, the Saintess adds with a meaningful glance. After a brief exchange, the three representatives leave the hall one after another, leaving the Black God Emperor alone. His expression is ominously dark. Every time I talk to those three, it's so unpleasant. Don't give me a chance, or I'll make sure they pay for their current insolence. After adjusting his emotions, he begins to summon his ministers. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was tense as the ministers cautiously entered, a stark contrast to the arrogance of the earlier envoys. They stood carefully on either side, fearful of provoking the imposing Black God Emperor. How is the preparation of our fleet? The Black God Emperor asked directly, his gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping across the assembly. A general clad in heavy armor stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, 2 billion interstellar warships are fully prepared. Has the construction of 60,000 T6 class interstellar warships been completed on schedule? The Black God Emperor's voice was icy. At this question, the hall fell into a dead silence. The ministers bowed their heads, not daring to speak, as the air seemed to freeze. A cold glint flashed in the Black God Emperor's eyes, his expression darkening. Don't play dumb with me. Tell me, how many T6 class interstellar warships do we have now? The minister in charge of military manufacturing spoke with a trembling voice. Less than 45,000, but an additional 5,000 are about to be commissioned, and we expect to reach 50,000 in 3 months. Before he could finish, the Black God Emperor moved like lightning, grasping the minister's throat. I made it clear before that we must have 60,000 T6 class interstellar warships before the Vow duel, and now you tell me there are only 50,000. Your Majesty. The military minister choked out, his face turning purple. The previous battles caused massive damage to production materials. Impossible to recover quickly. Building these T6 warships in such a short time was our utmost effort. 60,000 is truly unattainable. The other ministers bowed their heads, not daring to breathe, fearing for their own safety. The Black God Emperor released his grip, and the military minister fell to the ground, gasping for air, the terror of narrowly escaping death still lingering. Humph. The Black God Emperor spoke coldly. If it weren't for the upcoming battle requiring your management of the military industry, I would crush your neck right now. Your life is spared for the moment, but if anything goes wrong in the Vow duel, I will make you wish for death. The military minister repeatedly bowed his head. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. I will fulfill my duties with utmost loyalty and ensure all production tasks are completed successfully. What about the status of the other interstellar warships? There are currently 1 billion T5 class interstellar warships, and another billion T4 class warships. All are combat-ready, with strategic resources fully stocked, sufficient to support a large-scale campaign without any concerns. The military minister answered urgently. What is the status of the repairs on those two starships? The Black God Emperor's expression remained cold. The military minister immediately understood. Your Majesty, the repairs on the Drought Demon King class Heavy Strategic Interstellar Comprehensive Destroyer and the Giant Demon King class Interstellar Fortress Giant Ship, these two super flagships, have been completed after 2 years of work and are ready for deployment at any time. The Dark Emperor nodded in satisfaction, his gaze resting on the two surviving super flagships. In the previous battle, although he had succeeded in executing 2 other kings, he had deliberately spared these 2 quasi-T7 starships. After all, these were 2 of the only 3 quasi-T7 battleships left in the devouring civilization. His brow furrowed slightly as he recalled the formidable Golden Scarab-class Heavy Star Dreadnought of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. The appearance of this mass-produced quasi-T7 battleship had completely turned the tide of the last battle at the crucial moment, catching them off guard. More than 2 years had passed, and with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's astounding industrial capability, the number of such battleships was likely approaching 100. This will be the greatest threat we face in the Oath Duel, the Dark Emperor said in a deep voice, lightly tapping the armrest of his throne. Although our 2 super flagships cannot annihilate their Golden Scarab fleet in one fell swoop, they can at least serve as an effective deterrent on the battlefield. He cast a cold glance around the hall and continued. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's warships are indeed superior in performance to ours, but this time we will win with numbers. Our 200 million warships, plus the 120 million from our allies, total over 300 million starships. I refuse to believe that we can't take down the little Xiaolong Interstellar Empire with such a force. A minister timidly spoke up. Your Majesty, although we have allies, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is on good terms with the Holy Elven Empire. Won't they? No need to worry. The Dark Emperor interrupted, a cold smile playing on his lips. I have made arrangements. When the Oath Duel begins, all the civilizations in that cosmic cluster, except for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, will be too preoccupied. Then, I want to see what tricks that Xiaolong Emperor can still pull. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The ministers in the hall shouted in unison, kneeling in salute. The Dark Emperor eyed them coldly, his voice suddenly severe. Stop with the flattery. With the Oath Duel approaching, the entire devouring civilization must give their all. Anyone who falters in this matter will have their entire clan executed and their heads displayed as a warning. Do you all understand? Yes, we understand. The ministers responded in unison. We will surely win. The Emperor is mighty and will return victorious. With the Emperor leading a fleet of 300 million against the mere Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, victory is assured. This time, they will pay for their previous offenses, and we will avenge our shame. The upcoming Oath Duel of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has sparked unprecedented attention across the cosmic community. The eyes of major interstellar powers are fixed on this duel, many of whom have established deep commercial ties with the Xiaolong Empire. Data indicates that some interstellar powers rely on the Xiaolong Empire for up to 50 of their research and development projects. This close economic connection makes the stability of the Xiaolong Empire the economic lifeline of known cosmic civilizations. Any turmoil in the empire could trigger a financial tsunami that sweeps across the universe. To stabilize market confidence, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's Ministry of Commerce introduced an innovative war finance agreement 3 months ahead of the Oath Duel. This agreement includes 3 sub-projects, with the most notable being the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire War Bonds. These bonds offer an interest rate far exceeding that of any investment product available, along with 2 highly attractive privileges, a 95% discount on products and a more coveted priority purchasing right. These bonds are divided by terms into 1-year, 3-year, 5-year, and 10-year options, each corresponding to different levels of purchasing privileges. The 1-year bonds only allow priority purchase of T3 and below level interstellar warships, which have limited appeal to most investors. The 3-year bonds open up the purchase of T4 technology-level warships. The 5-year bonds go further, permitting the purchase of T5-level interstellar warships. Most notably, the 10-year bonds exclusively offer the privilege to purchase T6-level interstellar warships. It's important to note that T6-level interstellar warships have always been the most secretive and advanced products of the Xiaolong Empire, never available for public sale. Previously, only a select few clients with special bilateral cooperation relationships could qualify for purchase, making it nearly impossible for third parties to access this top-tier technology. Now, through the 10-year war bonds, this once impossible opportunity has finally appeared. The introduction of these bonds not only demonstrates the Xiaolong Empire's confidence in its own strength, but also cleverly ties investors' interests to the fate of the empire. For those powers that have long coveted the high-end warships of Xiaolong, this is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The 10-year war bonds issued by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire shine like a star before the galaxy's powers, tempting yet elusive. The most enticing aspect of these bonds is that nearly all T6 class Xiaolong interstellar warships are available for purchase, including the highly coveted T6 Holy Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. However, it's understandable why major powers hesitate. A decade is but a fleeting moment in the vast timeline of the universe, and other interstellar civilizations often offer similar investment products. Yet, for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, perpetually embroiled in conflict, this period seems exceptionally long. The Empire must not only face a sworn duel with the devouring civilization, but also remain vigilant against the Order forces, who could strike at any moment. Should the Empire fall, all investments would be for naught. Purchasing the bonds comes with a stringent condition. Warships must be bought using the war bonds in full. This means investors need to prepare an astronomical sum of money in advance. This marks the first time Xiaolong's T6 class warships have been publicly priced, and despite a 5 discount, the cost is staggering. Some warship models require financial verification before price inquiries can be made. Without substantial capital, there's not even the privilege to ask for a quote. Currently, the most talked about model on the market is the T6 Thunderlord class heavy interstellar destroyer. Even with the 5 discount, its exorbitant price of 50 trillion star coins deters most powers. Across the galaxy, only a few civilizations have an annual output that reaches such figures. What truly captivates investors are the industrial class warships. Take the T6 Star Sea Whale class super heavy interstellar transport ship, for instance. Although its price of 500 trillion star coins is astonishing, the 5 discount saves enough to equal the value of a T5 class warship. Such profits are unquestionable, as this is the result of technological monopoly. Those seeking the most advanced warships must accept the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's terms. The scene of the story is set in a reception room within the White Orchid Interstellar Trade Group. Hua Lanlan sat in her office chair, her fingers lightly tapping on the holographic report on her desk, her eyes shining with amazement. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's Ministry of Commerce really knows how to make a bold move. She adjusted the holographic projection to the key data page and continued her analysis. The real trick with this 10-year imperial bond is that buyers pay up front, but have to wait a full decade to receive their interstellar battleships. This pay now, receive later model is unheard of in the history of interstellar battleship transactions. She chuckled. Given the Xiaolong Empire's current situation, it's undoubtedly a gamble, but they dare to do it. As Hua Lanlan was deep in thought, Huayanini elegantly bit into a piece of fruit and suddenly spoke up. Sister, I just received the latest news. Several factions have already teamed up to subscribe to 3 million trillion of the 10-year Xiaolong Empire war bonds. And they've specifically requested to purchase the T6 mechanical Ant King class heavy interstellar mining ship. Hearing this news, Hua Lanlan's eyes lit up. As the most advanced mining ship in the known universe, the value of the T6 mechanical Ant King class was self-evident. Even those forces with cooperative ties to the Xiaolong Empire could only gain usage rights and still had to hire its employees according to the Empire's standards, paying hefty cross-universe operational fees. That's a whopping 2.5 million trillion star coins. Hua Lanlan exclaimed. That's 5 times more expensive than the T6 Star Sea Whale class super heavy transport ship. Even the Holy Elven Empire might not be able to afford one, even if they save for 30 years without spending a dime. Which forces are this affluent? Huayanini pulled up the latest intelligence reports and softly said, in total, 10 civilized forces have joined forces, including the Stone Kingdom, the Scorching Hammer Free Federation, the Dalaran Interstellar Federation, and 7 other medium-sized civilizations focused on resource production and technological research. Each only needs to invest 300,000 trillion star coins, which is within their financial means. She paused and added, however, according to the intelligence, it seems they have also signed other agreements with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, and they are not paying the full amount all at once. Huayanini stood before the holographic display, carefully analyzing the trade proposal from the Kingdom of Stone. This deal is quite intriguing, she noted, pointing at the data. The Kingdom of Stone is offering its mineral resources for the next 2 years as payment. This means the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will gain a large amount of resources at no cost over the next 2 years. Her gaze swept over the contracts of other interstellar civilizations. Other civilizations have adopted similar payment methods. Currently, to purchase a T6 level interstellar battleship, only this one has signed a 10-year war bond. Standing beside her sister, Hua Lanlan added, if they can successfully acquire this interstellar mining ship, it would definitely be a worthwhile investment for these civilizations. They've likely reached a private agreement to take turns using the battleship while conducting technological research. The value of such advanced technology can't be measured in simple resources or money. She pulled up detailed data. According to my information, a T6 mechanical Ant King class heavy interstellar mining ship costs 250 million trillion star coins. Under normal operation, it could recoup its cost in about 100 years. With a sufficiently large resource site, a single mining ship can generate nearly 30 million trillion star coins annually, comparable to the annual output of a small interstellar civilization. 30 million trillion star coins a year is indeed tempting, Huayanini mused, but a 100-year payback period is quite long. Huaya Lanlin's eyes gleamed with wisdom. In the short term, the risk is indeed significant, but for those interstellar civilizations that have existed for thousands of years, a mere century is just a blink of an eye. More importantly, she said, looking at her sister meaningfully, have you noticed the common trait among these 10 civilizations? At first, Huayanini was puzzled, but soon, her eyes lit up. I get it, she exclaimed excitedly. These civilizations are either already at the T6 level, on the verge of T6, or advancing towards T6. Two of them have even publicly announced plans to conduct T6 level technological research. This means they will inevitably stand in opposition to order in the future. Given their current strength, they are no match for order, let alone the devouring civilization. Although they have been secretly developing in this field, their fear of these two great powers has forced them to proceed cautiously. T6 technology cannot remain hidden forever, as it would severely hinder research progress. Now, with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire stepping up to draw attention, they are taking a bold step supporting the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's military expansion with short-term free resources while paving the way for their own future. It's a brilliant strategy, benefiting each civilization with their calculated interests. Huayanini paused for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed, and said, the audacity of the Empire's Minister of Commerce is truly impressive. To boldly bring out T6-level interstellar warships, such cutting-edge technology, without any concern about a potential leak. Huaya Lanlan crossed her arms and rested her chin on them, analyzing deeply. There are only a few possibilities behind such a decision. First, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has absolute confidence in its technological prowess. Even if they hand over an existing interstellar warship, they are certain others won't be able to decipher its core technology. She stood and walked over to the holographic star map, continuing. More importantly, the technological advancement of the Xiaolong Empire is far outpacing other civilizations. Historical data shows that it took them only a few months to leap from T2 to T3, and a mere decade to jump from T3 to T6. While this decade might seem brief to other interstellar empires, for Xiaolong, it marked a revolutionary transformation. Lanlan traced a trajectory on the star map with her finger. If they can maintain this momentum, even if they can't replicate past miracles, achieving true T7-level technology within the next decade would be enough. Other interstellar civilizations find it extremely challenging to reach T6 in such a short time, let alone T7. Her voice took on a slightly heavier tone. Of course, there's also the worst-case scenario: the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire may have reached a critical point due to the impending Devourer civilization's oath duel. They might be forced to make some sacrifices, trading core technology for resources from other civilizations to improve their odds in the duel. After all, losing the oath duel would render their T6 technology meaningless. After hearing her sister's analysis, Huayanini's eyes showed a hint of admiration. It's no wonder the Emperor of Xiaolong personally appointed them as the Minister of Commerce. Such arrangements indeed demonstrate extraordinary boldness. She then shifted her focus to the second policy. The second policy introduced by the Empire's Ministry of Commerce is also intriguing. During wartime, forces supplying resources and semi-finished products to the Xiaolong Empire, if willing to sign deferred payment or half-price payment agreements, can not only earn interest post-war, but also gain corresponding cooperation opportunities. On the surface, it seems like a regular credit policy, but compared to the first mandatory war bond, this second policy actually has a broader reach. For those factions not interested in purchasing the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire's warships, the first clause might seem somewhat redundant. However, the second clause cleverly addresses the practical needs of most small to medium-sized interstellar civilizations by offering a flexible choice. Factions seeking future benefits can opt for credit terms, while more cautious ones can choose to pay 30, 50, or 70 upfront, depending on their capabilities. This flexible payment scheme not only meets various needs, but also significantly eases the logistical pressure on the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire during wartime. From what I understand, more than half of the interstellar factions supplying raw materials to the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire have signed this supplementary agreement, Huaya Lanlan remarked, with a hint of significance in her voice. Huayanini furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. I understand the benefits of this clause, but why are so many interstellar factions willing to accept it? Isn't it all about securing immediate gains? Huaya Lanlan's lips curled into a cold smile. You're only seeing the apparent benefits, but not the hidden threats. She straightened up, continuing her explanation. This appears to be a mutually agreeable clause, but it actually harbors hidden dangers. You must know, the supply agreements previously signed by the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire were limited to 1 to 3 years, with no precedent for exceeding 3 years. What does this mean? It means that the power to renew after 3 years is entirely in the hands of the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire. Seeing that Huayanini seemed about to speak, Huayalanlan raised a hand to stop her. You might ask, can't they negotiate? She let out a derisive laugh. Negotiate? What bargaining power do these small factions have? Currently, over 70% of the small to medium-sized resource extraction factions and more than 90% of military component manufacturers in the known universe rely on orders from the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire. Who else, besides the Xiaolong Empire, can offer such vast orders? Moreover, the resources and technology these factions hold are not unique. If they are lost, the Xiaolong Empire can easily find replacements. Huaya Lanlan's gaze sharpened, as if she herself were the Minister of Commerce. If I were in that position, I'd keep a mental note. For those who signed the war agreement, I might let bygones be bygones. But for those who didn't, her voice turned icy. When the cooperation agreement expires, want to renew? Forget about the current terms. Even if they offer a 30% discount, it won't happen. Listening to these words, Huayanini envisioned a colossal figure, a domineering giant overlooking the masses below. At that moment, she finally understood the harsh truth behind the seemingly lenient terms. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Huayalanlan surveyed everyone present with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Her voice carried an undeniable authority. These agreements, on the surface, appear to be business negotiations, but in reality, they are pledges of allegiance. Her finger lightly tapped the content of the third agreement, a knowing smile playing on her lips. The postponement of all export agreements with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire? Everyone here knows what this so-called voluntary consent really means. After a brief pause, she continued, you can choose not to agree, but that will be the first hurdle in our collaboration. Remember, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire now represents the Cosmic Trade Alliance, the most powerful military force in the known universe. Huaya Lanlan's eyes shone with admiration. The official from the Ministry of Commerce has grasped the key point. So long as the terms are not overly harsh, no civilized power would dare refuse. These 3 policy clauses are perfectly balanced. At that moment, Huayanini, with a worried expression, softly asked, Sister, do you think the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will win in this oath duel? Her concerns stemmed both from their personal ties with the Xiaolong Emperor and the intertwined interests of the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group and the Flower Fairy Federation tribes with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. There's no point in worrying, Huayalanlan responded decisively. We are in the same boat with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. If they fall, the status and power we've gained under their protection will vanish. The grand edifice of the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group, built on the shoulders of giants, will come crashing down. Our only choice is to offer full support. She then asked, have the support plans been finalized? Huayanini promptly reported. Everything has been transmitted to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's Ministry of Commerce. We've signed a 5-year, 10 trillion star currency imperial war bond, which has nearly depleted our financial reserves. Additionally, all existing cooperation agreements have been amended with supplementary clauses allowing them to defer payments for 1 to 3 years, at their discretion. In essence, apart from ensuring the basic operations of the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group for the next 3 years, all our resources are committed to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's war efforts. Huayalanlan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now is the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's moment of last stand. This will be our door-die moment. If the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire thrives, so do we. If it falls, we fall with it. Huayanini nodded resolutely, her eyes shining with determination. In the known universe, such a situation is not uncommon, often affecting the entire interstellar landscape. At this moment, in a military alliance base of the Mayha's Interstellar Empire, the Fairy King Onions was intently reviewing today's reports. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to Dr. Peng beside him. Are you sure there's a high chance of a white hole appearing soon? Dr. Peng quickly unfolded several data sheets filled with complex scientific symbols. Based on current technological observations, signs of a white hole do indeed exist. But from a cosmic time perspective, pinpointing the exact timing is difficult. Cut the vague talk. Onions interrupted bluntly. Just tell me, what does soon mean for us specifically? 3 months to 5 years. Dr. Peng provided an unexpectedly wide time frame. Onion's frown deepened. This time span far exceeded his expectations, keeping the military on high alert for 5 years, just to prepare for a potentially imminent white hole? Is there no way to pinpoint the timing more precisely? He asked seriously. Dr. Peng shook his head. This is a sign of a man-made white hole. They can activate it at any time within this range. However, once they do initiate it, we will detect it immediately. What is the reaction time? Onions immediately inquired. 24 hours. A day. For ordinary people, it might seem long, but for Onions, who needed to mobilize a massive fleet, it was suffocatingly short. Moreover, The adversary was likely the infamous conqueror civilization known for its destructive power. If the first wave of attacks couldn't be repelled, their meticulously arranged defenses would collapse like a domino effect. At that point, rebuilding defenses to withstand the conqueror civilization would be utterly impossible. This was their only chance. Just this one. Those guys are indeed here for the oath-bound duel with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Onions admitted with a rare expression of helplessness. Ironically, he had always harbored resistance towards the Xiaolong Emperor, but now, that man had become his greatest hope. In the office, the Kagaya Fairy King Onions earnestly said to Dr. Peng, "I understand these matters. I know you've been working hard recently, but I hope you can continue to oversee these phenomena. The safety of all known civilizations in the universe depends on it. I'm counting on you." "We understand, Your Majesty, you can trust us," Dr. Peng replied with a warm smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Onions was left alone in the office. He reached for another document on his desk, carefully reviewing the latest developments of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire plans for issuing war bonds and a series of other policy measures. In the past, he might have scoffed at such actions, dismissing the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire as mere posturing. But now, a subtle smile crept across his lips. No wonder that guy chose them. They're not leaving any opportunities untouched. It seems the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is ready to go all out this time. He recalled the prophecy of the Flame Fairy King Salamanth. Xiaolong Interstellar Empire boasted that they would conclude their duel with the Devourer civilization within 6 months. At the time, he thought it was sheer fantasy, estimating optimistically that it would take at least a year to gain a decisive advantage in the duel and then redirect forces to support other battlefronts. Yet now, they intended to have that time frame. This was no simple numbers game. Having the time meant the difficulty would increase exponentially. Because of this, Onions fully understood the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's current unconventional policies, and even if some measures seemed aggressive, he found them understandable. After all, extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Onions immediately opened a video communication window and unhesitatingly selected the contact option for the Xiaolong Emperor. Prior to this, inter-universe communication was considered impossibly was in the Mayhassian Interstellar Empire universe, while the Xiaolong Emperor was in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire universe. Yet now, a figure appeared in the communication window. It was the Xiaolong Emperor Zhao Chen. "Hey, what made you think of contacting me?" Zhao Chen's smile was warm and friendly. Onions appeared serious. "I need to discuss something about the Conqueror civilization. According to research data from several doctors, they predict that a white hole will inevitably appear within the next 3 months to 5 years. While the exact time and location are uncertain, it will definitely be in the direction of the Mayhassian Interstellar Empire universe. Either within it or in one of the surrounding universes, not much difference." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chun was momentarily taken aback, but then he chuckled lightly and said, "Great Kagaya Fairy King. We had an agreement that you'd handle everything over there for the next 5 years, and it wouldn't involve me at all," said the Kagaya Elf King Onions with a slight smirk, eyes slightly narrowed. "What? Are you planning to become completely hands-off and not worry about things here? Aren't you afraid of trouble brewing at home?" Zhao Chen rubbed his throbbing temples, looking exhausted. "I've got enough on my plate already. My daily workload is enough to make my head spin. So unless the Conqueror Civilization's fleet has already breached your Holy Elf Empire's borders, please spare me from these issues. What are your chances of winning this pledged duel against the Devouring Civilization?" Onions asked seriously. "Is half a year really enough? What if it's not?" Zhao Chen shrugged, his tone calm. "Our empire's military has calculated that your defenses will hold for no more than 6 months. Onions furrowed his brow, dark lines appearing on his forehead. As the proud ruler of the Holy Elf Empire, he felt underestimated for the first time. 6 months? You're underestimating us. You can revise your plan now. I guarantee we can hold for a year. You might not fully understand the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire," Zhao Chun said with a slight smile. "We never place complete trust in anyone. We keep control in our own hands. A year? That's a gamble we can't afford." "All right, my expectations aren't high," Zhao Chen continued. "Within 6 months, ensure that the Mayhar's Interstellar Empire, as the defensive core, doesn't fall. Your fleet losses shouldn't exceed 50, and no more than 10 universes should fall. If you can achieve that, I'll be grateful." Onion said no more, fully aware that strength is proven through action, not words. "Stubborn. But if you need any help from us, just ask. Don't try to handle it all alone. We've discussed it among the Elf Kings, and we've agreed to prepare 5 million interstellar battleships from Salomana to support your pledged duel. You'd better keep those 5 million battleships for yourselves." Zhao Chen smiled and declined. Stubborn as a mule, Onions rolled his eyes. "All right, that's all for now. I've got plenty to handle on my end." "Onions," Zhao Chun said seriously, "I might not want to meddle in your affairs, but if anything comes up, do send us a report. We need to know what our allies have done so we can provide the right assistance when needed." "Got it." Onions was about to end the call but paused, looking intently at Zhao Chun. "Stay alive. Hearing the abrupt end of the Kagaya elf King Onion's icy words, Zhao Chen couldn't help but let a knowing smile creep onto his lips. Before he could respond, the video communication window went dark. Watching the screen suddenly dim, Zhao Chen chuckled and shook his head. The elf king was as decisive as ever. Although the advent of inter-universe communication technology has made connections between universes convenient, the energy consumption of this technology is staggering. The energy required for a single communication is enough to power an entire galaxy for a year, leading to strict regulation of inter-universe communications. Unless involving high-ranking individuals or urgent, critical information, the traditional method is still used, dispatching starships through stargates to the target universe for intelligence transmission. Meanwhile, in the opulent conference room of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's central bank, an important meeting was underway. Over a dozen financial giants, revered as gods of wealth, gathered. They included the president and vice president of the central bank, as well as the presidents and vice presidents of the four major investment banks, essentially the top figures in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's financial sector. The central bank president surveyed the attendees and got straight to the point. I've called everyone here today to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the operations of the four Xiaolong Interstellar investment banks over the past 2 years. This includes specifics like fund recovery and subsequent investments. His gaze fixed on the faces of those present. The past 2 years have been like an exam for these banks, and now it's time to reveal the results. He first called upon the Xiaolong Financial Interstellar Investment Bank, the most broadly positioned of the investment banks. Unlike the others, it isn't limited to industrial investments and can freely choose high-return projects, theoretically achieving the best results. The president of Xiaolong Financial Interstellar Investment Bank immediately stood up and began a detailed report. Over the past 2 years, we managed a total of 300 trillion in funds, investing in numerous projects. 90% of these can recover within 2 years, with only 10% being long-term projects. Our strategy is to ensure all principal is recovered before the empire's next significant vow duel. We've already reclaimed 300 trillion in principal and generated a profit of 30 trillion. Achieving an annualized return exceeding 3. Additionally, there are long-term projects valued at 50 trillion currently underway, expected to yield substantial returns. Based on signed investment agreements, these completed 2-year projects will continue generating passive income for a long time, expected to reach at least 50 trillion star coins annually. The governor of the Imperial Central Bank stood in the spacious conference room, his eyes scanning the data projection before him. He nodded with satisfaction. The profit report was exhilarating. The wealth generated in such a short time rivaled the annual economic output of a mid-sized interstellar civilization, equivalent to the economic strength of the known universe's top 20 powers. Naturally, none of this would have been possible without the formidable backing of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Without this foundation, no amount of skill could achieve such astounding results. Next, it was time for the report from the Xiaolong Industrial Interstellar Investment Bank. The governor stood tall, his voice steady. Our bank focuses on industrial investments. Considering the industry's characteristics, we've set our return period at 2 years. We've already launched investment projects worth 50 million trillion star coins. 50% of these projects are completed, 40% are in normal operation, and 10% are still in the investment phase. We have recouped 52 million trillion star coins, with a net profit of 2 million trillion star coins. Even more encouraging, these completed industrial projects provide us a steady passive income of 1 million trillion star coins annually. Subsequently, the other 2 interstellar investment banks also presented their reports, all meeting their expected return goals. In another office, Zhao Chen watched the live holographic projection of the meeting with a satisfied smile. Standing beside him, Minister of Commerce Li Yaqi quickly summarized the data. In 2 years, the 4 major investment banks have directly created 5 million trillion star coins in wealth, averaging 2 million trillion star coins annually. The passive income from the projects can also reach an annual average of 2 million trillion star coins. If this trend continues, these 4 banks have the potential to create an economic entity the size of the Xiaolong Empire outside of it. Listening to these staggering numbers, Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at how these 4 investment banks were the money trees of the empire. At this moment, Secretary Lilith cautiously reminded, Minister Li, although we are about to commence the vow duel, the investment business cannot come to a complete halt. However, we must pay particular attention to risk control, though not pursue scale, set no rigid targets, and prioritize stability. Most importantly, it must not affect the empire's war mobilization. Her warning subtly referred to the potential invasion from the future conqueror civilization. If investment projects were to be destroyed by war, it would be a significant loss. This caution could not be ignored. Your Majesty, the 3 policies recently implemented by the Ministry of Commerce have proven to be highly effective. Minister Li Yaqi stated calmly in front of Emperor Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong Empire. Direct investments have exceeded 300 million trillion star coins, and indirect profits have reached 500 million trillion star coins. However, Minister Liyaki's expression turned serious as she continued. But I must remind your majesty that these seemingly substantial gains are actually depleting the empire's future. The war bonds and interstellar battleships we've ordered represent debts that must be repaid. According to our calculations, the execution of these three policies is equivalent to exhausting 30 years of the Xiaolong interstellar empire's economic growth, and the situation may become more severe. She paused before adding, of course, if we can advance to T7 technology or expand more interstellar territories, this timeline could be shortened. Zhao Chen listened with a deep gaze, fully aware that there is no gain without cost, and these policies are leveraging the empire's future development. Yet, to win the Oath duel, this was a necessary choice for the Xiaolong interstellar empire. At least for the Legion fleets, this is good news. Zhao Chen attempted to view it positively. We no longer need to worry about the depletion of resources in war. Each Legion fleet can engage with full force. Indeed, this meant that the Xiaolong interstellar Legion fleets could flex their full might in the Oath duel. All interstellar missile ships could maintain the highest frequency of fire. Once enemy ships entered range, a relentless barrage could be unleashed. Zhao Chen was already anticipating the spectacular sight of Snow Wolf by Shui's Ace Legion fleet executing a full fleet barrage, a thought that stirred excitement. The most important thing now is to win this war at all costs, Secretary Lilith stated firmly. Only victory can secure the future development of the Xiaolong interstellar empire. Zhao Chen murmured softly. Less than 3 months remain. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, less than a week remained until the Oath duel. The entire territory of the Xiaolong interstellar empire was suffused with the scent of impending conflict. The war hasn't begun yet, but it's as if everyone can already see the flames spreading. Inside the military base of the Xiaolong interstellar empire, there is a scene of tense, yet orderly activity. Countless fleets are lined up, each battleship loaded with ammunition, and every soldier fully armed. The base's massive warehouses are filled with various war supplies, ready to be transported to the front lines at any moment. Hello, viewers, this is Zhanlong, your live streamer, announces a broadcaster from the perimeter of the military base. As you can see, a tightly woven defense net surrounds the base. Any unauthorized aircraft that approaches will be shot down immediately. Across the entire interstellar network, topics related to the Oath duel dominate all trending lists. Numerous media outlets and streamers are sharing their opinions. Although some subtly mention that Xiaolong Empire's chances of winning are slim, there is no official intervention. This tacit consent encourages even more people to join the nationwide discussion. Welcome to war commentator Shao Qi's live stream. Another voice chimes in. Here, you can vote and predict which side is more likely to win. Even in the usually bustling and extravagant Yuhang star system, a somber atmosphere prevails. Interstellar traders gather in small groups, and aside from their routine business dealings, conversations invariably return to the Oath duel, which is crucial to the fate of the Xiaolong Empire. After all, their future is tied to the outcome of this battle. Aboard a starship, Huaya Lanlan gazes in the direction of Yuhang City, then shifts her eyes to the vast universe. In the dark expanse of space, the Xiaolong Empire's fleet stands ready. Sister, I'm a little scared. Huaya Nini clutches her sister's sleeve, her voice tinged with unease. Huaya Lanlan tightly holds her sister's hand, fully understanding her worries. Their fate is intertwined with that of the Xiaolong Empire, and the Empire's defeat would spell their doom. In the command center of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's third military system, Marshal Medusa glances at the time display and surveys the Legion commanders present. There are less than 5 days until the Oath duel begins. This is likely the last time we'll sit here for a meeting before this war ends. In the conference hall, Marshal Medusa sat at the head of the table, her golden serpent eyes scanning the Legion commanders present. Attendants quietly served each general a special snake wine, the liquid casting a dark sheen in the crystal glasses. I've said all that needs to be said multiple times. Marshal Medusa leaned forward slightly, her fingers, covered in fine scales, gently stroking the glass. Some of you have known me for a long time, while others might only know me as a marshal of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Today, I want to share some of my past with you. Her slightly husky voice echoed in the hall. I am 57 years old, born into the Serpent people. My homeland is the Black Reef Star Region, a lawless, chaotic place. It is a refuge for outlaws from various star races, where they fight to the death over territory. Medusa's gaze grew distant, as if traversing back to those challenging times. I inherited my father's position, becoming the leader of the Serpent people. Outwardly, I was a ruler, but in truth, I lived in constant fear. In that place, so-called rulers rose and fell quickly, with new powers emerging like bamboo shoots and fading like autumn leaves. Her tone carried a hint of disdain. I hated that place, hated the precarious life. I longed to escape, but my father entrusted the tribe to me, and I had to lead them to survive. Until the Xiaolong Emperor appeared, Medusa's lips curled slightly. Initially, I thought I had just found a slightly more reliable protector. To be honest, I had no other choice at the time. Luckily, our emperor was fair-skinned, and even if he required a bed warmer, I would have accepted. This jest brought knowing smiles from the commanders present. She raised her glass, the liquid shimmering in the light. Who would have thought that I would follow the Xiaolong Emperor to this day? The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is incredibly powerful now, and my fleet alone commands over 3 million T4 class or higher starships, with my flagship nearing T7 class. All of this would have seemed like a fantasy to me in that snake pit back then. Medusa's voice turned solemn. I share this to tell you that everything I have today is thanks to the Xiaolong Emperor and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. For this, I am willing to lay down my life. I believe everyone present, by virtue of being in this position, shares the same resolve. She pointed to the glass before her. In our serpent people tradition, commanders must share a drink of snake wine before battle. This wine may not be the finest, but I brewed this batch myself to share with all of you who will soon fight by my side. The conference hall was brightly lit as Marshal Medusa stood up, her crystal-clear glass shimmering in the light. Her gaze swept over each legion commander present, her voice resonant and powerful. In this battle, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. The Xiaolong 3rd Legion Fleet Group will spare no effort to annihilate all enemies. She paused briefly, raising her voice. The Xiaolong 3rd Legion Fleet Group will prevail. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will prevail. The Xiaolong Emperor will prevail. Before her words had fully settled, Marshal Medusa downed her drink in one swift motion. The other Legion commanders, seeing this, rose to their feet and raised their glasses in response, their voices echoing in unison throughout the hall. The Xiaolong 3rd Legion Fleet Group will prevail. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will prevail. The Xiaolong Emperor will prevail. With this passionate declaration, the meeting officially concluded. As the other commanders began to leave, Marshal Medusa discreetly signaled for Commander Yi Qingyun of the 18th Legion and Commander Cheng Pan of the 152nd Legion to stay behind. The two commanders stood at attention and saluted. Marshal. Marshal Medusa's sharp gaze lingered on them. Do you know why I've asked you two to stay behind? They exchanged a knowing glance, understanding her intent but remaining silent. In our 3rd Legion Fleet Group, Marshal Medusa continued. Among the 6 current deputy fleet commanders, you two stand out the most. Yi Qingyun, you are a veteran I deeply rely on. If this military reform was about expanding rather than creating new fleet groups, you would undoubtedly be on the short list for Fleet Group Marshal. Do you have any regrets about this? Yi Qingyun immediately straightened up. I've never given it a second thought. As a commander of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, as long as I can fight the enemy, it doesn't matter where I am. Serving under your command for over 3 years as Deputy Fleet Commander is an honor. Marshal Medusa turned to Cheng Pan. Cheng Pan, although you lead the newly established 152nd Legion and have extensive combat experience, you are new as a Deputy Fleet Commander. However, you have caught the attention of His Majesty, marking you as a standout among the younger generation. Cheng Pan held his head high. Your praise is too generous, Marshal. I still have much to learn under your leadership. Marshal Medusa's voice turned low and serious. I do not oppose the competition between the old guard and the new. If a soldier lacks ambition, can they truly call themselves a Xiaolong soldier? She looked directly at them. I can tell you clearly that after the Oath Duel, the Empire will establish a new Legion fleet group. I have one recommendation slot, and both of you are prime candidates. Her gaze grew even sharper. In the upcoming operation, you will be responsible for 2 critical attack points. Whoever demonstrates superior performance on the battlefield will receive my recommendation. This is an equal opportunity for both seasoned and new commanders. Success lies in your hands. The 2 deputy commanders responded in unison. Yes. Their eyes gleamed with a determined fighting spirit. The rules of the Duel of Vows in the shattered universe of Zon clearly state that neither side is allowed to send reconnaissance fleets into the shattered universe for on-site surveys before the duel begins. However, this rule has a significant loophole. While on-site surveys are prohibited, remote technological observation is not restricted. As a result, both the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Devouring Civilization are already well acquainted with the external geography of the shattered universe of Zon, although the specific environments within each star system remain unclear. Despite the incomplete nature of this intelligence, it provides crucial references for the impending war. There is also a special provision in the Duel of Vows. 48 hours before the battle, the leaders of both sides may meet in the shattered universe. The purpose of this meeting is to confirm the details of the duel rules, the conditions for victory, and to offer a final chance for surrender. At this moment, inside the sealed chamber of a shuttle, Zhao Chen sits face-to-face with the Black God Emperor. The Emperor is completely shrouded in pitch-black armor, his face hidden, yet his distinct aura of authority is unmistakable. This presence is far beyond that of an ordinary ruler, and as soon as Zhao Chen enters the chamber, he recognizes the identity of his opponent. I heard you've unified all the factions of the Devouring Civilization. Zhao Chen says, staring directly at the dark figure opposite him. The other two devouring kings have been eliminated by you, and the era of the three kings is now history. So, should I call you the Black God Emperor now? Is that all you wanted to say to me? The Black God Emperor replies, his tone tinged with indifference, as he observes this once insignificant speck in his eyes who, in just a few short years, has grown into a formidable adversary. Such a transformation was once unimaginable to him. Zhao Chen responds casually, we've been old friends, after all. Everything that needed to be decided has already been decided. I know you can't persuade me to surrender. Instead of wasting time on pointless talk, let's discuss something more substantial. The Black God Emperor's gaze remains fixed on Zhao Chen. I know you've invested heavily in the cosmic clusters, not only solidifying your position and power, but achieving significant results. Many of your strategies are not just for our duel, but for future confrontations with the great entities. How laughable you actually believe you can defeat me here, and then challenge the great entities. You have no idea how powerful your opponent is. It's utterly unbeatable. You ants are as foolish as moths to a flame, only seeking your own demise. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Chen nonchalantly scratches his ear, a faint smile appearing on his face. I've heard that kind of talk countless times before. The leaders of the interstellar forces I have defeated have all said similar things to me. The Black God Emperor slowly rose, casting a shadow in the dimly lit conference room as he looked down at Zhao Chen with an indisputable coldness in his voice. Since we have nothing more to discuss, let's not waste time here. I'll see you on the battlefield, Emperor Xiaolong. The Black God Emperor turned and strode away, his cloak trailing behind in an elegant arc. Zhao Chen watched the receding figure and deliberately raised his voice. This might be unnecessary, but I'll say it anyway. If you ever decide to surrender, we offer great working conditions, meals, accommodation, and a pension. There was no response from the Black God Emperor as he disappeared at the end of the conference room. Zhao Chen then returned to his starship's command room, where Secretary Officer Lilith was already waiting. How did it go? Lilith asked, watching Zhao Chen's expression. Zhao Chen shrugged with a faint, wry smile. What else can we do? We in the devouring civilization are like water and fire. A few words won't make the Black God Emperor join us. With a smile, he turned to Lilith. You didn't have to come for such a perfunctory meeting. There are many important matters back at the Empire that need your attention. Standing by Zhao Chen, Lilith gazed through the porthole at the shattered universe before them. Apart from the faint glow from the nearby interstellar warship engines, the area was desolate, a lifeless realm. She softly reiterated the rules of the Oath duel. The conditions for victory are one side surrender or the enemy controlling over 80% of the shattered universe for more than 24 hours. Both leaders must remain within the battlefield at all times. Her hand gently brushed Zhao Chen's shoulder, finally resting on his cheek. Over a decade has passed, and you're no longer the young man you once were, she said with a hint of teasing. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. What? Are you finding this 30-something guy unappealing? In terms of age, you, as a succubus, could be my grandmother. Lilith rolled her eyes at him, her expression turning serious. During the Oath duel, I have to stay in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's universe to handle affairs, so I won't have a chance to be on the battlefield. That's why I wanted to come and see you in advance, so at least we can say we've fought side by side here. She looked at Zhao Chen with deep affection. It was like this before, it is like this now, and it will be in the future. I've always envied Charlotte. She can fight alongside you at any time. Since the establishment of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, I haven't been your secretary officer by your side. Honestly, I miss the days in the Xiaolong Interstellar Fleet, when I could serve as your secretary officer on your flagship. Zhao Chen stood beside her, gazing at the woman who had been by his side for over a decade with tenderness in his eyes. He could read all the unspoken worries in her slightly furrowed brow and anxious gaze. Without a second thought, he stepped forward, enveloping her in his arms, his voice filled with affection. In my heart, you are as important as Charlotte. Even if I leave temporarily, the sense of security you've given me never fades. I can only truly be at ease knowing you're taking care of things behind me. After a heartfelt farewell, Zhao Chen's flagship slowly ascended, soon vanishing into the skies of the fragmented universe of Zwan. Yet he would soon return to this star field, leading thousands of interstellar battleships. Meanwhile, an unprecedented tension was spreading across the cosmic territories of the devouring civilization and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This impending duel of vows was unlike any previous conflicts faced by the devouring civilization. In the past, they had always been the dominant invaders, sweeping across regions with an unbeatable force. But the rise of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire changed everything. They not only successfully repelled the devouring civilization's invasions, but also launched counterattacks that inflicted heavy losses, even penetrating deep into their homeland. This situation forced the Black God Emperor to agree to a duel of vows with the Xiaolong Emperor. Among the lower and middle classes of the devouring civilization, panic began to spread. The rules of the duel of vows clearly stated that if the Black God Emperor were defeated, Everything belonging to the devouring civilization would fall under the control of the Xiaolong interstellar empire. To them, this powerful and mysterious empire posed a significant threat. They feared for their lives, their wealth, and the possibility of being reduced to slavery. However, the scene was different among the leadership of the devouring civilization. They were privy to more inside information. The Black God Emperor had prepared a fleet of 200 million for this duel, supplemented by reinforcements promised by 3 other civilizations, bringing the total military strength to over 300 million. This gave them immense confidence, so much so that in some military bases, senior officers who should have been on high alert were instead indulging in celebratory banquets, surrounded by food, drink, and company. "Have you heard?" one officer said, holding his wine glass. According to the latest intelligence, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has indeed expanded their forces considerably over the past 2 years. They have grown from an original 6 or 7 million interstellar battleships to 30 million now, and have constructed a significant number of quasi-T-7 level warships. In the opulent conference room, an astonishing scene was unfolding. A male officer with an octopus-like body lounged lazily on a leather sofa, his several tentacles entwined with companions of different races. One companion's appearance even blurred the lines of gender, exhibiting distinctly male characteristics. Around the room, other officers indulged in similar decadence, except for one clad in heavy combat armor, standing aside with a serious demeanor. "Ha ha," laughed an officer whose face was grotesquely pig-like. "A mere 30 million starships, what of it? We have over 300 million ships, 10 times their number. Plus, with the support of 3 other factions, we can crush these upstarts into cosmic dust." He turned to kiss his companion, a female with a slime-like softness, leaving his lips smeared with viscous liquid. At that moment, the lone armored officer spoke up gravely. "Gentlemen, we must not be complacent." His voice carried weight. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has consistently demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess in previous battles. There is solid evidence that their ships outperform ours of the same class. More importantly, they possess a significant number of quasi-T7 class ships, especially the Xiaolong-class Golden Scarab Heavy Dreadnought. While a single ship's power doesn't match our super flagships, 3 to 5 could threaten them. 2.5 years ago, they had more than 20, and with their astounding industrial capacity, who knows how many they have now. His words were met with laughter from the surrounding officers, even their companions joining in the mirth. A senior-looking officer scoffed. "Come on, you're underestimating us. 300 million starships. That scale can conquer not just the Xiaolong Empire with its single universe territory, but an entire cluster of universes." "Exactly," another officer chimed in. "We suffered before due to lack of intelligence, fighting in our universe, where they hit our weak spots and key resource hubs. This time, the battle's set in the shattered universe of Zon, so we don't need to worry about our rear. Plus, we're prepared now. The Xiaolong Empire won't gain any advantage." The armored officer surveyed his colleagues, lost in their arrogance and overconfidence, drained his drink, and stood up coldly. "Arrogance. The moment we underestimate the enemy, we've already lost half the battle. Recall the last 2 campaigns against the Xiaolong Empire, where each time you thought victory was assured. And what happened? Ridiculous." With that, he turned and strode out, leaving a trail of awkward silence behind him. With the countdown to the Oath duel ticking down to 60 minutes, the Flame Elf King, Xiaomen, peered through the video window, her crimson eyes betraying a hint of concern. She gazed at Zhao Chen, the Emperor of the Griffin Dragons, and asked again, "Are you sure you don't need my troops?" Despite Zhao Chen's previous refusal, Xiaomen couldn't help but ask again. Her Legion fleet was already in a state of readiness, just like the Griffin Dragon Interstellar Legion, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Zhao Chen replied with determination, "No, thank you. The Conqueror civilization could attack at any moment, and your focus should be on the situation in Onions. I believe the Conqueror civilization will make a move soon. Onions alone can't handle it, and they need you to hold the line." Though Xiaomen had anticipated Zhao Chen's refusal, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. She looked steadily at Zhao Chen and said, "All right, since you're set on this, I won't press further. I wish you success in battle. I'll have a victory feast ready for you. Remember, if you need help at any time, you can reach out to me. During your Oath duel, I can ensure that at least 1 million interstellar warships are on standby." "Regardless, I appreciate your support," Zhao Chen said sincerely. He knew Xiaomen genuinely wanted to help. "Well then, I won't interrupt your work any longer," Xiaomen said, ending the video communication. As the screen dimmed, Xiaomen turned to the other elven kings present, her voice tinged with frustration. "I said before that 5 million interstellar warships were too few, and here we are. They're not even expecting us to send much aid." Her gaze lingered on the radiant elf king, Gustav, who was as reluctant to dispatch the fleet to support the Griffin Dragon Interstellar Empire as if it were a personal sacrifice. Although the previous radiant elf king, Onions, was somewhat unpleasant, At least the current onions agreed to provide some aid to the Griffin Dragon Interstellar Empire. Meanwhile, the Emerald Elf King, Mansfield, and the Azure Water Elf King, Marius, maintained their usual neutrality. They chose to reserve their stance on matters not directly affecting them. If everyone agreed, they would too. If there was opposition, they would hold back. Xiaomen cast a slightly resentful look at the Azure Water Elf King, Marius, who met her gaze with a faint smile, saying nothing more. The words of the Dragon Emperor echoed through the council chamber, prompting deep contemplation among all the elf kings present. The fiery elf king, Xiaomen, cast his gaze over each of the kings, finally resting on the luminous elf king, Gustav. The message from onions cannot be ignored, Xiaomen stated with undeniable firmness in her voice. The white hole has appeared, and the invasion by the conqueror civilization could happen at any moment. Gustav was about to speak in defense, but Xiaomen cut him off, her voice as cold as ice. In that case, let's make a few things clear. She stood up and declared, effective immediately, all Legion fleets of the Holy Elf Empire are to enter Level 1 combat readiness. All interstellar warships must be on standby at military bases, with those in maintenance expedited. Furthermore, all production lines are to switch to a wartime footing. Her gaze grew sharper. Should the conqueror civilization invade, as per the agreement among the Elf Kings hierarchy, I will have full command of the Legion fleets and will declare the Empire under wartime control. Xiaomen's eyes turned to the Aqua Elf King, Marius, with an unmistakable warning. Marius was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. If things are as Xiaomen says, I agree with these plans. The Emerald Elf King, Mansfield, maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. As always, I'll focus on technological research. The rest is up to you. All eyes eventually settled on the luminous Elf King, Gustav. He sighed deeply and said, Xiaomen has a point. We cannot continue to evade the threat of the conqueror civilization. However, we must also avoid overreacting. He straightened and offered his suggestion. I propose we adjust our response based on the size of the enemy fleet. If they send less than 1,000,000 ships, there's no need to deploy our full strength. My recommendation is, if they send 1,000,000 ships, we should deploy 3,000,000. If they send 3,000,000, we should deploy 10,000,000 warships. If the number of interstellar warships mobilized by the conqueror civilization exceeds 10,000,000, then all the interstellar warships of our Holy Elven Empire are at your disposal, including the direct Legion fleets under us, Elf Kings. Upon hearing this, the Flame Elf King Xiaomen's clenched fist trembled slightly. She gazed at the stern Light Elf King Gustav before her, feeling a strong urge to punch this stubborn old relic. She even imagined the scene of him with a bruised face, admitting his mistake and begging for mercy. But she knew this was an unrealistic fantasy. She understood that for Gustav to say such a thing was already the biggest concession he could make. I hope you will keep your word when the time comes, Xiaomen said, suppressing her anger. Gustav replied earnestly, you can rest assured of that. I am also considering the overall interests of the Holy Elven Empire. If an extreme situation arises, I know we cannot remain unaffected. The voice of the Water Elf King Marius broke the tension between them. Let's set aside the issue of the conqueror civilization for now. The most pressing matter is the oath duel of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This not only concerns the future fate of the entire cosmic group, but directly affects the survival of our Holy Elven Empire. Her tone was filled with concern. If the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is defeated, their universe will fall into the hands of the Devourer civilization. At that point, the Devourer civilization can use it as a springboard to directly threaten our home universe. Though this possibility was worrying, all they could do at that moment was watch and hope that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire would emerge victorious in this crucial oath duel. Meanwhile, in the Xiaolong No. 1 military system, Marshal Shenbing was intently studying the interstellar sand table in front of her. The sand table clearly displayed the pre-battle deployment of the 1st Legion Fleet group. Several Legion fleets were divided into neat, tofu block areas, separated by clear routes. In addition to these conventional warships, there were also some special starships scattered around. Although these starships lacked combat capabilities, each carried equipment capable of cross-universe deployment of Legion fleets, ready to open a space channel to the shattered universe of Zuin at any moment. Report, the final check is complete. All preparations are ready, and we can begin deploying the Legion fleets at any time, the secretary officer reported, standing at attention. Marshal Shun Bing nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and issued the command, relay my orders. Huang Xiaoting's 11th Legion fleet will be the vanguard, arriving first at the battlefield coordinates. Li Zhaoyue's 13th Legion and Song Yunchu's 112th Legion fleets will serve as reserve forces, ready to respond to any unexpected situations faced by the 11th Legion. She paused before continuing. Additionally, inform Huang Xiaoting that as the vanguard, she has 1 hour to secure the safety of the jump coordinates. If enemy interstellar warships are discovered, clear them out to provide us with ample jump space. If clearing is not possible, Immediately send a starship back to report. Yes, ma'am. Marshal Shin Bing watched as the secretary hurried away to relay her orders, then turned her gaze to the fleet of the 1st Legion of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, docked at the spaceport. The densely packed warships formed a formation in the starry sky, each one glinting with a cold silver light, ready for the impending battle. As the commander of the 1st Legion fleet group of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, Shin Bing felt the weight of immense pressure. Although the military headquarters repeatedly emphasized that the Legion numbers only represented the order of establishment and not strength, everyone tacitly agreed that the older legions should be stronger. This unspoken expectation had long been ingrained in the blood of every marshal of the old legions, becoming an indelible mark of honor and pride. For this reason, Shin Bing would not allow any mistakes from her legion. Meanwhile, the other 3 legion commanders received the same orders. Among them, Marshal Huang Xiaoding of the 11th Legion Fleet bore the heaviest responsibility. As the vanguard commander for this mission, she was acutely aware of the trust placed in her by the Marshal. Within the entire 1st Legion fleet group, aside from the main fleet led by Shin Bing, her 11th Legion was the most seasoned. As the deputy commander of the 1st Legion fleet group, she was also considered the strongest contender for the future Marshal of the 11th Legion fleet group. Relay the orders. Huang Xiaoding commanded from the command platform, her gaze steady and intense. As the Vanguard Legion, our 11th Legion fleet must succeed in this mission. Failure is not an option. Any unnecessary errors will be dealt with, not just by military law, but by me personally. She then meticulously laid out the specific tasks for each battalion: flank defense, enemy reconnaissance, combat readiness, and patrol vigilance. Every aspect was carefully planned to ensure the Vanguard's actions were foolproof. Even so, she mentally reviewed the entire plan once more, only relaxing slightly after confirming its accuracy. Similar scenes played out across the various Legion fleets. No one dared to take this pledge of battle lightly. Unlike previous campaigns, there was no room for retreat. This time failure would plunge the entire Xiaolong Interstellar Empire into an abyss of ruin. On the bridge of the Interstellar Command ship, the Long Huang, Zhao Chen watched the countdown display. Only 10 minutes remained. Zhao Chen stood in the command center of the Dragon Emperor-class Interstellar Command ship, his eyes fixed on the intricate interstellar war model before him. This model depicted the entirety of the shattered universe of Zwan. Although it lacked the most detailed map data, the outline information gathered from external scans was sufficiently clear. The projected map of the Zwan universe was a sobering sight. Once a vast universe, it was now fragmented, with the remaining area being less than 1% of its original size, approximately equivalent to 5 of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's universe, or the territory of an average stellar kingdom. The entire shattered universe of Zwan was divided into 5 fragmented star regions, comprising 119 fragmented star systems. Above the model, 10 banners adorned with dragon patterns stood out prominently, marking the initial attack targets of the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion's fleet. These star systems were to serve as beachhead positions, perfectly aligning with the Xiaolong Legion's customary, comprehensive advance strategy, steadily progressing from one end of the battlefield to the other. Once the Vow duel commenced, the vanguard of the 10 Xiaolong Legion fleet groups would set out for these target star systems, ensuring these critical points were under Xiaolong Legion control. Grand Marshal Charlotte had warned of significant variables at this stage. The devouring civilization might strike first, launching a surprise attack on the Xiaolong Legion's beachheads to disrupt their deployment. While this tactic posed considerable risk for the devouring civilization, their massive fleet size made the risk manageable. If successful, they could gain an early advantage in the campaign, laying a favorable foundation for subsequent battles. The Xiaolong fleet groups had long prepared contingency plans for such scenarios, with each marshal considering this possibility. However, anticipating risk and effectively mitigating it are 2 different matters. At this moment, Zhao Chen could only await the onset of hostilities. According to the rules of the Vow duel, as the leader of one dueling side, Zhao Chen was required to be present on the battlefield. This meant he and the Dragon Emperor-class ship would be part of the vanguard. However, the exact deployment location of the Xiaolong Emperor's guard fleet remained confidential, both to avoid adding pressure on the vanguard units and to ensure the Emperor's safety. The final landing site would only be determined at the last moment. Your Majesty, there's just 1 minute left. We need to decide which star system battlefield to head to, his secretary softly reminded him. Zhao Chen's gaze fell on the display screen, revealing the deployment roster of the 10 Xiaolong Legion fleet group's vanguard units. As the Emperor of Xiaolong, he had the right to know the specific deployment of all units. Zhao Chen's gaze swept over the profiles of the 10 Legion fleets, finally settling on one. He pointed to the screen with determination. This one. The secretary glanced at the chosen fleet, a hint of surprise in their eyes, but quickly noted it down and brought up the corresponding star system coordinates, transmitting the information to the Imperial Guard fleet. Your Majesty, as per the original plan, the 1st Imperial Guard Legion fleet will be responsible for your escort, the secretary stated seriously. Within 10 minutes, the other Guard Legion fleets will arrive at the battlefield. Their primary mission is to ensure your safety. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Soon, the countdown to the pledged duel echoed across the bridges of all flagship ships in the Xiaolong Legion. Activate the White Jade. The 11th Legion fleet is preparing for interstellar jump. The voice of the Legion commander, Huang shouting, resonated over the communication channel. Following her command, a mirror-like surface, as smooth as white jade, slowly unfolded in front of the fleet. 12th Legion fleet, enter combat mode. 18th Legion fleet, prepare to board. The 190th Legion, heed my command. The battle has begun. It's either their death or ours. Almost simultaneously, 10 military-based star systems lit up with a white jade glow. In response, 10 distant star systems on the edge of the shattered universe of Zuin also shone with the same light. This long-forgotten universe was stirring with new ripples, as the flames of war were about to return to this ravaged land. Under the white jade of Star System A01, a Xiaolong Legion fleet emerged. Although the surroundings were silent, no one in the fleet dared to relax. Report, all 100,000 interstellar warships of the 11th Legion fleet have completed the jump, the secretary reported to Huang shouting. Huang shouting focused on the increasingly clear map data before her, her expression serious. All Legion fleets, remain vigilant. Immediately deploy a complete defense system in this star system. Dispatch interstellar reconnaissance ships to patrol the surrounding space and establish patrol posts. Ensure we have full control over all activities within the star system. These orders needed no elaboration. Each Legion fleet was already well versed in them. Upon arrival, they immediately entered a state of readiness, each unit swiftly taking its position, as if they knew this star region by heart. In less than 10 minutes, the entire star system and its surrounding space were completely under the control of the 11th Legion fleet. On the surface, it seemed the Xiaolong 11th Legion fleet had accomplished its task, but in reality, all Legion fleets remained on high alert. Until the main fleet's arrival, no one dared to let their guard down. Since the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had not received any anomaly reports, they naturally assumed that all star systems were under the control of the Vanguard fleet. Consequently, the fleet of interstellar industrial ships, loaded with cosmic Stargate components, commenced their operations. This fleet was tasked with the responsibility of transforming each landing point into a temporary military base as quickly as possible, requiring the construction of a series of facilities including star ports, interstellar shipyards, space stations, and signal towers. Among the many landing star systems, the situation in the A10 star system was particularly noteworthy. This sector was under the responsibility of the Xiaolong's 10th Legion Fleet Group, and the specific task was executed by the Xiaolong's 410th Legiona Fleet, considered a rookie within the Xiaolong Legion system. Entrusting such a critical mission to a newly formed legion seemed nothing short of madness to outsiders. However, as the Xiaolong's 410th Legion methodically carried out their landing operations, an unexpected fleet appeared in space, the Emperor's Guard fleet of Xiaolong. This sudden revelation left the entire command of the 410th Legion in shock. Although they were aware that the Emperor's Guard fleet would participate alongside the first wave of the Vanguard Corps, they never imagined they would be the chosen ones. The senior officials of the Legion generally believed that, for safety reasons, the Xiaolong Emperor should accompany veteran legions like the 11th or 13th Legions. Yet the reality was that this legion, which had never experienced a major battle, was granted the honor of fighting alongside the Emperor's Guard fleet. Sir, that's the Emperor's Guard fleet. The secretary standing behind Lieutenant General Elodie, the commander of the 410th Legion, exclaimed with barely concealed astonishment. I see it, Lieutenant General Elodie responded calmly. Continue with the original battle plan. Don't forget, our mission is to ensure the safety of the landing star system. Don't get all flustered. Even if the Xiaolong Emperor himself were lying naked in your bed right now, you would still need to finish the task at hand first. Understood. Vice Admiral Elodie's voice was firm and commanding. The secretary stood at attention, nodding solemnly. Yes, ma'am. Though she responded promptly, her mind wandered to an audacious thought. What if the Emperor of the Xiaolong stood before her, utterly bare? Realizing the inappropriateness of this notion, she quickly shook her head to dispel the dangerous idea. Having completed the deployment instructions for her subordinates, Vice Admiral Elodie promptly began tackling her own tasks. She systematically arranged all the tactical deployments and then swiftly established a communication link with the flagship of the Xiaolong Emperor's escort fleet, the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship. Though she had met the Xiaolong Emperor during the previous appointment ceremony, this situation was entirely different. Her heart inevitably rippled with emotions, but as the highest commander of the Legion fleet, she had to maintain a composed demeanor. Soon, a holographic projection window opened before her, clearly presenting the figure of the Xiaolong Emperor. Vice Admiral Elodie, the highest commander of the Xiaolong 410th Legion fleet, at your service, your majesty. She stood straight, executing a perfect military salute. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, noticing her slightly tense expression, and said softly, "Do not concern yourself with my presence. Focus solely on your duties, as if this interstellar fleet were not here. You are the Xiaolong Emperor. How could anyone ignore that?" Elodie thought to herself but respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." In the time that followed, Vice Admiral Elodie endeavored to remain focused, trying to set aside the Emperor's presence. Nonetheless, the intangible pressure lingered after all. Ensuring the Xiaolong Emperor's safety had become her significant responsibility. Just as she silently prayed for everything to proceed smoothly, an unexpected situation arose. A report from the interstellar reconnaissance ship came in just 10 minutes after taking its position. Report: detected abnormal space wave signals. At least 3 space passages around the star system are about to open, likely indicating that the Devourer civilization's fleet is preparing to jump here. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on Vice Admiral Elodie's forehead. Her fears had been realized. She quickly regained her composure. "Stay calm. Proceed according to the plan. Tighten the formation to ensure a 10-star system does not fall. Dispatch a starship back to the base to report the situation to the Marshal." After a brief pause, she added, "Make sure to inform the Marshal that the Xiaolong Emperor is within our lines." "Yes, ma'am." The Xiaolong 410th Legion fleet immediately initiated emergency combat readiness. The Xiaolong Emperor's escort fleet had also detected the anomaly and calmly set up a defensive formation, securely protecting the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship at the center. Upon learning this news, Zhao Chen revealed a meaningful smile. "It seems the Devourer civilization intends to capture the leader first. They must have some means of quickly pinpointing my location." He chuckled wryly. "It looks like I've become a burden to the Xiaolong 410th Legion fleet." In the Xiaolong 10 military galaxy, a discussion is underway regarding the selection for the Vanguard fleet mission. The attention of the Legion commanders is focused on the appointment of Elodie. Their concerns are conveyed through real-time communication channels. Can this talented and battle-hardened commander truly lead the newly formed 410th Legion fleet to accomplish such a significant task? Marshal Pei Xingnan's gaze swept over the questioning faces on the screen, her tone firm. "Didn't we all come this far the same way? New legions need to grow through actual combat and gain experience in real battles." Her voice carried absolute confidence in Elodie. "Whether it's an old legion or a new one, I believe Elodie can complete the mission successfully. If there are any issues, I am willing to take full responsibility." This appointment carries deep significance. Being the highest-ranking officer of the Legion Fleet Group, Pei Xingnan's decision reflects her high regard for Elodie. In her view, challenging wars are the best opportunity to cultivate leaders. However, the sudden arrival of a starship through the Jade Gate disrupted the serenity of the 10 military galaxy. As per protocol, starships do not return ahead of schedule unless under special circumstances. This indicates a change in Elodie's Vanguard landing operation. The communication channel fell silent. The commanders put aside their earlier doubts, their hearts collectively anxious for Elodie, who was far away in the fractured universe of Zhuan. Marshal Pei Xingnan immediately connected with the starship's commanding officer. "What's happening?" Her voice was filled with urgency. The communication officer quickly reported, "The enemy seems to be preparing to mobilize a Legion fleet to attack the A10 galaxy. The exact number is unknown, but the scale is significant. Lieutenant General Elodie has initiated emergency procedures and is requesting reinforcements." This news, though anticipated, slightly eased the tension among the group. However, the subsequent information caused everyone's hearts to race again. Additionally, the Xiaolong Emperor's elite guard fleet is also in the A10 galaxy. This unexpected intelligence even left the usually composed Marshal Pei Xingnan momentarily stunned, her expression frozen in that instant. In the real-time communication channel, a shocking piece of news caused all the military leaders to hold their breath. The Emperor had chosen the A10-star system as his landing point. This can't be a coincidence. Voices of discussion rose and fell among the generals in the communication room. Among the 10 advanced landing systems, there were clearly better choices. Why A10? And the fact that the Devourer civilization's fleet decided to attack this system at this very moment. Marshal Pei Xingnan clenched her hands, forcing herself to remain calm. Her voice was steady and firm. "Raise the alert level immediately. The enemy's choice of the A10-star system is no accident. They must have learned of the Emperor's whereabouts." Her gaze was sharp. "Since His Majesty chose the system under our responsibility, we must ensure his absolute safety." Turning to the communications officer on standby, Pei Xingnan quickly asked, "What are the details on the A10-star system?" The communications officer promptly pulled up a holographic data projection, detailing the actual control range of the 410th Legion fleet of the Xiaolong. Pei Xingnan quickly scanned it and issued new operational orders over the communication channel. "Attention Xiaolong 10th Legion Fleet. Cancel the original plan and execute the emergency support plan. 78th Legion Fleet. Depart to support the A10-star system in 5 minutes. 132nd Legion Fleet. Follow in 15 minutes. 133rd Legion Fleet, prepare in 30 minutes. 208th Legion Fleet, stand by in 50 minutes. Her voice was authoritative. Until I arrive, battlefield command is granted to Major General Elodie, who is most familiar with the local situation. All legions must unconditionally comply with her directives. The remaining legions are to stand by, ready to engage at any moment. Understood. The unified response echoed throughout the command room. The atmosphere in the garrison star system became tense immediately. The commander of the 78th Legion Fleet began deployment at once. Although prepared for urgent support missions, the presence of the Emperor made this task particularly significant. 5 minutes later, the 78th Legion Fleet punctually activated the Bayou Jump system, and the massive fleet surged towards the A-10 star system like arrows leaving the bow. Upon reaching the target airspace, Major General Cheng Xiaohong immediately established communication with Major General Elodie and closely monitored the real-time battlefield data shared within the Legion. In the A-10 galaxy, the defensive line of the 410th Legion Fleet of the Xiaolong is already in place, with a dense formation of starships arranged in the dark expanse of space. Suddenly, 3 massive space portals appear around the galaxy, unleashing a fleet of the Devourer civilization like a tidal wave 3 million interstellar warships. This colossal fleet casts a shadow over the entire star region. On the Interstellar War Strategy Board, this staggering number causes the commanders present to gasp. Clearly, this is the Black God Emperor of the Devourer civilization's meticulously planned, capture the ringleader first tactic. If not for concerns about the stability of the outer space of the galaxy, he might have mobilized more legions. Even so, the scale of these 3 million warships is enough to instill fear. In comparison, the vanguard fleet of the 410th Legion of the Xiaolong consists of only 100,000 warships. Even with the addition of the first corps of the Xiaolong Emperor's Guard fleet group, the total is only 103,000. The disparity in strength between the two sides is alarming. At this critical moment, the 78th Legion fleet of the Xiaolong arrives just in time. Although it adds only 100,000 warships, it significantly relieves the pressure on the defensive line. General Cheng. Lieutenant General Elodie breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing the figure of Lieutenant General Cheng Xiaohong. Elodie, I understand the situation, Lieutenant General Cheng Xiaohong says calmly. I have been ordered to support you, and several more legions will arrive soon. As per Marshal Pei's instructions, you will continue to oversee the battlefield until he arrives. We will fully cooperate. The 78th Legion fleet is in position. Please issue your orders. Lieutenant General Cheng Xiaohong stands straight, showing no dissatisfaction at having to take orders from a younger officer. This is precisely the exceptional quality of Xiaolong commanders on the battlefield. Orders are absolute. Regardless of the rank of the officer giving orders, even a brigadier, there is no hesitation in following them. Lieutenant General Elodie hesitates briefly, then responds seriously, understood. Please have the 78th Legion fleet take charge of the 3rd defensive line. My fleet will advance outward, and your unit should take over and expand the line. We must extend the battle base area to secure more space for the incoming support troops. Yes, sir. Lieutenant General Cheng Xiaohong salutes smartly and immediately leads the 78th Legion fleet into battle. Though this is a defensive battle, the combat style of the 2 Xiaolong legions is aggressive. All warships unleash a fierce attack within their fire range, annihilating any enemy ships they can reach. The interstellar missile ships spare no ammunition, launching wave after wave of volleys that burst into brilliant, deadly sparks in space. Under the terrifying barrage of artillery, the firepower of the Xiaolong Legion fleet was as intense as if they were the attackers. On the periphery of this fierce battlefield, a special task force of Xylon-class starships was executing a critical mission. Equipped with the latest stealth technology, these reconnaissance ships had quietly dispersed around the battle zone. Like sentinels in the dark, they silently navigated the vast expanse of space, weaving an invisible intelligence surveillance network for the Xiaolong interstellar fleet. Meanwhile, in the enemy command center, the Black God Emperor was scrutinizing the latest battlefield reports. On the interstellar war map before him, the position of the A-10 star system was marked by a prominent flashing dot. His lips curled slightly. Those guys' equipment is truly impressive. They precisely located the position of the Long Wang within minutes. A glint of coldness appeared in the Black God Emperor's eyes. Since I found you, don't blame me for striking first. He immediately issued an order. Send out the command, gather all available forces at any cost, and launch an all-out assault on this star system. The primary target, eliminate the flagship of the Xiaolong Emperor. Also, inform all fleets that whoever destroys the Long Wang will be heavily rewarded. An adjutant immediately reminded him, Your Majesty, due to the unique spatial intensity restrictions of the fractured universe of Zwan, our ability to deploy forces is strictly limited. We have already deployed 300 starships around the target star system, which is the maximum. Any further reinforcement could result in the fleet being swallowed by the chaotic space. If we can't position them around this star system, can't we have the fleet deploy to nearby areas first, and then use warp travel to support? The Black God Emperor coldly retorted. Bring that positioning device along as well. This is a rare opportunity. As long as we can eliminate the Xiaolong Emperor, this battle will be ours. The glow of victory was already in his eyes. The adjutant promptly carried out the order, quickly disseminating it. Soon, a massive number of Black God Legion fleets began to converge on the space surrounding the A-10 star system, dotting the void like stars, with the total exceeding 10 million starships. If this enormous fleet eventually reached the A-10 star system battlefield, the tide of the battle would be completely reversed. This staggering mobilization was soon detected by the Xiaolong Legion's stealth reconnaissance ships. Once the news was relayed back, the entire Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group became tense. On the bridge of the Longlong interstellar command ship, Zhao Chen calmly observed the battlefield situation, a faint smile playing on his lips. It seems those guys have really set their sights on me. Out of 10 star system battlefields, it's the A-10 that's the fiercest. Coming in with such intensity right from the start, if I'm not mistaken, that Black God character knows I'm here and will stop at nothing to gather more legions to encircle and annihilate me. Hearing the Emperor's analysis, the secretary officer cautiously asked, "Then, Your Majesty, should you consider a temporary retreat? As it stands, the situation in the A-10 star system is only becoming more perilous." Hearing the secretary's opinion, Zhao Chen's lips curved into a slight smile, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Leaning back in his command chair, he spoke with a relaxed tone. "The enemy is focusing their forces on attacking me here, which means the pressure on other battlefields will be greatly reduced, right? So why should I retreat?" The young secretary's forehead was already beaded with sweat. Although she had been forewarned by the secretarial department and Secretary Lilith that the Emperor Xiaolong often acted recklessly, witnessing it firsthand was still unnerving. On the battlefield, a leader exposing themselves to the enemy fleet is tantamount to courting disaster. If the enemy decides to capture the leader first, the entire battle could descend into chaos. Yet Zhao Chen seemed unconcerned. Without waiting for the secretary's continued persuasion, he activated his communicator to contact the deputy commander of the Xiaolong Emperor's personal fleet, Xiong Xiangxiang. "Commander Xiong, I've decided to stay put. Any issues with the personal fleet?" On the other end of the line, Xiong Xiangxiang's lips curled into a faint smile. Having served as the deputy commander of the Emperor's personal fleet for years, she had witnessed even more perilous situations. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will ensure your safety." Her tone was resolute. Beside them, the secretary could only cover her forehead with her hand in exasperation. Since the Emperor had made his decision and the military commander of the personal fleet endorsed it, she had nothing more to say. She could only silently pray that nothing would go wrong, whether big or small. It would be her responsibility. "All right, don't worry." Zhao Chen turned to the secretary. "Just focus on doing your job. My safety isn't your concern." As he said this, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of the situation the 10th Legion fleet group was about to face. It's just unfortunate for the soldiers of the 10th Legion, having to bear such pressure right at the start of the battle. He could already imagine Marshal Pei Xingnan's helpless expression. With the main fleet of the Devour civilization concentrated here, the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group was facing its toughest challenge. Continuing to advance would be exponentially more difficult. At this moment, among all the frontline bases, only the 10th Legion fleet group was in active combat, while the other 9 bases were still in the initial stages of setting up building bases, constructing stargates, and starports. As the Oath Duel entered its 20th hour, due to special circumstances, the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group had been granted the privilege of using a large amount of white jade equipment, a privilege that would last until the Stargate construction was completed. When Marshal Pei Xingnan's 10th Legion fleet arrived at the battlefield, Lieutenant General OID was delivering a status report via video link. In the holographic projection, Lieutenant General OID appeared solemn. Reporting to the Marshal, the A-10 star system remains under our control. We've established 3 layers of defensive lines, allowing each Legion fleet to rotate and rest every 12 hours. However, the enemy's devouring civilization has amassed 5 million interstellar warships, outnumbering us 5 to 1. Although the defense is currently stable, if the enemy continues to reinforce, this balance might be disrupted. Marshal Pei Xingnan gazed at the battlefield data, quickly reconstructing the past few hours of combat scenarios in her mind. Beneath the seemingly routine situation, Lieutenant General Al-Adi had been under immense pressure. Had the 10th Legion not arrived in time, and had the Emperor of the Xiaolong dynasty not lifted ammunition restrictions to allow unlimited use of interstellar missiles and other resources, the situation might have spiraled out of control. "You've done very well," Marshal Pei Xingnan sincerely praised. Yet, Lieutenant General ID shook her head and pointed to several battle reports. "I haven't done enough. If these battle commands were adjusted for more flexible fleet deployments, the situation could have been better." This statement surprised Marshal Pei Xingnan. She hadn't expected Iloadi to reflect so deeply on her battle plans in such a short period. It reinforced her belief that her decision to cultivate Iloadi was the right one. These are not major issues. You've performed exceptionally well, Pei Shengnan remarked, noticing the data on the display. I see the 410th Legion has been engaged in high-intensity combat for several hours without rest. Lead them to rotate for rest. I'll take over the battlefield affairs. Lieutenant General ID hesitated to speak, but when she met the Marshal's determined gaze, she ultimately remained silent. Vice Admiral Elodie, fully aware that voicing her thoughts wouldn't sway Marshal Pei Shengnan, stood straight and replied firmly, understood. The 410th Legion fleet is ordered to rotate for rest. However, should the battlefield require it, feel free to deploy us. We are ready to undertake any combat mission at any time. Marshal Pei Shengnan noticed that while Elodie didn't explicitly state it, her every word emphasized the fleet's readiness to continue fighting. She nodded slightly. I see. She then cut the communication link. Turning around, she let the operations department take over battlefield command and strategized the next phases of the battle. After handling these matters, Marshal Pei Shengnan took a moment to contact the Emperor of the Jiaolong, Zhao Chen, in the A10 star system. In the holographic projection, Zhao Chen appeared with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Marshal Pei, you're not here to blame me, are you? I wouldn't dare. Pei Shengnan replied immediately, her expression serious. If it weren't for my presence here, the Jiaolong's 10th Legion fleet group wouldn't have been the first to engage in battle, nor would it have faced such intense combat pressure. You really don't blame me? Zhao Chen blinked, looking at her intently. Pei Shengnan caught the teasing in the Emperor's words, and her lips curled slightly. I don't see any problem with it. Even if you weren't in our star system's battlefield, you'd be elsewhere. If we were to shirk from battle because of that, we wouldn't be worthy of being part of the Jiaolong Legion fleet group. She stood tall, pride shining in her eyes. I am honored to be the first battlefield of this campaign. The most important tasks and the toughest battlegrounds are always entrusted to the most reliable Legion fleets. Your presence here is a testament to your trust in us. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You really know how to talk. His expression then turned serious. But truth be told, the enemy is continually reinforcing their Legion fleets. If not for space transport limitations, the current devouring civilization's fleet wouldn't just be a mere 10 million ships. He looked directly into Pei Shengnan's eyes. As long as they don't change tactics, more interstellar Legion fleets will arrive. This is all because I'm here. According to our previous battle plan, each of the 10 Legion fleet groups fights independently, advancing on their own. Even if the enemy gathers 20 or 30 million interstellar warships here, besides ensuring logistical support, you won't receive any reinforcements. He paused. Do you still have confidence in this fight? If the pressure is too great, just say the word, and I can consider relocating. Marshal Pei Shengnan stepped forward without hesitation. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will hold our ground until the end of the campaign, no matter how many interstellar Legion fleets they send. On the interstellar communication screen, Marshal Pei Shengnan's face was as resolute as steel, her voice firm and unwavering. I can't guarantee ultimate victory, but as long as the Xiaolong 10th Legion has a single fleet or warship, we will defend your flagship to the death. Zhao Chen looked at the loyal general on the screen, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. This isn't my command. It's your own choice. In that case, I and the Imperial Guard fleet will fight alongside you to the end. It is the highest honor of the Xiaolong 10th Legion. A trace of pride flashed across Pei Shengnan's face. Then I'll be watching closely. Zhao Chen concluded the conversation briefly, then turned his attention to another communication window, where Grand Marshal Charlotte had been waiting silently. You can rest assured, Zhao Chen said lightly. With Pei Shengnan's promise, what's there to worry about? Besides, wherever I go, the Devourer civilization will come out in full force. Can I reason with the Black God Emperor and ask them not to focus their fire on me? He paused briefly and continued analyzing. This situation actually works in our favor. While the 10th Legion bears the main pressure, the other 9 legions will experience a relative relief. As long as your attacks are fierce enough, the enemy will have to divide their forces to respond. Grand Marshal Charlotte looked helplessly at the Emperor, who was always willing to use himself as bait. But she knew that under the current circumstances, this was indeed the best choice. You must take care of your safety, she said solemnly, then reported the latest battle developments. Our Ghost Reconnaissance Ace Corps has already figured out the enemy's initial deployment. The Black God Emperor has adopted a dispersed defense strategy, deploying fleet groups in all major star regions, with nearly 100 million interstellar warships. In my judgment, they intend to use their numerical advantage to compress our operational space and ultimately achieve encirclement and annihilation. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment, a glint of battle intent in his eyes. That suits me just fine. Since the enemy has laid out their pieces, let's see whether their numbers win or our offensive is stronger. For now, we can only proceed according to the original plan. Grand Marshal Charlotte nodded in agreement. We'll adjust if there are any changes. How long until we can determine our main attack direction? Zhao Chen asked. Grand Marshal Charlotte mused. The exact time is still uncertain, but it's expected within 3 months. The key will be the specific location of the Black God Emperor, as this will directly influence our main force's decision. The first day of the Oath duel has concluded. Zhao Chen stood in the command center of the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, where a dense array of battle reports were displayed on the holographic projection. His eyes swiftly scanned through the data stream, carefully analyzing the situation across the 9 landing star systems. The deployment of the 9 Vanguard Corps was complete, with each beachhead successfully carrying out landing, exploration, and patrol missions as planned. The subsequent reinforcement of 3 additional fleet corps brought the number of interstellar warships at each position to between 400,000 and 500,000. Zhao Chen observed the battlefield layout with a slight frown. The limitation on deploying more forces was due to the precious white jade transuniverse delivery device. This device was a rare strategic resource on the battlefield for both the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the opposing Devourer civilization. As such, the white jade device was typically reserved for the initial deployment of Corps. Subsequent reinforcements would enter the battlefield through temporary cosmic stargates being rapidly constructed, conserving the valuable white jade resources and allowing for strategic flexibility in future maneuvers. Zhao Chen turned his attention to the latest battle report submitted by Marshal Pei Xingnan. Over the past 24 hours, the Xiaolong 10th Corps Fleet Group had been engaged almost continuously with the Devourer civilization, with the intensity of the conflict gradually escalating. Following the commitment of the Xiaolong 410th Corps Fleet, the 10th Corps Fleet Group had successively deployed 10 Corps fleets, including the main force led personally by Marshal Pei Xingnan. The combat power forecast in the command center indicated that if the Devourer civilization did not receive new reinforcements, the number of warships on the battlefield would approach 9 million by the 3rd day and surpass 10 million by the 4th day. In her report, Pei Xingnan emphasized that the battle had only just begun and it was crucial not to commit all forces prematurely. Upon taking charge of the battlefield, Pei Xingnan's first order was to resume all logistical construction tasks. She demanded that the construction fleet complete the building of stargates, starports, and other temporary base facilities within the specified time frame. Addressing concerns from the industrial fleet, she simply stated, "As long as the 10th Corps Fleet Group has a single warship, the enemy will not disrupt our construction tasks." Thus, the industrial fleet resumed its construction work. Those workers likely never imagined they would continue their mission so close to the battlefield. Space workers only need to turn around and gaze into the distance to see the flickering lights at the edge of the galaxy, evidence of the fierce firefight between interstellar battleships. This scene signifies that the number of fleets from the Devourer civilization will continue to increase. However, even a vast galaxy has its limits. Marshal Pei Xingnan calculated precisely that even if the safety distance between battleships is minimized, there is a limit to the number of conventionally deployed interstellar battleships. If disregarding the cost of battle damage and completely abandoning safety distances, this number can rise to a maximum of 50 million. Zhao Chen looked at the tactical projection, and the densely packed red dots on the screen made him gasp. 50 million battleships. This number almost exceeded the limits of his imagination. Marshal Pei Xingnan's report highlighted 3 major threats. First, the 3 super flagships of the Black God Emperor. Although these flagships only slightly outperform the mass-produced quasi-T7 battleships of the Jiaolong Empire, in such a high-density battlefield environment, their power will be exponentially magnified. Secondly, the soul altars. This alto-familiar device can collect soul energy from the battlefield and summon the Black Legion fleet. Although the fallen soldiers of the Jiaolong side can be recalled by resurrection-type battleships, the casualties on the Devourer civilization side alone are sufficient to supply several soul altars, summoning a massive Black Legion. The most worrisome is the third point: 3 mysterious reinforcements. Intelligence indicates that Order has more than just the Devourer civilization as a pawn. According to the rules of the Oath duel, the participating parties can freely mobilize Legion fleets. To ensure victory, the Devourer civilization will undoubtedly seek support from 3 other Order pawns. However, so far, the stealth reconnaissance ships dispatched by the Jiaolong Empire have found nothing, leaving intelligence on these 3 reinforcements completely blank. This situation is contrary to Zhao Chen's usual know-your-enemy combat style. Facing unknown forces also cultivated by Order, any underestimation could lead to disastrous consequences. This is precisely why Marshal Pei Xingnan emphasized this point. The report concluded with a detailed analysis of how much chance of victory the Jiaolong 10th Legion Fleet Group would have if these threats materialized simultaneously. In the war simulation meeting, Marshal Pei Xingnan wore a grave expression as she meticulously analyzed the densely packed battlefield data on the holographic display, assessing the current military situation. Despite her legion being equipped with advanced Xiaolong-class interstellar warships, she knew this did not guarantee victory. According to intelligence, Pei Shengnan pointed to the flashing red dots on the projection. If 3 superflagships from the swallowing civilization's fleet of 30 million ships appear, the battle will take a drastic turn. She paused before continuing. What's more concerning is the elite force of the Black God Emperor, a Black God Legion fleet group. This elite force consists of 5 legions, each boasting 30,000 T6 and T5 class interstellar warships. In terms of scale, they are among the few capable of challenging our Xiaolong Legion, which lacks quasi-T7 class warships. Her gaze swept across everyone in the meeting room. If those 3 mysterious civilizations also send reinforcements, our situation will become even more perilous. At the end of her report, Pei Shengnan made a request for support with a few quasi-T7 class interstellar warships, if necessary. However, Emperor Zhao Chen, after reviewing the report, only briefly replied with "understood" and marked the warship support request as pending. As the commander, he was acutely aware of the Empire's limited military resources. These strategic reserves could not be easily deployed unless absolutely necessary. When Pei Shengnan received the response, her secretary couldn't help but complain. His Majesty actually refused our request. If we could get a few quasi-T7 Golden Scarab class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, our pressure would be significantly reduced. Pei Shengnan's sharp look instantly silenced him. This was an overstepping request to begin with. It was made clear before the battle that each of the 10 legions would fight independently and could not request additional support beyond logistical supplies. Asking for quasi-T7 warships just one day in is my oversight. The 5 shattered star sectors of the broken universe, Zuan, were marked as A, B, C, D, and E, with Pei Shengnan's legion currently in Sector A. The other legions had yet to encounter enemy attacks and were hastily constructing cosmic star gates, expected to be completed in 7 to 10 days. Once the logistical supply lines were established, they would launch a counterattack. According to the original plan, each of the 10 legions was responsible for one offensive line, with the primary goal of capturing the entire A sector within a month. We just need to hold out for 7 to 10 days, Pei Shengnan said firmly. Once the other legions show their strength, and with us controlling the neighboring star systems, enemy reinforcements will be limited. Moreover, their direct warp arrival makes logistics a major problem for them. That will be the perfect time for us to launch a counterattack. Hearing this, the secretary's eyes lit up. Compared to a prolonged 6-month defensive war, the prospect of holding out for 10 days seemed particularly hopeful. He clenched his fist and murmured, "Finally, we can shake off this passive defense." Indeed, being surrounded by the enemy and fighting under the watchful eye of the Xiaolong Emperor had filled all the commanders and soldiers with an urgent desire for the moment of counterattack. Marshal Pei Shengnan gazed intently at the holographic projection of the first day's battle data, her brow furrowing unconsciously. The flashing red alerts on the data panel cast a heavy atmosphere over the entire command room. "The results of the first day are concerning," she remarked, pointing at the data projection. "We deployed 500,000 starships and have already lost 3,000, with another 2,000 temporarily withdrawn from the front due to damage. In contrast, the enemy, with 5 million ships, has lost fewer than 30,000. The holographic display flickered, showing a predictive model of future battlefield scenarios. Marshal Pei traced her finger through the floating data, continuing her analysis. "When the enemy's first wave of 10 million ships arrives, and if reinforcements reach 30 million, our casualties will increase exponentially. In the best-case scenario, we could lose over 5,000 ships a day. In the worst, it might exceed 20,000. Her voice was tinged with gravity. "With our current fleet of 1 million ships, even under ideal circumstances, we can sustain about 100 days of combat, barely over 3 months. If the situation worsens, we might not hold out for 50 days. The aide standing nearby spoke up at the right moment. "Marshal, this battle data might be somewhat one-sided. Our battle formations are not fully deployed yet. The Stargate construction is incomplete, and our supply lines are not fully established. Once these infrastructures are in place, especially with the completion of the interstellar missile ships and artillery ships firepower network, our battlefield advantage will increase significantly." Pei Shengnan nodded slightly. "That's precisely why I've ordered the resumption of Stargate construction. The priority is to ensure the Stargate is completed quickly to secure our supply lines. Until then, we must strictly control the war expenditure in the A10-star system battlefield." Her gaze swept over the battlefield situation map, contemplating viable countermeasures. "The most straightforward option is to request more starship support, but that is unlikely to be approved. Another option is to ask the stationed Xiaolong Imperial Fleet in the A10-star system for fire support. But this involves considerations for the Emperor's safety, and she prefers not to resort to this unless absolutely necessary." Marshal Pei Shengnan ultimately decided to apply once more to the Emperor, Zhao Chen. She opened the video communication window, and the Emperor's face was clearly visible on the screen. "So what's the problem this time?" Zhao Chen asked directly, his brow slightly furrowed. Let me be clear up front. If you're here to request the deployment of reinforcements, I can tell you right now it's not happening. The Vow duel has just begun, and calling for reinforcements at this stage is out of the question. Although he was well aware of the dire situation faced by the 10th Corps fleet group in the A-10 star system, someone had to bear the burden. Since it was the 10th Corps' turn, they had to accept their fate. Pei Xingnan gave a wry smile. Your Majesty, you hit the nail on the head. I am indeed here to request support. Zhao Chen's frown deepened. He had been explicit, yet Pei Xingnan still made the request, which seemed somewhat out of touch. However, knowing Pei Xingnan, she was not one to act recklessly. Noticing the displeasure on the Emperor's face, Pei Xingnan quickly added, my request doesn't involve moving the fleet. I only need the interstellar missile ships and heavy artillery ships from your Imperial Guard fleet to provide long-range fire support. This way, your fleet won't need to be on the front lines, there will be no risk of casualties, and only a small amount of combat supplies will be consumed. Once our Stargate is completed, I promise to replenish all the strategic materials your fleet uses, ensuring the combat readiness of the Imperial Guard fleet remains unaffected. After saying this, Pei Xingnan looked expectantly at the Emperor on the screen. This might not be the only solution, but it was undoubtedly the best option available at the moment. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. I personally have no objections to your request. However, he said with a hint of a helpless smile. You know, although the Imperial Guard fleet is nominally under my command, Charlotte and Lilith know my temperament well and worry that I might risk the fleet on my own. So before the Vow duel began, they arranged with Xiong Xiangxiang that any movement involving the Imperial Guard fleet must have her approval. It was unusual for an emperor to be constrained by his subordinates, but Zhao Chen was a unique case. Pei Xingnan understood this well and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhao Chen then summoned Xiong Xiangxiang, the military commander who effectively managed the Imperial Guard fleet. Pei Xingnan stood before Xiong Xiangxiang, detailing her battle plan and support request. Xiong Xiangxiang's expression grew serious, her eyes narrowing in thought before she spoke. I can agree to Marshal Pei's request, but there are a few conditions that must be stated. She extended her elegant fingers, listing them one by one. First, we can only deploy interstellar missile ships, interstellar heavy artillery ships, and interstellar long-range hunter ships. No other types of interstellar warships are allowed to engage in the battle. Second, if enemy warships get too close to our long-range firepower positions, I reserve the right to immediately withdraw the support fleet. Third, considering these warships' primary duty is to protect the Emperor of the Skylark Dragon, their ammunition reserves must remain intact. If any warship's ammunition drops below 30, it must immediately withdraw from the battlefield. Pei Xingnan nodded almost without hesitation. That's not a problem. I assure you that during the battle, the safety of these warships will be a top priority. I fully understand their importance as the Emperor's protective force and will not allow them to suffer any losses. Xiong Xiangxiang nodded silently. Her agreement to support this mission was largely due to the Emperor's insistence on holding the A-10 star system battlefield, as the enemy clearly targeted the Emperor. The situation in the A-10 star system directly affects the Emperor's safety, and from this perspective, allowing the Skylark Dragon's 10th Legion fleet to have more control over the battlefield is beneficial for the Emperor's personal guard fleet. This cooperation not only eases her burden, but also has the Emperor's approval. On the bridge of the auxiliary flagship of the Emperor's personal guard fleet, Xiong Xiangxiang's expression shed its previous calm, her eyes gleaming with excitement for the impending battle. As a warrior, maintaining restraint in such a battlefield environment is as torturous as a gourmet facing a table full of delicacies without being able to taste them. Now finally permitted to join the battle, she immediately accessed the command channel of the Emperor's personal guard fleet group. On the communication screen, the commanders of various battalion fleets appeared, each face filled with anticipation. They had been observing the battle in the A-10 star system for a whole day, their fighting spirit long since stirred. Without special orders, Xiong Xiangxiang rarely summoned them. This gathering undoubtedly signified something important, and all the commanders looked eagerly at Xiong Xiangxiang, like devotees gazing at their revered goddess, awaiting her to issue the thrilling command. Standing at the center of the command hall, Xiong Xiangxiang surveyed the 9 fleet commanders before her. The entire 10 divisions of the Emperor's Guard fleet of the Xiaolong Empire were assembled, each boasting a full complement of 3,000 starships. I am here to deliver the latest orders from the young Dragon Emperor, Xiong Xiangxiang announced, her voice cutting through the room. The commander's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if a long-held wish was about to be fulfilled. According to the directives of the Emperor, we are to provide fire support for the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet at the A-10 star system battlefield. She continued with a serious tone. The order is as follows. All divisions are to immediately allocate their interstellar missile ships, heavy artillery ships, and long-range hunting ships under my unified command. You have 10 minutes to assemble. The commander's expressions shifted from elation to disappointment in an instant. Though eager to take part in actual combat, the command authority had been placed in Xiong Xiangxiang's hands. One commander couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Ma'am, such an opportunity shouldn't be yours alone. Why not let us command our respective long-range firepower ships to help ease your command burden? Exactly, the other commanders chimed in. We can relay your orders and take the chance to train our troops. Xiong Xiangxiang's lips curled into a slight smile as she countered. Wouldn't you feel slighted, each commanding only 100 ships or so? Not at all. Absolutely not. The 9 commanders exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with eagerness. At that moment, even leading a single ship into battle would be worth it to them. Seeing the hopeful expressions of her subordinates, Xiong Xiangxiang nodded in agreement. In that case, you may form temporary squads of your own, but you must adhere to my overall coordination. Understood. The commanders responded with joy, as if celebrating an early birthday. With the order given, the divisions sprang into action. Each division quickly assembled nearly 200 long-range firepower ships, including some top-tier T-6 class battleships. In total, the 10 divisions gathered nearly 2,000 ships, featuring 50 formidable T-6 class main battleships. Though numbering only in the thousands, the firepower projection capability of this temporary fleet was significant and formidable. The crew of the devouring civilization fleet had yet to sense the impending storm. Over 2,000 interstellar warships had already assembled in the designated sector, forming a formidable firepower stronghold. At this moment, Xiong Xiangxiang received the first mission directive from Marshal Pei Xingnan. I am Xiong Xiangxiang, commander of the temporarily assigned Firepower Output Squad for the Imperial Guard Fleet Group. Her voice echoed through the communication network to every ship. All units, heed orders and turn to coordinates. We will execute a 3-phase blanket fire strike. She swiftly laid out the tactics. First echelon, T6 Tian New Goddess class, and T5 Spear of Sin class heavy interstellar artillery ships ensure balanced firepower distribution. Second echelon, T6 and T5 interstellar missile ships coordinate to ensure maximum firepower effect. Third echelon, T6 Seraph ballistackless long-range hunter ships are responsible for sniping enemy main ships that break through the first 2 rounds of strikes. Roger that. The responses from the corps commanders were filled with fighting spirit. At the designated time, with Xiong Xiangxiang's command, the heavy artillery of the first echelon rained down like a meteor shower. The sudden offensive disrupted the enemy formation, and amidst the piercing radar alarms, the devouring civilization fleet was forced to abandon its offensive posture, urgently activating star shields and deploying all Closian defense guns for interception. The dazzling artillery fire bloomed on the blue star shields like splendid fireworks in space. In some areas, the star shields shattered like glass, and the subsequent heavy artillery directly hit the ships behind them, turning them into burning steel wreckage. However, when the first wave of fire subsided, the devouring civilization fleet still retained over 80% of its combat strength. This was no coincidence. They had long prepared for the famous 3-pronged attack strategy of the Xiaolong Legion, especially strengthening their firepower defense capabilities. Yet, just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the shipborne radar sounded a rapid alarm again. Warning! Detected a large number of incoming interstellar missiles. The shrill alarms echoed in the command cabins of every ship, heralding an even more ferocious offensive to come. Warning! 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 A massive number of interstellar missiles are incoming. The alarm in the command center blared sharply, as the officers of the Devourer civilization peered through the portholes, clearly seeing the flickering lights on the horizon. These were countless interstellar missiles, trailing fiery tails and hurtling toward their fleet at incredible speed. Quick! Activate the interception program. The commander's voice echoed across the communication channel. Report, came the anxious voice of an operations staff member. During the previous battle against the interstellar artillery, most of our interception systems entered cooldown and are currently recharging. Less than 30% of our interception weapons are operational. To make matters worse, numerous interstellar escort ships reported insufficient energy for their star shields. The massive fleet of the Devourer civilization was now shrouded in a shadow of despair. What followed was like a meticulously choreographed dance of death. Unlike the indiscriminate bombardment of the previous interstellar artillery, the missile attack was more layered, striking wave after wave with precision, blooming into deadly fireworks in the dark space. This was a pure contest of strength. No matter how strong the shield, it would eventually be pierced by more numerous and powerful spears. The Devourer civilization's proud defense interception system was gradually collapsing under the relentless assault of the Xiaolong Legion, which spared no expense with ammunition. This wave of attack was faster and more ferocious than the previous artillery barrage. When the smoke cleared slightly, less than 10% of the Devourer civilization's warships remained combat capable. The majority were either completely destroyed or severely damaged, with compartments exploding, losing their ability to fight. On this battlefield of death, losing combat capability meant certain death. The surviving ships were mainly carrier starships, interstellar battleships, and T6 class warships. They either received tight protection from Allied ships or had strong enough armor to withstand the first two attacks. But this did not guarantee their survival. Reddish energy beams sliced through space, accurately igniting these lucky surviving ships. The continuous explosions on the battlefield were like flowers sown by the Grim Reaper. At this moment, the surviving T-5 class ships felt fortunate for not being the primary targets. They were further down on the hunter's list of death. This is the power of the Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet. With just 2,000 ships, they destroyed an attacking fleet of 10,000 ships in less than 15 minutes. Marshal Pei Shengnan, witnessing all of this, couldn't help but express genuine admiration for this incredible combat prowess. Even though her 10th Legion fleet group has the same types of ships, it's clear that they can't be assembled on a large scale as easily as the Imperial Guard's fleet group. Each Legion fleet's local battlefields require their fire support. However, at least for now, this temporarily assembled firepower fleet can assist her 10th Legion fleet group on the battlefield. Soon, in the battles that followed, despite the increasing number of star fleets from the devouring civilization, the A-10 star system battlefield remained firmly in the hands of the Xiaolong Legion fleet. The commander of the opposing devouring civilization fleet could clearly see that the Xiaolong Legion fleet's long-range firepower was significantly stronger. Sometimes, the overwhelming firepower left them with no chance to retaliate. Everyone seemed pleased with this advantage. However, by the fourth day, some troubling signs emerged on the battlefield. Behind the enemy's battle lines, a pitch-black Legion fleet appeared, along with a special Legion fleet holding the line. Damn, they didn't expect them to unveil their trump cards so soon. Marshal Pei Sheng and realized the situation was dire. Marshal, aside from the fact that the enemy has already deployed nearly 10 million interstellar warships to our battlefield, a level 5 Soul Altar has also appeared. Moreover, a Black God Legion fleet has arrived. The pressure on us is immense. Her secretary wiped the sweat from her brow and cautiously suggested, if necessary, we should request the support of the Imperial Guard's fleet group. Marshal Pei Shengnan refused without hesitation, stating firmly, no. Requesting fire support from those long-range interstellar warships is our limit. We cannot involve the Imperial Guard's fleet group in our battle. Do you understand the purpose of the Imperial Guard's fleet group? It is to protect the safety of the Xiaolong Emperor, not to assist us. If the Imperial Guard's fleet group joins the battlefield, it will greatly affect their combat readiness, ultimately compromising their ability to protect His Majesty in future missions. Can we bear such responsibility and risk? At this point, the secretary fell silent. Indeed, the safety of His Majesty is the top priority. Requesting support from the long-range interstellar warships was already pushing the limits. Asking for the involvement of the Imperial Guard's fleet group would be overstepping boundaries. Marshal Pei Shengnan looked at her secretary with a serious tone. If, and I mean if, our Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group loses control of the situation here, we can fight to the death. But His Majesty cannot be put at risk. We can face complete annihilation. That is our honor as soldiers. But if anything happens to His Majesty here, it would be the greatest disgrace to our Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group. If such a situation arises, the Imperial Guard fleet is their final trump card. Standing before the holographic display table in the Fleet Command Center, Marshal Pei Shengnan's gaze gravely swept over the dense array of warship symbols. She had already anticipated various possible developments in the battle and formulated corresponding responses for each scenario. However, one thing was non-negotiable: the remaining ships of the Imperial Guard fleet must be preserved as the last line of defense for the Emperor's evacuation. Time ticked away, and the atmosphere within the 10th Legion fleet's command staff grew increasingly tense. The current predicament was unprecedented. They had deployed 10 Legion fleets here, totaling 1 million starships. An additional 2 million ships were available for redeployment, but utilizing the white jade resources would render their previous efforts futile. On the holographic display, the enemy's red markers flashed incessantly. The advisor's analysis echoed through the command center. The Stargate construction requires 3 more days. The enemy has gathered their elite forces, intending to breach our defenses during this period. If the outer defenses fall by the time the Stargate is completed, our controlled area will shrink, and subsequent reinforcements will lack sufficient tactical space, leading to unnecessary casualties. The 10th Legion fleet seemed once again pushed to the brink. Marshal Pei Shengnan watched the continually updating battle situation, caught in a dilemma. Should they hold out until the Stargate is completed and then call in reinforcements to conserve valuable white jade resources, or immediately deploy additional legions into battle? At this critical moment, a video communication window suddenly popped up in the command center. When the figure in the window became clear, everyone present was stunned into silence. Sight was none other than the Emperor of the Xiaolong. Marshal Pei, it looks like you're having a meeting. The Emperor's voice came through. Marshal Pei Shengnan immediately saluted the Emperor, and all the officers on the bridge followed suit. Zhao Chen, while returning the salute, spoke with a thoughtful tone. If I'm not mistaken, you, the Marshal of the 10th Legion fleet, are contemplating what to do, right? This time, why haven't you come to me for reinforcements? Marshal Pei Shengnan was visibly taken aback, her surprised gaze falling upon Emperor Xiaolong. Zhao Chen slightly raised the corners of his mouth and spoke in a calm tone. The reason I've reached out to you this time is simple. The Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship will be joining the A-10-star system battlefield to assist your Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group in combat. This news brightened the eyes of the surrounding soldiers, but Marshal Pei Xingnan's brow furrowed slightly as she looked worriedly at the emperor. Zhao Chen seemed to understand her concerns and chuckled lightly, saying, "Why? When you previously requested long-range fire support ships, you didn't think there was any risk. However, we do have a few conditions." He raised his fingers and continued. As before, the Dragon Emperor will only provide support from the rear of the battlefield. When the ship's resources and energy are below 50, we will notify you in advance and cease support. Are there any other questions? Marshal Pei Xingnan's expression turned serious as she solemnly replied, "No problem. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the support. It is crucial for us right now." Her gratitude was sincere. Even though the Dragon Emperor is an auxiliary interstellar warship, its battlefield value is no less than that of a combat superflagship. It can not only enhance defensive command and gather enemy intelligence, but also remotely transmit star shield energy, significantly boosting the fleet's survival capabilities. Once the order was given, the Dragon Emperor demonstrated remarkable adaptability. In less than a minute, it seamlessly integrated into the A-10-star system battlefield, establishing a stable connection with nearly 1,000,000 warships of the Xiaolong 10th Legion and began providing comprehensive battlefield support. The addition of this super flagship brought subtle, yet crucial changes to the battlefield. While ordinary people might not notice, the commanders within could clearly feel it. The coordination between the fleet groups became more fluid, and reaction times were reduced by several seconds. In the ever-changing space battlefield, those precious seconds can be enough to alter the course of the battle. The enemy fleet's seamless coordination made it difficult for the A-10 system's defense forces to find any tactical weaknesses. More crucially, the long-range support system of the Star Shield played a decisive role, allowing battleships that should have been scrapped in intense crossfire to safely withdraw, while the main battleships could remain on the front lines longer and execute various tactical maneuvers boldly. This shift in the situation significantly enhanced the A-10 system's defense capabilities, but the real challenge was just beginning. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, Zhao Chen gazed at the interstellar war map. Several prominent markers on the map indicated the locations of Soul Altars, the newly recruited Dark Legion fleet, and the real-time movements of the Black God Legion fleet. Intelligence reports showed that this Level 5 Soul Altar could recruit between 100,000 to 200,000 Dark Interstellar battleships daily, including some with top-tier T5 level combat capabilities. As for the Black God Legion fleet, it was confirmed to be the 5th Legion fleet under the Black God Emperor, an opponent they had previously encountered. However, the latest intelligence from the interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships revealed a significant boost in this legion's strength. The number of battleships had surged from 30,000 to 50,000, and their equipment quality had not only been maintained but enhanced, with several new T6 super battleships added. This explained why the officers of the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group were so vigilant. They actually dispatched a Level 5 Soul Altar and paired it with a Black God Legion fleet. Zhao Chen chuckled wryly. "It seems the Black God Emperor truly despises me." The secretary standing beside him had a grave expression. "Your Majesty, the situation is even more dire. The Ghost Scout Ace Legion fleet group's stealth reconnaissance ships report that the Devourer Civilization's Legion fleet is still reinforcing. Although the pace has slowed, it is expected to add another 10 million interstellar battleships within half a month. Moreover, whether there will be additional Black God Legion fleets or Soul Altars remains uncertain." "More reinforcements?" Zhao Chen laughed lightly. "It seems they intend to fight a decisive battle in the A-10 system." The secretary anxiously suggested, "Your Majesty, should we ask Marshal Pei Shengnan to expedite the deployment of the remaining forces of the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group? Currently, there are only 1 million interstellar battleships in the A-10 system, with another 2 million yet to arrive." However, Zhao Chen waved his hand, appearing calm. "That's not our concern. Marshal Pei Shengnan has her own plans. We are merely here to assist. The real commander of the A-10 system battlefield is Marshal Pei Shengnan. We should not overstep." Seeing that persuasion was futile, the secretary could only sigh helplessly. As the secretary to the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire, her primary concern is the Emperor's safety, a responsibility that is by no means overstepping her authority. With the Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship entering the fray, even when faced with the dual threat of the Black God Legion fleet and the Soul Altar, the situation in the A-10 star system remains firmly under the control of the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group. On the 7th day of the prolonged Oath Duel, an uplifting piece of news finally pierced through the gloom hanging over the 10th Legion. The Stargate in the A-10 star system was the first to be completed among the 10 battlefronts. This achievement was undoubtedly aided by the reinforcements from the interstellar industrial fleet, but it would not have been possible without the 10th Legion Fleet Group's tireless efforts to secure a safe construction area for the industrial fleet. Report: the Stargate in the A-10 star system is complete and ready for use. The Stargate project leader reported to Marshal Pei Shengnan with barely contained excitement. Marshal Pei Shengnan, with a sharp gaze, immediately commanded, "Excellent. The fact that you've completed this under such pressure is commendable. I will ensure your efforts are recognized after the war. Now, proceed with the Stargate activation as planned." "Rest assured, Marshal, we will ensure the Stargate functions smoothly," the Stargate leader promised with determination. Soon, the Stargate began to power up, and the brilliant energy lights illuminated the entire A-10 star system. Simultaneously, the corresponding Stargate in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's military star system number 10 also glowed. As the two Stargates established a stable connection, the long-awaiting soldiers within the number 10 military star system erupted in cheers, especially those subfleets of the 10th Legion who had been held back. They finally had the chance to rush to the front lines. The deputy commander of the fleet group stationed in the number 10 military star system immediately took action, organizing the Legion fleet to pass through the Stargate in an orderly fashion according to the pre-established battle plan. This was far from a simple cue. It required precise judgment of the A-10 star system's actual needs, whether to prioritize deploying combat fleets or to first send through essential supplies. This decision was crucial for the transport leader, as even the smallest logistical adjustment could significantly impact the overall battle situation. Soon, the First Legion fleet began to traverse the Stargate, followed closely by the interstellar transport fleet laden with logistics supplies, ready to provide the frontline combat units with much-needed operational support. The Imperial Secretariat of the Xiaolong Galactic Empire, located in the Xiaolong star system, is working diligently on logistical support as the Empire's highest command body. In the spacious command hall, holographic projections flicker with dense data streams, displaying the real-time navigation trajectories of 3 interstellar supply fleets. These fleets are racing towards Marshal Pei's battlefield to ensure the sustained combat capability of the Xiaolong 10th Legion Fleet Group. The supply fleets are not only loaded with conventional military supplies, but also carry a large amount of raw materials and critical components for rapid battlefield repairs. These supplies enable slightly damaged starships to be repaired on the front lines without having to return, allowing them to rejoin the battle promptly. Meanwhile, the industrial base clusters orbiting military base star system number 10 have fully activated emergency plans, ready to receive severely damaged warships for thorough overhauls. In the Secretariat, the secretaries, jokingly referred to as human computers, skillfully operate the complex logistics system. Secretary Lilith stands at the command platform, observing the orderly work environment with satisfaction. Her voice resonates through the hall. The Stargates on other galactic battlefields are about to be completed, and this is where our real work begins. Her gaze sweeps over each secretary present. "I need you to calculate all battlefield logistics needs in advance, especially transport orders from other universes. We must ensure comprehensive contingency plans, and all externally sourced raw materials and components must undergo the strictest quality control to prevent any faulty products from reaching the front lines." Lilith's voice suddenly rises. "Even if orders are delayed or undeliverable, you must ensure alternative plans are promptly in place. I don't care what happens, even if the supplier's universe explodes, the frontline fleet supplies must be delivered on time. I want results, not excuses." The secretaries straighten their backs and respond in unison. Yes. They understand that this is their battlefield. With the successful completion of the Stargate in the A-10 star system, the construction of Stargates in other systems is advancing rapidly. Thanks to relentless training and process improvements by the industrial fleet over the past 2.5 years, the construction timeline, originally estimated at 7 to 10 days, has been significantly reduced. They have repeatedly rehearsed each construction step and optimized the workflow, ultimately completing all Stargate construction tasks by the 8th day of the vowed duel. These tireless trainings and improvements have elevated the Stargate construction skills to unprecedented heights. In the Interstellar Military Alliance base of the Macassian Star Empire, an important meeting has been ongoing for 10 days. Simultaneously, the vowed duel of the Xiaolong Star Empire has also lasted for 10 days. In the spacious command room, the Kagaya Elf King, Onions, sat in front of a holographic star map, his wise eyes fixed on the opposite Flame Elf King, Shaloman. The blue light from the holographic star map illuminated their faces, adding a solemn touch to the meeting. "Yes, 10 days, Flame Elf King Shaloman confirmed calmly. "Do we have any information on the battle over there?" Onions got straight to the point. "You're closely connected with the Xiaolong Emperor. You must have some intelligence." A sly smile played at the corners of Shaloman's mouth. "Why? Since when did Lord Onions take such an interest in warfare?" Unfazed by Shaloman's teasing, Onions turned his gaze to the intricate interstellar war sandbox in the room's center. The sandbox clearly displayed the defensive deployments of the Malaysian Star Empire and surrounding universes. Though officially described as routine exercises of the Interstellar Military Alliance, their true purpose was far more significant. The vowed duel of the Xiaolong Star Empire directly affects the future of our universe group. Onions spoke gravely. Even a sovereign entity like our Holy Elf Empire cannot remain unaffected. Moreover, the threat of the Conqueror civilization looms overhead. The military might of the Xiaolong Star Empire is an indispensable shield against the Conqueror civilization. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Shaloman. Isn't your presence here a precaution against an invasion by the Conqueror civilization? Zhao Chen is a decent fellow, Shaloman replied with a smile. As long as we're aligned, he's certainly preferable to that old man. Shaloman poured herself a glass of blue liquid from a jug on the table, took a sip, and began detailing the latest battle updates. According to the latest intelligence, the Xiaolong Star Empire has established 10 star system positions in the Broken Universe battlefield, formerly the Zwan Universe. These positions will serve as bridgeheads, and once construction is complete, they can launch an offensive against the devouring civilization. She set down her glass and continued her analysis. Given the industrial strength of the Xiaolong Star Empire, as long as they can establish stable stargates to ensure logistical support, the entire universe group can become their supply base. Coupled with the formidable combat prowess of the Xiaolong Star Corps, once this war machine is fully operational, it will pose a significant challenge to the devouring civilization. However, starting is always the hardest part, and the devouring civilization clearly won't give the Xiaolong Star Empire the luxury of developing at their leisure. Onions listened intently to the battle analysis, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. The gaze of the flame elf king, Shaoman, lingered deliberately for a moment on a distant platter of fruit. Though it was quite far from her, it was conveniently within reach of Kagaya elf king Onions. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Onions extended his hand and pushed the platter towards Shaoman. She gracefully picked a piece of fruit, savoring it before continuing her account of the battle. According to the rules of the Oath Duel, the leaders of both sides must confront each other on the designated battlefield. The Emperor of the Owl Dragon was the first to enter the Shattered Universe battlefield of Zon, choosing a frontline military base as his stronghold. Xiaoman's tone carried a hint of gravity. However, the devouring civilization seemed prepared and immediately targeted the Owl Dragon Emperor's position, launching a fierce assault. Over the following days, they mobilized nearly 10 million interstellar warships for a sustained attack. At this point, Onions could almost visualize the vast battlefield in his mind. Xiaoman continued her analysis. The combat capability of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire is indeed strong, but their greatest weakness lies in their lack of depth. For instance, their White Jade Inter-Universe Legion teleportation device, while advanced in technology, is quite limited in production and reserves. I suspect their commanders have emphasized the need to conserve its use before the battle even began. This also explains why the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire prioritized establishing bridgehead positions and stable cosmic stargates in this oath duel. Xiaoman's fingers tapped lightly on the table. This strategy allows them to conserve White Jade, reserving this strategic resource for more critical moments. It's worth noting that the exact quantity of White Jade in their reserves remains a mystery, with its confidentiality surpassing even the number of their active Quasi-T7 interstellar warships. At this point, Xiaoman pursed her lips, clearly a bit displeased with Zhao Chen's previous reticence towards her. But she quickly reverted to a professional tone. The latest intelligence indicates that nearly all bridgehead star system battlefields have completed Stargate construction. As it stands, the situation at the Shattered Universe battlefield of Zon is largely under the control of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. The first phase has been successfully completed, and now it remains to be seen if the second phase, which involves the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire's offensive, can proceed smoothly. Xiaoman's expression turned suddenly serious. According to information disclosed by Zhao Chen, they plan to conclude this oath duel within 6 months. To achieve this goal, the Owl Dragon Legion must alter its usual tactical style. Historically, they have excelled in defense and counterattack, particularly by using fleet configurations like interstellar missile ships and carrier starships, which are well suited for defensive operations, to find opportunities for counterattacks. However, to end the battle within half a year, the Owl Dragon Legion must shift to an offensive approach. The new tactical approach of eliminating as many enemy starships as possible in the shortest time and controlling the largest territory in the Shattered Universe of Zwan is completely different from the past combat style of the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion fleet. In the command center, the Flame Elf King, Xiaoman, furrowed her brow. Her usually proud face was now shadowed by concern. The Radiant Elf King, Onions, noticed her expression. Although he was not an expert in military command and had never been on good terms with Xiaoman, he was well aware of her exceptional tactical judgment. I've already suggested to the Xiaolong Emperor that 6 months is too rushed, Onion said, standing in front of the holographic star map. tracing the flickering star regions with his fingers. Even in the face of the conqueror civilization's invasion, we can hold out for a year. Should we convey this suggestion again? Xiao Yuomen grabbed a large piece of fruit from the table and took a fierce bite, juice trailing down her chin. I spoke to that stubborn guy before the vow duel began. I even suggested deploying the Legion fleet for support, but he rejected it all, she scoffed. He just told us to keep the rear secure, saying, don't let the backyard be beyond saving when he's done. Zhao Chen, that guy clearly looks down on us. Xiao Yuomen said angrily. I admit that the Holy Elf Empire's fleet is currently not as strong as the Xiaolong Legion, and the Conqueror civilization is indeed powerful. But with such vast cosmic expanses as our defensive depth, how could we not hold them off for 6 months? Her eyes glinted with determination. After 6 months, I'll show him how we resist the Conqueror civilization. Onions turned his gaze to the nearby instrument panel, which displayed real-time data from the white hole. Xiao Yuomen followed his gaze, fully aware of the importance of this data. How has the energy reaction from the white hole been lately? Xiao Yuomen asked. The intensity remains unchanged, Onions replied, his expression serious. It's like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment, yet we can't predict the exact time. It might never erupt. I hate this feeling of being passive, Xiao Yuomen frowned. So do I, Onions said, a sharp glint in his eyes. That's why I understand the Xiaolong Emperor's desire to regain the initiative. Since the Conqueror civilization poses a threat to us, we should find a way to reach their universe and conquer them completely. Seeing the fighting spirit in Onion's eyes, Xiao Yuomen couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. I like you better this way. I remember back in the High Council of Elves, apart from that old man, you were the one I disliked the most. The Flame Elf King Solomon pointed at the luminous Elf King Onionus before him and burst into hearty laughter. This laughter seemed to carry a hidden meaning, leaving Onionus deep in thought. He reflected on his past experiences but couldn't grasp the change that Solomon mentioned. Both the Flame Elf King Solomon and the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon praised him for being more outstanding now, which stirred up waves of doubt within Onionus. At this moment, the entire interstellar situation was fraught with tension. The Soaring Dragon Intergalactic Empire was engulfed in war, while the Holy Elf Empire was locked in a life-or-death struggle against an unknown threat. Although this vow duel happening within the Soaring Dragon Intergalactic Empire was unrelated to other interstellar civilizations, it had everyone's nerves on edge. Major intelligence networks were racing to spread the news, quickly dominating the top of trending searches across galaxies. However, no one realized that an even greater disaster was silently approaching. This would be an epic war, destined to be remembered by future generations, a battle capable of altering the fate of the entire universe cluster. In a distant other universe cluster, silence enveloped countless universes. Here, there was no laughter, no trace of entertainment, only endless black industrial complexes. The only semblance of art were sculptures of vultures exuding a warlike aura. At the crossroads of several core star regions, countless steel behemoths, billions of interstellar warships drifted silently, each with a blood-red emblem emblazoned on their black hulls. If Zhao Chen and the luminous Elf King Onionus were to see this emblem, they would surely exclaim, the Conqueror civilization. This was the Conqueror universe cluster, where all warships belonged to this belligerent civilization. In the Conqueror civilization, a fleet assembly of such magnitude only meant one thing. Another conquest feast was about to begin. Atop a peak on a certain planet, a general with a red brand on his face stood proudly. Behind him were several officers, each bearing different brands marks considered ugly by outsiders, but seen as symbols of the highest honor in the Conqueror civilization. With each civilization they conquered, they branded their bodies with that civilization's totem or emblem as a trophy. The more brands, the higher their status. The general was conveying the supreme ruler's command. We will lead 30 fleet army groups, totaling 3 billion interstellar warships, to attack Universe Cluster 761. We will conquer everything there. Conquer, 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 conquer everything. Long live conquest. The entire planet echoed with deafening shouts. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, an interstellar command ship in the fractured universe of the Zhuan A10 star system, Zhao Chen was intently studying the battle reports from the past 10 days. A holographic display spread out before him, filled with dense streams of data, with the reports from the A10 star system's Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet taking up the most space, even surpassing the combined reports of the other 9 star system battlefields. Standing beside him, a secretary in a crisp military uniform delivered a concise summary of key data. Currently, aside from the Xiaolong 10th Legion, all other 9 Legion fleet groups have entered the attack phase. 5 of them have already engaged the enemy, while 4 have yet to encounter opposition. He pulled up a star region combat map and continued. In the 25 star systems of the fractured universe's A-star region, our forces have fully controlled 18, with 6 still contested. The red dots flickering on the holographic star map indicated the battlefield situation. The enemy, known as the Devourer civilization, had clearly adopted a strategy of pulling back their lines, willingly abandoning certain areas to concentrate their forces in the A10 star system. This resulted in a strange division of the battlefield, both sides focused solely on their strategic objectives, as if waging two separate wars. Zhao Chen squinted, his gaze fixed on the three-dimensional projection of the A10 star system. The Black God Emperor is well aware of our respective strengths. Their strategic goal is clear: seize the A10 star system, and if they can eliminate me, the Xiaolong Emperor, in the process, it would be a bonus. The secretary nodded in agreement, adding, according to our established battle plans, the other Legion fleet groups cannot provide direct support to the A10 star system. However, General Pei Shengmin has not requested reinforcements recently, indicating her confidence in holding the line. He switched to the logistics data interface. Lilith also fully understands the importance of the A10 star system, prioritizing its supply needs once the Stargate was completed, with daily transport capacity operating at full load. Given the current situation, how long will it take to gain complete control over more than 90 of the A-star region, excluding the A10 star system? Zhao Chen asked directly. The secretary quickly pulled up a battlefield simulation model. As it stands, the remaining 3-star systems are likely reserved by the Devourer civilization as a fallback route for their forces in the A10 star system, and also to ensure the security of their logistical supply lines. He pointed to the dense enemy fleet markers surrounding the A10 star system on the holographic map. Right now, the A10 star system is almost entirely encircled by the Devourer civilization's interstellar warships, and their deployment has reached spatial limits. If they lose control of these 3-star systems, in the A10 galaxy, the devouring civilization fleet is facing an unprecedented crisis. On the bridge, the secretary was briefing Zhao Chen on the latest battle updates. Excluding these 4-star systems, we are likely to completely control the remaining 21-star systems in the A sector by the 14th day of the Vow Duel. Standing by the porthole, Zhao Chen observed the cosmic horizon, where the battle raged like a blazing ribbon, with countless fireworks constantly bursting. Controlling the entire A sector in 2 weeks was a progress he found quite satisfactory. The marshals of other fleet groups are inquiring whether we need to provide military support to the Xiaolong 10th Fleet Group. The secretary cautiously looked at Zhao Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen said, "Contact Charlotte." Soon, Charlotte's figure appeared on the video screen. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. "You should have received the battle reports from the last 10 days. "I have," Charlotte replied directly. "You're here because of the other marshals' concerns about Pei Xingnan's Xiaolong 10th Fleet Group, right?" The secretary quickly pulled up the data page of the follow-up battle plan. The plan showed that after capturing most of the A sector, the remaining B, C, and D sectors would be handled by 9 fleet groups. The B sector by the 1st, 4th, and 5th fleet groups. The C sector, being the largest with nearly 30 star systems, by the 2nd, 6th, 7th, and 8th fleet groups, and the D sector by the 3rd, 9th, and 10th fleet groups. However, now the area under the 10th fleet group's responsibility might not meet its objectives. How this gap is handled, whether temporarily set aside or reassigned to other groups, could affect the entire battle's direction. "I suggest temporarily setting aside this arrangement," Charlotte decisively stated, continuing her analysis at Zhao Chen's signal. "Given the current situation, it's unlikely for the 3rd and 9th fleet groups to take over the attack mission, as this would place excessive pressure on them." Charlotte's strategic analysis was spot on, with the main focus directed towards the other 7 Legion fleets. Temporarily putting the battle in the D sector on hold wouldn't impact the overall war efforts. Her gaze fixed on the star map, she lightly tapped on the preset attack routes. "Our core strategy is to advance on all fronts, seeking the optimal opportunity to strike at the Black God Emperor and his elite main fleet. According to intelligence, they are likely stationed in the final E sector." Pausing for a moment, she continued her analysis. "Therefore, the situation in the D sector is not immediately pressing. As long as the 3rd and 9th Legion fleets can hold the line, it will suffice. If they have the capacity, they might take on the tasks originally assigned to the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet, but it's not mandatory." Zhao Chen nodded slightly after listening. "Your analysis makes sense. Let's proceed accordingly." Charlotte's expression suddenly turned serious, and she said sternly, "Your Majesty, although the situation is promising across most battlefields except for the A10 star system, we must not become complacent." She pulled up the battlefield data projection and continued. "The enemy has currently deployed less than 50 million starships, and just 1 Soul Altar and 1 Black God Legion fleet. The main forces and the supporting fleets from the other 3 civilizations remain inactive, suggesting they have other plans." Her voice grew more solemn. "For us, the margin for error is extremely narrow. One misstep, and the situation could spiral out of control." Zhao Chen fully agreed. This highlighted the difference in foundation between the two sides. The Devourer civilization's strength far surpassed that of the Xiaolong interstellar empire. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. The battlefield will now shift into a full-scale offensive phase, and my focus will be on directing the attack. I want you to take over the operations in the A-10-star system. In terms of specific tactics, you can coordinate with Marshal Pei Shangnan to fully meet her needs. His tone was resolute. Under no circumstances can we lose the A-10-star system. I can accept the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet being pinned down there and unable to complete subsequent tasks, but I cannot accept them withdrawing prematurely from the battle. Zhao Chen was acutely aware of the weight of his responsibility. In the A-10-star system, he was a symbol, a stabilizing force. The Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet not only had to endure immense battlefield pressure, but also face psychological challenges while other Legion fleets advanced according to plan and had taken control of several star systems. They remained locked in fierce combat in the A-10-star system. This was due to the enemy concentrating significant forces to aggressively target this system. This reason is indeed justifiable, but its impact on the morale of the 10th Fleet Group of the Xiaolong Corps is crucial. Zhao Chen gazed at the communication screen, his expression resolute. In this critical battle, every soldier was under immense pressure. His presence as the Xiaolong Emperor at the A-10-star system would be an intangible source of strength for the entire fleet group. It wasn't just a belief, but a symbol of resolve. The Xiaolong Emperor stands with the soldiers. Zhao Chen's voice was firm. From now on, neither I nor the Emperor's Guard fleet group can leave at will. For the sake of the entire battle, we must hold our ground here. I understand my duty, and I assure you the A-10-star system will forever remain under our control. Charlotte nodded slightly in approval. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. Charlotte turned to relay the new battle deployment to the 3rd and 9th Fleet Groups, while Zhao Chen contacted Marshal Pei Shangnan of the 10th Fleet Group directly. This fleet group's battle reports were the most detailed and deserved special attention. In the holographic projection, the figure of Marshal Pei Shangnan appeared. After a solemn exchange of salutes, Zhao Chen got straight to the point. Marshal Pei, I have thoroughly reviewed the battle reports of the 10th Fleet for the past 10 days. Despite the continuous onslaught of over 10 million enemy starships, you have firmly held every inch of the A-10-star system, demonstrating extraordinary combat resolve. However, there was no trace of joy on Marshal Pei Shangnan's face. Instead, she showed deep remorse. She said gravely, Your Majesty, we are far from doing enough. Other corps have already started executing the second phase of operations, while we are still stuck in the A-10-star system, holding back the overall strategic progress. The systems in the A-star region that we should have captured. Zhao Chen interrupted her, feigning sternness. Are you implying that it's my fault? If it weren't for me, the Disturbringer, stationed in the A-10-star system, you could have advanced like the other corps without enduring such concentrated enemy fire. By that logic, the responsibility should fall on me. Marshal Pei Shangnan was taken aback and hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, that is not my intention. All right, Zhao Chen's tone softened. I have observed every battle in the A-10-star system. The performance of the 10th Fleet has already been outstanding. After some light-hearted teasing of Pei Shangnan, the atmosphere in the conference room noticeably relaxed. Zhao Chen composed himself and focused on the battle report of the 10th Legion fleet of the Jiaolong. Let's get down to business, he said, tapping the report with his finger. Currently, we have 1.5 million starships, plus an additional million black starships born from the Soul Altar. In the past 24 hours, we've lost 10,000 ships, while the enemy has lost 150,000, including some black starships. He continued his analysis. As both sides deploy more ships, the intensity of the battle escalates. Over the past 10 days, the 10th Legion has lost 50,000 ships, with a loss rate of 1.6. Meanwhile, the Devourer civilization has lost over 500,000 ships. This 10-to-1 loss ratio is still within acceptable limits for us. Hearing the Emperor's approval, Marshal Pei Shangnan felt pleased internally, but maintained a calm and modest demeanor. This success is due to your provision of the Jialong-class starships and unlimited logistical support. If we couldn't perform well under such conditions, I wouldn't be fit to command this elite force. Enough with the compliments, Zhao Chen said, turning serious. Given the current situation, the enemy won't easily give up. This likely involves the 3 reinforcements fleets. We know nothing about these fleets yet, so we must remain vigilant and ready for any sudden developments. Pei Shangnan nodded solemnly. We've already prepared for this and have multiple contingency plans. If necessary, we can deploy by you to mobilize additional forces from the Empire's remaining 10th Legion fleet. Although it will consume strategic resources, it is essential in critical moments. The evolving battlefield situation not only concerned the Jiaolong Emperor, but also attracted the attention of the Black God Emperor of the Devourer civilization and the 3 supporting civilizations. On the bridge of the Black God Emperor's flagship, the voice of the white-robed Saintess, though soft and beautiful, was laced with sarcasm. Lord Black God, your legion is quite disgraceful. The enemy initially only had 1 million ships, yet even with your elite forces and the Great Soul Altar, you haven't captured a single inch of territory. The Enforcer Civilization envoy's eyes flashed with ridicule. Indeed, a Tintune loss ratio would be grounds for a military tribunal where we come from. The Black God Emperor listened to the words of the two envoys with a face as calm as water, yet inside, fury was boiling. At that moment, the ethereal voice of the Soul Apostle drifted in, reminding him that this situation must be broken, for such a circumstance could not be allowed to persist by the great entity. The Black God Emperor slowly raised his head, his gaze as cold as ice sweeping over the three before him. If sarcasm could break the current situation, go ahead and speak. If not, I suggest you keep your mouth shut. The three envoys fell silent immediately. They could clearly feel the anger emanating from the Black God Emperor, and being shrewd people, they knew when to stop. A bit of teasing was fine, but they dared not push their luck. The Black God Emperor's frigid voice continued. Although the battle in this galaxy has not met expectations, everything remains according to plan. Now is the time for you to demonstrate your strength. He looked at them meaningfully. I expect to see your confidence on the battlefield. After all, in your eyes, the Legion fleet of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is just a mere target, not something that should embarrass the great entity, right? The three envoys remained silent. The earlier teasing was factual, but they were not foolish enough to make binding promises that could provide the Black God Emperor with excuses. Seeing their current reluctance to speak, the Black God Emperor snorted, thinking to himself that these people were indeed all talk. Very well, let it be so, the Black God Emperor said in a deep voice. We will proceed as originally planned. However, I must make one thing clear. At this moment, the pressure around him suddenly dropped, and his voice carried an undeniable authority. Although you three and your respective legions are not directly under my command, you are here to support my sworn duel, with the goal of helping me achieve victory in this battle. Should you neglect your duties on the battlefield, leading to a loss? He paused, his gaze growing sharper. Then, regardless of who stands behind you, I will decide how to deal with it myself. I trust your masters will have no objections to this. The threat was unmistakable. The three envoys fell into silence, fully aware that the Black God Emperor was not making empty threats. Although they were reinforcements sent by three different factions, and their legions did not take direct orders from the Black God Emperor, if they were to delay or make significant mistakes in battle, even if the Black God Emperor were to punish them severely, the forces behind them would not intervene. The punishment would be justified. Of course, the Black God Emperor would not persecute them without reason or waste their legions. If he gave these three factions any leverage, they would seize the opportunity to complain to the order. Though they were all under the order, there was always competition among the four factions, each striving for a position just below the top. They would not miss a chance to legitimately suppress their opponents, nor would they expose their own weaknesses. The Black God Emperor's gaze swept over the three envoys like a knife. They had just taken turns expressing their unwavering commitment to him, promising to go to any lengths and strictly follow the plan. If we make it too obvious, the order won't spare us, one of the envoys cautiously remarked. However, the Black God Emperor merely let out a cold snort, his meaningful look indicating that he demanded action, not empty promises. The flames of the oath-bound duel ignited with a roar in the middle of the first month. The battle unfolded swiftly. In the preceding half-month, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had firmly seized control of 20 star systems in the A-star region. Of the remaining 4-star systems, one was caught in fierce combat, while the other 3 remained under the rule of the devouring civilization. The outcome of this battlefield seemed uncertain unless both sides played their trump cards. Meanwhile, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire launched a counterattack from 3 directions simultaneously. 9 Xiaolong Legion fleet groups, like beasts unleashed, launched ferocious assaults on star regions B, C, and D, targeting the garrisons of the devouring civilization. On the battlefield of the B-star region, the fighting was particularly intense. Led by Shen Bing, the Xiaolong 1st Legion fleet group cut through like a sharp sword, capturing star systems B1, B4, B8, and B11 within 5 days. Currently, they were engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy's main force in the B14 star system, facing an enormous fleet of over 1 million starships. Xue Xiaoxiao's 4th Legion and Marshal Leona's 5th Legion adopted more cautious tactics. Notably, Xue Xiaoxiao's forces, although advancing at a slower pace, achieved the most substantial results. Star systems B2, B5, B7, B12, B14, and B16 successively fell under her control, and she was currently locked in combat with enemy forces in the B18 star system. Marshal Leona was not far behind, having secured star systems B3, B6, B9, B10, and B13, and was launching a new campaign in the B17 star system. As of now, in the B-star region's 23 star systems, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had taken control of 14, with 3 more in active conflict, and the remaining 6 still held by enemy forces. This meant that 2/3 of the B-star region was now under the dominion of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. In contrast, the battles in the C and D-star regions were more evenly matched. Particularly in the D-star region, only Marshal Medusa's 3rd Legion and Marshal Middle's 9th Legion were engaged. Although the enemy's numbers had not diminished, the lack of flank protection meant these two forces constantly faced the risk of being encircled by enemy forces. On the strategic map of the interstellar battlefield, 24 star systems in Sector D are illuminated with different signals. 4 of these have already been claimed by the flags of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, while signals in another 4 systems are continuously flashing, indicating that fierce battles are still ongoing. Meanwhile, the situation in Sector C is far more complex than in Sector D. The holographic projection is densely packed with warship signals, turning the entire sector into a sea of fire. This area is not only the most fiercely contested, but also the battlefield where the devouring civilization has committed the most forces. Real-time data shows that the number of devouring civilization's interstellar fleet engaged in combat has surpassed 30 million ships, with nearly 10 million more in reserve, totaling 40 million warships poised for action in this sector. Despite Sector C having 30 star systems, making it the largest in the shattered universe of Zwan, 12 of these systems are engulfed in war. The dense battle signals have turned the tactical hologram at the command center into near chaos. The severity of the conflict is clearly reflected in the casualty data from both sides. The latest battlefield reports reveal staggering losses over the past month across the battlefields involving Sectors A, B, C, and D. In Sector A, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire lost over 500,000 warships, while the devouring civilization's losses approached 6 million. In the relatively smoother battles of Sector B, the devouring civilization lost 2 million warships, while the Xiaolong Empire lost only 100,000. In Sector C, although 4 fleet groups of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire have been in the battlefield for less than 10 days, the intensity of the fighting has far exceeded that in other sectors. In the past 10 days on the interstellar battlefield, the C sector has become the focal point of the fierce battle between the 4 major fleets of the Xiaolong Empire and the Devourer civilization. The intensity of the conflict is staggering. The Devourer civilization suffered a record-breaking loss of 500,000 starships in a single day, while the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire also paid a heavy price, losing 50,000 ships in one day, setting a new record as well. In just 10 days, 5 million enemy ships have been destroyed in the C sector, with our losses nearing 500,000 ships. This scale of battle damage far surpasses that of other sectors. Meanwhile, the D sector, lacking one of the Xiaolong fleet groups, saw the continued brave advance of the 3rd and 9th Corps, maintaining an aggressive stance, yet the overall intensity cannot match that of other sectors. Reports indicate that the Devourer civilization lost 1.5 million ships in the D sector, while we lost 200,000 ships. The secretary stood beside Zhao Chen, continuing to report the latest battle situation. Your Majesty, over the past month, among the 119 star systems in the 5 major sectors of the shattered universe of Zuan, our forces have fully controlled 41 systems, are contesting 23 systems, and the enemy holds 37 systems. Overall, the situation has reached a balance. Our forces have lost over 1.3 million ships, about 4 of the pre-war total, while the enemy's losses exceed 15 million ships, achieving a loss ratio of 1 to 11. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, muttering to himself, "This sworn duel has lasted a month. Although the intensity of the battle has increased, it has not reached the expected level. I once declared that I would end this fight within 6 months, but now, after 1 month, we've only destroyed 15 million enemy ships. According to intelligence estimates, the Devourer civilization has prepared at least 200 million ships. At this rate, we can only destroy 90 million in 6 months." He then asked, if we use the highest single-day results from each sector in the past month as a basis, what would be the projected losses for next month? The secretary quickly calculated and replied, based on the highest combat intensity, theoretically, we could destroy 4 million enemy ships in a single day, reaching 120 million in a month. However, this would require all sectors and all systems to maintain such high-intensity combat continuously for 30 days, 24 hours a day. This ideal state is virtually impossible to achieve. Zhao Chen fell into silence. Zhao Chen stared at the battle report data, his brow furrowing unconsciously. One of the 6 months had already passed, and time was becoming increasingly tight for them. At that moment, the communication screen lit up, and Charlotte's figure appeared on the display. She immediately noticed the complex expression in Zhao Chen's eyes. "You've seen the first month's battle report, haven't you?" Charlotte asked directly. Zhao Chen nodded, his expression grave. "To be honest, I anticipated that the initial phase of the Oath duel would just be warming up, and the efficiency of enemy elimination wouldn't be high. But only destroying 15 million interstellar warships is far below expectations." Charlotte didn't argue but candidly admitted, "The results are indeed unsatisfactory. However, I've analyzed the battlefield situation in each star sector and system and identified the problems. Moreover, I have reason to believe that there will be significant changes in the second and third months. Seeing Zhao Chen's inquisitive gaze, Charlotte promptly brought up a 3D interstellar war map. Using the intelligence network established by the Ghost Scout Ace fleet, the map clearly displayed the distribution of enemy and ally forces in each star sector and system within the fractured universe of Zuan. After careful observation, Charlotte pointed to the blinking star system markers on the map. It seems that while the devouring civilization has deployed forces in various star systems, most systems host no more than 300,000 ships. Only a small fraction of systems, those encountering fierce resistance, have concentrated a large number of warships, and these make up just 10% of the total. She continued her analysis. With an average deployment of 100,000 warships per system, and over 100 systems in the fractured universe of Zuan, it means the devouring civilization has only deployed around 30 million warships. This is negligible compared to the massive fleet they amassed before the war. Zhao Chen wore a thoughtful expression. If these scattered small fleets can't effectively block us, why would the devouring civilization deploy them this way? The primary goal is to spread our forces thin, Charlotte explained. Every star system we control requires a garrison for defense. Currently, we assign 3 fleet corps, around 10,000 warships, to ordinary systems, and 30,000 to 50,000 to important ones. The Xiaolong Galactic Empire has complete control over 41 star systems, supported by a deployment of 1 million starships. These ships are not merely ornamental. They are crucial to the Empire's lifeline, safeguarding supply routes from the bridgehead systems to the front lines. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, calculating in his mind. This deployment of 1 million starships represents 1/30th, or about 3, of the Empire's total forces. This number might seem insignificant, yet he looked at Charlotte with confusion, asking, if this is a standard deployment, why would the Devourer civilization go to such lengths? Charlotte's expression was serious, her gaze piercing. What if I told you that the 300,000 starships sacrificed in these systems were actually part of a meticulously planned offering? Zhao Chen, hearing this, turned serious, and Charlotte continued. This discovery isn't my doing. It was the sharp insight of an officer in the general staff. The Black God Emperor is no fool. Every move he makes has hidden depths. We all know that the Devourer civilization obtained the Soul Altar from Order, enabling them to draw upon soul energy to summon the Black Legion fleet, a common tactic on the battlefield. She paused, lowering her voice. Imagine if the Black God Emperor has some technology or method to directly summon the Black Legion fleet or similar forces in regions where battles have occurred. Picture this. While we're fiercely engaged on the front lines, enemy fleets suddenly emerge in the rear star systems. How terrifying would that be? Zhao Chen shuddered at the thought, but did not dismiss the possibility, especially since the Devourer civilization is backed by Order with T7 level technology, making any seemingly impossible technological feats plausible. This theory perfectly explained the previously puzzling tactical deployments of the Black God Emperor. As for why it's 300,000 starships, Charlotte continued her analysis. We need to use stargates to establish bridgeheads for troop transport, and the Devourer civilization is in the same position. Their logistical pressure is far greater than our sway need to transport only 30 million combat starships, while they must mobilize at least 200 million, not including the logistical fleets to support frontline operations. She sighed. Based on this calculation, it's likely that in the first month of war, the Devourer civilization's Legion fleets won't be fully deployed to the shattered universe of Zuan. Charlotte stood in front of the holographic star map in the operations command room, pointing at the flashing battle markers, and analyzed in detail to Zhao Chen. Based on the latest intelligence from the Ghost Scout Ace Legion fleet, the total number of Devourer civilization's interstellar Legion fleets engaging with us on various fronts is less than 100 million ships. Even with their rear rotation and garrison forces added, their total scale is only about 150 million ships. This data is absolutely reliable. Zhao Chen stood next to the star map, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, and said, according to your analysis, the Black God Emperor is likely waiting for the right moment, until their interstellar Legion fleets are fully assembled. Charlotte nodded gravely, her eyes fixed on Zhao Chen. The Black God Emperor will not participate in this oath duel unprepared. We have our strategy, and they surely have their own plans. In the upcoming offensive, while maintaining a high-intensity assault, we must be wary of any sudden developments. Should we then slow down our offensive pace? Zhao Chen asked, frowning. After all, the more star systems we occupy, the larger the space we need to defend. Despite saying this, the thought of slowing down the offensive, potentially leading to an inability to conclude the oath duel within 6 months, gave him a headache. Charlotte shook her head decisively, her gaze firm. We cannot disrupt our established pace out of caution. Proactive offense is the only path to ending the duel within 6 months. More importantly, compressing the enemy's operational space will force their warships to concentrate in the remaining star systems, which not only increases engagement intensity, but also enhances our efficiency in defeating them. She paused briefly, then added, "It's like herding fish into one area. Only by compressing the battlefield can the elite fleet of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire fully exploit its tactical advantages." Exactly. Zhao Chen straightened up, speaking with determination. "We cannot lose our footing out of fear of the Black God Emperor's tactics. We must boldly attack openly, while staying vigilant and adapt to changes as they come." Charlotte nodded in agreement and then detailed the preventive measures already in place. "I've instructed the commanders of each Legion fleet group to develop contingency plans and tasked Zhong Xiaoxia's Ghost Scout unit with intensifying intelligence gathering. Knowing the enemy and ourselves is key to winning every battle. Additionally, I've contacted Lilith, the secretary officer at the rear, to prepare contingency plans to ensure timely allocation of frontline supplies in the event of significant emergencies." The Oathbound duel has entered its second month, and the battles are becoming increasingly intense. The offensive stance of the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion fleet has noticeably strengthened, especially in the sea sector, where the conflict has spread to most of the area. Forced by circumstances, the commanders of the 4 Legion fleet groups had to convene an emergency meeting. In the conference room, a projected star map flickered with dense battlefield markers. Marshal Chu Xian of the Xiaolong 2nd Legion fleet furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on Marshal Wei Shishir of the Xiaolong 7th Legion fleet. "Shishir, among the 4 attack routes, your 7th Legion is advancing the slowest. I'm not blaming you, but the reality is that without capturing the corresponding star systems, we've had to divert forces to defend the flanks, which seriously affects the overall offensive rhythm." Marshal Wei Shishir looked resigned, her fingers tracing several complex terrains on the star map. "Marshal Chu, we also want to speed up our progress. But the terrain of these contested star systems is extremely complex, filled with dense asteroid belts. The devouring civilization's fleet is very cunning. Unable to withstand our frontal assault, they hide in the asteroid belts, specifically avoiding our interstellar missile ships' fire coverage." She pointed to several flashing red dots. "Although we could bypass these star systems and continue advancing, the enemy has at least 3 million interstellar warships hidden in these uncontrolled areas. Leaving this force lurking behind us is like having a ticking time bomb for our 7th Legion. If they suddenly attack our combat fleet, that's one thing, but if they target the transport fleet on our supply lines, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, we must first eliminate these remnants." After hearing this explanation, Marshal Chu Xian's expression softened slightly. At this moment, Marshal Zhao Ruyu of the Xiaolong 6th Legion fleet spoke up, her tone earnest. "We all understand your predicament, but it does affect the other battlefields. Although His Majesty and the Grand Marshal have ordered us to fight independently without interference, technically we have no right to intervene. However, the sea sector, as the largest central sector of Broken Universe Zuan, holds critical strategic importance. Capturing the sea sector would mean winning half of this Oathbound duel. So Shishir, although it's difficult for you, we still hope you can resolve this issue quickly." Wei Shishir looked at her former superior, Zhao Ruyu, whose eyes were filled with expectation. Being a trusted aide brought into the Xiaolong Legion by Zhao Ruyu, she understood the weight of these words. Wei Shishir solemnly nodded. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am not someone who disregards the bigger picture." Wei Shishir straightened her back, her gaze unwavering as she surveyed the other marshals in the conference room. Her voice was firm and resolute. "I understand the situation we're in. We've indeed hindered the battle plans for the sea sector. I hereby make a solemn pledge. Within 1 week, we will clear these systems of enemies and will no longer impede the fleets on other battlefields." Despite her words, Wei Shishir felt a deep sense of shame. While it wasn't entirely her fault from a personal standpoint, the fact that her actions had affected the combat efficiency of other corps' fleets left her with lingering guilt. Even if the other marshals did not hold her accountable, she was determined to resolve these challenging situations as quickly as possible. To her, this had become an indelible disgrace for the Xiaolong 7th Corps' fleet. Marshal Qingman, the commander of the Xiaolong 8th Corps' fleet, placed her hands together on the conference table with a serious expression. She cautioned, "We must remain vigilant during our offensive. According to the intelligence from the Ghost Scouts elite fleet, the Devourer civilization plans to continue reinforcing the sea sector over the next week. It's expected that at least 3 million interstellar warships will be added daily, totaling 20 million within 7 days. Whether this reinforcement will continue is uncertain, but given the Black God Emperor's obsession with the sea sector, he won't easily relinquish this strategic location." Marshal Chu Xian nodded slightly, her eyes sharp. "His Majesty and the Grand Marshal specifically deployed our 4 corps fleets in the sea sector for this reason. According to the original battle plan, we must completely control the entire sea sector within 3 months. Now we have 2 months left." The gazes of the 4 commanding marshals met in the air, each burning with eager anticipation for the upcoming battle. After the meeting concluded, the secretary of the Xiaolong 7th Corps fleet could tell that Marshal Wei Shishir was on the verge of an emotional outburst as soon as she opened her eyes. Clearly, the meeting had not gone smoothly. for reasons that were all too obvious. Marshal Wei Shirshi's voice was not particularly loud, yet it carried the force of thunder. Summon the commanders of the 71st and 77th Armies responsible for the C-3 system battlefield, the 87th and 141st Armies for the C-6 system battlefield, and the 235th and 269th Armies for the C-11 system battlefield, all of them to meet immediately. The secretary promptly relayed the order, knowing that these 6 army commanders were about to face a storm. Soon, 6 video windows appeared before Marshal Wei Shirshi. She coldly surveyed the commanders and got straight to the point. We just had a meeting with the 4 Corps fleet marshals from the sea sector. The meeting was straightforward, discussing why our Xiaolong 7th Corps fleet hasn't yet secured those systems. I understand that according to the battle plan, we fight independently, without interfering with each other. Marshal Wei Shirshi's brow was furrowed, and her gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept across the 6 Legion commanders before her. If our slow progress affects the battle plans of other allied fleets, even if the other marshals don't complain to His Majesty, I will feel as though an unspoken slap has landed on my face, she said, her voice laced with barely contained anger. Her eyes moved across the faces of the 6 Legion commanders. Now, I want to know from you, how long are you going to wait before you clear the star systems you're responsible for? The 6 commanders exchanged uneasy glances, each displaying a mix of emotions but all tinged with apprehension. The meeting's convening wasn't unexpected, as failing to secure the target star systems inevitably warranted a reprimand. What made matters worse was that the route assigned to the Xiaolong 7th Legion fleet was the most strategically valuable in the Sea Star region, yet their progress was notably sluggish. One commander mustered the courage to step forward and explained, "Marshal, it's not that we don't want to. The enemy is incredibly cunning. They know the firepower advantage of our interstellar missile ships, so they've taken cover in the asteroid belt, using the natural barriers to diminish our firepower coverage. More troubling is the presence of a level 4 soul altar there, which, although it can only summon up to T4 level black interstellar battleships, provides the enemy with continuous reinforcements in this terrain." Marshal Wei Shirshi shot her a cold glance, her voice as icy as frost. "Let me be clear, I don't care about the process, only the outcome. The deadline is 5 days. If you fail to eliminate the remnants of the devouring civilization in your assigned star systems by then, I will remove you from your positions immediately. Is that understood?" The 6 commanders remained silent, fully aware that such a severe ultimatum from the marshal indicated the gravity of the situation. Wei Shirshi's voice cut through the tension again, with a hint of sarcasm. "If you feel you can't complete the task, say so now. There's a vacancy for a messenger on my flagship bridge. You can take it, and let those who dare to fight lead your legions." In the oppressive atmosphere, the commander of the Xiaolong 71st Legion took a deep breath and stood straight. "Rest assured, Marshal. Within 5 days, my unit will ensure the complete eradication of enemy remnants in the C3 star system and secure it under our control." With this commitment, the other Legion commanders quickly followed suit. At this critical juncture, none showed weakness, as they all understood that holding the position of a Xiaolong Legion commander required such resolve. Their courage was best demonstrated at this moment, choosing to die on the battlefield rather than become deserters. Facing the passionate vows of the soldiers, Marshal Wei Shirshi's gaze was as steely as her resolve. She said in a firm voice, "Good. I look forward to seeing you fulfill your promises with action. When that time comes, you will be the brightest pride of the Xiaolong 7th Legion fleet." "Yes." The resounding response echoed throughout the command hall. In the following days, the 6 fleets of the Xiaolong 7th Legion seemed to be infused with boundless fighting spirit, launching a thunderous assault on the asteroid belts of the 3 major star systems. They employed 2 distinctly different tactics. The first was a direct assault strategy. A network of firepower was created by interstellar missile ships, heavy artillery ships, and battleships, shattering the asteroid belts into fragments with overwhelming force. Although this tactic might appear reckless, it ensured that the remnants of the devoured civilization had nowhere to hide. Supported by unlimited strategic resources promised in their vows, numerous transport ships shuttled back and forth, continuously supplying the frontline warships with ammunition and energy. The second was a more flexible squad tactic. The fleet broke into smaller units, forming multiple small combat teams. Vanguard squads, composed of T4-class destroyers, penetrated deep into the asteroid belts to search for enemy traces. Once a target was found, annihilation squads made up of cruisers and battlecruisers would quickly encircle and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. This tactic was faster-paced, but destroyers faced the risk of being ambushed. With the alternating use of these 2 tactics, the clearing operations in the 3 major star systems progressed rapidly. The C6 system was declared cleared within 3 days. The C3 system took 4 days to eliminate the remaining enemies, and the C11 system completed its clearing mission in the final hours of the 5th day. Marshal Wei Shirshi presented a flawless report to the other marshals. However, at that very moment, Another battlefield, the A-10 system was undergoing an unprecedented test of blood and fire. Inside the A-10 Galaxy Command Center, Marshal Pei Shengnan stood with her hands on the holographic interstellar battle map, her brow furrowed in concentration. Although the battlefield seemed to maintain a superficial balance, this fragile equilibrium only added to the pressure she felt. Any minor shift could disrupt the current situation, leaving her Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet vulnerable, unable even to guarantee basic reaction time. The most troubling aspect was the enemy's almost obsessive focus on the A-10 Galaxy, continuously deploying new fleet units into this region. The Xiaolong 10th Legion was already stretched to its limits just to hold the line, let alone gain any advantage. At that moment, a secretary hurried over. "Report, Marshal. The Phantom Scout Ace Legion has detected a large number of unidentified warships in the enemy's rear airspace. These ships have a design completely different from the Devourer civilization fleet we've encountered before and are not the Black warships either. Moreover, their fleet insignia is unlike anything we've seen before." Pei Shengnan immediately realized the gravity of the situation, her expression turning grim. This was precisely what she had feared most. The three interstellar civilizations, acting as enforcers of order, had finally made their move on the A-10 Galaxy. "Transmit my orders," she commanded decisively. "All positions of the Xiaolong 10th Legion are to enter a state of combat readiness immediately. All resting units are to cease their rest and prepare to engage in battle at any moment." The order rippled through the A-10 Galaxy like a wave. The recently established order was shattered, and the entire galaxy was once again engulfed in a tense atmosphere. Facing an unknown adversary with no combat data, the already weary Xiaolong 10th Legion was about to face an unprecedented challenge. Meanwhile, in the rear airspace of the Devourer civilization's fleet, a mysterious fleet was slowly unfolding. Inside the fleet's command center, reports flowed in. Maiden's Expeditionary 1st Legion Fleet Group, space warp complete. Maiden's Expeditionary 2nd Legion Fleet Group, space warp complete. Maiden's Expeditionary 3rd Legion Fleet Group, space warp complete. These reports ultimately converged on the bridge of a massive super flagship, an advanced Quasi-T7 class super flagship from the Maiden civilization, the Quasi-T7 Cross Maiden Redemption class interstellar heavy artillery ship. A massive pure white interstellar battleship hovered silently in space, its surface adorned with variously sized white crosses. What appeared to be sacred symbols were, in fact, powerful cannons ready to unleash devastating firepower. This design was not unique. The entire fleet shared this distinct aesthetic. Nearby, a silent Phantom-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship, the top-tier scouting tool of the Ghost Scout Elite Legion, was conducting a secret observation mission. Utilizing its advanced stealth technology and reconnaissance capabilities, it could gather detailed data on the enemy fleet from a safe distance. "Report, initial data analysis complete." A crew member's voice carried a hint of gravity. "This fleet belongs to the Saintis civilization and is comprised of 3 Legion fleet groups, totaling 3 million warships. Most notable among them is the super flagship known as the Quasi-T7 Cross Saintis Redemption class. The most shocking aspect is their ship configuration," the crew member continued, fingers swiftly gliding over the data screen. "Over 30% are heavy artillery ships, with each level having 3 to 5 sister models. There are no less than 15 types of heavy artillery ships, totaling 900,000. The remaining 700,000 are mainly destroyers and frigates, with only a few heavy battleships." The captain, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. She knew all too well what such an extremely specialized composition implied. Lining up 900,000 heavy artillery ships for a saturation fire strike was unimaginable. The firepower output of this fleet would reach a terrifying level, far surpassing conventional fleet configurations. "Immediately analyze detailed combat data and transmit it to Marshal Pei Shengnan of the Xiaolong 10th Legion Fleet Group," the captain ordered urgently. She understood that if this Saintis civilization fleet appeared on the A-10 star system battlefield, it would pose a deadly threat to the Xiaolong 10th Legion Fleet Group and could very well be the final straw that breaks them. Time was slipping away. On the screen of Marshal Pei Shengnan's neural device, a second intelligence report appeared less than 3 minutes after the first. This report detailed the enemy fleet's data, and each number caused her brow to furrow more deeply. Led by interstellar heavy artillery ships, supported by battleships, destroyers, and frigates, Marshal Pei Shengnan scanned the data, her eyes reflecting a growing seriousness. The tactical intention of the Saintis civilization fleet was clear, overwhelming frontal firepower. In her mind, she had already pictured the upcoming battlefield, dozens of interstellar heavy artillery ships arrayed at the rear, unleashing their terrifying firepower to bombard her positions, destroyers and frigates forming a tight defensive net, slowly advancing to occupy destroyed positions while fully protecting the artillery ships. This layered defensive strategy made it nearly impossible to break through and destroy the artillery ships. The only weakness of this tactic was its poor mobility. In the vastness of space, If the enemy chose a guerrilla strategy, this fleet would be ineffective. However, in siege warfare, this tactic was extremely effective after all. A fortress base cannot simply get up and run away. Even if they couldn't annihilate the enemy, occupying the base could still be considered a form of victory. Marshal Pei Xingnan foresaw the impending scene. 300 ships from the Saintist civilization's fleet bombarding her Xiaolong 10th Legion, with her ships turning into cosmic debris one by one under the relentless fire. Defeat seemed only a matter of time, and the A-10 star system appeared to have no chance of victory. Yet, despite the daunting path ahead, Pei Xingnan refused to give up easily. The intelligence indicated that due to the enemy fleet's slow maneuverability, they would take another half-hour to reach the battlefield. This granted her and the Xiaolong 10th Legion precious time to prepare. She immediately convened the staff headquarters, where all the officers were racking their brains over this dire situation. Their worried expressions made it clear how severe the circumstances were. First, we need to establish one thing. A young chief of staff broke the silence. We can't let the enemy have too comfortable an attack space. We all understand that, the other staff officers agreed. But the issue is that apart from the artillery ships, the enemy's other warships are specifically designed to protect those artillery ships. We don't have a high-intensity elite fleet. The staff officer's voice echoed in the operations command room. Her face, marked by the passage of time, showed a flicker of contemplation. However, if we can mobilize an assault fleet composed of Quasi-T-7 Golden Seraph-class light interstellar cruisers, we might be able to break through the enemy's defenses and destroy their interstellar heavy artillery ships. As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes in the command room turned to Marshal Pei Xingnan. This strategy was undoubtedly the best option available. But the key issue was that the assault fleet of Quasi-T-7 Golden Seraph-class light interstellar cruisers was not under their command authority. They would need to request approval from His Majesty the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. Marshal Pei Xingnan's fists clenched instinctively. The Emperor had already dispatched the Imperial Guard fleet for support, and even his flagship the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command ship was providing them with fire support. Requesting further assistance in this situation would make it seem as if the 10th Legion fleet of the Xiaolong Empire was a burden on the entire war effort. The generals present were all well aware that every additional use of the Empire's resources meant a corresponding decrease in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's margin for error on other fronts. This was a scenario none of them wished to see. We currently can't accurately assess the attack range of these enemy interstellar heavy artillery ships. A young staff officer broke the silence. Marshal Pei Xingnan nodded in agreement, and then displayed the images of the Saintist civilization's heavy artillery ships captured by interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. Apart from confirming that these are interstellar heavy artillery ships, we have no valuable tactical data. The young staff officer's eyes suddenly lit up. If we can determine the range of the enemy's heavy artillery ships, we can engage them in a direct artillery duel. At the marshal's prompting, she continued to analyze. Assuming the enemy ship's range falls within the firepower coverage of our interstellar heavy artillery ships and missile ships, even if we are outnumbered, in terms of quality, our heavy artillery ships definitely have the upper hand. She quickly moved to the A-10 star system war simulation map, pointing to one side of it. According to intelligence, this fleet from the Saintist civilization is bound to launch an attack from this direction. Although they have now allied with the Devourer civilization, there is mutual distrust between them, and the Saintist civilization would never entrust their flanks and rear defenses to their allies. This means they can only attack us from this side. Considering their fleet's limited mobility, once the attack direction is set, it won't change in the short term. Even if they wish to adjust their tactics, we will have ample time to respond. The young staff officer stood before the holographic display at the Interstellar Fleet's Operations Command Center, his eyes bright with determination as he outlined his tactical plan. I propose we deploy a large number of interstellar frigates to establish a defensive line, based on our prediction of the Saint Legion's fleet attack direction. This will not only withstand the enemy's initial barrage, but also allow us to gather crucial operational data on their heavy artillery ships, including firepower output and range. Tracing a path across the holographic star map with his finger, he continued, if the range of the enemy's artillery ships matches our interstellar missile ships and heavy artillery ships, we can engage in a counter-barrage immediately after the frigates absorb the first wave of attacks. Without reinforcements, this is the optimal strategy to neutralize the enemy's artillery ships at minimal cost. What if their range surpasses ours? A fellow staff officer questioned. The young officer surveyed the room, his voice unwavering. Admittedly, if that's the case, this tactic loses its viability. But under the current circumstances, can anyone propose a more cost-effective plan? The meeting room fell silent. Indeed, other strategies would incur heavy losses. Assembling a raider fleet of interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers, while potentially successful, would result in significant casualties. With the Xiaolong Emperor only promising strategic resource support, each Xiaolong Legion was striving to minimize casualties through firepower superiority. For the Xiaolong 10th Legion's fleet group, preserving combat strength was crucial. A raiding tactic would deplete their active forces significantly, which is why the young officer's argument was so pertinent. Now, all viable tactical options were on the table. The attendees turned their attention to Marshal Pei Xingnanth, highest military commander of the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group, awaiting her final decision. After a moment of silence, Marshal Pei Xingnan's gaze was sharp as she decisively ordered, "Relay my command. Immediately execute the first operational plan. Deploy a large number of interstellar frigates to brace for the St. Legion's fleet group initial assault. Simultaneously, assemble interstellar missile ships, heavy artillery ships, and Seraphim ballistackless long-range hunter ships to prepare for a counterattack following the enemy's first wave. This operation will be under the full responsibility of Staff Officer Miao." The young staff officer who had just proposed the suggestion was Officer Miao. Her statement immediately drew envious glances from other officers in the command room. Being responsible for devising a critical battle plan could lead to great military achievements and potentially a triple promotion, placing her among the ranks of fleet commanders. In the structure of the Xiaolong Legion fleet, the training of large fleet commanders follows a set pattern. Outstanding staff officers first serve as senior assistants, gaining experience and showcasing their talents in actual combat, before eventually taking command of a major fleet. Rest assured, Marshal. Officer Miao was initially surprised by the appointment, but then stood straight and said with determination, "I will develop an effective battle plan to ensure the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet successfully completes its mission." Marshal Pei Xingnan nodded slightly, turning her attention to the experienced Officer Chen. "Officer Chen, you are responsible for drafting the backup plan. If the enemy's interstellar heavy artillery ships have a range beyond our effective counterattack, activate this plan. Organize a suicide squad composed of interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers to destroy the enemy's Saintis Legion fleet's artillery ships at all costs." When she mentioned "at all costs," Marshal Pei Xingnan's tone was particularly solemn. Clearly, she foresaw the heavy price this backup plan might entail. But to maintain the balance of the A-10-star system battlefield, if Officer Miao's primary strategy could not be implemented, this would be their only option. Once the two battle plans were finalized, the staff office immediately split into two groups, led by Officer Miao and Officer Chen, respectively. Marshal Pei Xingnan checked the time and said sternly, "You have 10 minutes to refine the battle plans. In 10 minutes, I expect to see detailed strategies." "Yes." The officers responded in unison and then plunged into intense work. The experienced Officer Chen quickly began distributing tasks. Although this was Officer Miao's first time leading the development of a battle plan, she remained calm and methodically assigned tasks to her team members. Her composed demeanor transformed initial concerns into confidence among her team, leading to exceptionally smooth progress. Marshal Pei Xingnan kept a close watch on the entire process, her gaze frequently landing on the busy Officer Miao. In her talent pool, the young officer's ranking had significantly risen. While not yet at the very top, Marshal Pei Xingnan had circled her name. If this battle plan proved successful, Officer Miao would become a key focus for development. Of course, everything hinged on whether her submitted plan would ultimately be convincing. Time ticked away, second by second. The communication request from the Emperor of the Xiaolong suddenly appeared on Marshal Pei Xingnan's command screen. The video window displayed Zhao Chen's image, and Pei Xingnan immediately straightened up and saluted him with a standard military salute. "Your Majesty." There was a hint of a smile in Pei Xingnan's voice. A trace of curiosity flickered in Zhao Chen's eyes. "You must be aware of the situation with the Saintis Legion fleets by now. I thought you would have contacted me for help immediately, but it's been a few minutes, and I haven't heard from you. I assume you've already come up with a solution?" His tone carried a hint of probing. The intelligence from the Ghost Scout Ace Legion fleets indicated that the enemy had a large number of interstellar heavy artillery ships, a formidable fleet that the Xiaolong 10th Legion wasn't expected to handle alone. Yet, surprisingly, Pei Xingnan hadn't requested support. "Yes," Marshal Pei Xingnan replied confidently. "We have prepared two plans." "Let's hear them," Zhao Chen prompted, even though he had anticipated this. After Pei Xingnan detailed the battle plans, Zhao Chen frowned. "Clashing Hedon with cannon fodder? Are you that confident? You realize those three Saintis Legion fleets have 900,000 interstellar heavy artillery ships." Pei Xingnan's lips curled slightly. "Your Majesty, while the numbers are impressive, the quality is inconsistent. Based on intelligence analysis, over half of those 900,000 artillery ships are T4 class, 40 are T5, and only about 50,000 are truly T6 class. Among those T6, a significant portion are light ships with unremarkable firepower." Her tone grew more resolute. "More importantly, our Xiaolong 10th Legion's interstellar missile ships and heavy artillery ships are elite among elites, with combat power far surpassing their ordinary counterparts. Even the devouring civilization can't match us, let alone the Saintis civilization, which is merely another pawn of order." Hearing this confident analysis, Zhao Chen refrained from further questioning. He had always granted his subordinates considerable autonomy in tactical decisions, and since the Xiaolong 10th Legion had devised a comprehensive plan, he chose to quietly support them. All right, I understand. Proceed according to the plan, and contact me immediately if anything unusual occurs. Good luck. With that, Zhao Chen decisively ended the communication. After the communication ended, Zhao Chen took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting deep thought. Standing next to him, the secretary couldn't help but express concern. Although I don't doubt the combat capabilities of the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet, the enemy they're about to face is incredibly powerful. Zhao Chen turned to the secretary, speaking with determination. The fact that they unanimously agreed to this plan shows they have confidence in it. There's never a 100% certainty on the battlefield, but we do need to make the necessary preparations. He then issued a series of orders. Immediately contact the headquarters and inform them of the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet's operational plan. If they're going to engage the Saintis Legion fleet head-in, the consumption of strategic resources like interstellar missile ships will be immense, so logistical support must be prioritized. The secretary quickly noted down the orders. Zhao Chen continued. Although we previously decided not to provide additional troop support to various battlefronts, considering the scale of the enemy reinforcements, 3 million ships from the Saintis Legion fleet, with such formidable firepower, all Ace Legion fleets must be ready to provide support at any time. Yes, sir. The secretary finally understood the Xiaolong Emperor's intention to ensure the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet could carry out its mission without any worries, knowing that strong reinforcements were available regardless of the outcome. Thus, the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet on the A-10-star system battlefield began to quietly execute a dual-line combat strategy. In the distance, the Saintis Legion fleet, coming from afar, was gradually forming its formation, resembling a deep-sea beast bearing its fangs. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Secretary Lilith had already mobilized the interstellar transport and supply fleets as per the Xiaolong Emperor's direct orders, ensuring the A-10-star system battlefield was prioritized for material supplies. All Ace Legion fleets remained on high alert, ready to respond to any situation. At this moment, countless eyes were focused on the A-10-star system battlefield. A never-before-seen adversary had suddenly appeared, and everyone was eager to gauge its true strength. Dragon commanders and officers not currently engaged in battle were closely monitoring this fight. Even those commanding dragon fleets on other battlefronts would take the time to keep an eye on it, as they might also face the threat of the Saintis Legion fleet. Gaining advanced knowledge of the enemy's combat data could provide a significant advantage in future battles. In the shattered universe of the Zuan A-10 Galaxy battlefield, within the flagship bridge of the first fleet of the Saintis civilization's expeditionary forces, every corner is enveloped in pure white. The walls, floors, ceilings of the bridge, and even the uniforms of all crew members are as white as snow. This almost obsessive white decor not only creates a sacred atmosphere, but also exudes an indescribable eeriness. Most notably, there isn't a single chair in sight on the entire bridge. Every crew member stands straight at their post, a rarity in interstellar battleships. This is a unique practice of the Saintis civilization, one of the 4 civilizations dedicated to cultivating order. Their fervent worship of order permeates every aspect of life. They believe that if one cannot endure even the trivial effort of standing for the great order, how can they speak of loyalty? On the command platform, the Saintess, clad in a white robe, gazes at the 3-dimensional tactical map of the A-10 Galaxy. Her adjutant, standing tall behind her, reports, "My lady, in 5 minutes, our fleet will be within range for long-distance bombardment of the Xiaolong 10th Legion. At that time, the devouring civilization's legion will join us in the attack." A cold laugh comes from beneath the Saintess's veil. The devouring civilization is useless, good for nothing but occupying territory. They couldn't take a small galaxy with over 30 million warships in a month, and they blame the Xiaolong Legion for being too resilient? Ridiculous. Hearing this, the surrounding crew members chuckle quietly. Indeed, it's disdainful that a mere galaxy battlefield with only 3 million enemy warships requires a call for reinforcements. However, the Saintess's tone quickly turns serious. We cannot be complacent. This is our first battle here. Not only is our great master watching us, but the other 3 civilizations are observing as well. We must prove to everyone that we are the most loyal and powerful followers of our master. Her voice trembles slightly with excitement. Understood, the adjutant responds immediately. Our interstellar artillery ships are ready and will unleash the most intense firepower to bombard the Xiaolong Legion's defense lines, making them experience true fear firsthand. Order shines upon us, declared the priestess solemnly, crossing her hands over her chest. The officers and crew on the bridge echoed the oath in unison, their voices reverberating through the confined space. At this moment, the interstellar fleet of the priestess civilization was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to demonstrate its might. On the screens of the fire control radars of 900,000 heavy artillery ships, indicators shifted from yellow to green, signifying that all ships were now within optimal firing range. Standing at the center of the bridge, the priestess's gaze was intense. First, second, and third priestess expeditionary fleets commenced saturation fire attack. With the command given, thousands of cross-shaped barrels began adjusting their angles, energy gathering on their surfaces like stars twinkling. From a distance, the fleet appeared like a constellation of diamonds, sparkling brilliantly in the dark expanse of space. After a brief minute of energy buildup, the priestess gave the order, "Fire." The main guns of 900,000 ships roared as one, unleashing energy projectiles like meteors streaking across the void. These varied-sized projectiles traced dazzling paths in space, resembling a grand display of light and shadow from afar. Meanwhile, at the other end of the A-10 star system, the defense positions of the 10th Legion of the Xiaolong fleet were on high alert. The Closian weapon systems on every interstellar frigate were fully primed, ready to face the incoming meteor shower, with no ship opting to evade. Frigate captains held their breath, acutely aware of their responsibility to safeguard the entire fleet. Layer upon layer of star shield defense fields, like translucent bubbles, tightly enveloped the flanks of the 10th Legion. The Closian weapon arrays began to roar, weaving a dense web of fire in the direction of the oncoming threat. The enemy attack was so intense that the Closian weapons didn't need precise targeting. They simply poured fire continuously towards the incoming direction, effectively intercepting the heavy artillery shells. This scene vividly demonstrates the terrifying power of the Saintess civilization's interstellar artillery ships. In this interstellar war, the Xiaolong 10th Legion's Closian defense network formed the first line of defense, successfully intercepting 30 of the enemy's artillery attacks. This interception rate is astounding, given that the Xiaolong Legion deployed fewer than 300,000 interstellar frigates, while the opponent launched a full 900,000 interstellar artillery ships. Despite being outnumbered, the Xiaolong Legion's fleet boasted superior quality. Nearly half were T-4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates, and 40 were T-5 Mountain Giant-class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic frigates. These models are the pride of the Xiaolong Legion's defensive forces, providing a sense of security to their allies. Most notably, the fleet was equipped with the most advanced T-6 White Jade Xuanhua-class heavy interstellar strategic frigates. The mere mention of T-6 and Xiaolong series signifies the strength of this fleet. This battle is a classic case of the shield versus spear in interstellar warfare. After intercepting 30 of the attacks at the first line of defense, the remaining artillery shells continued their aggressive approach. However, the Xiaolong Legion's defense system went beyond this initial line. As the shells that breached the Closian defense network approached, the interstellar frigates had already launched the second line of defensive missiles. These missiles could accurately calculate enemy attack trajectories and explode mid-course, creating massive energy bubbles that effectively diminished the power of the incoming shells. Even if a few particularly powerful shells managed to penetrate both lines of defense and hit the star shields, their destructive power was significantly reduced, greatly minimizing the energy consumption of the star shields. However, under the continuous saturation attacks from the Saintess civilization, the energy consumption points on the star shields increased, and some frigates began to experience energy shortages. These frigates, with their energy nearly depleted, had to withdraw in time to make room for other warships on the defensive line. The interstellar frigate fleet steadfastly held their ground. Despite losing their own star shields, they remained protected by the shields of their allied ships, using Closian weapon systems to support the battlefield. Inside the command center of the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group, everyone was intensely focused on the battle situation. The Saintess civilization's interstellar heavy artillery fleet seemed to have gone mad, maintaining a relentless barrage for a full 10 minutes without showing any signs of letting up. "There must be an end to this," the young female staff officer exclaimed, clenching her fists and keeping her eyes locked on the battlefield status map. Through gritted teeth, she analyzed. No matter how powerful the enemy's heavy artillery ships are, their energy will eventually be depleted. We've confirmed that their attack range is comparable to that of our missile ships, and in some areas, even less. As long as we can withstand this round of attacks, the opportunity for a counterattack will come. The staff members agreed wholeheartedly, focusing intently on monitoring the enemy's heavy artillery fire output, waiting for signs of fatigue. However, just then, a casualty report came in from the defensive positions of the Xiaolong 10th Legion. Several T-4 class interstellar frigates had been struck by the concentrated fire of enemy T-6 class heavy artillery ships within a short period. Due to the complex battlefield dynamics, other Xiaolong frigates couldn't provide full coverage, leading to these localized losses. These sporadic casualties were anticipated in the staff's contingency plans, but the key was to keep losses within an acceptable range and prevent the defensive line from collapsing like a row of dominoes. In this firepower duel, the defenders bore the greatest pressure. Losing a single warship meant a weakening of defensive firepower and potentially creating a vulnerable spot in the defensive line. A savvy enemy would surely exploit these subtle changes, increasing their firepower on the weak areas like repeatedly striking a crack in a wall until it breaks through. The battle had raged on for nearly half an hour, and the star shields of the Xiaolong interstellar frigates, once dotted with occasional light spots, were now densely peppered like a torrential downpour. The defensive pressure was escalating with each passing second, until at this moment a T6 class, White Jade Xuanhua class heavy interstellar strategic frigate, its star shield depleted by the continuous barrage, was exposed to the firepower net of 90,000 interstellar heavy artillery ships. In mere seconds, the massive ship was riddled with holes, starkly illustrating the terrifying power of the enemy's saturation attack. Inside the command center of the operations staff, the atmosphere was tense. A large holographic screen displayed a multitude of red dots representing the interstellar artillery ships of the Saintis civilization, which had been relentlessly bombarding for 30 minutes. Damage report. A senior staff officer quickly updated the latest battle situation. Out of our 300,000 interstellar escort ships, 1,000 have been destroyed, and 3,000 have been forced to retreat due to damage. While the overall casualty rate isn't high, what's more concerning is she pointed to the warning signals flashing on the data panel. Our defensive interstellar missile reserves have depleted by over 70, and the energy for the star shields is down to less than 50. In the projection, dense energy beams continuously struck the star shields of the escort fleet, causing ripples to form. Due to the unique conditions of the battlefield, supply ships couldn't approach to perform resupply missions. If the enemy's firepower continues for another half hour, the staff officer's voice was heavy. The star shields will be completely exhausted, leaving our fleet exposed to the enemy's artillery barrage. All eyes focused on the person in charge of this operation, a young female staff officer personally chosen by Marshal Pei Shengnan, who was under immense pressure. Perhaps we should consider devising a contingency plan. A female staff officer, friendly with her, softly suggested, at least to minimize some losses. The young staff officer was silent for a moment, then looked up with determination in her eyes. As long as the enemy's interstellar artillery ships operate within reason, they can't sustain an hour of saturation bombardment. Even our most advanced T6 Fury Goddess-class artillery ships can only maintain such firepower for less than half an hour. Just hold on a bit longer. Her tone was resolute, and the other staff officers said no more. After all, this was a task directly authorized by the Marshal, and her decision was the command. More importantly, Marshal Pei Shengnan was undoubtedly aware of this prolonged half-hour stalemate, and her silence was a sign of support for the young staff officer. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Marshal Pei Shengnan was closely monitoring this battle of shield versus spear through a holographic projection. All battlefield data was being transmitted to her in real time, with no detail escaping her notice. Marshal, the deputy couldn't help but speak. Continuing this plan is too risky. If we call it off now, at least we can keep the losses to a minimum. As for the next steps, we'll have to think of other solutions. If all else fails, we'll execute the second combat plan. The secretary stood in front of the holographic star map in the operations command room, speaking with a grave tone. Even if it costs us some casualties, we must ensure the destruction of those Angel Star interstellar battleships. Marshal Pei Shengnan slowly shook her head, her resolute face looking even more determined under the blue glow of the star map. Since we've entrusted her with this plan, there's no turning back now. Who knows, if we hold on a bit longer, we might just see the dawn. The secretary understood from the marshal's tone that the plan had to continue. At this moment, a pervasive sense of anxiety filled the high-level command room of the Xiaolong 10th Corps fleet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a similarly tense atmosphere enveloped the flagship command room of the Saint Star Interstellar Legion. How could this happen? The Saint's voice was filled with unprecedented anger as she gripped the arms of her command chair tightly. Why can the enemy's interstellar escort ships withstand our sustained saturation attack for so long? This was a first in the history of the Saint civilization's military operations. Usually, when faced with their saturation attacks, the enemy would either retreat beyond a safe distance or make a desperate charge, trying to break through the barrage to destroy their battleships. But now, the Xiaolong 10th Corps had managed to withstand the continuous half-hour firepower from 90,000 interstellar battleships with just 300,000 interstellar escort ships. This outcome was beyond belief for the command of the Saint civilization. Your Highness, the secretary cautiously explained, the enemy's defense system is extraordinarily tight. Their interstellar escort ships use a multi-layered defense strategy. The dense barrage from Closian weapons systems forms the first line of defense, followed by an interception net of defensive interstellar missiles. And finally, there's the Star Shield as the ultimate barrier. More troubling is the seamless coordination between these T4 class heavy escort ships, with even T6 class elite units interspersed among them, making their overall defensive strength far exceed our expectations. That's not what I want to hear. The Saint stood abruptly, fury nearly tangible in her eyes. This is an embarrassment for us. Envoys from the three great civilizations are watching, and the Great Lord of Order is observing us. The enemy should have been obliterated under the glory of our battleships, but we've only managed to destroy a few thousand ships. How do we account for this to the Lord of Order? The secretary could only sigh helplessly. Worse still, their situation was about to become even more dire. Your Highness, given the current circumstances, we must consider the upcoming battle. In 40 minutes, our interstellar battleships will face the risk of barrel overload, and the energy reserves of our medium and small battleships will be depleted. Whether it's cooling the gun barrels or resupplying energy blocks, both require time. The secretary calmly analyzed. I recommend we retreat from the battle position now. Retreat. The Saintess's voice rose sharply, veins throbbing beneath her veil. When has the fleet of our Saintess civilization ever retreated on the battlefield? Though her face was hidden, the fierce expression was palpable. The secretary, maintaining composure, continued to persuade. The enemy's Xiaolong Legion is equipped with numerous interstellar missile ships and artillery ships as powerful as ours. If they notice our firepower diminishing, they will undoubtedly launch an attack. At that point, our fleet would suffer heavy casualties. My lady, we cannot take such a risk. Upon hearing this, the Saintess's anger gradually subsided. She gazed at the interstellar battle map before her, replacing her previous disdain for the Xiaolong Legion with respect for this formidable adversary. Sigh? I lost my composure. The Saintess took a deep breath. Issue the order for the 3 fleet groups to retreat immediately, beyond the enemy's fire coverage. Yes, ma'am. The secretary promptly went to relay the command. The retreat of the Saintess civilization's fleet did not escape the notice of the Xiaolong 10th Legion's command. The enemy is retreating. Their artillery ship's firepower has clearly weakened, the young staff officer exclaimed excitedly, her chest heaving, with sweat from earlier tension still glistening on her cheeks and neck. The long wait had finally paid off. The enemy's artillery ships must have reached their limit and need to retreat to a safe zone to recuperate. The staff officer's eyes gleamed with determination. We cannot miss this opportunity. Order. Initiate the second phase of the operation. All interstellar missile ships and artillery ships should get into position immediately. No need to wait for orders. Fire at will as soon as the enemy positions are within range. In previous deployments, a large number of interstellar missile ships and artillery ships had been on high alert. These ship captains had been enduring over half an hour of seeing their escort ships take hits, with pent-up frustration. In past battles, it was always the Xiaolong Legion that delivered overwhelming firepower against the enemy, never allowing the enemy to retaliate. This moment of vengeance had finally arrived. One by one, the missile ships and artillery ships swiftly moved into battle positions, preparing to launch a fierce counterattack on the Saintess civilization's fleet. On the battlefield, the situation changes in the blink of an eye. The enemy's Saintess civilization fleet is retreating, while the Xiaolong interstellar missile ships and heavy artillery ships are in position, their countless cannons aimed skyward, ready to unleash a barrage of interstellar missiles. This time, they intend to give the Saintess civilization fleet a taste of overwhelming firepower. The command staff had long been prepared, deploying the formidable T-6 Saint Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships and T-6 Heavenly Fury Goddess-class interstellar artillery ships first. As soon as these flagship warships entered range, they precisely targeted the rear of the enemy's formation. This was a meticulously calculated tactic, creating chaos and casualties along the enemy's retreat path would provide more opportunities for their own forces to advance. The battlefield had transformed dramatically from before. While the Xiaolong series interstellar frigates could barely withstand enemy fire in the past, now the Saintess civilization's frigates struggled to form an effective defensive line. Fatal gaps continuously appeared, exposing their heavy artillery ships to direct fire from Xiaolong warships. The power of the T-6 class warships was particularly fearsome. Once they breached the frigate defenses, a single heavy cannon or missile could reduce an enemy ship to cosmic dust. The Saintess civilization's defensive system was collapsing, with their heavy artillery ships suffering devastating blows. Seizing the opportunity, the Xiaolong warships delivered a precise strike that severed the enemy's retreat formation. Only a third of the Saintess civilization's ships remained trapped within the firepower's range, their escape path blocked by the wreckage of their comrades, while relentless artillery fire rained down from above. These sluggish heavy artillery ships now resembled prey caught in a spider's web, struggling amid the concentrated firepower of the Xiaolong warships. In just 10 minutes, the casualties sustained by the 3 Saintess civilization fleets had already exceeded the damage they had previously inflicted on the Xiaolong fleet. This battle was unfolding in a dramatic display of the ancient wisdom that fortunes can change dramatically over time. Interstellar missiles rained down like a torrential storm, accompanied by a barrage of heavy artillery shells, leaving blinding trails of light across the cosmos. The fleet of the Saintess civilization was plunged into unprecedented chaos. Once, they were the ones delivering overwhelming strikes from above, but now they found themselves on the receiving end. The disorder within the fleet was evident on the battlefield. The interception systems of the interstellar frigates repeatedly failed, and one costly heavy artillery ship after another was blown to pieces. The once orderly retreat formation disintegrated instantly, with many captains ignoring the planned evacuation routes from the command center, focused solely on escaping the deadly zone. In the chaos, the warships scrambled for the limited safe passages. The previously spacious space lanes became congested, with collisions between ships occurring frequently. What was supposed to be a swift and orderly retreat turned into a catastrophic rout, with every collision providing new targets for enemy fire. On the command bridge, the voice of the Saintis commander echoed hysterically over the communication channels. She repeatedly ordered the various corps and battalions to adhere to their orders, but her frantic commands had little effect. Faced with the threat of death, the affiliated civilization forces, who usually proclaimed their loyalty, revealed their true beliefs. These civilizations, which adhered to the order merely for technology and status, showed little resolve to hold their ground when life was at stake. In less than half an hour, the Draconic Legion's saturation strike concluded. Although their bombardment lasted less time than the previous attacks by the Saintis civilization, the results were vastly different. The Saintis civilization's earlier sustained bombings had destroyed just over 1,000 Draconic warships, yet in this brief period, they lost over 50,000 of their own ships. The exchange ratio in this bombardment was an astonishing 50-1. What was even more despairing was that every enemy shell precisely targeted the most critical objectives, the T5 and T6 class heavy artillery ships. This targeted strike strategy resulted in actual losses for the Saintis civilization far exceeding the surface numbers. Inside the command center, the Saintis had completely lost her former dignity. She waved her arms wildly, venting impotent rage into the void, her eyes bloodshot and almost unable to speak. The officers around her were silent, none daring to make a sound. Finally, a deputy cautiously broke the silence. "Your Grace, what should we do next in the battle?" The Saintess stared intently at the battlefield map, her brow furrowed. The current situation had reached a critical impasse. If they continued with their original tactics, the opposing Xiaolong Legion fleet would undoubtedly repeat their proven effective strategy using their star frigates to absorb the first wave of attacks, followed by a swift and fierce counterattack with star missile ships and star heavy artillery ships. Worse still, if the timing was right, the enemy's long-range firepower fleet might seize the initiative and launch a preemptive suppressive strike. The outcome of the first round of combat had already demonstrated that the Xiaolong Legion's strength was formidable enough to challenge them. This left the Saintis in a dilemma. Pushing forward would come at a heavy cost, but halting the offensive was clearly not an option. "Think. We must find a tactic to counter them," the Saintis shouted at her subordinates in the command department, her voice filled with frustration. Yet, the seasoned staff officers looked at each other helplessly. In the face of sheer technological superiority, any clever tricks seemed futile. Time ticked away, and hours passed by. Since retreating to a safe zone after the first attack, the three fleet groups of the Saintis' civilization had remained silent, not firing a single shot. At that moment, a communication window suddenly popped up, revealing the slightly amused face of the Dark Emperor. "Your Excellency, Saintis," he began nonchalantly. "The Supreme Commander of our A10-star system battlefield just asked me why you suddenly stopped providing fire support." "My star heavy artillery ships need resupply," the Saintis replied, trying to maintain her composure. "Resupply?" The Dark Emperor's lips curled into a cold smile. "As far as I know, it takes at most 6 hours for one of your fleet group's heavy artillery ships to resupply. At full capacity, they can carry out 3 to 4 rounds of saturation fire strikes in a day." His understanding of the Saintis' fleet was evidently thorough, which was unsurprising. Had done his homework on any potential ally for his vowed duel. On the battlefield, knowing your allies is as crucial as knowing your enemies, especially those allies who might not be entirely reliable. The Saintis was momentarily at a loss for words. Every word the Dark Emperor said was true. The delay of over 10 hours was indeed inexplicable. "We underestimated the Xiaolong Legion fleet's defensive capabilities and long-range firepower. The first engagement cost us dearly, so we need time to devise a counter-strategy. Please, give us some time," she explained with difficulty. "Time?" The Dark Emperor's voice suddenly turned icy, brimming with anger. "I give you time, but who gives my fleet time? Who gives those soldiers fighting and bleeding on the front line time? And here you are, hesitating and fearful." The battle on the field had raged on for over a month. The Black God Emperor's sharp gaze fixed on the image of the Saintis on the communication screen, a slight disdainful smirk playing on his lips. "Are your Saintis civilization fleets already considering retreat after just one round of combat?" The Black God Emperor's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Didn't your people claim the Xiaolong fleet was a pushover? My soldiers have been fighting tooth and nail in the A10-star system for a month, and you see them as nothing but failures." His tone suddenly turned icy. "I'm telling you now, whether you want to fight or not, you have no choice. If you falter in battle, don't blame me for dealing with you as well." The Saintess's face turned pale instantly. You can't do this. We are allies. Allies. The Black God Emperor interrupted with a cold laugh. In theory, I have no right to dispose of you. But if you show cowardice on the battlefield, I can act first and justify it later. Do you think the Saintess civilization would break ties with me over you? The answer is no. They would only consider you a disgrace, cut ties, and then shake hands with me. All smiles. A flicker of panic crossed the Saintess's eyes, knowing the truth in his words. My fleet will step up, she said, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. The Black God Emperor's expression softened. That's more like it. We are comrades, and we should fight side by side, he said seriously. The requirement is simple. Your fleet must conduct 3 rounds of saturation fire strikes every 24 hours to provide cover for our offensive. We will supply all the energy and ammunition as agreed, ensuring your star missile ships have no worries. After the communication was cut, the Saintess stood in the command room, cursing the Black God Emperor in her heart countless times. Lady Saintess, what should we do next? The adjutant asked cautiously, having overheard the entire conversation due to the lack of encryption. What else can we do? Continue with the battle plan. The Saintess replied through gritted teeth, though her heart ached. She had no choice. As the adjutant turned to relay the orders, the Saintess called him back. Tell the star escort ships to intercept enemy fire with all their might, ensuring safe withdrawal after our attack. Also, deploy the T5 and T6 interstellar heavy artillery ships at the farthest end and prioritize their retreat. But doing so will significantly weaken our attack, the adjutant reminded her. The Saintess gave him a cold glance. I'm not after victory. I'm after minimizing casualties. These interstellar heavy artillery ships are the precious assets of our Saintess civilization. I won't sacrifice them for the sake of the devouring civilization or that damned emperor. The adjutant understood the Saintess's intent and immediately went off to arrange the deployment. The Legion fleet of the Saintess civilization once again engaged in battle, swiftly advancing into their designated firing range according to their tactical deployment. Thousands of interstellar heavy artillery ships opened fire simultaneously, weaving a lethal web of energy beams in space to deliver a saturation strike on the enemy positions. However, when the retreat signal was given, the ships of the Saintess civilization appeared unusually rushed. As expected, the retaliatory strike from the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion came swiftly. An onslaught of interstellar missiles and heavy artillery fire surged towards them. Despite the Saintess civilization's escort ships being on high alert, they struggled to withstand such a fierce assault. A large number of missiles and artillery rounds breached their defenses, hitting the fleet with precision and causing extensive damage. In this round of combat, nearly 50,000 warships were reduced to debris floating in space. Such battle scenes repeatedly unfolded in the A-10 star system. Each skirmish was a dagger to the heart of the Saintess, who proposed dispatching more fleets to reinforce their efforts. After all, with a total of 40 million warships at their disposal, less than a tenth had been deployed in battle. This move could not only reduce their losses, but also leverage their firepower advantage to break through enemy lines. However, the Black God Emperor flatly rejected this request. He wielded the authority of the Order's mandation, the Oath Dual Battlefield. All interstellar civilization fleets must unconditionally comply with his commands. He insisted that the remaining fleets had other critical missions, and that the current deployment had been meticulously planned and could not be altered on a whim. His reasoning was airtight, leaving the Saintess to silently endure the bitter outcome. The situation grew increasingly dire. On the A-10 system battlefield, the Saintess civilization lost at least 150,000 warships daily, with interstellar heavy artillery ships bearing the brunt of the losses, accounting for 2/3 of the total. Of the 3 million warships, 900,000 were heavy artillery ships, and at this rate of loss, they would be depleted in less than 2 weeks, leaving this once-renowned fleet with nothing but a hollow reputation. On the surface, the Xiaolong 10th Legion seemed to be gaining the upper hand. However, in order to counter the Saintess civilization's offensive, they had to allocate a significant number of missile ships, heavy artillery ships, and escort ships to this combat zone. This strategy stretched their forces thin on other fronts, placing them under greater pressure and gradually shifting the balance in favor of the Devourer civilization. In the command center of the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group, a massive interstellar battle projection flickered with a faint blue light. The aide stood beside Marshal Pei Shengnan, watching the enemy's interstellar dreadnoughts continuously surge on the holographic map, and couldn't help but remark, are the commanders of these interstellar dreadnoughts really that stubborn? The battle is already so fierce, yet they keep pressing forward. Marshal Pei Shengnan's gaze drifted over the 3D projection, her expression grave. According to intelligence, this reinforcement fleet takes direct orders from the Black God Emperor. This is not the will of the frontline commanders, it's a direct command from the Black God Emperor, leaving them no choice. In just 5 days, they've lost more than half of their interstellar dreadnoughts. The cost is enormous, the aide sighed. Marshal Pei Shengnan pointed to the battlefield situation on the map. These sacrifices are not without purpose. From the perspective of the entire A10-star system battlefield, the Black God Emperor's strategy has been effective. We've been forced to redeploy a significant number of interstellar missile ships, dreadnoughts, and escort ships for support, reducing the combat strength of other defensive lines by 20 to 30%. On the map, the engagement areas were marked with 3 colors: green for controlled, yellow for intense, and red indicating lines on the verge of collapse. At this moment, large swaths of red were appearing on the outer defensive lines. Just today, I've raised the alert level of 3 defensive positions, Marshal Pei Shengnan said with a hint of gravity in her voice. If this trend continues, in 3 days at most, we'll have no choice but to voluntarily abandon some of our outer defensive positions. The aide frowned deeply. Although they had successfully contained the threat from the Saint Civilization Fleet Group, the Xiaolong 10th Legion had already played all its cards. Faced with the current situation, the only option seemed to be seeking reinforcements from the Xiaolong Emperor and other legions. After more than 40 days of holding the line, was it really going to end like this? Despite bearing more pressure than expected and achieving remarkable results, ending this persistence seemed. Marshal Pei Shengnan fell silent, a trace of unwillingness flickering in her eyes. Neither Pei Shengnan nor anyone else could avoid feeling a bit of reluctance. The command cabin fell into a brief silence, and the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Marshal Pei Shengnan took a deep breath, deliberately relaxed her facial expression, and said in a firm tone, "Don't be discouraged. Our performance has been outstanding." She stood up, her gaze sweeping over every officer present. For 40 days, we have faced an assault of nearly 30 million enemy starships, including elite forces like the Black God Legion and the Saint Civilization. Despite such overwhelming odds, our Xiaolong 10th Legion has destroyed nearly 8 million enemy ships, while keeping our losses under 70,000 ships, achieving an astonishing kill ratio of over 10 to 1. This is the limit of what we can accomplish. Her tone turned serious. I will immediately report the current situation to His Majesty the Emperor. If His Majesty insists on us defending the A10-star system alone, the Xiaolong 10th Legion will fight to the last ship. If His Majesty has other plans, we will execute them resolutely. The secretary officer nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 10th Legion had reached its limits, and continuing such a war of attrition was not wise. I will report to the Xiaolong Emperor right away, Pei Shengnan said, quickly organizing the battle report and then connecting to the communication channel of the Long Wang interstellar command ship. The video window displayed the figure of Emperor Zhao Chen. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Pei Shengnan saluted respectfully. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. "Go ahead. With your character, it must be something important." Pei Shengnan got straight to the point. "Yes, I need to report the current battlefield situation and the specifics of the 10th Legion to Your Majesty." With Zhao Chen's indication to continue, she proceeded, "Our forces have been fighting in the A10-star system for 40 days, accumulating nearly 1,000 hours of combat time. The enemy has deployed a total of 30 million ships, with 20 million currently surviving, and we have destroyed 8 million. However, we have also suffered significant losses: 70,000 ships, with a casualty rate nearing 25. More troubling is that the enemy's offensive has not diminished. Instead, they have reinforced with the Saint Civilization Legion." She added gravely, "Even without considering potential further enemy reinforcements, at the current daily loss rate of 30,000 ships, this loss will accelerate over time. By the end of February, our Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet will have lost half of its starships." The projection of Marshal Pei Shengnan flickered in the communication window, her expression grave as she continued her report. "By the end of March at the latest, our Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet will be completely wiped out, and the A10-star system will fall entirely." Zhao Chen leaned back in his command chair, studying Pei Shengnan's projection with interest, a faint smile playing on his lips. "So, what exactly are you trying to say with all of this?" Pei Shengnan hesitated for a moment before speaking earnestly. "I want His Majesty to fully understand the current situation. If you believe we should continue fighting in the A10-star system without making any adjustments, the 10th Legion will fight to the last ship. Of course, if you have any tactical adjustments, we will fully cooperate." She shrugged with a resigned smile. "These enemies just don't quit, and I've exhausted all the strategies I can think of. Now, we can only follow your orders." Zhao Chen rolled his eyes, well aware of the situation in the A10-star system. "All right, I understand." He waved his hand dismissively. "Return to your post, and focus on commanding the battle. We'll carefully plan the follow-up arrangements for the A10-star system and the 10th Legion. We won't let your efforts be in vain." "Yes, sir." Pei Shengnan immediately beamed a smile, saluted smartly, and the communication ended. As the video window went dark, Zhao Chen shook his head with a chuckle. Although Pei Shengnan hadn't explicitly said it, her expression clearly hinted at a desire for reinforcements. She was just too embarrassed to ask directly after previous setbacks. Zhao Chen then contacted Grand Marshal Charlotte. Due to the need to oversee the entire situation, Charlotte, though concerned about the A10-star system battlefield, was stretched too thin and had entrusted Zhao Chen, the Xiaolong emperor, with the task of monitoring it, reporting to her as necessary. This made Zhao Chen feel like he had become the Grand Marshal's assistant. The communication was quickly established, and Charlotte's figure appeared on the screen. Zhao Chen got straight to the point, relaying Pei Xingnan's report in full. That's the situation in the A10-star system. Everything Pei Xingnan said is true, and I've seen it with my own eyes. Honestly, I thought she would have requested reinforcements as soon as the Saintis Civilization Legion appeared, but she managed to hold out until now. In the command center, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow as he gave Grand Marshal Charlotte a detailed report on the current predicament of the A10-star system. The fleet of the 10th Legion of the Xiaolong alone might not withstand such immense pressure from the enemy. What do you think we should do? Grand Marshal Charlotte, with her hands clasped on the table and eyes sharp, replied. It's not wise for the 10th Legion of the Xiaolong to perish with the A10-star system. Our strategy has always been for each legion to fight independently, ultimately choosing a main offensive direction. We concentrate the elite forces of our ace legions for a decisive strike, aiming directly at the enemy's main force or the Black God Emperor for a swift victory. She smiled slightly. Coincidentally, I was just about to contact you. Zhong Xiaoxia's Ghost Scout Ace Legion has just sent back crucial intelligence of pinpointed the exact location of the Black God Emperor. This news immediately ignited Zhao Chen's fighting spirit, his eyes shining. Where is the Black God Emperor hiding? Is he holed up in the last safe fortress in the E-star system? You're half right, Charlotte said, bringing up a 3D star map and pointing to the junction of the C and E-star systems. He's chosen an extremely hidden location. There's a microfragment star system formed by ancient wars, so small it doesn't even have a few proper planets, just a few floating asteroids. It's so minuscule that it was overlooked when mapping the broken universe of the Zhuan version. We've named it the X-star system. She continued, the Black God Emperor has set up a temporary command post there, with the E-star domain serving as his rear base. Through the star gates there, a continuous flow of devouring civilization legions pours in from the parent universe. Except for the units capable of direct space jumps, all reinforcements must pass through the X-star system. Although the X-star system itself only has 500,000 interstellar warships stationed, once we launch an attack, the surrounding legions will surely pull back to defend. According to the Ghost Scouts reconnaissance, up to 30 million warships, including elite forces, could gather. Zhao Chen thoughtfully rubbed his chin, then suddenly brightened. If we attack the X-star system, wouldn't that cut off the enemy's supply line to the A10-star system? This could indirectly support the 10th Legion of the Xiaolong. In the Grand Interstellar Command Center, Zhao Chen and Grand Marshal Charlotte were intently examining the holographic projection of the interstellar war map. The strategic decision to attack the X-star system lay before them. This system not only housed the enemy's elite fleet, but also potentially concealed substantial reinforcements. Attacking the X-star system will inevitably draw significant enemy support. Achieving this target will indeed be challenging, Charlotte remarked gravely, her gaze fixed on the map. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, well aware that there was no guaranteed victory between the evenly matched Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Devourer civilization. Both sides were experienced adversaries unlikely to leave obvious gaps in their defenses. Their eyes met, reaching a silent consensus. We should proceed with the original battle plan, Zhao Chen stated firmly. Charlotte agreed, noting that the key now was selecting the appropriate fleet group to open this critical breach. The map displayed the real-time positions and combat statuses of all Xiaolong fleet groups. Although the 6th Fleet Group was closest to the X-star system, both Zhao Chen and Charlotte almost simultaneously ruled out this option. Though the 6th Fleet is performing well, the enemy has heavily fortified this route, Zhao Chen analyzed. The C-sector battlefield is even less suitable, Charlotte added. It's where the enemy's main forces are concentrated. This statement effectively eliminated the possibility of involving 4 fleet groups. Zhao Chen turned his attention to other options. Led by Shen Bing, the 1st Fleet Group is our most seasoned unit, with both command and combat capabilities we can rely on. Indeed, Charlotte agreed. But the 1st Fleet is currently stationed at the edge of the A sector, the furthest from the X-star system. While enemy deployments along the route are sparse, such a long distance would give the enemy ample time to prepare defenses. By process of elimination, their choices were narrowed down to 3 fleets: Shen Bing's 1st Fleet, Xue Xiaoxiao's 4th Fleet, and Marshal Leona's 5th Fleet Group. The 4 fleets in the C sector and the 2 in the D sector had already been ruled out. Zhao Chen and Charlotte's eyes met in front of the virtual star map, a spark of understanding passing between them. Zhao Chen leaned slightly forward, speaking in a steady tone. I have a new idea. His finger traced across the star map. Instead of choosing a single elite legion as the main attack force, let's change our strategy. The key now is speed and surprise. We can't give the enemy too much time to redeploy their forces. Charlotte listened intently, nodding slightly. She knew that the intense battles over the past month had severely weakened all the fleets, making a surprise attack a daunting challenge. Zhao Chen continued to elaborate on his plan. I suggest we select 2 adjacent Legion fleets, have them concentrate their superior forces, and coordinate with our ace fleet for a joint offensive. This will not only enhance our combat efficiency, but also catch the enemy off guard. A approving smile appeared on Charlotte's lips. You read my mind. She pointed to 2 glowing spots on the star map. Shui Xiaoxiao's 4th Legion and Leona's 5th Legion are the best choices. These veteran legions work well together, and both commanders are renowned for their offensive strategies. Now that we've chosen the teams, Zhao Chen's gaze sharpened. We need to detail every aspect of the battle plan, leaving no room for error. Charlotte traced a bright route on the star map, connecting the 4th and 5th Legions to the X system. This route across 4 star systems is currently the shortest path for an attack. In fact, we drafted relevant tactics before the Oath duel, which we can directly implement. Her voice carried confidence. If we can capture the X system by the end of March, and ideally eliminate the Black God Emperor, even with a large enemy force, a leaderless situation would allow us to secure victory within 6 months. 4-star systems, how long will it take? Zhao Chen asked bluntly. Charlotte thought for a moment and answered decisively. 40 hours, and our forces will be at the doorstep of the X system. This timeline surprised even Zhao Chen, the Emperor of the Dragon Empire. 40 hours, what does that mean? In front of the interstellar war simulation, Zhao Chen gazed at the 4 flickering star system markers, his brow slightly furrowed. He recalled the previous battle in the A-star system, where it took a full 48 hours to capture it, even with the enemy's defenses practically non-existent. And now, Charlotte claimed they could seize 4 fortified star systems in just 40 hours? On the simulation, the deployment data for the 4-star systems was clearly visible. The first system, being close to the conflict zone, had 10 million starships. The second had 5 million, and the last 2 had 3 million each. A total of 21 million starships worth of defensive power gleamed with cold light in the holographic display. Before Zhao Chen could voice his question, Charlotte addressed his concerns directly. The strategic department has conducted a detailed simulation with the Phantom Scout Elite Corps, she said, pointing at the simulation. Once we launch the surprise attack, the enemy will need 3 hours to make an initial response and 5 hours to realize it's a premeditated maneuver. Her finger traced a path between the star systems. Given the current enemy mobilization efficiency, they can reinforce each system with 1 million starships every 5 hours. In a day, the defensive strength of the 4 systems will increase by 20 million ships, doubling their current forces. Charlotte's tone was firm and unquestionable. Time is the key to victory, she stated with determination. What about the first star system? Zhao Chen went straight to the point. It's the critical breakthrough for the entire operation. 5 hours. Charlotte's response made Zhao Chen's eyes widen. 5 hours. Zhao Chen repeated incredulously. Even if you divide the time evenly, it should take at least 10 hours per system. And the first system has the strongest defenses. Charlotte's gaze remained fixed on the simulation. Because our mission isn't to occupy, but to clear a path. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. A blitz. Charlotte nodded in confirmation, her finger finally resting on the projection of the X-star system. In this operation, the fleets involved have no option for retreat. Her voice carried a cold, resolute determination. We either conquer the X galaxy and deal a heavy blow to the main fleet of the Black God Emperor, or we lose this oath-bound duel and never recover. Zhao Chen exhaled slowly, frowning slightly as he tapped the holographic star map. According to the original plan, how many starships are we preparing? Charlotte's gaze swept over the fleet symbols flickering in the 3D projection, her tone resolute. Shui Xiaoxiao and Leona's legions will each deploy 1 million of their best main battle starships. She pointed to each of the elite fleets in the projection. My reverse-scale elite fleet will have 100,000 ships. Qitong's Blizzard fleet, 300,000 ships. Sulan Star Queen fleet, 300,000 ships. Zhao Wanner's Shadowhunter fleet, 300,000 ships. And Bai Shui's Hell Angel fleet, 300,000 ships. The holographic projection shifted continuously with her words, finally freezing on a massive number. Including 700,000 logistical support ships, the total comes to 4 million. This includes our current Quasi-T7 starships, and those few super starships. Zhao Chen could almost envision the impending interstellar battle, nodding slightly. Let's do as you said. I'll handle the A10 galaxy. If Pei Shengnan is under too much pressure, my Imperial Guard fleet can join in. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Since the surprise attack plan was underway, previous restrictions could naturally be adjusted. Then you all should prepare. Zhao Chen knew this operation required meticulous planning, from the coordination of elite fleets to meetings with the commanding marshals. Every step was crucial. Charlotte, with a serious expression, immediately began arranging this audacious battle plan. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the 5th Legion's fleet, Marshal Leona's furious voice echoed throughout the command room. Why is this fleet 10 minutes late? Can you afford the cost of these 10 minutes? Her tail slammed onto the floor with each word, underscoring her rage. Why did the supply fleet take an extra 10% of the time? Your job is to ensure the fastest return to the battlefield. She turned to the deputy commander of the Legion, her eyes blazing with anger. This is your responsibility. And now there's a problem? If you don't want the job, just say so. Plenty of people want your position. The secretary nearby observed everything, fully aware of the situation. In this tense battle, even seemingly minor mistakes could lead to disaster. Even if the Dragon Emperor or Grand Marshal Charlotte were present, they couldn't guarantee perfection. Marshal Leona's fury was precisely to prevent these small errors from causing catastrophic consequences. Such an event could cause massive harm on the battlefield. Marshal Leona gripped the armrest tightly, her knuckles turning white. She would not allow this to happen. She would rather spend more effort convincing her subordinates and endure their resentment than let the fleet be sacrificed in vain on the battlefield. She collapsed into the captain's chair, her chest heaving violently. Even as a dragon princess, she felt a burning in her throat, as if sparks might fly out. This battle, which had lasted a month and a half, filled her with both pressure and excitement. It was the level of combat she had always dreamed of, a stage only the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire could provide. Everything was proving that her decision to abandon everything in the Warhammer Interstellar United Kingdom and join the Xiaolong Legion fleet was the right one. Marshal, her secretary suddenly spoke up beside her. Leona's brow furrowed instantly, and she reflexively asked, "What's gone wrong this time?" "It's not about our Legion." The secretary shook his head. "Grand Marshal Charlotte wants to contact you, and it's of the highest priority." This statement hit Leona's heart like a heavy blow, causing her pupils to tremble slightly. Receiving a contact at this critical moment either meant the battle situation was so dire that the Grand Marshal himself couldn't stand by without intervening, or it was that prearranged plan before the battle. But she had full confidence in her Xiaolong 5th Legion fleet. Though she often harshly reprimanded her subordinates, every officer and commander was among the elite. Even if they couldn't claim to be the best among the top 10 Xiaolong Legion fleets, they were certainly near the top. So, the most likely possibility was that the Grand Marshal and the Emperor had recognized her efforts and chosen her. Joy exploded in her heart, but Leona's expression remained steady. "Leave the command to you. Continue with the current plan. Contact me if there are any issues." "Yes," the secretary complied. Leona stepped down from the command platform and entered her private office adjacent to the bridge. Communications of the highest level had to be conducted in a private setting. It was an unwritten rule. As the door closed behind her, she could no longer contain her excitement. Her wings flapped uncontrollably, lifting her into the air until she hit the ceiling. The dull pain brought her back to her senses, and she began to mutter softly. "Calm down, Leona. Calm down. You're the best, but the task ahead is the toughest. Since the Grand Marshal and the Emperor have chosen you, you must give it your all. Stay calm, and present your best self to the Grand Marshal and the Emperor." Marshal Leona slapped her cheeks heavily, the hard scales making the action seem somewhat comical. She quickly composed herself and accessed the holographic conference system. The scene before her instantly shifted, revealing a spacious conference room. Seated on either side of the long table were the martial commanders of the elite Legion fleets, each exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Leona's heart surged with joy. This scene confirmed her suspicions the 5th Legion fleet group had finally been recognized. However, her excitement was short-lived. "Leona, what are you standing there for? You're the last one. Take a seat." A teasing voice chimed in from beside her. Turning her head, Leona's expression froze. Sitting next to her was Xue Xiaoxiao, wearing a knowing smile. "What are you doing here?" Leona blurted out, her shock evident. According to her assumptions, she should have been the only one invited from the regular Legion fleet group. "Just sit down first," Xue Xiaoxiao replied with a light chuckle, not revealing anything more. Leona sat down in a daze, her initial elation plummeting into disappointment. She tried to maintain a neutral expression, but a hint of dismay still showed. Xue Xiaoxiao, observing her reaction, couldn't help but inwardly chuckle, recalling her own similar experience. At that moment, the last empty seat in the conference room was filled by a figure Grand Marshal Charlotte of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. After scanning the room to confirm everyone was present, she began. "We have gathered here to discuss the most crucial aspect of the Oath duel: how to annihilate the enemy's main Legion fleet quickly and decisively to end this duel swiftly." She paused before continuing. "This operational plan was established at the outset. We need to select an appropriate Xiaolong Legion fleet group to focus our main offensive efforts and provide them with maximum support. The Oath duel has been ongoing for nearly a month and a half, and our goal is to conclude the battle within 6 months. Given the current battlefield situation, choosing our main offensive direction is particularly important. Today, after consulting with the Xiaolong Emperor, we have made some adjustments to the original plan. Initially, we intended to designate one Legion fleet group as the main offensive role. During the battlefield strategy meeting, the operations staff proposed a bold plan to select 2 elite Legion fleets to carry out this critical mission. On the projection screen, The insignias of the Xiaolong 4th Legion Fleet Group and the Xiaolong 5th Legion Fleet Group stood out prominently. Leona's eyes flickered as she finally understood the arrangement. Although it was different from her expectation of handling it alone, being part of the main assault force still filled her with a sense of excitement. Shui Xiao, Leona, do you have any questions about this arrangement? Grand Marshal Charlotte's gaze shifted between the two. Shui Xiao immediately straightened up and replied firmly. The Xiaolong 4th Legion Fleet Group is ready at all times to follow any orders from the Grand Marshal and His Majesty. Rest assured, Grand Marshal and Your Majesty. Leona's eyes sparkled. As the main assault, our Xiaolong 5th Legion Fleet Group guarantees to complete the mission. Grand Marshal Charlotte nodded in satisfaction and then pulled up the detailed battle plan in a holographic projection. Now, let me explain the battle plan in detail. The projection displayed a clear offensive route. The primary task: each of your legions will deploy 1 million elite main battleships, and together with the assistance of other ace legions, a total of over 3 million interstellar warships will participate in this operation. Leona quickly recorded these key details in her digital assistant, while Charlotte's voice continued to resonate in the command room. This is a blitzkrieg. From our position to the target, the Black Emperor's location in the X galaxy, we need to traverse 4 star systems. The enemy has deployed a total of 20 million warships across these 4 systems. Once they detect our intent, they will undoubtedly mobilize additional reinforcements. The timeline in the projection was particularly striking. You must break through these 4-star systems and reach the X galaxy within 40 hours. This time requirement caused a slight change in the expressions of the marshals present, but no one raised any objections. They all understood that this was the optimal time window calculated precisely by the operations staff, and missing it would cause the battle situation to deteriorate rapidly. The 1st star system is the greatest challenge. Charlotte pointed to a flashing red dot on the projection. There, the enemy has amassed 10 million warships, making it the most densely defended area of the 4-star systems. If you become bogged down in a prolonged battle here, reinforcements for the enemy in the following 3-star systems will continually increase, severely impacting your advance speed. The marshals present nodded in agreement, each deeply comprehending the importance of this critical timing. On the battlefield, time is life, and it's the key to victory. Grand Marshal Charlotte scanned the room with a stern expression and emphasized, "Remember, our goal is to open a route to the X-star system, not to completely control these 4-star systems. These 2 objectives must not be confused." As soon as she finished speaking, Shui Xiao raised her hand and astutely summarized, "So, we're employing blitz tactics, creating a breach in the enemy's defenses to establish a stable interstellar route, allowing our fleet to advance continuously. This process will repeat until we reach the X-star system." Charlotte nodded approvingly and activated the holographic map on the conference table. In the blue glow, a complete attack simulation unfolded. She pointed at the map and explained, "The Legion fleet will be divided into multiple echelons. The specific composition is for you to decide. Each echelon is responsible for securing a segment of the route. Once a segment is secured, that echelon shifts to a defensive posture, making room for new forces to advance." She traced a path on the holographic map with her finger. "This fleet, advancing continuously, is like a sharp drill that must always be in top condition. If any echelon's combat effectiveness diminishes, it must be immediately replaced by a new drill to maintain the highest efficiency in advancing. Special attention must be paid." Charlotte's voice grew more solemn, "to the first few echelons in the initial star system. The personnel assignments for these positions are crucial." She then detailed the specific tasks of the elite Legion fleet groups. The Hell Angels will provide fire support, Nirvana and Blizzard will serve as the main drill for assault, and the Starry Sky Queen, with its air superiority, will turn the tide at critical moments. All eyes in the room turned to Zhao Chen, commander of the Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet Group, the only one not yet mentioned. Charlotte continued, "We have already developed some assault plans. The first wave will be led by Zhao Wanner's Shadow Hunters. They will exploit the advantage of interstellar stealth bombers to launch a surprise attack at a chosen point, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Following that, the Nirvana Fleet Group will initiate the first frontal assault, expanding the breach and obliterating the enemy's frontline positions. Finally, the Blizzard Fleet Group will take over, using their interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers' high-speed advantage to quickly break through the first star system's defenses. Throughout the operation, the Starry Sky Queen Fleet Group will provide air support to ensure the mission proceeds smoothly. Although the initial waves of attack will be led by the Elite Core Fleet Group, the maintenance and security of the passage will be the responsibility of your two regular core fleet groups." Grand Marshal Charlotte's voice echoed in the command room. Her piercing gaze swept across each marshal present. "During this transition, your cooperation must be flawless. I'm giving you only 5 hours to take the first star system." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew tense. The previous 40-hour deadline had already left everyone astonished, and now the 5-hour requirement caused the marshals to show signs of unease. Breaking through a defense line composed of 1 million interstellar warships was no easy feat, however. The urgency of the situation meant that this time frame was the best choice after precise calculations. If they failed to break through in 5 hours, enemy reinforcements would arrive endlessly, severely hindering subsequent attack plans. After outlining the battle plan, Grand Marshal Charlotte paused for half a minute. Her voice carried an undeniable authority. That's the basic plan. The specific details are up to you frontline commanders. Now, if you have any questions, speak up. Once we're on the battlefield, I won't be able to hear you. The implication was clear. There was no turning back now, and any difficulties on the battlefield had to be solved independently. As soon as she finished speaking, the marshals promptly expressed their determination. Marshal Leona clenched her fist, the glint of her dragon's tooth shining coldly. Taking the first star system in 5 hours and reaching the X star system in 40 hours? My soaring dragon 5th Corps fleet group will make the Black God Emperor tremble with fear. Marshal Zhao Wanner crossed her arms and said confidently, I can't guarantee the later stages, but for this first leg, my Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet Group will complete the mission. The Blizzard Elite Fleet Group has no problems. Akihiko's voice was cold and firm. A glint of fervor flashed in Marshal Baishue's eyes. Finally, we can fire at full strength. I've been holding back for too long. We will succeed, Marshal Su Lan stated with conviction. The marshals exchanged glances, understanding each other without the need for words. Grand Marshal Charlotte gave the final order. You have 24 hours to prepare. All units will be secretly moved to the front lines. The operation begins in the 25th hour. Understood. The unified response reverberated through the command room. Meanwhile, the surface of the shattered universe of Zon appeared calm, but beneath lay hidden turmoil. Zhang Xiaoxia had already deployed nearly half of the Ghost Scout Elite Corps Fleet Group's interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, casting a net around the soaring Dragon 4th and 5th Corps Fleet Groups. This stealth fleet was tasked not only with establishing an intelligence network, but also with ensuring that their troop movements remained undiscovered and preventing any reconnaissance efforts from the devouring civilization. An unseen intelligence battle had quietly begun. On the flagship's bridge of the Xiaolong 5th Legion Fleet Group, Marshal Leona stood tall and resolute, her presence commanding as she gazed at the holographic projections of her 2 deputies with a serious expression. The lighting on the bridge highlighted the sharp contours of her face, adding to her authoritative presence. The reason for this meeting is likely already clear to you. Her voice was steady and powerful. I've outlined the mission details thoroughly before, and now it's time for the final confirmation. With her hands clasped in front of her, Marshal Leona continued. We will be conducting a joint operation with the Xiaolong 4th Legion Fleet Group. Our objective is to capture the X-Star system within 40 hours. Each side will deploy 1 million interstellar warships as the main assault force. Her gaze swept over the 2 in the holographic projection. After careful consideration, I've decided to deploy the following 4 main forces. My 5th Legion, Qin Su's 24th Legion, Jiang Li's 196th Legion, and Lu Tiantian's 157th Legion. Marshal Leona emphasized, Qin Su and Jiang Li, as Deputy Legion commanders, your forces are among the strongest. Lu Tiantian's Legion is renowned for its highest level of completeness. Additionally, I've temporarily incorporated well-maintained main battleships from other legions into your formations to ensure seamless coordination and maximize combat strength. Her tone turned sharp. Although we are not the sole main assault group in this operation, we must not be complacent. Both the Grand Marshal and the Emperor will closely monitor our performance compared to the Xiaolong 4th Legion. I, Leona, never settle for second place. The 3 commanders immediately straightened up, responding in unison. Rest assured, Marshal, we will give it our all. Glancing at the time display, Leona issued her final instructions. There is 1 hour left before the operation begins. Do not waste this time. Return to your posts and recheck all operational procedures, especially the units responsible for securing the routes captured by the Elite Corps. Ensure everything is flawless. The opening is crucial, and the enemy will certainly launch a fierce counterattack. We must maintain control of every route. Yes, came the concise and powerful response, marking the conclusion of this last pre-battle deployment meeting. Meanwhile, on the flagship's bridge of the Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet Group, a deputy was reporting to Marshal Zhao Wanner. Report, all fleet units have completed preparations and are ready to launch a covert advance and surprise attack once the time comes. This meticulously planned surprise strike was about to commence. Zhao Wanner gazed at the interstellar war simulation before her, her fingers lightly tracing the seemingly calm defense line. For the past several hours, there had been no exchange of fire in this area. The enemy had merely stationed their garrison fleet and standard defenses. Little did they know, in the seemingly empty middle ground, the Shadow Hunter's ace fleet of 300,000 stealth bombers was already in position, lying in wait like predators for the final moment of attack. This formidable fleet, composed of the elite of the Xiaolong Interstellar Corps, was truly intimidating. 200 T-6 Shadow Phantom-class medium stealth bombers stood out like sharp swords. 100,000 T-5 Netherwolf King-class medium stealth bombers formed a powerful attack core, and 200,000 T-4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bombers were like a tightly woven net. The firepower this fleet could unleash in a short period was on par with a fleet of interstellar missile ships or heavy artillery ships. Even more terrifying was their close-range surprise attack capability, which posed a greater threat than conventional fleets, often delivering a fatal blow before the enemy could react. Remember the echelon formation? Zhao Wanner's voice was calm and firm. The battle line is limited. Our starships cannot all deploy at once. After the first echelon completes its attack, the second echelon must immediately follow up, while the first echelon must retreat from the flanks, avoiding interference with the subsequent fleet's attack route. Her expression turned unusually serious, her fists clenching involuntarily. If any starship is exposed and attacked, losing its ability to maneuver, it must immediately detonate its ammunition to clear the path. If a starship loses self-destruct capability, the rear allies must destroy it without hesitation. The weight of this order made the air in the command room heavy. Zhao Wanner knew well that this meant the possibility of friendly fire on the battlefield. Whether it was the captain giving the order or the weapons operator executing it, they would face immense psychological pressure. But for the success of the entire operation, this difficult decision had to be made. A damaged starship blocking the attack path could cause a chain reaction that would ruin the entire plan. 15 minutes left. Zhao Wanner glanced at the time display and ordered solemnly, "Fleet, begin stealth approach." Under her command, the 300,000 stealth bombers began to approach the enemy's defense line like phantoms. The interstellar warships of the devouring civilization remained oblivious, with the scythe of death silently hovering above them. Zhao Wanner marked a region on the interstellar war simulation, her voice carrying undeniable resolve. Within 15 minutes, every enemy ship and defense structure in this area must be completely eliminated. In this circle, it's as if the fate of all enemy starships in the region has been judged. At the Defense Garrison Command Center, a calm atmosphere hung over the entire bridge. The area commander lounged lazily in the captain's chair, with a snack in one hand and idly swiping through a holographic display with the other. His relaxed demeanor starkly contrasted with the tense wartime situation. "Sir," the deputy stood straight, his expression slightly grave. "Reports from all sectors indicate a decrease in enemy firepower, and there's evidence of possible Legion fleet movements. Higher command suggests all sectors remain on high alert." The area commander chuckled, tossing the snack into his mouth. "High alert? Aren't we already cautious enough?" He waved his hand to bring up a 3D star map. With 400,000 warships deployed and these impregnable defenses, even if the enemy attempts a surprise attack, what kind of waves could they possibly make? The deputy nodded silently. These words echoed his own thoughts. Relaying orders was merely procedural. Suddenly, the area commander perked up, straightening in his chair. His fingers danced over the interstellar warfare sandbox of the shattered universe of Zhuan. Adopting a strategic pose, he began his customary battle analysis. "Pay attention," he spoke confidently, pointing at the sandbox. "The A-star domain has been largely abandoned except for the A-10 system. The main battlefields are concentrated in the B, C, and D star domains. The D domain, with the enemy's 10th Legion tied up in A-10, is too understaffed to cause trouble." His finger slid to the B star domain. "Our area, though small, has a high defense density. The real concern is the C-star domain, the largest strategic hub of the shattered universe of Zhuan. If it were me, I'd concentrate forces to launch a strong offensive there." Leaning back in his chair, his tone was casual. "So, we in the B domain have little to worry about, just some routine attacks to handle." As he spoke, he began listing enemy tactics as if reciting a familiar story. Interstellar missile ship bombardments, fighter and drone swarms securing air superiority, followed by main fleet advances. He memorized these moves. "They're effective, but we've prepared. At least they won't break through as easily as before." The deputy listened to this strategic insight with a sycophantic smile. This was routine his superior loved, showcasing his commanding prowess to subordinates, as if born to lead armies rather than being confined to a corner. Yes, you're absolutely right," the deputy replied, glancing at the interstellar warfare sandbox, only to freeze in place. The defense zone leader's gaze froze on the sudden appearance of red dots on the interstellar war simulation. He blinked instinctively, trying to confirm if he was seeing things, but when he opened his eyes again, the red dots hadn't disappeared. Instead, they doubled at an alarming rate and were rapidly approaching the defensive positions. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the command room. The defense zone leader jumped up from his seat. The composure he had just displayed while strategizing vanished in an instant. The adjutant quickly pulled up real-time video footage, and the scene was suffocating. Dense interstellar torpedoes and bombs rained down like a storm, engulfing the entire defense line. Enemy attack. It's the enemy's interstellar stealth bombers. The adjutant's voice was tinged with barely concealed panic. The defense zone leader stood in place, his previous confident discourse dissolved into a blank, unable to issue any directives. The data on the fleet roster changed at an astonishing speed. Row after row of fleet markers rapidly turned gray, indicating that these warships had vanished forever into the cosmos. On the front line, explosions erupted one after another, turning interstellar warships into fireballs while black smoke filled the void of space. The fire spread like a virus, consuming every warship within the defensive line. The adjutant forced himself to stay calm, bypassing the command chain to report directly to higher-ups. Urgent report. The enemy has launched a surprise attack on our positions, with extremely high attack intensity. It's assessed to be the enemy's Shadow Hunter elite fleet group. Before he could finish, an interstellar torpedo struck the starship he was on with precision. The massive explosion blossomed in the silent space, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of war. Commanded by Zhao Chen, the Shadow Hunter elite fleet group completed their entire attack mission in just 15 minutes. She looked at the red flames on the simulation, perfectly matching the attack range she had previously planned. The secretary officer reported, "Report, all missions have been completed. Enemy interstellar warships and fortifications in the area have been cleared. Stealth bombers are retreating from the front line, and subsequent operations will be taken over by Allied forces." This action destroyed over 200,000 enemy ships, with our losses at 113 ships. As per your orders, all targets that could affect subsequent attack routes have been neutralized. Zhao Chen leaned back in the captain's chair, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. In those 15 minutes, it felt as if she personally led each stealth bomber squadron into battle. Directing 300,000 interstellar stealth bombers to complete all attack tasks in such a short time required second-perfect calculations and flawless coordination. This assault, exemplary in every way, wasted not a moment. On the flagship bridge of the Xiaolong 4th Legion Fleet Group, Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao was intently observing the interstellar war simulation before her. The results of the Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet's offensive were clearly displayed on the simulation within just 15 minutes. Nearly 200,000 enemy starships were destroyed, a feat equivalent to the total daily results of an entire star system in the past. Our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's Ace Fleet Group truly lives up to its reputation. This achievement is astonishing. The secretary officer beside her couldn't help but exclaim. Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao remained composed, her gaze fixed on the simulation. With an interstellar stealth bomber fleet of this scale, particularly with the impressive number of T-6 stealth bombers, achieving such results is not surprising. She nodded slightly, but Zhao Wander's exceptional skill lies in her command artistry. Within 15 minutes, each echelon of bombers coordinated perfectly, transitioning seamlessly between attack and defense, maintaining optimal speed throughout. Even I could achieve the same results, but not with such precise timing. She continued with determination. The Shadow Hunter Ace fleet has already opened a breakthrough for us. Next is the second phase of operations. The Ni Lin Ace fleet will launch an offensive, while several of our Legion fleets will secure the flanks of the route to ensure its stability. She turned to the secretary officer. Are all the Legion fleets in position on time? The secretary officer promptly brought up the live battlefield map of the area, where the deployment of each fleet and every warship was clearly visible. All Legion fleets are ready. The first to be deployed are our elite defensive forces, renowned for their defensive operations within the Xiaolong 4th Legion. Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao carefully examined the deployment formations of each legion. In her view, defensive operations require more precise deployment than offensive ones. There are multiple opportunities in offense, but a single mistake in defense could lead to a collapse of the line, with little chance for recovery. The defensive operations of the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion have developed into a fixed pattern, using interstellar frigates as the core to intercept enemy long-range fire. Destroyers and battleships then surround the frigates, providing medium to close-range fire suppression. This deployment not only withstands enemy attacks, but also continuously depletes enemy forces, preventing enemy ships from piling up in front of the defensive line. In this seemingly simple deployment, the key lies in the rotation mechanism. On the interstellar battlefield, even the most formidable T-6 class battleship cannot maintain peak performance indefinitely. Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao stood in the command center, her gaze fixed on the interstellar war map before her, where the blinking lights represented tens of thousands of battleships. A battleship fighting to its demise is the worst outcome, she said with a steady, powerful voice. The best tactic is to rotate the battleships when they have 30 combat power left, allowing fresh ones to take over. This rotation system can significantly extend the endurance of our defense line. On the map, a dense array of enemy lights continued to close in on the defense line. Xue Xiaoxiao continued. The rotation might seem simple, but under the pressure of continuous enemy assault, maintaining a stable defense while replacing battleships is a severe test of fleet coordination and the commander's dispatching ability. A single mistake could lead to the collapse of the entire defense line. She turned to her aide with a firm tone. Inform the frontline fleet commanders that they must hold the line for 40 hours at all costs. If they secure the route, they will be the heroes of this operation. If they fail, not only will they bear the blame, but the entire Xiaolong 4th Legion fleet group will be shamed. Why 40 hours? The aide asked, puzzled. Shui Xiaoxiao pointed to the nascent route on the map. Our corps has always comprised 3,000 battleships, a number that hasn't changed. On other battlefields, holding for 40 hours is no big deal. But here, her finger traced the battlefield area. This corps faces nearly 100,000 enemy ships, outnumbering us 30 to 1. Even with our superior battleship performance and firepower, such a disparity in numbers brings immense pressure. Her tone was calm, almost cold. Fortunately, the battlefield is limited in scope, and the enemy's reaction time is short, so holding for 40 hours is still possible. But without reinforcements, this corps may ultimately be decimated. If the route is lost after 40 hours, won't the corps we send out be stranded and isolated? The aide looked at the marked location of the X-star system on the map in astonishment. Although the X galaxy is not large, it is a crucial strategic node for our Legion fleet, remarked Shui Xiaoxiao, her eyes scanning the star map. Once our fleet breaches this area, with the support of a super flagship, logistical supply lines will no longer be an issue. While the super flagship cannot transport the entire Legion fleet at once, it can ensure the frontline troops are well supplied, effectively acting as a mobile strategic base in the enemy's X galaxy. The secretary suddenly understood. He had indeed overlooked the presence of the super flagship. As the scale of the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion's fleet continues to expand, the presence of a single super flagship in large-scale battles has gradually diminished. The once celebrated Luosha Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought and the voracious Demon King starship have been scarcely mentioned in recent battlefield reports. This is not because they are obsolete, but because their roles have fundamentally changed in these civilization-level large-scale conflicts. In contrast, the importance of auxiliary superstarships has been increasingly recognized. Take the current deployment of the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship in the A10 galaxy, for instance. Its presence provides critical support to the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group. Without the Dragon Emperor's stabilizing force, the 10th Legion's casualties would increase by at least 30%, and the battle situation could quickly deteriorate. This highlights the value of auxiliary superstarships in modern warfare. After all, no matter how powerful a super flagship is, it remains a single ship. It might hold its own against hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, but against hundreds of thousands or millions of enemy ships, it risks being overwhelmed. This is why, aside from the Dragon Emperor, other superstarships, including the 3 super flagships of the devouring civilization, have yet to appear on the battlefield. If deployed, these giants would become prime targets. If destroyed, the loss would be enormous, and the blow to morale would be immeasurable. In the current battle scenario, a super flagship either remains inactive or signals the moment for a decisive showdown with the enemy. The strategic significance of the super flagship in this raid plan is well understood by the Xiaolong commanders. Without it, the operation could be doomed from the start. Thus, the first phase of the offensive came to an end. The transfer of battlefield command was completed, with the Xiaolong 4th Legion fleet group taking over the defensive line, while the Ni Lin Ace fleet group assumed the offensive duties. Unlike the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet group's surprise attack tactics, the Ni Lin Ace fleet group faced a new battlefield scenario. In just half an hour, the Devourer civilization had established a formidable defense system. Enemy warships were not only combat-ready, but support forces were also continuously converging in the area. The strength of this defensive line was intimidating. Therefore, Grand Marshal Charlotte personally led the Ni Lin Ace fleet group, known for its exceptional frontal combat capabilities, to tackle this formidable challenge. On the bridge of the flagship of the Ni Lin Ace fleet group, Charlotte was intently studying the interstellar warfare simulation board. Unlike Zhao Wanner, who marked the war zone differently, she outlined several clear offensive routes on the board. Have all attack fleets reached their positions? Charlotte asked, her eyes fixed on the board. The secretary officer promptly reported. Of the 5 first-wave attack fleets, the fastest will enter the engagement range within a minute, and the slowest will reach the attack area in 3 minutes. Are the 2 subsequent echelons prepared? Charlotte pressed further. Yes, the subsequent echelons are ready to enter combat positions on schedule. Charlotte's tone was serious, emphasized that there must be no errors during the rotation handover. When the last echelon transitions with the Blizzard Ace fleet group, fully consider their attack routes to ensure clear passage. If any issues arise, communicate immediately and adhere to their requirements. Understood. The simulation board clearly displayed 5 attack routes, each with 3 assault echelons deployed. Each echelon on every attack route was equipped with 6,000 warships, equivalent to the size of 2 standard Legion fleets. The remaining undeployed Legion fleets served as reserve forces, ready to respond to unexpected situations at any moment. The strength of the Ni Lin Ace fleet group was formidable, boasting 100,000 active interstellar warships. all of which were T4 level or higher. This included 100 T6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon class heavy interstellar battleships, 40,000 T5 Divine Redeemer class heavy armored artillery battleships, and 60,000 Blue-Eyed White Dragon class heavy armored battleships. Each ship in this fleet group represented the pinnacle of human civilization's military technology. Grand Marshal Charlotte devised a precise tactical deployment plan based on the combat characteristics of three types of interstellar battleships. The T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship, with its superior armor defense, served as the frontline shield in the battle formation. The T5 Divine Redeemer class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship, renowned for its powerful area firepower, became the main output core. Meanwhile, the cutting-edge T6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon class heavy interstellar battleship acted like a sharp sword, targeting the most valuable objectives on the battlefield with precision strikes. This fleet advanced with an unyielding force, maintaining perfect formation synchronization among the three battleships. No matter the enemy or fortifications they faced, they crushed everything with thunderous might. This is the fearsome combat style of the reverse-scale Ace Fleet Group. Unlike the Shadowhunter Ace Fleet Group, which executed 15-minute rapid assaults, the reverse-scale fleet opted for a more enduring strategy, a 90-minute sustained attack, with 3 echelons rotating every 30 minutes to maintain continuous firepower. The devouring civilization's fleets and fortifications struggled to resist these steel behemoths, but to little avail. Any target within the reverse-scale fleet's firing range failed to survive beyond 3 minutes. As the first echelon's attack concluded, the second echelon took over immediately, marking a critical transition where any oversight could disrupt the entire offensive rhythm. Grand Marshal Charlotte closely monitored the combat situation. Her gaze fixed on a conspicuous yellow attack route on the tactical display, screened the only route falling short of its expected progress, lagging behind the other 4 green routes. Yet, she did not blame this fleet, as it faced the densest enemy fleets and the strongest fortifications. Despite their utmost efforts, achieving the predetermined objectives within the set time proved challenging. She could only hope that the second echelon could bridge this progress gap within 20 minutes. The gap that appeared in the attack route made Charlotte furrow her brows. She knew this not only threatened the flanks of other fleets, but also affected the overall attack rhythm. As the Grand Marshal, she made a decisive call and immediately contacted the fleet responsible for the second phase of the attack in this area. Grand Marshal, the commander of the fleet responsible for the second attack route, is requesting communication. The secretary's voice came at the right moment. Patch them through, Charlotte said calmly, her gaze still fixed on the interstellar war map. 2 video windows lit up simultaneously, showing the ashamed faces of the 2 fleet commanders. Silence spread across the communication, creating a heavy atmosphere. Charlotte remained focused on the map, her cold voice breaking the silence. Speak if you have something to say, otherwise, end the call. Grand Marshal, one of the commanders began, his voice filled with obvious self-reproach. We failed in our attack, only completing 86 of the attack area. We request punishment. Yes, we have let you down, the other commander echoed. This is the hallmark of the Jiaolong commanders. They never make excuses for failure. They know orders are orders and must be completed unconditionally. No one mentioned the greater difficulty of this attack route or complained about unfairness. Charlotte finally looked up, her gaze falling on the 2 commanders. She understood their difficulties. If they had started by making excuses, they would inevitably be removed from the Ni Lin elite fleet group after the campaign. But their choice to take responsibility was exactly the attitude Charlotte expected. You indeed failed in your duties, Charlotte said, looking directly at them. I know you were responsible for the most challenging attack area. While your 2 fleet groups may not be the strongest in Ni Lin, they are among the best. Yet, you still failed to meet the attack requirements on time. I will note this failure and address it later. Now, do what you must: allow the fleet to rest, quickly regain combat strength, and prepare for the next mission. Before she finished speaking, Charlotte had already cut off the communication. The 2 fleet commanders looked at the darkened screen, feeling a sense of relief. They understood that Charlotte's reprimand meant the Grand Marshal still had expectations for them. If she had truly lost trust in them, Charlotte wouldn't have bothered to criticize, and they would be facing reassignment from the Ni Lin elite fleet group. While their rank and status wouldn't change, the outcome of being transferred to a regular fleet group was already certain. As a Jiaolong officer, being expelled from the elite fleet group is an unbearable disgrace. The 2 vowed silently that if they ever had the chance on the battlefield, they would redeem this shame with their achievements. The attack of the Ni Lin elite fleet group commenced as scheduled. Despite the enemy's continuous reinforcements to intercept, even with a stationed force of 10 million starships in this galaxy, they could not be mobilized in full swiftly. Battle statistics showed that during the intense hour-and-a-half battle, the Ni Lin elite fleet group faced the firepower blockade of nearly 1.5 million enemy starships, destroying nearly 1 million of them, and leveled all defensive fortifications along the way, flawlessly completing their mission. As the Ni Lin Elite Fleet Group accomplished its task, several main routes were instantly cleared. Sharp interstellar cruiser formations, the Blizzard Elite Fleet Group, quickly took over the offensive position. They were entrusted with the crucial task of breaking through the remaining half of the defensive depth in this galaxy within the next 2 hours, a key part of the military operation to penetrate the galaxy within 5 hours. Charlotte gazed at the interstellar war sandbox before her, while the secretary beside her analyzed in detail. The enemy's 10 million starships are mainly concentrated on the front line. Once we breach this line, the defensive strength at the rear will be significantly weakened. However, if our attack pace is too slow, the enemy reinforcements will have time to construct new defenses, disrupting our offensive rhythm. This is why we specifically assigned the Blizzard Elite Fleet Group to handle the final stage. The Blizzard Elite Fleet Group is renowned for its composition of all interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers, with high mobility being their greatest advantage. Charlotte traced an attack route on the sandbox and said gravely, "I never doubt the Blizzard Elite Fleet Group of Qitong can accomplish the task. The real challenge is whether the regular core fleets can follow up in time to establish route defense positions. If these core fleets cannot keep up, allowing enemy reinforcements to cut off the Blizzard Elite Fleet Group's rear, it will severely impact our overall battle situation. Moreover, the Blizzard Elite Fleet Group cannot slow down to wait for these core fleets, as that would defeat the purpose of choosing them for this task. The key is whether these follow-up core fleets can adapt to the Blizzard Elite Fleet Group's attack pace." Charlotte's gaze was fixed on the fleet of the 5th Legion of the Xiaolong, led by Marshal Leona, who was tasked with a crucial role in the latter part of the battle. The tactical display on the bridge was flickering, constantly updating the battlefield situation in real time. Marshal Leona made a bold tactical adjustment. Instead of prioritizing the construction of defenses in newly acquired areas as per standard procedure, her fleet followed closely behind the vanguard of the Blizzard Ace fleet. The fleet formations traced elegant paths across the starry sky, resembling a meticulously choreographed space ballet. The intelligence network created by the Ghost Recon Ace Legion fleet was like an invisible web, revealing every enemy movement. On the tactical display, the enemy fleet's maneuvers were marked with red dots, and under Leona's command, the commanders of the 5th Legion were always ready to counter any potential threats. When signs of massive enemy reinforcements emerged, the nearest Legion fleet would immediately switch to a defensive stance, transitioning swiftly from high-speed cruising to combat deployment. This dynamic shift between action and stillness tested the coordination skills of both the commanders and the fleet. The fleet had to complete the full sequence of deceleration, deployment, and defense line construction in the shortest possible time, like a precisely operating machine. This flexible and mobile tactical arrangement perfectly compensated for the conventional Legion fleet's lack of maneuverability compared to the Blizzard Ace fleet. If deployed traditionally, the frontline Legion fleet would prematurely entrench in the established defensive positions, making it difficult for the subsequent fleets to keep pace with the Ace fleet's offensive rhythm. On the battlefield, every Legion fleet commander remained highly vigilant. They were always ready to transform their cruising fleets into a solid line of defense, requiring precise timing and seamless team coordination. All Legion fleets executed these high-level tactical demands flawlessly, without the slightest error. Ultimately, 4 hours and 20 minutes into the assault, the Blizzard Ace fleet, like a sharp blade, successfully penetrated the entire star system. The conventional Legion fleets followed closely, rapidly establishing a solid defense line along the route, securing the interstellar passage firmly under the control of the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion. The bridge of the Dragon Emperor, the interstellar command ship, relayed the latest battle report. The first phase of the assault on the X star system had been completed, taking 4 hours and 20 minutes to successfully breach the B12 star system. The next target was the B13 star system, with an expected completion of the offensive mission within 10 hours. During the initial phase of the offensive, the warships of the 3 elite fleet Shadow Hunters, Reverse Scales, and Blizzard etched brilliant trails across the starry sky. Their concentrated energy beams wove a deadly net, and within a few short hours, they annihilated 2 million enemy starships, representing 1/5 of the entire galaxy's defensive force. "The enemy has seen through our intentions," the secretary reported to Emperor Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong Empire, standing before the holographic star map. "They've not only mobilized the remaining forces of this galaxy to disrupt our supply lines, but also gathered reinforcements from surrounding galaxies and the rear. We are now racing against time." Zhao Chen, gazing intently at the flickering war table, said gravely, "The 3 elite fleets have made a spectacular opening. Now it depends on the performance of our 2 regular fleets. We must reach the X galaxy within 40 hours. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Black God Emperor's flagship in the X galaxy, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. 4 hours, just 4 hours. The Black God Emperor sneered as he glanced around at his silent subordinates. A frontline galaxy defended by 10 million warships has fallen like this. Our proud defense line is so vulnerable in the face of the Xiaolong Legion. His gaze drifted over the star map. It's clear the Xiaolong Legion has discovered that this is our command center. They intend to carve a path across 4 galaxies straight to us for a decapitation strike. A staff officer quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, this was anticipated, and our contingency plans are ready. We will surely annihilate the invading enemy. Humph. The Black God Emperor snorted, tapping his fingers on the armrest. I set up my base here to lure them out. But the enemy's assault is so swift that I don't know whether to praise the Xiaolong Legion's strength or call you all useless. If they took 1 galaxy in 5 hours, how long can the remaining 3 hold? Perhaps I should truly be worried for my safety. The subordinates present felt cold sweat trickling down their backs, aware that the Black God Emperor was genuinely furious. Take note of every commanding officer responsible for this galaxy's defense, from the highest levels to each line of defense. The Black God Emperor's voice was icy. Once this vow of battle is over, they will all be court-martialed. This command sent a shiver through everyone present, knowing those individuals were doomed. Relay my orders, the Black God Emperor continued. The next 3 galaxies must stop the enemy at all costs. Also, rally the fleet to reinforce this position. Before the Xiaolong Legion arrives, I want 1 billion warships gathered here to ensure they don't return. The Black God Emperor understood the superior combat power of the Xiaolong fleet, knowing victory required an overwhelming numerical advantage. In fact, he had long anticipated that the Xiaolong Legion would launch a decapitation strike upon discovering his location, and that's why he hadn't preemptively deployed the fleet. The Black God Emperor meticulously orchestrated this plan, willingly becoming the bait. He knew that only by showing some vulnerability could he lure the Xiaolong Legion fleet into the trap. Sure enough, the opponent fell for it and came in full force. Even so, the Black God Emperor remained cautious, as this big fish had entered the net, but mishandling could still lead to injury. In this strategic game, both sides had their own agendas, and success or failure depended entirely on their strength. In the B-13 star system, the Xiaolong's 4th and 5th Legion fleets executed a coordinated operation smoothly. Due to the enemy reinforcements not arriving in time, the defenses here were far weaker than in the B-12 star system, with less than 1 million warships stationed. Seizing this opportunity, the 2 legions cleared the star system's route in just 10 hours. Though not elite forces, they paid a significant price in this battle, destroying nearly 1 million enemy warships, while losing 150,000 of their own. Overall, this loss ratio was still within an acceptable range. Upon reaching the B-17 star system, the battle intensified. Enemy reinforcements had arrived, hastily establishing a defense line. The 2 legions took a full 12 hours to capture this star system, exceeding their original plan. Fortunately, the time saved earlier provided them with enough leeway. In this battle, they paid an unprecedented price, destroying 1.5 million enemy ships, while losing 200,000 of their own. By this point, the joint fleet of the 2 legions had lost 17 of its combat power. The last star system, C-28, was located in the most fiercely contested C-star domain. A large number of Devourer civilization warships were stationed here, and reinforcements arrived much faster than expected. When the Xiaolong Legion arrived, the enemy's numbers had already surged to 15 million ships and continued to grow. Facing such an overwhelming disparity in strength, the 2 legions were under tremendous pressure. At this critical moment, Su Lanzai's fleet group, the Starry Sky Empress's forces, came to their aid. With absolute control of space, they deployed tens of thousands of drones and fighters, advancing the front lines at any cost, thus securing the precious time needed for the 2 major legions to conduct their operations. The battle in the 4th galaxy was far more brutal than in the previous 3. On the large holographic display in the operations command center, a dense array of red dots nearly filled the entire battlefield. The Devourer civilization's fleet had received an uncompromising order. They must hold their ground and intercept the Xiaolong Legion fleet for at least 20 hours, not a minute less. Anyone who disobeyed would face execution. This order acted like a powerful stimulant, unleashing unprecedented combat power from the Devourer civilization's forces. The enemy spared no expense in deploying warships, even breaking conventional tactics to reduce the distance between ships to 1/3 of the original. An area that could originally accommodate 10 warships was now crammed with 30. While this dense formation resulted in greater losses when attacked, it also made the Xiaolong Legion's advance exceedingly difficult. Report, Marshal. A holographic image of a corps commander appeared before Xue Xiaoxiao, her voice tinged with urgency. Given the current battle situation, it's hard to complete the mission even in 15 hours, let alone 10. She quickly added, I'm not shirking responsibility. I'm willing to sacrifice the entire army if necessary, but delaying the grand plan would be disastrous. Xue Xiaoxiao did not blame her for inefficiency. Through the real-time battlefield monitoring in the command center, she clearly saw the severity of the situation. The regular fleet was under extreme pressure, and alternative strategies were necessary. After a brief consideration, Xue Xiaoxiao first contacted Leona, the martial commander of the Xiaolong 5th Legion Fleet Group. Even through the holographic projection, she could see the frustration and concern in Leona's eyes. Is it the stalled offensive in the C-28 galaxy that's troubling you? Shui Xiaoxiao asked directly. What else could it be? Leona replied, anxiously running her hands through her hair. The enemy's scorched earth tactics have cost us dearly and left us at a standstill. I've racked my brain and can't find a breakthrough. With a serious expression, Shui Xiaoxiao said, the situation now exceeds the capabilities of our two fleet groups. It might seem like we're passing the buck, but for the sake of the overall battle plan, we must seek reinforcements. I'm planning to contact Grand Marshal Charlotte to request support. We must capture the C-28 galaxy within the stipulated time. During the era of the Warhammer Galactic United Kingdom, Leona's pride would never have allowed her to seek help. But the current circumstances left no room for hesitation. Leona's experiences with the Falcon Dragon Legion fleet have helped her mature, teaching her the importance of making sacrifices for the greater good. Her eyes now shone with determination as she said to Shui Xiaoxiao, all right, let's contact Grand Marshal Charlotte together. If there's any punishment, we'll face it together. Shui Xiaoxiao gave a slight smile, and the two promptly activated the video communication system. Almost instantly, the image of Grand Marshal Charlotte appeared on the screen. Before they could speak, Charlotte, with a steady voice, said, I'm already aware of the stalemate on the front lines. I've dispatched several T-7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts to support you. With such firepower, the tide should turn. This unexpected decision surprised Shui Xiaoxiao and Leona, who exchanged a glance. Shui Xiaoxiao immediately straightened up and said seriously, Grand Marshal, the failure to advance the battle in the C-28 star system as planned is our fault. We're willing to accept any punishment. Leona also stood tall and declared, I share responsibility with Commander Shui. Looking at the two young commanders on the screen, Charlotte's lips curled into a slight smile. When did I say I was going to punish you? Seeing their stunned reactions, she continued, I'm well aware of the battlefield situation. I understand your capabilities too. Do you think the Emperor of the Falcon Dragon and I are unreasonable? The teasing tone lightened the atmosphere. Shui Xiaoxiao quickly adjusted her stance, resolutely saying, Rest assured, Grand Marshal and Emperor, within 40 hours, we'll be at the gates. Leona chimed in with ease. My ship's cannons haven't properly greeted that black serpent emperor yet. The three shared a smile, and the tension dissipated. Under Grand Marshal Charlotte's coordination, 30 T-7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts soon arrived at the C-28 star system front lines. This fleet was even larger than the one used for the counterattack on the Devourer civilization's home territory, and its deterrent power was undeniable. As this fleet deployed on the front lines, the two Legion fleets supported from the flanks, and the pace of the offensive quickly returned to an optimal state. As they drew closer to the Target X star system, the epic battle had reached a fever pitch. As the universe of broken cosmos was engulfed in the chaos of war, another battlefront was quietly brewing elsewhere. In the throne room of the Kagaya Elf King Onions, a subordinate clad in a silver-white uniform rushed in with a grave expression. Warning, latest intel, multiple white hole passages have appeared. Onions immediately contacted the Flame Elf Queen Solomon via interstellar communication. In the holographic projection, Solomon's figure appeared, her gaze fixed on the interstellar war map before her. You've received the intel, I presume. Onions began without preamble. Solomon nodded slightly, and both elf rulers focused on the three conspicuous white circles marked on the map. According to reports from outposts and interstellar reconnaissance ships, Onions pointed at the map, his expression stern. Two of the white holes are within our preset defense range, but the third, his finger paused on the most remote mark, is completely beyond our operational expectations. Solomon examined the spatial distribution of the three white holes carefully. They form a perfect triangular configuration across 3 different universes. This must be a meticulously planned offensive by the Conqueror civilization. Once they seize these universes as beachheads, their subsequent advances will be much more effective. Activate the preset plans, Solomon ordered decisively. Mobilize surrounding fleets to reinforce these locations. For the unplanned position, execute the contingency plan and urgently construct fortifications. These 3 critical points are located within the territories of the Mahaz Interstellar Empire, the Bauhinia Interstellar Federation, and the Sethport Interstellar Civilization. Notably, Sethport was an area they had not previously prioritized for defense. This was not an oversight but a strategic decision. The universe of Sethport was smaller and surrounded by several T5 technological civilizations, making it less than ideal for an attack. However, Onions and Solomon had already prepared comprehensive contingency plans for this scenario. They had pre-positioned interstellar transport and industrial fleets loaded with fortification materials nearby, with all prefabricated facilities ready. According to their detailed operational plan, They were confident they could establish basic defenses within 3 days, complete regular defense facilities within a week, and construct a full defensive system capable of withstanding T6 civilization attacks within half a month. This was a testament to the foresight and wisdom of the two elf rulers. Why don't we build defenses for all interstellar civilizations at risk? This question was raised during the Interstellar Military Conference. The Flame Elf King, Xiaomen, wore a grave expression as he pointed to the flickering star map in the holographic projection. The reality is, our resources are extremely limited. More than half of our supplies are supporting the Oath dual battlefield, maintaining the combat needs of the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion fleet. Under such circumstances, we can only devise the most cost-effective emergency plans and focus on key defenses. The Kagaya Elf King, Onions, stood at the command platform, his fists clenched tightly. His usually calm eyes now glimmered with a cold light. "I've waited too long for this day," he said, his voice carrying the weight of years of suppressed anger. "I want these invaders to pay for their arrogance. We can't handle the devouring civilization, and we can't defeat the Order civilization, but the Conqueror civilization?" He let out a cold laugh. "Our holy elf empire still has the strength to fight." Subsequently, the two elf kings immediately activated the Cosmic Military Alliance's Emergency Alert System mechanism preset when the alliance was first established, precisely for crisis moments like this. In truth, the Kagaya Elf King Onions had founded this alliance with over 70% of the intent being for this showdown with the Conqueror civilization. Without this motivation, the Holy Elf Empire would never have supported the alliance's formation. Once the alarm sounded, all intelligence and data on the Conqueror civilization were promptly transmitted to the alliance members. Initially, the leaders of various civilizations were skeptical of this sudden threat. After all, a civilization from another cosmic group suddenly invading and demanding full-scale war preparations was no trivial matter. However, the swift response of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire changed the situation. As the first to publicly support the Holy Elf Empire, their stance, combined with the Holy Elf Empire's prestige, ensured that other civilizations dared not take the threat lightly. Standing in the central command room of the Alliance headquarters, the Kagaya Elf King Onion spoke through the interstellar communication network that spanned all member civilizations. "I am the first chairman of the Cosmic Military Alliance, and I hereby officially declare, all Alliance members are to immediately enter a state of war. According to the Alliance regulations, each civilization must allocate at least 80% of its military forces, unconditionally adhering to the Alliance's unified command." He pulled up a holographic file. "Detailed information on the Conqueror civilization has been sent to you. They are suspected to be a quasi-T7 level interstellar civilization, having previously infiltrated our cosmic group multiple times in secret." The Kagaya Elf King, Onions, stood at the center of the high-level meeting hall of the Cosmic Military Alliance, his eyes filled with anger and determination scanning each leader present. "My home star system has suffered from ruthless destruction," he declared in a deep and resolute voice. "Here, I, Kagaya Elf King Onions, swear on my family's honor that this is absolutely true." He pointed emphatically at the holographic star map and continued, "Everything I do and say is for the sake of all civilizations in the universe." The very name, Conqueror Civilization, reveals their ambition, and they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. If we do not unite, our homes will be reduced to ashes in the fires of war, and our people will become their slaves. Onion's words resonated throughout the hall, inspiring the once hesitant leaders of various races with his determination. This was the first step he and the Flame Elf King, Salomon, had meticulously planned to unite all possible forces as quickly as possible to confront the impending invasion. Meanwhile, military mobilization was in full swing across the three major cosmic battlefields. Fleet units from several nearby universes and star domains were rapidly assembling, with hundreds of thousands of interstellar warships flowing towards the battlefields like stars in the galaxy. The Holy Elf Empire demonstrated its resolve through action. Of their 40 million interstellar warships, only a tenth remained to guard their homeland, while the rest were committed to the battlefront. According to Salomon's plan, each battlefield would receive 10 million ships, with the remaining forces held in strategic reserve. Under Onion's call, other interstellar civilizations also responded. According to the Cosmic Military Alliance's strategy, each of the three battlefields would deploy at least 30 million warships, totaling nearly 100 million ships. This was destined to become the largest-scale war in the history of this group of universes. And this was just their military strength. The number of fleets the enemy would deploy remained unknown. Though Onions and Salomon had prepared in advance, such a massive military mobilization could not be accomplished overnight. Fleets from various civilizations were advancing from their home star systems to the battlefield's star domains, and the vast preparations were being carried out with great urgency. The strategic positioning of numerous Stargate networks by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire within the cosmic cluster has significantly enhanced interstellar routes. However, Mobilizing such a massive fleet remains a daunting challenge. The combat starships alone number over 100 million, and when you add the indispensable transport, supply, and industrial ships, the total easily surpasses 150 million. The back-and-forth supply runs of interstellar transport ships further exacerbate this number. They must return to load new supplies after delivering strategic materials to their destinations, adding strain to an already busy Stargate network. Reality often proves more complex than planned. The most troublesome issue is how to coordinate the deployment of vast fleets from different civilizations. When two fleets attempt to use the same Stargate simultaneously, congestion is inevitable. If these two civilizations have existing tensions, the situation becomes even more perilous. They might engage in conflict at the Stargate before even facing the conqueror civilization. To address this, the experienced Flame Elf King, Zhao Chen, was well prepared. She meticulously planned each civilization's fleet routes, the sequence of Stargate usage, and the schedule. While such arrangements cannot completely prevent conflict, she has also prepared contingency plans. The key to this contingency plan is collaboration with the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group. As the largest transuniverse trader, Bailon Group is highly respected among various civilizations. In the event of a conflict, their merchants can immediately mediate. These merchants, often regarded as patrons of wealth by civilizations, can leverage their influence to resolve most disputes. If Bailon Group's mediation is insufficient, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's Ministry of Commerce will send representatives. Although their network of relationships may not be as extensive as Bailon Group's, their influence is considerably stronger. Even if they can't directly quell the conflict, they can reach out to forces both sides fear to mediate. In the intricate interstellar politics, every civilization has allies, and these allies are often the ideal mediators. It is under this comprehensive contingency plan that the unprecedented fleet mobilization proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. Meanwhile, the three universes on the battlefield instantly entered a state of total war. The Mahar's Interstellar Empire, being the most powerful civilization among them, was the first to execute the Military Alliance's directive. Under the deterrence of the two pinnacle military civilizations, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Holy Elven Empire, the other two interstellar forces dared not dissent. After all, the cost of defying orders would be severe. The three major civilizations understood that once an alien invasion occurred, their universe would be the first to bear the brunt. This military alliance agreement was not only a binding contract, but also a protective measure. Their universe swiftly mobilized its military forces, entering the highest state of readiness. Simultaneously, all neighboring cosmic civilizations escalated to a Level 2 war status, prepared to implement the alliance's defense plans at any moment. The terms of the Cosmic Military Alliance's Mutual Defense Pact strictly required other interstellar civilizations to unconditionally support those in a state of war, including dispatching reinforcements and supplying war materials. In this group of universes, no civilization dared to challenge the authority of the Holy Elven Empire and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire simultaneously. Even if there were dissenters, these two empires had the capability to eliminate them completely in a very short time. The entire war readiness process took less than 3 hours, thanks to the efficient operational system of the Cosmic Military Alliance. The key roles played by the Universe Stargate Network and the cross-universe real-time communication system established by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire were crucial. It was the existence of these advanced technologies that enabled the Alliance's civilizations to complete their war preparations in the shortest possible time. Is there any activity on the three white holes side? Has the Conqueror civilization's fleet appeared? Flame Elf King Sharoman asked Kagaya Elf King Onions. As the tactical deployment leader, Sharoman paid close attention to the frontline dynamics. At this moment, Onions was at the forefront, standing within the Mahar's Interstellar Empire, closely monitoring the white hole. With a grave expression, he replied, "Although we haven't detected the Conqueror civilization's fleet yet, the white hole is nearing its complete form. Based on our observations, we anticipate that within the next 5 hours, a massive Conqueror fleet will break through the white hole and invade our universe." The Fairy King of Light, Onion, wore a grave expression as he stood before the holographic projection, pointing at the flickering data curves. The white hole technology far surpasses black hole technology in terms of fleet deployment efficiency. According to our tech team's calculations, each area around a white hole can accommodate the transfer of up to 10 million starships per hour. This efficiency is several orders of magnitude greater than black hole technology, with the only limiting factor being the target star region's capacity. As long as the space around the white hole is sufficiently open, this high-efficiency deployment can continue. The Fairy Queen of Flames, Sharon, crossed her arms under her chin and asked thoughtfully, "Based on this transfer efficiency, how many fleet legions do you estimate the Conqueror civilization will send?" She had an answer in mind, but wanted to compare it with Onion's prediction. Onion pulled up a detailed data analysis, scanning the complex calculations. "According to my team's analysis, The Conqueror civilization will dispatch at least 200 million starships into battle this time. 200 million. Sharon softly echoed the number, which aligned with her prediction of between 2 to 300 million. She tapped her fingers lightly on the console. The biggest unknown now is the actual combat strength of this fleet. Regardless, it will be a catastrophic conflict. Whether we survive this ordeal hinges on holding out until the Xiaolong Star fleet returns after their sworn duel. Onion's mouth curled into a wry smile. What? Didn't Zhao Chen say we only need to hold out for half a year? Have we lost even that bit of confidence now? Sharon didn't immediately refute him, instead gazing at the densely packed tactical markers on the star map. To be honest, as the war approaches, I'm losing confidence. The 6-month period Zhao Chen asked for has already passed by over a month. We only need to endure 5 more months. But, she paused, facing a quasi-T7 technological civilization, can we really hold the line? Onion, do you have that assurance? Onion was momentarily stunned, then laughed at himself. I thought I was the only one feeling fear, but it seems even you share the same thoughts. How many years has it been since we, as the fairy kings of the Holy Fairy Empire, felt fear before a battle? He straightened up, his gaze becoming resolute. But no matter how powerful the Conqueror civilization is, whether they send 200 million, 500 million, or a billion ships, we have no choice but to fight. We have no way out. We must fight to the death. King Onion of the Moonlight Elves declared with unwavering resolve. His voice carried a determination never heard before. King Solomon of the Flame Elves gazed at him, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. I'm starting to like you more and more. You're right. We have no choice but to fight to the end. Even if the Dragon Legion fleet cannot provide timely support, even if we fight until the last soldier falls, we must persevere. Meanwhile, in the highest office of the Draconic Interstellar Empire, Chief Secretary Lilith was efficiently coordinating various tasks. Under her leadership, several specialized subdepartments were established, each with a distinct role. Some were in charge of supplying the Interstellar Legion fleets for the Oath Duel battlefield, some managed transport fleet logistics, others coordinated resource distribution, and some allocated repair docks for damaged warships. These departments worked together like precise gears, ensuring every task was completed efficiently. Recently, a new subdepartment was created to handle all matters related to the Conqueror civilization's invasion. Although, as per previous agreements, the Draconic Interstellar Empire would not provide direct military support, they were still assisting in other ways. All cosmic stargates were prepared for wartime, and battlefield intelligence was being collected and analyzed in real time. If the coalition led by the Holy Elf Empire could not withstand the Conqueror civilization's onslaught, the Draconic Interstellar Empire would have no choice but to withdraw a significant number of Legion fleets from the Oath Duel battlefield to provide support. This would create immense pressure, but there was no alternative. Winning the Oath Duel would be meaningless if the rear line collapsed, as the Draconic Interstellar Empire would then stand no chance against the Conqueror civilization. The Holy Elf Empire had entered a state of full war preparedness, with large Legion fleets deployed to the front lines. The 5 Elf Kings had distinct roles. King Onion of the Moonlight Elves oversaw the front line. King Solomon of the Flame Elves commanded the battlefield. Queen Marites of the Water Elves managed logistics and supplies. King Gustav of the Light Elves ensured the Empire's operations continued smoothly, maintaining a constant supply of battlefield resources, and King Mansfield of the Emerald Elves, while continuing his research, was ready to analyze data on enemy ships and weapons sent back from the front lines. After receiving reports from the subdepartment secretaries, Lilith reviewed them carefully and instructed. Keep a close watch on the Holy Elf Empire's every move and document all their subsequent combat information. Lilith's secretary officer fixed a stern gaze on the subordinate in front of her. Battlefield information must be recorded in real time, especially for every battle since the appearance of the Conqueror civilization. More importantly, this information must be immediately synchronized with the Zon battlefield in the Shattered Universe to ensure that Grand Marshal Charlotte and His Majesty, the Emperor of the Sky Dragon, can keep up with the situation. Understood. I guarantee the real-time recording and sharing of battlefield information will be completed. The secretary officer responded with a firm tone, standing at attention. After the briefing, Lilith rubbed her tired eyes. Her assistant, noticing the fatigue on her superior's face, couldn't help but suggest, Madam Secretary, you've been working for almost 20 hours straight. These tasks can actually be delegated to the secretarial department. For over a month since the start of the Oath Duel, Lilith had maintained such an intense work schedule. It was her meticulous coordination at the rear that allowed the Sky Dragon Legion's fleet to fight on the Zon battlefield in the Shattered Universe without any worries. If it were the Holy Elven Empire, the logistics would likely have collapsed, and the frontline troops could face the embarrassment of running out of ammunition and resources. Lilith's eyes swept over the brightly lit secretarial department. Since the onset of the war, the lights here had never gone out, with each department working in shifts to ensure continuous operations. It was this rigorous work ethic that supported the exhilarating battles on the front lines. Madam Secretary, please, even an hour of rest would be beneficial, the assistant pleaded, almost begging. Seeing Lilith remain unmoved, she resorted to her last resort. You haven't contacted your 3 children in a long time. They miss you very much. This finally touched the softest part of Lilith's heart. Once unyielding, she now had a vulnerability: her children. What are the children doing now? Lilith asked softly. At this time, they should just be getting up and having breakfast, the assistant promptly replied. Lilith sighed deeply and slowly stood up. Then make the arrangements. I want to have a video call with the children. Certainly, certainly. The assistant was overjoyed, as it was rare to get the secretary to take a break. Just as the assistant turned to leave, Lilith asked a question she normally wouldn't. Do you think my appearance is still okay? The assistant carefully examined Lilith's face, a face alluring enough to captivate even those of the same gender, now clearly marked with exhaustion. Lilith, Mama. Mama, where's Daddy? The innocent voices of 3 children echoed from the holographic projection. Their figures flickered in the light, seemingly within reach, yet impossibly distant. Lilith's fingers trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to touch those adorable faces, but they stopped midway. Holograms, after all, were just illusions, incapable of providing any real sensation. How have you been doing in your studies lately? She asked gently, her eyes tenderly sweeping over each small face. Listen to your sisters and be good. Your daddy and Charlotte Mama have gone far away on an important mission, but as soon as they're back, they'll come to see you first. That's my promise. Time quietly slipped by during this warm conversation. Even though she couldn't physically touch the children, simply listening to their chatter about daily life filled Lilith with immense happiness. However, this tranquility was soon interrupted. Report, latest news. There's activity on the White Hole side. A young secretary stood at the doorway, hesitant to speak. She clearly didn't want to disrupt this rare family moment, but the urgency of military affairs left her no choice. She silently cursed the timing of the Conqueror civilization, wondering why it had to coincide with this brief 10 minutes of family time. Maintaining her gentle smile, Lilith said to the children in the hologram. All right then. Lilith, Mama has to go to work now. Be good, and I'll come play with you once I'm done, okay? The 3 children nodded understandingly, promising in unison to behave and not cause trouble. As the communication ended, the loving smile on Lilith's face vanished, replaced by the commanding presence of a top commander. Report the battlefield situation, she ordered, striding purposefully toward the command center, with the young secretary following closely behind. On the front lines, there have been anomalies at the 3 white holes monitored by the Kaguya Elf King, Onions. The enemy's first wave of fleets has appeared suddenly, faster than black hole deployments. Each deployment is massive, with up to 1 million interstellar warships at a time. Researchers estimate the deployment interval to be about 5 minutes, theoretically allowing for 12 million warships to be deployed within an hour. The young secretary pulled up live footage from the White Hole surveillance in the Maha's People's Interstellar Empire. The screen showed the area around the White Hole, initially just a dazzling white light column, when suddenly countless black dots appeared densely, like raindrops, each one the outline of an enemy warship. The first wave consisted of 1 million starships from the Conqueror civilization, casting massive shadows across the starry sky. Flame Elf King Xiaomen had already fortified the defenses around the 3 white hole battlefields with layers of heavy satellite cannons and interstellar bunkers, forming an impenetrable line. His strategy was straightforward: leverage defensive advantages to deliver maximum damage during the enemy's initial assault. After all, this might be their only moment of superiority in the entire war. However, the battlefield is ever-changing. Suddenly, a fleet of 3 million unidentified starships appeared behind the Maha's Interstellar Empire's White Hole battlefield, launching a surprise attack on the Cosmic Military Alliance's defensive core. This unexpected blow from behind should have caught the coalition off guard, but the stationed Holy Elf Legion responded swiftly, immediately rearranging their combat formations to counterattack. Didn't expect there would really be infiltrators, said Kaguya Elf King Aonians with a look of disgust in the video window. Xiaomen shrugged casually. I anticipated this possibility when the Conqueror civilization targeted the Mahas. They've been setting up in our universe for a long time. Although their military actions in the Maha's Interstellar Empire failed, who knows if there were other successful infiltrations before. So I prepared in advance. Now, the Legion fleet is split into 2 parts. One to deal with the Conqueror civilization, and the other specifically for these attackers. These vermin cannot be allowed to remain, Aonian said with a voice full of menace, especially in such an important war. Xiaomen smiled slightly at Aonians. Finding them is your job. In the Holy Elf Empire, Kaguya Elf King Aonians was always responsible for intelligence collection and handling various covert operations, including eliminating those who betrayed the civilization's interests. He always managed to silently remove these hidden threats with minimal impact. Leave it to me. Aonians nodded in agreement. You take care of things on the battlefield. If you need anything, contact me anytime. The Kaguya Elf King, Onions, demonstrated rare wisdom. In the realm of battlefield command, he candidly acknowledged that the Flame Elf King, Shulman, was more adept. Thus, he unhesitatingly entrusted this crucial task to him, focusing instead on his supporting role and responsibilities. As the communication ended, Onions cast a sharp gaze at the few special individuals before him. These Kagaya elves were clad in uniform black attire, their faces and figures hidden in shadows. If not for the conspicuous Kagaya elf clan emblem on their collars, it would be nearly impossible to discern their identities. What are the investigation results? Who is this Legion fleet serving? Onion's voice was deep and thunderous, his eyes flashing with a cold light. In the Holy Elf Empire, anyone familiar with him knew well this aura heralded impending doom. An intelligence officer promptly reported, "According to our intelligence network, this fleet originates from a small universe that ostensibly possesses only T4 technology. 7 years ago, a high-level rebellion provided an opportunity for a conqueror civilization to infiltrate and covertly take control of this civilization, using it as a cover base for the Legion fleet. Over these 7 years, they quietly built a fleet of 1 million ships, leveraging their advanced technology. These warships are at least T4 level, with a significant number of T5 interstellar warships. To maintain their disguise, they haven't equipped any T6 level ships. 1 million warships? Onions furrowed his brow. But there are 3 million on the battlefield. Where did the other 2 million come from? His gaze swept over the meticulously trained members of the covert division, whose expertise in intelligence gathering was crucial at this moment. A female elf's voice broke the brief silence. 50,000 of them come from a special force, the Interstellar Mercenary Corps. This revelation surprised everyone present. It was no small feat for a mercenary group to secretly maintain such a large and high-quality fleet. Which mercenary group specifically? Someone asked. The Glacier Interstellar Mercenary Corps. The female elf replied decisively. Everyone in the room was well acquainted with this name. As a long-standing mercenary force, the Glacier Interstellar Mercenary Corps was renowned, its existence predating some interstellar civilizations. Although it had changed hands multiple times and was no longer what it once was, its influence still spanned over 60% of the star regions in the cosmic cluster. From escorting to bandit suppression, they would accept any mission as long as the pay was right. They had established over 100 bases across the universe, complete with independent starports, docks, and industrial bases. Although they claimed to have 5 million warships, the vast majority were T1 and T2 level. Counting only the T3 and above elite warships, the total was merely 50,000. Excluding T3 level battleships, the fleet of the Glacier Interstellar Mercenary Group consists of approximately 50,000 ships. Although their numbers don't match those of other large mercenary groups, they have acquired 500 T5 level interstellar battleships through various channels and are rumored to possess a mysterious T6 level flagship. Most of these ships are old and have changed hands multiple times, with many having been in service for over a century. Nevertheless, this formidable fleet places the Glacier Interstellar Mercenary Group among the leading mercenary groups in the current cosmic cluster. The Kagaya Elf King, Onions, raised his hand to bring up a holographic projection, revealing the intricate network of the Glacier Interstellar Mercenary Group. This vast organization operates under a parliamentary system, managed by a council of 10, each member overseeing business in different cosmic regions. Was this operation a decision by the entire council, or did some act on their own? The Kagaya Elf King Onions asked gravely. The female elf beside him replied respectfully. The investigation is ongoing, but it is confirmed that 3 council members are directly involved. At that moment, a communication request abruptly interrupted the meeting. Initially displeased, the Kagaya Elf King's demeanor changed upon seeing the sender identified as the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's Emperor's Secret Guard. As the largest intelligence-gathering organization in the cosmic cluster, the Emperor's Secret Guard is backed by the vast resource network of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. By controlling the largest interstellar trade group, the Imperial Ministry of Commerce, and the Cosmic Trade Alliance framework, they have established an unparalleled intelligence network through trade interactions. After a brief hesitation, the Kagaya Elf King accepted the video call. The screen displayed a figure wearing a dragon-patterned mask, speaking with a voice that was specially modified. I am from the Imperial Secret Guard. Your Excellency, Kagaya Elf King. This list will provide you with answers about the forces behind the mysterious army attacking the front line. With those words, an encrypted file was transmitted, and the communication was swiftly cut off. The entire exchange lasted less than 30 seconds, a brevity that left the Kagaya Elf King slightly irritated. However, upon opening the list and seeing the detailed intelligence and annotations, any dissatisfaction vanished. The depth of information was indeed something only the Imperial Secret Guard could possess. Reading through the names and forces on the list, the Kagaya Elf King turned to his elite shadow unit and issued a command. Within 24 hours, eliminate all involved personnel and forces on this list. Above the main base of the Glacier Interstellar Mercenary Group, 300 starships suddenly appeared, forming a perfect formation that encircled the base. Each ship bore the emblem of the Holy Elven Empire, and what was even more alarming was that they were all top-tier T5 class warships. Their cannons were deployed, emitting a ghostly blue glow, locking onto every military facility within the base. Attention! We are the Kagaya fleet of the Holy Elven Empire, executing a mandate from the Cosmic Military Alliance. A commanding voice echoed through the public communication channel. You are suspected of collusion. Prepare for an immediate investigation. Shut down all Starship engines, communication devices, electronic equipment, and defense systems within 3 minutes. Any hostile actions will be at your own peril. Faced with such overwhelming force, the base's defense fleet dared not make a move. The commanders of the Glacier Interstellar Mercenary Group quickly issued orders, and the ships came to a halt, while industrial facilities and defense systems within the base powered down, their energy signals fading. In this tense atmosphere, a T4 class interstellar cruiser suddenly defied orders, sharply turning its bow and igniting its engines in an attempt to escape. This unexpected action caught everyone off guard. However, the Elven Empire's fleet reacted even faster. A blinding energy beam struck the fleeing ship's rear engine, crippling it. Swiftly, a swarm of drones descended like bees, surrounding the now powerless T4 ship and systematically destroying all its weapon modules. Several shuttles then approached the stranded ship, preparing for a forced boarding. Witnessing these events, the members of the Glacier Mercenary Group were struck silent with fear. The base's highest-ranking official, drenched in sweat, cursed under his breath in frustration. Who is that ship's captain? What could they have done to anger the Holy Elven Empire so much? Defying orders like this is risking all our lives. Though they were still unclear about the specifics, it was evident from the situation that the Holy Elven Empire had indeed found their target. If you haven't done anything wrong, there's no need to fear ghosts knocking at your door. If that starship hadn't done something wrong, the Holy Elven Empire wouldn't have come knocking. The highest-ranking officer at the Glacier base was pacing back and forth in the command room, silently hoping that this matter wouldn't involve them. Suddenly, a holographic video window popped up in front of him, showing a captain of the Kagaya Elves in a standard military uniform. Those stern eyes locked onto him. Are you the person in charge here? Yes, I am. The Glacier officer immediately straightened up, speaking quickly, but I really don't know what happened with that starship that disobeyed orders. As soon as you notified us, I instructed my fleet and everyone to stand by. I really don't know what happened. Whether you're involved or not, we'll investigate. For now, you must cooperate with our actions. The Kagaya elf captain interrupted coldly. I will send a transport ship over. You and all your people must board it and await instructions. Some personnel will be taken for questioning. Answer what you're asked. I assure you, we won't harm the innocent. Additionally, we will take control of this base. From now on, you will act according to our orders. Anyone who dares to resist or disobey will face the consequences. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. We will fully cooperate. The Glacier officer nodded repeatedly, sweat already forming on his forehead. He hesitated for a moment before adding, I personally will cooperate fully, but with so many people under me, like that starship that disobeyed orders, I really can't guarantee anything. If someone is foolish enough to resist, do what you must, just don't let it affect me. You can rest assured on that. We know what we're doing. The Kagaya elf captain replied expressionlessly. The Glacier officer cautiously ventured. May I ask what exactly offended you? And the people on that starship? He quickly added, if I shouldn't be asking this, just pretend I didn't. The Kagaya elf captain stared at him, her voice growing even colder. A conqueror civilization from another universe group is attacking us. During a battle on the front lines, a fleet connected to your Glacier Interstellar Mercenary Group appeared behind our lines and attacked us. This is suspected treason. These words hit like a bolt from the blue, and the Glacier officer's face turned ghostly pale. In this era of established cosmic military alliances, for their Glacier Interstellar Mercenary Group, a member of the alliance, to have a related fleet attack the Holy Elven Legion, this was nothing short of suicidal. Sir, I truly had no knowledge of this. He was so anxious he was almost stamping his feet. This has nothing to do with me at all. You can bring the people from that starship here and confront them face to face. He pounded the table in frustration. Those idiots, neglecting good business for such foolishness. I should have retired last year. When our Marines were about to force their way onto the fleeing starship, they were met with a shocking scene. All personnel aboard had committed mass suicide, leaving no survivors. The moment this news was relayed, the face of the Glacier's leader turned ghostly pale, their entire body trembling uncontrollably. As for whether you're innocent or not, we'll find out ourselves, the Kagaya elf captain said coldly before cutting off the communication. In this operation, aside from the starship where the mass suicide occurred, other targets were relatively cooperative. However, this was just one of the many actions taken by the Holy Elven Empire based on the list provided by the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire. The entire purge spanned nearly 10 universes, involving over 30 different factions and organizations. Among the numerous targets, most chose to comply, but there were exceptions. One faction launched a counterattack as soon as they detected the Holy Elven Empire's fleet. However, their strongest force consisted of only a few T5 class battleships, and against even the weakest of the Holy Elven Empire's T5 class fleets, such resistance was futile. The fiercest battle occurred in one of the war zones, where local resistance forces engaged in a deadly struggle with the Holy Elven Legion. Under the fire of battle, over 1,000 starships were reduced to debris in space, and 3 planets suffered devastating orbital bombardment. The Holy Elven Empire's fleet adhered to a straightforward rule of engagement. Those who complied were spared, those who defied were eradicated. Their approach was simple: nothing that couldn't be solved with a volley of fire, and if there was, another volley would follow. In just 3 hours, half of the targets on the list were eliminated. The remaining targets were dealt with in the following 10 hours. Surprisingly, many of these targets had eluded even the covert operations of Kagaya Elf King Aeonians. Most of these individuals perished in resistance, knowing that capture by the Holy Elven Empire meant certain death. However, some who hesitated or hoped for a lucky escape were captured alive. Those with higher status were directly brought before Kagaya Elf King Aeonians. Inside the starship's prison on the Kagaya Elf King's flagship, the atmosphere was starkly different from the bright style of the Holy Elven Empire. The dark corridor walls, stained with mottled blood, silently testified to the horror of past events. Aeonians entered one of the cells, facing a trembling prisoner. After saluting Aeonians, the interrogation officer leaned in and whispered, "This person's psychological defenses have been broken. He is willing to confess everything truthfully. You may proceed with your questioning." Aeonians nodded in satisfaction, carefully observing the man sitting on the interrogation chair, shaking uncontrollably. Although the prisoner showed no visible injuries, through the floor-to-ceiling window of the adjacent interrogation room, traces of unclean blood and remains hinted at the previous events. It's easy to guess what happened in the adjacent room. Inside the interrogation room, the interviewee deliberately avoided looking in that direction, as if something terrifying lurked there. In one corner of the room, a severed finger stood out, the gemstone-crusted ring still on its knuckle, a favorite piece worn by his late superior. The Elven King Onions looked down at the man who was nodding repeatedly. "Your identity?" he asked directly. "I am the regional director of the Glacier Interstellar Mercenary Group," the man said, his voice trembling, "and the deputy of a leader in the Glacier 10 Council." As he spoke, his eyes once again involuntarily drifted toward the room next door, which filled him with dread. "What connection do you have with the Conqueror civilization?" Onions pressed on. "Sir, I'm not sure if it is indeed the Conqueror civilization," the man explained urgently. "I only know that the leader has been secretly in contact with a certain interstellar civilization, acquiring advanced technology from them. Later, he ordered me to find a hidden location to build an industrial base for producing starships. I'm just following orders." Ignoring the man's defense, Onions asked, "Do you know how your leader established contact with the Conqueror civilization? Were there any suspicious people or activities around him?" "There weren't any suspicious activities." The man pondered for a moment. "But every few months, he would secretly leave. Once, he took me along, and I saw him meet with a mysterious figure cloaked in black. They spoke in a secret chamber, and I couldn't see the person's face or hear their conversation." "How many starships did your base produce in total?" "Around 100,000, the man answered cautiously, still trying to distance himself from responsibility. "I was really just following orders from above." Onions took out a pen and paper, pushing them towards the man. "Write down everyone who had contact with this power, including specific times of contact. Record every detail clearly, or else." He left the sentence unfinished, but the threat was clear. Yes. I will record everything I know truthfully," the man quickly agreed. After leaving the interrogation room, Onions inquired about the findings from other interrogation personnel. The response was that the information gathered from various rooms was similar, all pointing to the same mysterious organization. This organization was likely the puppet of the Conqueror civilization planted within their universe. "Do we have any concrete intelligence on this mysterious organization?" asked Onions, the king of the Kagaya elves, as he sat in his large command chair, his brow furrowed. This mysterious organization, closely linked to the Conqueror civilization, had always been a thorn in his side. He had first noticed the existence of this organization during the Mahasian Interstellar Empire incident. Despite investing substantial intelligence resources, it felt like groping through fog. They could only confirm its existence without gaining any substantial leads. The subordinates standing before him shook their head. Even after interrogating recent suspects, no valuable information was obtained. This sense of helplessness was agonizing for the usually proud Kagaya Elf King, akin to facing a taunting adversary whose face remained perpetually obscured. This anxiety had kept him awake for several nights. As the intelligence chief of the Holy Elf Empire, it was his responsibility. The affairs on the battlefield were handled by the Flame Elf King, Shaloman, and he had no authority to interfere with the oath duel of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Yet, encountering such setbacks in his area of expertise, intelligence, was undoubtedly a blow to the ever-confident Holy Elf Empire. Is there really not a single lead? He pressed on, unwilling to give up, only to be met with another shake of the head from his subordinate. Sighing, Onions briefly reviewed the current situation and then left the scene. Back in his office on the flagship's bridge, he wrestled silently with his pride before finally contacting that Imperial Genui representative, the one who had previously provided him with a list. Soon, a video window opened before him, revealing the distinctively dressed Imperial Genui representative. For the Kagaya Elf King to contact me, you must be troubled by something. Let me guess, the other said with a faint, elusive smile. It's about that mysterious organization closely tied to the Conqueror civilization, right? It seems you've hit a dead end. Onions regarded him with a grim expression. If you have any leads, then pardon my disturbance. While our leads are scarce, we do have what you're looking for, the Imperial Genui replied with a light chuckle. True to the nature of the intelligence department directly under that man, their way of speaking and acting was infuriating. But since they mentioned having valuable information, Onions suppressed his irritation and focused on listening. Sensing the Elf King's patience waning, the Imperial Genui stopped teasing and began to detail the intelligence they had gathered. The Imperial secret agent stood before the holographic star map, tapping his finger lightly as a vast network of resource investigations unfolded. This mysterious organization operates with extreme caution, he observed sharply. They never make large-scale purchases, nor do they transport goods directly to the destination. We discovered they use a highly discreet method. The agent's finger traced several flickering points on the star map, either making small, scattered purchases or acquiring resource mines to extract materials themselves and then transporting them secretly. This approach makes it nearly impossible for us to track them. However, fortune favors the prepared. With the establishment of the Cosmic Trade Alliance by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, along with a series of cooperative agreements launched for the upcoming Oath Duel, they began deep collaborations with major resource locales. The empire not only provided investments, but also exported advanced technology to boost production capacity. It was in this process, the agent's lips curved slightly, that we found a clue. The Moonlight Elf King, Onions, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. As an experienced ruler, he was well aware of the situation at the time. All cooperation agreements were guaranteed by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, and given the current special relationship between the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Holy Elf Empire, any refusal to cooperate appeared particularly suspicious. We conducted an in-depth investigation into these small to medium-sized resource areas that refused cooperation. The agent marked several red points on the star map. Although their transaction documents seemed complete and buyers did exist, further probing revealed discrepancies. He pulled up several holographic documents. Some buyers have no relevant transaction records, and some quantities are significantly mismatched. For instance, here he pointed to a document. The actual transaction was only 50 million star coins, yet the documents show 200 million star coins worth of materials. The Moonlight Elf King, Onions, narrowed his eyes, awaiting the next part. The agent smiled confidently. Materials don't disappear into thin air. Even if they don't use stargates, and even if they use their own transport ships, just like a comet leaving a trail across the starry sea, they can't evade our tracking. His finger moved quickly across the star map, marking out 7 flashing coordinate points. The Moonlight Elf King, Onions, fixed his gaze on one of the coordinates. It was located right on the edge of the Holy Elf Empire's cosmos. Do you see? The agent's voice carried a hint of amusement. These locations are either extremely hidden or incredibly risky. And most surprisingly, he pointed specifically to the coordinate near the Holy Elf Empire. This outpost has been right under your nose for 20 whole years. This revelation brought a rare look of shock to the face of the Moonlight Elf King, Onions. The Fairy King of Kagaya, Onions, gazed intently at the map in front of him, his brow slightly furrowed. This location is indeed easy to overlook. If an organization is hiding here, as long as their actions are discreet, they would be hard to detect. Since you have these coordinates, why haven't you taken action yet? A hint of helplessness flashed in the eyes of the Imperial Secret Guard. It's not that simple. We've previously investigated over 1,000 suspicious locations, but these people are incredibly cunning. As soon as they sense any risk of exposure, they vanish without a trace. Those who can't escape in time would rather choose to end their own lives. She paused for a moment. The fanaticism of this cult is beyond imagination. After several failed searches, we changed our strategy, avoiding reckless actions that might alert them. The guard continued. The landing of the Conqueror civilization's fleet provided us with an excellent opportunity to coordinate from within. This organization will inevitably engage in extensive external communications, allowing us to pinpoint these exact coordinates. Onions nodded slightly, understanding the explanation. The willingness of the peripheral members to sacrifice themselves indicated that the core members of the organization were even more fanatical. To ensure we capture them alive, especially key figures, we've decided to employ a strategy of covert capture, the guard concluded, her gaze falling on Onions. This strategy is indeed meticulous, Onions agreed. When do you plan to take action? How can we assist? The guard glanced at the time, a slight smile playing on her lips. Right at this critical moment, she said, looking directly at Onions. To improve efficiency, we hope to interrogate the captured suspects nearby. Could we use some of the interrogation rooms in the Sacred Elf Empire? This request took Onions by surprise. You want us to interrogate the people you capture? Isn't that like handing over the intelligence to us for free? We're all on the same side. The guard shrugged, her tone light, yet sincere. Currently, the Draconix Interstellar Empire and the Sacred Elf Empire are in the same boat. Whether on the battlefield of the Oath Duel or facing the Conqueror civilization, we cannot afford to lose. Mutual trust is the foundation, and sharing intelligence is the primary expression of that trust. This cooperation is nothing unless. She looked at him meaningfully. Your Excellency, the Fairy King of Kagaya, doesn't consider us friends? Facing this teasing probe, Onions remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Thank you for your trust in us. Our people will cooperate with your personnel's interrogation, and I'll arrange the relevant matters. If you have any needs, feel free to let me know. I'll do my best to cooperate and meet your requirements. Despite this statement, the Kagaya Elven King, Onions, did not directly respond to the issue. The Imperial Genway officer simply smiled faintly, nodded, and said, I understand. Then, he cut off the video communication. Captain, the Genway deputy next to him frowned and complained. We just handed over the intelligence we worked so hard to obtain for nothing? And that Kagaya Elven King acted so indifferent. If we knew this, we might as well have kept the information. The Imperial Genway captain sat calmly in the command chair and said, this intelligence was going to be shared with other powers eventually. It's better to give it to them now rather than later. It's like serving a meal when someone is starving versus at a regular mealtime. The impact is completely different. He paused and continued. Although he didn't express it, he surely took note of our goodwill. Whether it will yield any return in the future, only time will tell. Besides, we just shared some intelligence in advance. Such a small investment is negligible. The captain gazed into the distance, his tone deepening. Sometimes, you can't just focus on immediate gains and losses. You have to look further. Even though we are the Genway acting in the shadows for His Majesty, we must always think as His Majesty does and truly become his extension. The deputy realized the wisdom in his words. Meanwhile, in the vast darkness of the universe, the Genway of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had quietly begun their operations. In the Holy Elven Empire's cosmic border space, a desolate and silent area caught their attention. There were no celestial bodies, no guiding facilities, just darkness. Without familiarity, it was impossible to navigate this void. A T-6 Silent Phantom-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was patrolling this region. The ship's anti-stealth radar picked up a faint signal a fully cloaked starship was in transit. However, once the starship entered a specific area, it vanished completely from the radar. Another one disappeared. The deputy captain stared at the radar screen in disbelief and said, in that airspace ahead, this is the 13th one. We have the most advanced T-6 anti-stealth radar, yet we still can't detect them. The captain gazed at the seemingly empty area and calmly analyzed. Don't forget who we're dealing with. These are forces allied with the Conqueror civilization suspected of having near T-7 technology. It's not surprising they possess some quasi-T-7 level technology. However, this technology likely has limitations. Otherwise, why can we still observe those starships in transit? He continued to speculate. I believe there's a secret base in this airspace equipped with some kind of stationary cloaking device that can completely conceal this area. Such equipment is too large to be installed on starships, which explains why we can detect moving starships, but not this specific area. The deputy captain's eyes lit up with excitement. If we could acquire this technology and apply it to our starships, wouldn't our combat capabilities reach a new level? In this hidden space, a completely different world unfolds gradually. In what appears to be an empty void, there is actually a fully developed miniature star system. Artificial planets orbit around a central hub, with several massive spaceports standing among them, and a fleet of 300 interstellar warships standing ready. The level of activity here rivals any official interstellar military base. A subtly painted interstellar transport ship has just cleared through the checkpoint and is slowly heading to its designated berth. On the bridge, an officer surveys the crew, then discreetly leaves her post. Her steps are light yet determined as she makes her way to the cargo loading platform. Navigating through neatly arranged stacks of cargo containers, the officer stops at the deepest one. Ensuring she is alone and in a blind spot of surveillance, she taps out a coded sequence on the container's side. Moments later, a matching response is heard from within. The container door slides open, revealing not goods, but a fully armed squad of interstellar marines. This unit's true identity is even more remarkable. They belong to the Royal Guards of the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire. As a direct branch of the Emperor, the Royal Guards not only have their own marine units, but are also equipped with independent spaceports, bases, and fleets, forming a small yet complete interstellar military force. The officer quickly accesses her handheld terminal, transmitting intelligence data to the Marine commander. This dossier contains comprehensive terrain data and a list of key personnel. These are high-ranking members of the organization. Capturing them alive would significantly aid our mission. Her voice is low but extremely serious. Remember, once we enter, we have only 1 hour. Regardless of the situation here, the outer fleet will launch an assault after 1 hour. You now have less than 30 minutes for the operation. Understood. We'll complete the apprehension of target personnel within half an hour. The Marine commander responds tersely. I need to return to the bridge. If anything unforeseen arises, I'll find a way to inform you. With that, the officer exchanges salutes with the commander and quietly leaves, as if she was never there. The Marine commander immediately synchronizes the intelligence to all team members' terminals. Memorize all information within 1 minute, and then we proceed. Yes, sir. For ordinary people, memorizing such a vast amount of information in just 1 minute would be nearly impossible. However, these Royal Guard Marines have ingrained speed memorization into their very being. In less than 60 seconds, everyone has completed the task, eyes firmly set on the commander, awaiting the next command. The commander gripped the laser gun, his gaze slicing through each soldier present as he commanded in a low voice. Commence the operation. Yes, sir, came the unified response as this elite squad of interstellar marines stealthily infiltrated the enemy's starport, guided by intelligence and maps. Clad in uniforms strikingly similar to those of the enemy organization, they mimicked their movements so perfectly that they passed by enemy personnel multiple times without arousing suspicion. However, just as they were about to enter the critical core area, a checkpoint officer blocked their path. The officer scrutinized the unfamiliar team with a frown. Which unit are you from? According to today's patrol schedule, this area isn't your responsibility. The commander stepped forward calmly, a hint of annoyance from overtime work in his voice. It wasn't supposed to be us, but the higher-ups got paranoid about potential spies and ordered additional security. So here we are, pulled in for extra duty. The officer considered for a moment, seemingly accepting the explanation. All right, carry on. But as the squad moved on, a shout came from behind. Wait a minute. Extra personnel like this should have been communicated to us. Let me check with the command. Before he could finish, a silent laser beam pierced his chest. As the officer silently collapsed, the commander barked, "Move faster. Our cover might be blown. We need to find the targets on the list immediately." Just then, the door to a command room swung open, and a staff member, about to leave, stared in surprise at the Marines at the entrance. The next second, a sharp alarm shattered the silence. Warning! Suspicious intruders detected. Gunfire erupted instantly, but no blood was shed as the room's occupants fell neatly to the ground. The squad's weapons were set to stun mode, aiming to capture key figures alive and extract valuable information from them. The soldiers swiftly restrained the individuals with binding tools. The commander turned to gaze out the floor-to-ceiling window, where the Imperial Royal Guard fleet had begun its fierce assault. Stealth bombers launched first, striking enemy combat units and defenses with precision. In the distant starry sky, destroyers and cruisers accelerated toward the battle, their massive shadows foretelling the conflict's most intense phase. The Imperial Royal Guards of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire swiftly took control of the enemy base. Within the heavily guarded facility, squads of guards in black uniforms apprehended key figures one by one. According to prior arrangements, these captives would be handed over to the interrogation department of the Holy Elf Empire. Meanwhile, similar operations were unfolding simultaneously at multiple bases of the organization, like a vast net ensnaring the enemy under the watchful eyes of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. The Kagaya Elf King, Onions, closely monitored these events. He issued clear instructions to the Holy Elf Empire's interrogation department. Any intelligence obtained through interrogation must be reported immediately. On the front lines of the Maha's Interstellar Empire, although Onions couldn't command directly, he was fully aware of the situation at the 3 Whitehole battlefronts. The enemy's surprise fleet was firmly engaged by Allied forces, being gradually worn down, and the threat to the front line was effectively under control. In the main battlefront, the Flame Elf King, Salomon, initially held the upper hand. With favorable timing, geographical advantage, and popular support, combined with thorough pre-battle preparations and robust defenses, the Allies seemed to be on the verge of overwhelming victory. However, as the enemy established their defense line and reinforcements continuously arrived at the battlefield, the situation took a dramatic turn. The enemy first stabilized their defenses, then launched a counterattack, steadily expanding their controlled airspace to create assembly areas for more reinforcements. This dramatic shift in the battle unfolded in less than 10 hours. At this moment, each of the three white hull battlefronts saw the conqueror civilization amassing 1 billion interstellar warships. From afar, the densely packed conqueror fleets resembled a flowing metallic ocean, obscuring the sky. Such a massive scale and rapid mobilization made it difficult even for the Flame Elf King Salomon to contain. At this moment, a video window popped up in front of Onions. The image of the Flame Elf King Salomon appeared, her expression grave as she looked directly at Onions and said, "Onions, I now understand why Zhao Chen said holding out for 6 months would be impressive. I originally thought we could last longer, but now it seems even 6 months might be challenging. The enemy has deployed a total of 3 billion interstellar warships across the 3 white hull battlefronts. Although they are currently only transporting supply fleets, this number poses a significant threat to us. More troubling is that within their fleet are not only numerous T6 level warships, but also a few quasi-T7 level flagship warships. The deterrent power of these high-level warships on the battlefield cannot be underestimated. On our side, the only force capable of contending with such an elite corps is the fleet of the Holy Elf Empire. On the vast interstellar battlefield, faced with the mighty legions of the conqueror civilization, the fleets of other interstellar civilizations seem utterly vulnerable, as fragile as cannon fodder. Kagaya Elf King Onions gazed at Flame Elf King Xiaoman, his brow slightly furrowed. "How long do you think we can hold out?" A hint of solemnity crossed Xiaoman's face. She shook her head gently, her voice low. "Originally, I planned for us to hold our current positions for 6 months, but reality is far harsher than expected. A line of defense we thought could last a week crumbled in less than 3 hours under the enemy's fierce assault." She paused briefly before continuing. "At this rate, our interstellar core will quickly be depleted, making it impossible to last half a year. Therefore, I have devised another battle plan. Although, this plan might spark significant controversy." "Let's hear it." Onions gestured for her to proceed. Xiaoman raised her hand and summoned a massive interstellar war map, revealing the entire cosmic cluster's star regions. She pointed to 3 flashing red dots, the landing points of the conqueror civilization. "I propose we adopt a delaying tactic. Centered around these 3 landing points, we construct defensive positions in the outer star regions. When the combat effectiveness of these fortifications drops below 30%, we leave a small fleet to cover the retreat, while the main forces withdraw to the next line of defense." Her gaze swept over the densely populated galaxies on the map, her tone growing more resolute. "This is our home field advantage. We have ample resources to establish these fortifications. More importantly," her voice suddenly sharpened, "we must completely destroy every valuable facility within each star region upon withdrawal, including starports, stargates, resource planets, and even production facilities that cannot be evacuated. All residents must be forcibly evacuated to ensure that the conquerors cannot resume production for at least a year and a half. This way," Xiaoman continued her analysis, "the conquerors will be unable to source any resources locally. They will have to continuously transport supplies from their home system. As the battle lines extend, their logistical costs will increase exponentially. This can significantly slow their advance." Kagaya Elf King Onions watched her quietly, a look of understanding in his eyes. "You must realize the consequences of such actions. Even if we achieve victory in the end, those who lose their homes will not thank you. Instead, they may see you as the culprit. Even our fellow citizens of the Holy Elf Empire might find it hard to accept such a radical strategy." Facing the persuasion of Onions, the king of the Kagaya Elves, Solomon, the king of the Flame Elves, displayed a calm smile. Her eyes glistened with determination as she spoke with ease. "In the past, I might have been concerned about my status as the Elf King of the Holy Elf Empire. However, after delving into the development history of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and engaging in multiple exchanges with the Emperor of Xiaolong, I've gained a new understanding of the concept of honor." She slightly raised her head, her voice growing more resolute. "Honor is important, but what does it weigh in the face of battles concerning the survival of our homeland? Even if I lose my status as Elf King, even if I am seen as an enemy by many interstellar races, so what? If I can win this battle and protect our home, these sacrifices are worth it." At this point, Solomon's sharp gaze locked onto Onions. "Or, in the current situation, can you think of any better solutions?" Confronted with this question, Onions was left speechless. In fact, the strategy devised by Solomon is an upgraded version of a defensive scorched earth tactic. Its core idea is to use the enemy's attack route as an axis, using various universes as defensive depths to gradually wear down the enemy's offensive. While this tactic may not directly defeat the enemy, it effectively buys time, with the cost being the sacrifice of cosmic systems along the way. Some might question, wouldn't the conqueror civilization abandon frontal assault and instead use spatial transport technology to directly send their fleet to the rear of the cosmic military alliance? Theoretically, this is feasible, but in practice, there are many constraints. Firstly, The battlefield around the three white holes has shown severe spatial instability, similar to the effects of black holes. Forcing spatial transport in such conditions could lead to an entire fleet being crushed in chaotic space. The larger the transport scale, the higher the risk. Only when the conqueror civilization occupies safe zones far from the white holes can they safely use spatial transport technology. Secondly, whether the conqueror civilization possesses sufficient transport technology tools is also a question. If they only transport hundreds of thousands or millions of starships, Solomon has already prepared reserve forces to counter them. Achieving transport on a scale of tens of millions depends on whether the conqueror civilization has that kind of capability. According to joint assessments by the Holy Elf Empire and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the conqueror civilization does not have such abundant resources. Even if they did, they wouldn't risk everything on this one battlefield. Intelligence indicates that the conqueror civilization also needs to deal with another force cultivated by order and cannot afford to gamble everything here. Considering these intricate factors, Solomon dared to deploy such a strategic plan. The battle plan devised by the Flame Elf King, Solomon, had been secretly plotted with the Emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and its marshals for a long time. She knew that if this plan were revealed prematurely within the Holy Elf Empire, it would face fierce opposition from the stubborn and conservative High Elf counselors and would never pass their deliberations. Therefore, it was only now that she dared to disclose this plan to the Twilight Elf King, Onions. Twilight Elf King Onions narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the Flame Elf King opposite him. Solomon offered a slight smile and said softly, "Such a massive undertaking is not something I can accomplish on my own." As she spoke, she gave Onions a meaningful wink. Surprisingly, the usually stern Twilight Elf King actually smiled. If his subordinates were to witness this scene, they would likely be shocked, as they had almost never seen their king display such an expression. "What prompts you to discuss this with me now?" Onions asked bluntly. "Among the Elf Kings, our interactions have been the least frequent. While there has been no conflict, we certainly aren't in sync. We're allies now," Solomon responded with a gentle smile. Allies. This simple word caused Onions to ponder. Under his leadership, his subordinates maintained a strictly professional and cold demeanor, as if merely fulfilling duties with no personal connections. Being called an ally was indeed unexpected for him. Since the plan is set, Onions refocused on the main issue. "We should discuss the implementation. Your plan has significant risks. Those cosmic forces and galaxy lords you've designated for defense in depth. Will they willingly let their territories become scorched earth? Informing them of your arrangements in advance could cause serious unrest. Someone might rebel, and even if they don't openly betray us, they might covertly resist and fight half-heartedly." Solomon shrugged lightly. "I never intended to inform them." As if expecting this response, Onion's lips curved slightly. "So, you plan to proceed without notifying them?" "Now that we've established the Cosmic Military Alliance," Solomon nodded, "the command is in our hands. Even without informing them, we can fully control military deployments and arrangements." She paused and added, "However, we'll still need an excuse." The Fairy King of Light, Onions, pondered for a moment, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. He slowly laid out his strategy. "Initially, we can use excuses such as the enemy's fierce offensive and the need to reorganize our lines. This way, outsiders will believe that the poor performance on the front lines is causing our defenses to fall back. After all, our fleet is indeed fighting valiantly, and the enemy's strength is evident to all. This will leave those cosmic civilizations with nothing to say." The Flame Fairy King, Solomon, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze deep. He spoke in a low voice. "However, when suppressed emotions accumulate to a critical point, they are bound to erupt. We need an outlet, someone to step up and take responsibility." He paused. After all, losing several cosmic territories in just a few months is a responsibility that someone must bear. Moreover, to ensure that the original battle plan can continue, this person must be able to guarantee that the plan proceeds smoothly even after they step down. At this point, Solomon looked meaningfully at Onions. The latter immediately grasped the implication, furrowing his brow. "You mean, you intend to become the scapegoat and take all the blame?" "Precisely." Solomon's expression was calm. "I will resign in disgrace, relinquishing all positions, including my title as Fairy King. These powers and status mean nothing to me." He looked directly into Onion's eyes. "What's important is who will succeed me. And you are the most suitable candidate. After I take all the responsibility, you will become the supreme military commander of the Cosmic Military Alliance," Solomon continued. "I know military command isn't your forte, but don't worry. I'll leave my entire team to you and arrange everything. If possible, I'll also continue to support you in secret." Hearing this, Onions was deeply moved. He had always thought his heart was as cold as iron, yet now he was filled with complex emotions. "So what do you say, Fairy King Onions?" Solomon asked with a sly smile. "I've given you quite the challenge. Once you take my place, you'll have to continue executing this plan and inevitably face criticism." Onion's lips curled into a slight smile. If you're willing to do this, what wouldn't I dare? However, your plan still needs refinement. We need to consider how to make all of this look more realistic. The two fairy kings then began to discuss every detail of the battle plan meticulously. Time was of the essence, and they immediately set about preparing, racing against the clock. In the military command center of the Holy Elven Empire, the Flame Elf King, Zhao Chen, was busily planning new defensive structures in front of a holographic projection. In the starry sky surrounding the three white-hulled battlefields, countless interstellar transport and industrial ships were tirelessly constructing defense positions day and night. Meanwhile, she secretly reached an agreement with the Byron Interstellar Trade Group to mobilize a large number of mid to low-level transport ships. Although these ships could not handle heavy material transport, they were sufficient for personnel evacuation. To provide a reasonable explanation for this large-scale military movement, Zhao commissioned the Moonlight Elf King, Onions, to negotiate. Within the Holy Elven Empire, Onions emphasized the importance of dispersed defense by citing the conqueror civilization's massive force of 3 billion interstellar warships. He used a simple analogy to illustrate his point. Just like you can't put all your eggs in one basket. If the existing defense line is breached without any depth defense, the conqueror civilization could swiftly invade and occupy our territory. During the internal meeting of the 5 Elf Kings, although Zhao could not attend in person, she authorized Onions to represent her fully. Surprisingly, the usually cautious Water Elf Queen, Maritis, stood firmly by Zhao side this time. She understood that this battle was crucial to the survival of the Holy Elven Empire and allowed no room for hesitation. The support of 3 Elf Kings ensured that, despite some challenges, the proposal was ultimately approved by the High Elven Council. At the Cosmic Military Alliance meeting, Onions once again represented the Holy Elven Empire. At the outset of the meeting, the representative from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire straightforwardly declared, "We will make no statements during this meeting, but will unconditionally support all decisions of the Holy Elven Empire." With the joint efforts of these two interstellar empires, Zhao battle plan encountered almost no obstacles. The only difficulty lay in appeasing the interstellar civilizations that would soon become battlefields. These areas were to be transformed into what would later be known as the Scorched Earth Wall defense line. According to the tactical plan, all resources that might fall into enemy hands had to be cleared or destroyed, meaning the hard-earned achievements of local civilizations would be obliterated. Even if victory was eventually achieved, rebuilding these areas would require unimaginable resources. The atmosphere in the conference hall was tense as representatives from various factions argued incessantly over the division of defensive positions. The Flame Elf King, Zhao, who had foreseen this scenario, had already privately discussed a strategy with the Kagaya Elf King, Onions. Onions scanned the leaders of the civilized forces seated before him. 3 universes had been designated as the most likely defensive positions, including the territories of the Mahasian's Interstellar Empire, ranked among the top 10 in the universe clusters. As the debates grew more heated, Onions stood from his seat, raising a hand to signal for silence. Regarding the losses caused by the war, his voice resonated clearly throughout the hall. "I have reached an agreement with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. In collaboration with the Cosmic Military Alliance and the Cosmic Trade Alliance, we will offer the following compensation plan. First, the ownership of all fallen star systems will remain unchanged. In the event of total occupation, a temporary government may be established until the territory is reclaimed post-war. We will not allow any power to seize land opportunistically." He paused before continuing. "Secondly, the financial losses due to the war will be shared among the alliance parties, with several allocation plans prepared. Furthermore, we will assist in the subsequent reconstruction efforts to ensure the quickest and most cost-effective recovery of affected areas." At this point, the representative of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, who had remained silent until now, raised a hand to speak. "Your Excellency King Onions, if I may add something. We are willing to provide technological support of no less than T5 level during the reconstruction process. For instance, the well-known T6 Divine Palace level interstellar complex can be offered to damaged civilizations at a discounted price of just 60 trillion star coins each." This statement caused a stir in the room. The attendees were well aware of the value of these interstellar structures not only as status symbols, but also for their remarkable efficiency. The White Lawn Interstellar Trade Group's White Lawn City was the perfect example, and this price was practically at cost. Sitting in a corner of the hall, Huiyalan smiled slightly. As an insider, she knew that the material cost for a Divine Palace-level interstellar complex was only 6 trillion star coins, and even including labor costs, it would not exceed 10 trillion star coins. This deal was a surefire profit for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, creating numerous employment opportunities. The representative from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire continued. "Additionally, for damaged interstellar resource extraction areas, we will offer the T6 Mechanical Ant King class heavy interstellar mining ship, and the T5 Scavenger-class heavy interstellar mining ship at extremely favorable prices. The representative of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire stood up, looking firmly at Onions, the king of the Kagaya elves. We are willing to provide mining platform support for interstellar civilizations affected by the war and will also introduce a series of interest-free investment plans. After speaking, he nodded solemnly at Onions before taking his seat again. This promise undoubtedly offered strong support to the king of the Kagaya elves. In the conference hall, the eyes of most representatives from various civilizations shone with approval. However, in the corners, a few representatives from small to medium interstellar civilizations whispered among themselves, showing dissatisfaction with sharing the war losses. Onions keenly noticed these subtle objections and spoke with a steady, powerful voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the goal of the Conqueror civilization is not just any one civilization, but our entire cosmic group. If we are defeated, not only will everyone here lose their current status and power, but you will also become slaves shackled with collars. Instead of regretting later, it is better to bear these insignificant costs now. Besides, if the war is lost, these compensations will ultimately be your responsibility. His words made the hesitant representatives ponder. Indeed, compared to the possible consequences of defeat, the current risks were negligible. Onion's gaze sharpened as he added, "Of course, if anyone plans to make empty promises and slip through, consider whether you have the strength to contend with the Sacred Elf Empire and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." This statement, tinged with a hint of threat, sent a clear signal to other civilizations. No one could play tricks on this matter. Ultimately, under this atmosphere, the meeting concluded successfully, with all representatives agreeing to the arrangement. After the meeting, Onion stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window outside the conference room, gazing at the vast starry sky. A light footstep approached, and the representative of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire came to his side. "Your Majesty, King of the Kagaya Elves," she nodded slightly. "I am Ailey from the Secretariat of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, attending this meeting on behalf of Chief Secretary Lilith. Lady Lilith asked me to convey that in this war, regardless of the arrangements you and the Flame Elf King make, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will offer unconditional support. Feel free to contact us if needed. How is your Xiaolong Emperor faring over there?" Onions asked. Ailey's lips curled into a faint smile. "According to the latest news, in the fractured universe of the Zon battlefield of the Oath Duel, our fleet has controlled over half of the area." The voice of the succubus secretary carried a hint of excitement. "We've pinpointed the location of the Black God Emperor, and the decapitation operation is underway. If successful, this Oath Duel can end earlier than expected." Upon hearing this, the Elf King of Kagaya, Onions, nodded slightly, yet a wry smile appeared on his lips. "It's ironic, isn't it? The Sky Dragon Emperor once said that holding out for half a year would be commendable, and they would end the Oath Duel to aid us in that time. Now, it seems even enduring for half a year is proving to be so difficult." With that, he turned and walked away, his back showing signs of exhaustion. Subsequently, with unanimous agreement from the Cosmic Military Alliance, large-scale defensive constructions centered around the three white-hole battlefields were initiated. The Sky Dragon's interstellar industrial fleet was fully engaged, even transporting semi-finished products from the Sky Dragon Interstellar Empire's industrial bases for quick assembly, showcasing remarkable efficiency. The battlefield was divided into red, yellow, and green zones, each with strict evacuation plans. Red Zone. Residents must be evacuated within 3 days by designated interstellar transport ships. All valuable facilities should be cleared within 5 days to ensure the Conqueror civilization gains no resources. Yellow Zone. Personnel must be evacuated within 5 days, with all important industrial facilities preloaded with explosives, ready to be detonated at any time. Green Zone. Although immediate evacuation is not necessary, a contingency plan for evacuation within 3 days must be in place, along with plans for the rapid destruction of industrial facilities. As preparations were in full swing, news arrived from the front lines. The fleet from the Conqueror civilization seemed intimidated by the local cosmic group's fierce resistance and had initiated a request for negotiations. "What do you think?" Flame Elf King Solomon asked the Elf King of Kagaya, Onions, through a video window. "Surrender? Absolutely not." The Elf King of Kagaya, Onions, snorted and then analyzed. "However, negotiations could buy us time. Even a day or half a day would be beneficial for us. Besides, a ceasefire wouldn't harm TheMTV already landed their main forces in the Cosmic Group and can use the negotiation time to deploy more transport ships, adjust their fleet formation, and allow their weary ships to rest. These are all acceptable for them." King Saruman of the Flame Elves understood this well. During this truce, they could gain more strategic advantages. When King Onions of the Kagaya Elves glanced over with a questioning look, Saruman nodded slightly. "I'll make the arrangements." The news spread quickly. The Cosmic Military Alliance's coalition accepted the proposal for negotiations from the Conqueror civilization's fleet. Both sides would hold a high-level meeting via holographic projection. Saruman had only one condition. If they were going to negotiate, it had to be sincere. During the talks, both fleets must withdraw beyond each other's firepower range, keeping to their current areas of control. The representatives of the conqueror civilization quickly agreed to this condition. To them, it seemed like a sign of weakness from their opponents. After all, as a super civilization capable of commanding 3 billion starships, they had the confidence to look down on a small cosmic group. What harm was there in giving the other side a little face? The negotiations were set to begin in 10 hours. Initially, the conqueror civilization requested an immediate start, but Saruman, citing alliance protocols, claimed the need to consult with other allies. While they hoped to secure a full day, the conqueror civilization only conceded to a 10-hour delay. Since the invasion by the conqueror civilization, the battlefield had fallen silent for the first time. Saruman didn't relax for a moment, immediately issuing a series of orders. Withdraw the exhausted fleet for rest, deploy new units in their place, replenish all depleted strategic resources, accelerate the construction of rear defenses. She knew well that every bit of preparation now could mean a greater chance of success in the future. The 10 hours flew by. Stretching her weary body, Saruman looked at Onions through the video window. You better keep your temper in check later. I know you'd love nothing more than to tear them apart, but if the negotiations go well, we might just secure a second truce. She added with a meaningful wink. Onions replied coolly. When have I ever been the type to let anger cloud my judgment? Saruman shrugged, her gaze sweeping over the list of negotiation representatives, unable to resist asking, do we really need this many people? Isn't it just a performance? The list prominently featured 10 names. Onions responded in a calm tone. Even a performance needs to be convincing. I've already had the negotiation plans and discussion points prepared. Hearing this, Saruman gave Onions a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. You're the expert in this area, truly impressive. The first meeting of the Cosmic Military Alliance, led by the Conqueror Civilization and the Holy Elf Empire, is about to commence. Inside the conference room, Kagaya Elf King Onions and Flame Elf King Shalaman sit poised on one side of the long table, accompanied by 8 carefully selected negotiators. Despite their varied statuses and backgrounds, they share a common mission: to delay the proceedings as much as possible in the upcoming negotiations. Everyone understands their task, right? Kagaya Elf King Onions surveyed the 8 representatives. Rest assured, Your Majesty. One of the representatives replied with a sly grin. Dragging things out is our specialty. Who would have thought we'd be useful in this way? Another representative chimed in, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Kagaya Elf King Onions exchanged a glance with Flame Elf King Shalaman, who nodded slightly. Though they were in different locations, they had entered the same virtual conference room via holographic projection technology. With the push of a button, they could engage in face-to-face negotiations with the Conqueror Civilization's delegation. As the button was pressed, the scene before them shifted instantly. A long table stretched across a lush green meadow. The 10 members of the Elf Empire sat on one side, facing the 10 representatives of the Conqueror Civilization. This was their first formal meeting. The Conqueror Civilization's delegation showcased remarkable racial diversity. Towering giants over 3 meters tall, with armor-like skin, and diminutive sages barely a meter high, with disproportionately large heads. Their brain capacity evidently 3 times that of an average human. Most striking were the 2 leaders seated in the center. One in a luxurious uniform with a refined demeanor, the other in military attire exuding an aura of stern authority. The conference room was enveloped in a stifling silence as 20 pairs of eyes engaged in a silent contest of wills. This tense atmosphere persisted for nearly 5 minutes until it was broken by the Conqueror Civilization's representative in the elegant attire. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Malsathrit, the envoy of the Conqueror Civilization. This is our Supreme Commander, Grand Marshal Kevins. As the introductions continued, Kagaya Elf King Onions found his attention fixated on Grand Marshal Kevins, who stood with arms crossed, looking down at others with a disdainful air. This arrogant posture stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. Once the introductions were complete, Kagaya Elf King Onions finally began to speak. Onions, the current ruler of the Cosmic Military Alliance and the Moonlight Elf King, sat at the negotiation table, his gaze sweeping over the delegation from the Conqueror Civilization. He began introducing his entourage with deliberate calmness. This is Solomon, the Flame Elf King from the Holy Elf Empire, and the supreme commander of this military operation. He intentionally slowed his pace, introducing each member beside him one by one. Time slipped by in this deliberately drawn-out introduction, and nearly 20 minutes had passed. Across the table, the envoy Malsa's leader noticed the intentional slowdown and could no longer hold back, directly addressing the main issue. The theme of this negotiation is simple: we hope you recognize the current situation and surrender. Our Conqueror Civilization is ready to welcome you with open arms. Ordinarily, Onions would have impatiently interrupted such a lengthy speech, but today he behaved differently. He maintained a posture of attentive listening. with a sincere expression as if to say, "Please continue. I'm very interested." Initially, Malsa's leader thought his words had genuinely moved the other side, but he soon realized something was amiss. They were merely listening without offering any opinions, as if watching a solo performance. He cleared his throat and turned to the two elf kings. "What are your thoughts on this?" In reality, the conqueror civilization was in a precarious position, with their war machinery nearing its limits and their war-driven economy unsustainable. Securing this cosmic realm through peaceful means would undoubtedly solve their immediate crisis. However, Malsa's leader kept these vulnerabilities hidden, maintaining an air of superiority. Onions crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. "We're willing to talk, but so far, I haven't seen any sincerity from you." Without waiting for a response, he gestured to his entourage. "Perhaps you should first discuss things with my subordinates. Convince me, and then we can delve deeper into the talks." These words clearly infuriated the opposing Grand Marshal Kevins, who exuded a fierce aura. If not for Malsa's leader restraining him, he might have already lashed out at Onions. Meanwhile, Onion's entourage, newly appointed with titles like Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Cosmic Military Alliance and Cabinet Minister, were eager to engage. These impressive-sounding titles were now proving useful. In this vast cosmic cluster, the titles recently established by the Kagaya Elf King, Onions, are likely unheard of by other interstellar civilizations. At the negotiation table, representatives from both sides were locked in a fierce battle of wits. "Getting us to surrender isn't just about talking," declared one negotiator firmly. "As one of the rulers of this cosmic cluster, we need tangible assurances. Who can guarantee that after joining the conqueror civilization, we will retain our current status and wealth? How can we be sure you won't go back on your word?" These promises must be written down and backed by guarantees that fully convince us. Envoy Malthuslet tirelessly addressed the opposing side's demands, engaging in a 10-hour-long tug-of-war, scrutinizing every detail. The atmosphere at the negotiation table alternated between tense and relaxed. "We can now confirm," Malthuslet said, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of success, "that your holy elf empire will continue to exist as a lordship within the current universe, with only a certain tax to be paid. Your elf king and noble system will remain unchanged. Under the protection of our conqueror civilization, you will have no external threats to worry about." "No way," a negotiator stated firmly. "All terms must be implemented before any public announcement." Grand Marshal Cavins slammed the table. "How long will it take?" The negotiator calmly countered. "What about the compensation clause? And the demand to withdraw most of your fleet? When do you plan to fulfill these?" "Withdrawing is out of the question," Cavins scoffed. "Why should we trust that you won't go back on your word?" "The Grand Marshal is right," the negotiator pressed on. "But we are the ones who should be more worried. This is a gamble for you. If you tear up the agreement and wipe us out, we have nowhere to escape. And what do you lose by withdrawing? Just a little time. With the might of the conqueror civilization, you can return at any moment. So it's us who should truly be afraid." The exchange of verbal volleys over details continued. Kagaya Elf King Onions watched coldly, yet inwardly delighted. Every word from the negotiators was flawless, leaving the other side with no room to maneuver. In his view, this delay strategy was playing out perfectly. The Flame Elf King, Sha Luoman, had eyes as sharp as knives. She narrowed them and stared directly at her counterpart, her voice laced with undeniable coldness. "Since neither side has any genuine intent to negotiate, let's not waste any more time here. Let's end this." "Wait, wait." The envoy, Malsaslight, interjected urgently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Why end it so abruptly? We just have a few issues to iron out. We can definitely continue negotiating." Seeing the talks on the brink of success, he couldn't bear to watch victory slip away. Instinctively, he cast a pleading glance at the Kagaya Elf King, Onions, who had shown a clear willingness to negotiate throughout the process. The Kagaya Elf King, Onions, spoke up at the right moment, turning to the Flame Elf King, Sha Luoman. "Don't be so hasty. Decisions of such magnitude, affecting the survival of civilizations, can't be made overnight. Which negotiation isn't settled after 3 or 4 rounds?" The Flame Elf King, Sha Luoman, merely scoffed, her expression unchanging. Onions then turned to Envoy Malsaslight, a gentle smile on his face. "The negotiations have indeed hit a stalemate. How about this? Both sides return to organize their information. You should carefully consider the conditions we've proposed, especially the temporary withdrawal of most of your fleet. Once you've reached an internal consensus, we can schedule another meeting. How does that sound?" As Envoy Malsaslight was becoming increasingly anxious, Grand Marshal Kevins let out a cold laugh. "Why do I feel like you're deliberately stalling for time?" His holographic image, though just a virtual projection, exuded a suffocating pressure. "I know there's a powerful Xiaolong interstellar empire in your galactic cluster, engaged in a duel of vows with the devouring civilization. Are you waiting for them to finish their duel and come to your aid? Using negotiations as a guise to delay, with no real intention of surrendering. Am I right, two elf kings?" He looked meaningfully at Sha Luoman. Besides, the relationship between the Flame Elf King and the Xiaolong Emperor is quite unusual. If you were to surrender now, how would you explain it to him? Despite Kevin's aggressive demeanor, the Flame Elf King, Sha Luoman, remained unfazed. She met his gaze, her voice dripping with disdain. Surrender? That has never crossed my mind. As a soldier, dying on the battlefield is my honor. These people forced me into these negotiations, claiming it was for the future of the Holy Elf Empire, for the greater good nonsense. A bunch of cowards. I have no desire to waste time here with you. Want to fight? Then let's keep fighting. As soon as the words of the Flame Elf King, Xiaoman, faded away, the meeting room plunged into silence. The Glimmer Elf King, Onions, quickly stepped in front of the Flame Elf King, a hint of warning in his eyes, and mouthed for her to calm down and take a break. Humph. The Flame Elf King snorted, and her projection vanished into the air. Onions turned to face the negotiating counterparts, a polite smile on his face. Apologies. Our Flame Elf King is known for her fiery temperament. Please forgive any offense. Envoy Marsa's leader returned the smile. No worries at all. This is quite normal in negotiations. We can discuss any disagreements at our own pace. Our Grand Marshal is similarly straightforward, so please don't take it personally. As he spoke, he quickly restrained Grand Marshal Kevins, who was about to speak. In that case, shall we adjourn for now? Onions courteously suggested. Let's maintain the current ceasefire and schedule a second round of talks at a later date. Good, 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 Marsa's leader said in agreement. Once both sides have had a chance to deliberate, we can decide on the specifics of the next meeting. Let's conclude for today. As the opposing projection gradually disappeared, the smile on Onion's face vanished instantly. He turned to the other 8 subordinates. You all did well this time. Prepare for the second round of negotiations. Remember our goal to delay as much as possible. We can verbally agree to their terms, but anything we don't accept is just empty talk. Understood. They replied in unison and then left one by one. Onions opened his eyes to find himself back on the bridge. On the communication screen, the previously outraged Flame Elf King, Xiaoman, was leisurely munching on fruit, her face showing no trace of anger. How did it go? Everything smooth? She eagerly inquired. The other side didn't break off, and the ceasefire continues, Onions replied succinctly. Xiaoman beamed with delight. Who would have thought I had a knack for acting? Your quick thinking was impressive too, quite the seamless teamwork. Seeing her mischievous smile, Onions couldn't help but chuckle. This impromptu performance was indeed unexpected. None of them anticipated Grand Marshal Kevins would directly expose their intentions, but thankfully, Xiaoman's improvisation defused the situation. At the negotiation table, a glint of determination flashed in the eyes of King Xiaoman of the Flame Elves. He and King Onions of the Kagaya Elves had already devised their strategy. One would play the tough role, while the other would be more conciliatory, creating a classic, good cop, bad cop scenario. This would not only put pressure on the conqueror civilization, but also force them to make a swift decision. Not everyone is willing to surrender, Xiaoman declared firmly. Some will choose to fight to the bitter end. Offer us reasonable terms, or face a bloody battle. The choice is yours. This negotiation was essentially a subtle psychological game, with both sides probing for each other's weaknesses. For the Kagaya and Flame Elf Kings, these peace talks were merely a stalling tactic. Even if negotiations fell through, their only loss would be a matter of hours, sooner or later. However, for the conqueror civilization, the stakes were entirely different. Envoy Malsaslet clung to this opportunity as if it were a lifeline. In his view, if they could conquer a galaxy cluster without a fight, it would be like finding an oasis in a vast desert. Even if he suspected that the other side might be stalling. What if? What if this was a genuine offer of surrender? Meanwhile, back at the conqueror civilization's command center, tensions were escalating. Can't you see it? Grand Marshal Kevins slammed his hand on the conference table, making it vibrate with a low hum. They're playing us. During the negotiations, they're rotating their fleet and building defenses around us. Envoy Malsaslet remained calm and unperturbed as he countered. Grand Marshal, please stay calm. Isn't this standard procedure? Aren't we also using this time to resupply our starships, mobilize our transport fleet, and construct a bridgehead base? A delay of just a few hours, and if it results in taking a galaxy cluster without a fight, isn't it worth it? Kevin snorted, knowing he couldn't out-argue the wily diplomat. How long do you intend to keep talking? Do you plan to stall indefinitely? We chose this moment to attack precisely because the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is engaged in a conflict with the devouring civilization. Though, I don't believe we need to fear the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Throughout the negotiation room, undercurrents swirled as everyone calculated their own agendas. Time ticked away, and the lines between truth and deception became increasingly blurred in this game of wits. Despite the draconian Interstellar Empire's capability to engage in a sworn duel with the devourer civilization, their emperor made a fatal mistake. This seemingly foolish decision presented us with a rare opportunity to strike. In the Grand Military Command Center, Grand Marshal Kevins furrowed his brow. He focused on the flickering holographic battlefield map and said gravely, although the draconian interstellar empire is unlikely to defeat the Devourer civilization, they might interfere with our actions. We must act swiftly and decisively. Envoy Malsa's litter was deep in thought, his fingers tapping lightly on the conference table. Negotiating the timing of peace talks was indeed tricky, especially since the opposing side's demand to withdraw most of the fleet was unacceptable. Deploying such a massive fleet here has consumed a vast amount of the Empire's resources, Kevin stated with undeniable firmness. To withdraw just because they say so? How do we explain that to our superiors? Malsa's litter looked up with determination in his eyes. Rest assured, I will not agree to that. At most, we can make slight adjustments to their rewards, granting them more governance authority. And the timeline? Kevin's pressed on this critical issue. The envoy raised one finger. Give me 10 days. If they do not surrender within 10 days. 7 days, Kevin's interrupted. He activated a holographic timer, and bright red numbers began counting down. Starting now, in 7 days, unless their starships shut down their engines and cease resistance, my cannons will obliterate any enemies blocking our path. Facing Kevin's uncompromising stance, the envoy sighed. Understood, 7 days it is. I'll do my best to secure a surrender agreement. If they are indeed willing to surrender, then I'll await your good news, Kevin's replied with a cold smile, his eyes betraying clear skepticism. Thus, a peculiar ceasefire period emerged between the Conqueror civilization and the Cosmic Military Alliance. Rumors spread that the Holy Elven Empire was negotiating a surrender with the Conqueror civilization. Rumors like these naturally stirred unrest within the Cosmic Military Alliance. In this vast interstellar domain, the reactions of the Kagaya Elf King, Onions, and the Flame Elf King, Salomon, remained calm, as if such disturbances were merely ripples caused by the wind on a lake's surface. In truth, under the dual control of the Holy Elf Empire and the Draco Interstellar Empire, an intricate intelligence network had woven the entire cosmic cluster into an invisible web, capturing any movement. The 7-day negotiation process unfolded like a meticulously choreographed game. Several times, both sides nearly reached an agreement, only to have it fall apart at the last moment due to various factors. Meanwhile, the interrogation of prisoners previously captured by the Draco Interstellar Empire's royal guards had concluded, and the intelligence gathered largely matched the information already held by both empires. At this moment, in a starkly lit interrogation room, the Kagaya Elf King, Onions, coldly observed the prisoner kneeling on the ground, the highest-ranking traitor among those captured. Have all the names been disclosed? Onions turned to ask the interrogation officer nearby. Yes, the list has been fully documented. The officer promptly responded. We are collaborating with personnel from the Draco Interstellar Empire to eliminate all targets on the list. Onions took the list, his eyes scanning the densely packed text. This list, recorded in standard format, spanned 100 pages and involved tens of thousands of individuals, from interstellar kingdom kings to ordinary traders, encompassing figures from all tiers of the cosmic cluster. There are so many? Even Onions showed a hint of surprise. The interrogation officer hesitated momentarily before explaining. The composition of these individuals is quite complex. Some were coerced into joining, while others volunteered, and some were compelled by circumstances. Some initially forced into it later chose to stay willingly. Onions remained silent for a long time before finally issuing his order. Select 100,000 from this list, prioritizing those with incontrovertible evidence of crimes, focusing on leadership figures involved in the Conqueror civilization or other unlawful activities. Next, prioritize military personnel. Understood. The interrogation officer immediately left to carry out the orders. Onions approached the kneeling prisoner. The prisoner's eyes were nothing more than bloody hollows, his body marked with traces of drug injections, all signs of the severe torture he had endured. As a key leader, he had been subjected to the Holy Elf Empire's most rigorous interrogation methods before finally divulging the information. Cough. Kill me, the prisoner managed to say with difficulty. You wish to die so badly? Onions scrutinized the prisoner. He was a member of a humanoid race from an already extinct interstellar kingdom, now reduced to a small tribe, with only a few billion members remaining. Unexpectedly, the Holy Elven Empire, which appeared noble and sacred to outsiders, employed such dark and evil interrogation methods in secret. The captive managed a mocking smile and rasped, "Ha! So, you high and mighty elves are no different from us lower races." The Kagaya Elf King, Onions, furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flashing in his golden eyes. I can grant you death, but before that, answer my question: why did you collude with the Conqueror civilization? He took a step closer, his voice deep and imposing. Compared to them, at least we are races living in the same galaxy cluster. You know well what kind of existence the Conqueror civilization is. What did they promise you that made you willingly serve them and bring them to this cluster? The captive slowly lifted his head, his hollow eyes meeting the gaze of the Kagaya Elf King. You are the Kagaya Elf King, Onions, aren't you? His voice carried a peculiar smile. I will answer your question, but there's something else I need to tell you. Something about yourself. Onions felt a sudden shock, his hands involuntarily clenching into fists. Once, beside your holy elven empire's universe, there was a weaker universe. The captive's voice began to tremble. We were invaded by another interstellar civilization, vastly outmatched, unable to resist. We sought aid from you, who claimed to be righteous, but you refused. His voice was now tinged with hatred. My country was invaded, my people enslaved. Once a population of hundreds of billions, now less than a billion remain. I hate you, I despise you. The captive's voice was filled with venom. I wanted revenge, but lacked the power. Until I met the conqueror civilization, yes. They are as hateful as those invaders, but so what? As long as they help me get revenge, I am willing to give anything. I want you to experience the invasion of your homeland. Before he finished speaking, Onion struck like lightning, grabbing the captive by the throat and lifting him. The Elf King's eyes burned with fury, his voice forced through clenched teeth. So, you chose my homeland as your offering to the conqueror civilization? The captive let out a strained laugh. Cough. Yes, it was me. Choosing your home was mere coincidence, but the result is satisfying. His face twisted into a taunting expression. How does it feel to see your homeland destroyed and invaded? Lord Kagaya Elf King Onions. Fine, I understand. Onion's voice was icy. Everything you did was for revenge. As the leader of the Kagaya Elves, I won't judge your actions, but now I only want you dead. With those words, a sharp crack resounded as Onion swiftly broke the man's neck. The end of a vendetta was announced in this unexpected way, catching everyone off guard. On the bridge of the interstellar command ship, the broken universe Swan Long Emperor, Zhao Chen, the soaring dragon emperor, was intently observing the interstellar war table in front of him. The holographic display was a flurry of fleet markers, constantly updating to show the latest positions of various corps. Report. The Vanguard Corps of the Soaring Dragon 5th Fleet has reached the outer rim of the X star system, the secretary officer announced with barely concealed excitement. If we launch an offensive now, we can engage the enemy within half an hour. The Soaring Dragon 4th Fleet is right behind them, and other elite corps are on their way. Zhao Chen's eyes were fixed on the tactical markers that were continuously being updated on the table. According to Charlotte's established plan, the Vanguard Corps would not immediately attack upon arrival. Instead, they would first implement a comprehensive encirclement of the X-star system, seeking suitable positions to establish a foothold. The aim was to launch a high-intensity total assault on the X-star system with a tactic of encircling and attacking reinforcements, capturing the star region in the shortest time possible. What about the logistics and supplies? This is crucial, Zhao Chen asked with a stern expression. Rest assured, the secretary officer quickly replied. All the military supplies in the plan are in place, just waiting for Grand Marshal Charlotte's command. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. The 4th and 5th fleets had made significant sacrifices for this operation, and the logistics support could not afford any mistakes. What about the arrangements for the core fleet responsible for constructing the navigation channel? Zhao Chen inquired further. These units had suffered heavy losses in the early battles, and every ship and crew member was pushed to their limits. Safely withdrawing this exhausted fleet to avoid being swallowed by the enemy had become a pressing issue. I'm not sure about the specific details, the secretary officer responded. But as far as I know, Grand Marshal Charlotte and the other corps commanders have devised a meticulous withdrawal plan to minimize casualties as much as possible. If it's Charlotte's promise, there shouldn't be any issues, Zhao Chen said, just as a communications secretary officer hurried over. Report. We've received the latest news from the Cosmic Group. Read it, Zhao Chen ordered directly. Here, secrets were almost non-existent. The communications secretary stood before Zhao Chen, reporting the latest intelligence with a serious expression. In the past 24 hours, 2 key figures from the Holy Elven Empire Kagaya Elf King Onions and Flame Elf King Salomon have been engaged in negotiations with the Conqueror civilization. Hearing this, Zhao Chen's lips curled into a knowing smile. Using negotiations to buy time, are they? I didn't expect the Holy Elven Kings, known for their forthrightness, to resort to such tactics. It seems the Conqueror civilization is putting considerable pressure on them. Indeed, the communications secretary nodded slightly. According to information from Chief Secretary Lilith, Flame Elf King Solomon has clearly stated that it's merely a delaying tactic. They will never surrender to the Conqueror civilization. A hint of relief flickered in Zhao Chen's eyes. He maintained full confidence in the Holy Elven Empire, especially in Elf Kings Onions and Solomon. It was this trust that allowed him to entrust them with guarding the rear defenses. The communications secretary continued to report other developments. Since the appearance of the Conqueror civilization's fleet, they had identified some internal factions within the cosmic cluster. The Royal Secret Guard had collaborated with the Kagaya Elf King's covert forces to eliminate these factions and leaders secretly aiding the Conqueror civilization. One captured leader confessed that he had guided the invaders, leading to the destruction of the Kagaya Elf King's homeland, all due to personal grudges. What are the fleet statistics of the Conqueror civilization? Zhao Chen shifted the topic to more critical intelligence. According to the latest data, the Conqueror civilization has deployed 3 billion starships. Among them, 2 billion are T4 class, 1 billion are T5 class, and over 30,000 are T6 class. No quasi-T7 class ships. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. Given their mastery of intercosmic cluster technology, they should have made strides in quasi-T7 technology. There are indeed no quasi-T7 class ships, the communications secretary explained. However, they have a special classification called Super T6 class. The Conqueror civilization has pushed the T6 level interstellar battleships to their limits with extreme upgrades. These modifications didn't surpass the T6 technology ceiling, but instead used some hard-to-mass-produce special techniques to push the existing T6 technology to its peak. The communications secretary pulled up a video to show Zhao Chen the historical records of these battleships in combat with the Holy Elven Empire's allied forces. On screen, a massive black battleship stood out prominently. Its rugged exterior bore the fleet emblem of the Conqueror civilization, along with a series of serial numbers. The sheer size of this battleship made the Holy Elven Empire's proud T6 Twilight-class battleships look like toys in comparison. Zhao Chen noticed that each of these Super T6 battleships had a different appearance, clearly modified in various directions. They are collectively called Galactic Conqueror-class Super Interstellar battleships, the secretary explained. Zhao Chen frowned slightly at the straightforwardness of the name. Interestingly, despite being uniformly named battleships, these ships varied in type, depending on their modification. Some were carrier starships, while others were heavy artillery ships. Each required specific analysis. The secretary continued with a detailed introduction to the Conqueror civilization's military structure. Every 10 million ships form a fleet army group, led by a marshal. 20 fleet groups make up an army group, with each fleet group having 50,000 ships. A fleet group comprises 20 core fleets, each with about 20,000 ships. At the top of this vast military system stands a grand marshal named Kevins, commanding all 30 fleet army groups. Zhao Chen listened intently to this intelligence. Although this war currently had nothing to do with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, he considered that region as his backyard. He would not stand by while these invaders acted recklessly within his sphere of influence. Familiarizing himself with the enemy's ship data, fleet structure, and command system was crucial for any future confrontations. After the briefing, Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and immediately ordered, "Continue to closely monitor the situation over there. Inform me immediately if there is any particularly important intelligence." In the fragmented cosmic battlefield of Zon, Zhao Chen was intently studying the intricate star map before him. Suddenly, a video window popped up, revealing the resolute face of Grand Marshal Charlotte. "Just the person I needed to see," Zhao Chen remarked, shifting his gaze from the star map to the video window. Charlotte, sensing something was amiss, promptly asked, "Has there been new intelligence from home?" Zhao Chen then detailed the latest intelligence he had received. After listening, Charlotte highlighted two critical points, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "Regarding the negotiations, instruct King Onions of the Luminous Elves and King Salomon of the Flame Elves to act boldly," she advised, a slight smile on her lips. "Delay as long as possible. They could even stage a surrender ceremony to buy an extra 3 to 5 days." Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle, thinking this might push the two elf kings beyond their limits. Charlotte continued, "As for King Salomon's current tactics, I previously mentioned there were no issues. If necessary, plant-timed or triggered biological or gas bombs on evacuated planets. Detonate them when the Conqueror civilization's forces land." On hearing these suggestions, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel sympathy for the Conqueror civilization. He was grateful that their opponents were the two elf kings, who would likely only resort to negotiation delays. Had it been Charlotte, she might have truly employed such ruthless measures. Years of battle had made Charlotte intensely pragmatic, valuing victory above all else. Her sole aim was to protect her husband, children, and loved ones, nothing more. "I'll relay your suggestions," Zhao Chen said, "but I can't guarantee they'll adopt them. After all, they are high elves of the Holy Elven Empire." Charlotte was non-committal, instead emphasizing, "Concerning the Conqueror civilization's Super T6 level starships, we must gather combat data on each one. This will allow us to target them effectively in future engagements, minimizing our casualties while efficiently destroying enemy ships." After discussing the Conqueror civilization, Charlotte turned to the main issue, the decisive battle in the fragmented cosmos of Zon. With a serious expression, she said, "It's been nearly 2 months since we arrived in the fragmented cosmos of Zon. According to our original plan, we need to conclude this oath-bound duel within 6 months, leaving us only 4 months now. We've confirmed that the Dark Emperor is located in the X-Star system, and we've already opened a passage to that system, deploying the entire fleet there. This means a major showdown is imminent." Everything was proceeding smoothly. but the Black God Emperor might still have some tricks up his sleeve. However, at this point, conquering the X-Galaxy had become their only chance to achieve their initial strategic goals. Hearing this crucial topic, Zhao Chen immediately sat up straight, his eyes bright with interest, and asked, "Has the specific timetable for the attack been set? How long will it take to capture the X-Galaxy?" Marshal Charlotte's fingers gently traced over the holographic interstellar war map, stopping at the flashing marker of the X-Galaxy. With a solemn expression, she said, "The battle plan is complete. First, we will establish a full encirclement within 5 hours. Simultaneously, once we pinpoint the right strategic positions, we'll immediately set up a beachhead." She pointed to a position on the map and continued to explain in detail. "The Nanchaman starship will open a stargate there, providing a passage for our transport and supply ships. The resupply operation is expected to take 5 hours as well, but we're using a phased supply strategy. Once the first echelon completes its resupply, it can launch the attack without waiting for the entire army to finish. The second echelon will fill the gaps in the first echelon's line as soon as it completes resupply." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "Preparations on the Nanchaman side are ready. We just need the signal from Xue Xiaoxiao and Leona to move immediately." Charlotte continued her analysis. "The entire preparation phase won't exceed 10 hours. If the Devourer Civilization's fleet takes the initiative during this time, we have corresponding containment plans. If the enemy remains inactive, we'll launch a decisive strike at the scheduled time." Her expression grew more severe. "But honestly, I can't accurately estimate how long it will take to capture the X-Galaxy. Intelligence indicates that the Black God Emperor has set up multiple stargates there, allowing him to quickly assemble a large fleet for reinforcements. This will be a tough battle and could become the most brutal conflict of this vow duel." Charlotte stood up, her voice carrying an undeniable firmness. "I've arranged several reinforcement fleets on standby. By then, the outcome of other battlefields won't matter. All our stakes are on the X-Galaxy. We must take it." Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte's resolute face, but could sense a hint of concern in her slightly furrowed brow. The X-Galaxy, which was not originally on the strategic map, had now become the battleground for the final showdown. Yet, even the battle-hardened Marshal Charlotte seemed to lack full confidence in the odds of winning this battle. Charlotte furrowed her brows, faced with the impending battle in the X-Star system. For the first time, she couldn't even offer a rough time estimate. Such a situation was extremely rare in her military career, indicating the complexity of this battle far exceeded expectations. "This battle could last 3 days, a week, or even half a month or longer," Charlotte said with a hint of gravity in her voice, her gaze sweeping over the interstellar tactical projection. "The original plan to mobilize 2 Legion fleet groups has already exceeded its limits. We might need to draw more forces from other battlefronts as the situation demands." She paused for a moment, continuing her analysis. "What's more concerning is that the Dark Emperor still has 3 allied Civilization Legion fleets that haven't engaged in battle yet. I suspect they might suddenly appear in the X-Star system." Charlotte's hands gently rested on the edge of the tactical table. "If we commit too many forces to guard against this possibility, it will inevitably weaken our offensive stance. But if we are complacent and the enemy does deploy this way, we will pay a heavy price. This dilemma still leaves me undecided." Zhao Chen noticed the worry on Charlotte's face and gave her a resolute look. "Go boldly with what you believe is right. Your comrades and the entire fleet will trust your judgment unconditionally. Don't forget, you are the Grand Marshal of our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." Encouraged, Charlotte smiled confidently and declared firmly, "No matter what, we will take the X-Star system at all costs." Zhao Chen nodded in full support and then shifted the topic. "Regarding the Xiaolong 4th and 5th Legion fleet groups responsible for surrounding the navigation routes, I've heard you've already made subsequent arrangements." Charlotte brought up a detailed tactical map, pointing to the key points. "Our main Legion fleet group has already arrived around the X-Star system. The subsequent transport tasks can be entirely handled by the already deployed Nanchaman starship. Although the route is no longer crucial to us, the withdrawal of the Legion fleets along it must be handled with extreme caution. These troops have made tremendous sacrifices for this grand assault plan, and we cannot let their efforts go to waste." She displayed the retreat plan on the interstellar map. "My plan is to divide the Legion fleets on the route into 2 parts from the midpoint. One part will retreat towards the X-Star system, and the other towards our side. By adopting a staggered withdrawal rather than simultaneous retreat, we can avoid the forces being flanked or encircled by the enemy due to lack of coordination." Zhao Chen carefully observed the tactical projection. In their controlled star domain, the route leading to the X-Star system was enlarged, densely marked with the positions of interstellar Legion fleets. Soon, the 2 Legion fleets positioned mid-route began to shrink their formations, retreating towards both ends. This strategic route thus ended its historical mission. Subsequently, these 2 retreating forces quickly merged with the next Legion fleet in their respective directions, reducing losses through mutual support, and continued to withdraw in an orderly manner. The entire retreat process was like a meticulously choreographed military ballet, with each step seamlessly connected. Zhao Chen carefully examined the tactical simulation screen in front of him. This retreat plan would ensure that the Interstellar Legion fleet could withdraw to a safe zone with minimal casualties while protecting the escort route. He nodded in satisfaction, but then his expression turned serious as he posed a heavy question. How many casualties have we suffered to establish this route? Hearing this, Charlotte's smile faded. She pulled up a series of data projections. As the commander, these numbers were critical to the overall direction of the battle. How many warships were lost, and how many could reach the X-Star system would directly impact future operations. The original plan was to reach the X-Star system in 40 hours. Charlotte pointed to the data, her eyes shining with pride. But with the coordinated efforts of the Xianglong 4th and 5th Legion fleets and other elite corps, we did it in less than 36 combat hours. She paused, then continued her report. We lost a total of 500,000 interstellar warships, about 20 of the total. However, we destroyed 8 million enemy warships. It's a glorious achievement. So, we still have 2,500,000 warships in the X-Star system. Zhao Chen repeated the number quietly, frowning slightly. Losing 500,000 warships in less than 40 hours was comparable to a month's losses on other starfield battlefields. But considering this was an all-out high-intensity offensive operation, such an impressive loss ratio already demonstrated the Xianglong Legion fleet's exceptional combat skills in various battlefield environments. Charlotte's voice interrupted his thoughts. However, the fleets preparing to retreat will inevitably face a frenzied counterattack from the enemy. Even if we follow my retreat plan, it's estimated that at least 100,000 warships won't make it back. 100,000. Zhao Chen felt a heaviness in his heart, but he quickly regained his resolve. This is an unavoidable sacrifice. For this X-Star system military operation, you all have done your best. After the brief meeting concluded, preparations began immediately. Meanwhile, the Ghost Scout Elite Corps fleet returned with the latest intelligence. The Devourer civilization was mobilizing forces to support the X-Star system, confirming that at least 30 million interstellar warships were on their way as reinforcements, and they were attempting to draw forces from various frontline battlefields. Faced with the enemy's troop movements, the Xianglong Legion fleet responded swiftly, issuing an order to all units, at all costs, engage the current enemy forces and prevent them from reinforcing the X-Star system battlefield. At this moment, everyone was united, knowing well that the battle for the X-Star system would determine the final outcome of this sworn duel. In the X-Galaxy battlefield, the Black God Emperor sat on the throne of his flagship, his gaze fixed on the holographic display of the interstellar war map before him. He slowly raised his hands, closed his deep-set eyes, took a deep breath, and a mysterious smile played at the corners of his mouth. The feeling of being surrounded and admired by the stars is truly wonderful. This statement left the subordinates around him exchanging glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Their situation was perilous. They were completely encircled by the enemy fleet, yet their emperor referred to this dire predicament as being admired by the stars. They had tried to dissuade him before the operation began, but faced with the Black God Emperor's resolute attitude, all they could do was silently follow orders. I feel as if I can already hear the music playing, the Black God Emperor murmured to himself, his actions reminiscent of a mad artist lost in artistic fantasies or a cryptic prophet. In a corner of the command hall, a minister nudged his colleague with his elbow and whispered, "His Majesty has been talking to himself a lot lately, saying strange things. Do you think our emperor might be?" He tapped his temple. His colleague immediately widened his eyes and cautiously glanced toward the throne. After confirming that the emperor wasn't paying attention, he quietly admonished, "Watch your words. Don't speak such disrespectful things. The Black God Emperor is the sole ruler of the devouring civilization, holding immense power. Think about it. What emperor of any interstellar civilization doesn't have some peculiar interests? It's quite normal. If it were you, even as a minor cosmic governor, you'd probably laugh yourself awake in your dreams." "That's true," the minister responded with a sheepish grin. At that moment, the Black God Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over his trusted subordinates. "Since everything is ready, let's begin our plan. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's fleet is in position. It's time to prepare a grand victory feast for these guests who have traveled so far." His tone carried a clear note of sarcasm, as if he could already see this formidable fleet becoming easy prey. His Majesty is wise. Such a brilliant strategy is the pride of our devouring civilization. Long live His Majesty. Long live. Long live, the ministers shouted in unison. The Black God Emperor's eyes returned to the war map, scrutinizing the elite troops of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Although the opposing force had fewer than 3 million starships, it comprised nearly all of the Xiaolong Empire's main battle elite units, especially those equipped with the latest interstellar missile ships. If they could annihilate this fleet in one decisive strike, it would be like cutting off the arms of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. leaving them with no chance of recovering in future conflicts. At this moment, the Dark God Emperor sits high on the throne in the command cabin, his cold gaze sweeping over the projection of the galactic battlefield. To him, this vast starfield is nothing more than a game of chess, and he is about to personally bring this farce to an end. Meanwhile, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is in the midst of intense war preparations. In the flagship command center, Grand Marshal Charlotte frowns slightly. She has long anticipated that the Dark God Emperor would not easily concede, and this battle in the X system is likely a carefully laid trap. However, for the Xiaolong Legion, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a perfect chance to achieve a swift victory in a pledged duel. Report. The 4th Fleet Group of the Xiaolong Legion is requesting communication. The voice of the communications officer interrupted Charlotte's thoughts. Patch them through. At her command, the holographic figures of 2 Legion commanders appeared. Xue Xiaoxiao and Leona. Reporting, Grand Marshal. Xue Xiaoxiao stated resolutely. The encirclement of the X system has been completed, and the predetermined position for the Nanchaman starship has been secured. We can proceed to the next phase. Leona then transmitted the specific coordinate data, which coincided perfectly with one of the key points Charlotte had anticipated. Charlotte quickly confirmed the choice, but her expression grew more solemn. Intelligence indicates that at least 30 million interstellar warships are converging on the X system, and reinforcements from the devouring civilization will only increase. Although we will receive reinforcements once the Nanchaman route is completed, you must prepare for the worst. The Dark God Emperor remains stationed in the X system, showing no intention to retreat even if he detects our actions. This is highly suspicious. It could very well be a trap, but given the current situation, we have no choice but to step into it. Xue Xiaoxiao and Leona exchanged a look, showing no sign of wavering. As senior commanders of the Xiaolong Empire, they are acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, Grand Marshal. Xue Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with confidence. No matter what tricks the Dark God Emperor has, we will dismantle them one by one and teach him a memorable lesson with our ship's cannons. Leona stood tall. Since we are here, we will conquer this place. Neither the Dark God Emperor nor millions of starships can stop us from completing our mission. Seeing the commanders so resolute, Charlotte felt somewhat reassured, yet she solemnly reminded them. Having the belief in victory is good, but never let your guard down. The Grand Marshal's warning echoed through the communication screen. Do not underestimate the enemy. They still have several allied fleets yet to be deployed. Always be on guard against their ambushes. The 2 commanders immediately straightened up, their expressions solemn. Rest assured, Grand Marshal, we will not make any mistakes on our side. If there is even the slightest error, I am willing to pay with my life and never return. This vow was equivalent to making the most severe military pledge. After Charlotte gave a few more instructions, the video communication ended. At the console of the Nanchaman, the technical staff quickly input the coordinates sent by the fleets of the Xiaolong 4th and 5th Corps. As the system operated, a blue portal gradually unfolded in the void, directly connecting to the perimeter of the X-star system. Report. Coordinate link established. Space stability is normal. Data and intelligence from various departments were compiled on the bridge, showing everything was functioning smoothly. The captain immediately contacted Charlotte. Reporting to the Grand Marshal, the Nanchaman has fully deployed, the spatial channel is established, and we are ready to proceed with the subsequent tasks. Very good. Charlotte's voice was grave. The logistics support is now in your hands. Ensure that the necessary supplies reach the front line efficiently and safely. This is crucial to the entire campaign. Rest assured, Grand Marshal, we will ensure the supply line runs smoothly and will not hold things up, the captain of the Nanchaman promised resolutely. After the communication ended, the captain took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over every officer on the bridge. She pressed the broadcast button. Ladies and gentlemen, our Nanchaman is different from other starships. We are not on the front lines, we are not armed, and we cannot directly eliminate the enemy. Her voice echoed through the ship's intercom to every corner. I know many of you may feel disappointed being assigned here, thinking this is not the real battlefield. Honestly, I thought the same when I first became captain. Her tone softened. But every time I see the frontline fleet returning, those commanders always smile and thank us for the supplies and materials we deliver. They say that without our adequate logistical support, they wouldn't be able to eliminate so many enemies, might lose many ships, and certainly couldn't win the battle. The captain's voice carried pride. It's those words that made me truly love this job. Although we can't be on the battlefield or directly fire upon the enemy, every supply ship and every piece of material we deliver supports our comrades fighting bravely on the front lines. This is where our value lies. The captain's voice echoed across the bridge. She had just learned from her communication with Grand Marshal Charlotte that their logistical support might be the key to victory in this battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the South Gate, the fleets of the Xiaolong 4th and 5th Corps, along with nearly all the Ace Corps fleets, were gathering. These elite forces had managed to carve a path through the enemy's defenses in less than 40 combat hours, creating a passage for the Southgate starship to establish a cross-domain route. Their target was the X-Star system, where not only the highest commander of the Devourer civilization, the Black God Emperor, was stationed, but also millions of interstellar warships were amassing. Our vanguard forces were at risk of being surrounded and annihilated by the enemy at any moment. Yet they remained steadfast, executing their perilous mission. With the previously opened route now closed, the Southgate had become the only channel of communication with these vanguard forces. The captain's voice grew more resolute. We will transport strategic materials and military supplies to the front lines. At this critical moment, no step can afford to go wrong. Every task must be executed to the highest and fastest standard. Delivering just one more supply ship means increased combat capability for our fleet. For the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, give it your all. Her words sparked enthusiastic cheers on the bridge. Although following orders is a soldier's duty, working in logistics can sometimes feel disheartening. Yet, in this moment, what seemed like ordinary words of encouragement gave everyone a sense of purpose. Under the unified command of the Southgate starship, well-prepared interstellar supply and transport fleets began to systematically traverse the Southgate, heading towards the Xiaolong 4th and 5th Corps fleets to provide logistical support to those fighting on the front lines. Among these fleets was one particularly notable ace, Corps the Hells Angels Ace Fleet Group. Their leader, Wolf Lady Marshal by Shui, could barely contain her excitement. Since the fleet group's inception, they had never had the opportunity for a full Corps-level saturation strike, a long-standing regret of hers. Now, this long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Within 5 hours of the Nan Tianmen starship's deployment, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. This brief respite was invaluable for the fleets of the Xiaolong 4th and 5th Corps and other elite units, with every second being crucial. Marshal Leona appeared on the main screen of the command center, her sharp eyes fixed on Marshal Shui Xiaoxiao on the other end of the video link. Have you determined the main attack direction? Marshal Shui Xiaoxiao shook her head slightly, her brow furrowed. The peculiarity of the X galaxy lies in its nearly identical surrounding areas. Apart from considering the distinct characteristics of each interstellar fleet, we have little else to go on. What's more challenging is that we lack a detailed deployment map of the Devourer civilization's fleet, relying solely on real-time data from frontline battleships. Leona rubbed her temples in frustration and blurted out, "Why not just launch a full-scale attack and push forward? Are you serious?" Shui Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow in response. Leona quickly waved her hands, a hint of an embarrassed smile on her face. "Just kidding, don't take it seriously. This battlefield environment clearly isn't suited for a full-scale assault. Besides, we have the Hell Angels, an ace fleet group, and we must use them concentratedly to maximize their impact. While their firepower is the same when dispersed, the effect is vastly different. Stop with the nonsense and think of a solution." Shui Xiaoxiao glared at her. Leona stuck out her tongue playfully and refocused on the battle analysis. With 5 hours remaining, they had to determine the main attack direction within this time frame. This choice would dictate the assembly point for the elite fleet groups and become the key to breaking through the X galaxy's defense line. As time ticked away, Shui Xiaoxiao suddenly pointed to a location on the tactical map. "Let's choose here as the main attack direction." Leona perked up, studying the area Shui Xiaoxiao indicated. Her brow first furrowed, then relaxed. Although the enemy numbers here aren't the highest, they rank in the top 3. Most would attack where the enemy is weakest, but you've chosen a densely fortified area. I get it. You want to maximize the destruction of enemy ships with our initial assault. Plus, the enemy won't expect us to choose such an attack point, giving us a tactical advantage through surprise. Shui Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction, as this was precisely her strategy. "Great choice, I fully support it." Leona immediately expressed her approval. Shui Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at her. "I bet you're just too lazy to think for yourself." Marshal Leona allowed a slight smile to tug at her lips. Choosing between several equally viable attack plans was indeed a significant challenge for her. However, with the primary attack position now decided, it was time to swiftly proceed with preparations. She immediately contacted the commanders of other elite Legion fleets, conveying the primary attack position and detailed battle plans one by one. 5 hours of preparation passed in the blink of an eye. In the flagship command center of the 4th Legion fleet of the Xiaolong, Marshal Shui Xiaoxiao kept her eyes fixed on the time display. Only 3 minutes remained. She looked up at the center of the bridge. She had specially repositioned the staff department to the core area for this critical battle, a detail that underscored her intense focus on tactical deployment. "Ladies and gentlemen," Shui Xiaoxiao's voice resonated across the bridge. "In 3 minutes, we will launch a full-scale attack to seize the X system at all costs. The enemy's reinforcements will continue to pour in. They will surely have more tricks up their sleeves. We might encounter their elite forces and face even greater crises." Her gaze swept over each staff officer. Your duty is to make the most accurate judgments and commands in the shortest time when any surprises arise on the battlefield. Even a delay of half a minute could result in the destruction of hundreds of warships. Use all your expertise to help us secure victory." Before her words had fully settled, Shui Xiaoxiao solemnly saluted the staff team. The officers were momentarily stunned but quickly returned the salute in unison, confidently pledging, "Rest assured, Marshal, we have prepared hundreds of contingency plans. Everything is under control." The countdown silently ticked away. As the final number reached 0, all Xiaolong Interstellar Legion fleets surrounding the X system launched a fierce assault simultaneously. Tens of thousands of interstellar warships surged like a tide towards the Devourer civilization's defenses. Meanwhile, the previously inactive elite Legion fleets began assembling at the predetermined main attack point. The Devourer civilization's Interstellar Legion immediately detected this movement. They swiftly mobilized numerous Legion fleets to bolster their defenses, and thus began an epic interstellar battle. In the regular combat zones, the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion fleets continued their operations according to the established tactical deployment. The fleet of the Xiaolong Legion launched a massive offensive. At the forefront, interstellar artillery ships and missile ships paved the way, unleashing a torrential downpour of firepower. Following closely behind were the formidable interstellar battleships and battlecruisers, their massive hulls advancing through space with an intimidating presence. The carrier starships deployed swarms of interstellar fighters and drones, maneuvering deftly across the battlefield to provide aerial support and cover for the larger vessels. On the fleet's perimeter, interstellar frigates and destroyers formed a solid defensive network. These agile medium and small-sized warships were not only capable of intercepting enemy attacks, but could also switch to offensive mode when necessary, creating a comprehensive tactical system that excelled in both offense and defense. Opposite them, the Devourer Civilization Legion was well prepared. As longtime adversaries of the Xiaolong Legion, they were well acquainted with this three-pronged attack strategy. Although they couldn't completely neutralize it, they had developed various countermeasures to keep casualties within an acceptable range. The main assault position on the battlefield was dominated by the awe-inspiring might of the Hell's Angels Ace Fleet Group. A staggering 100,000 interstellar missile ships were deployed in space, each ship's missile launch units primed and ready, creating a chilling spectacle. Even a formidable interstellar force like the Devourer civilization found it hard to withstand such a massive missile fleet. The composition of this fleet was astonishing. Over 100 T6-level Holy Blood Hell's Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships, 50,000 T5-level Crimson Reaper-class heavy strategic interstellar missile ships, and tens of thousands of T4-level Hell's Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ships. Military researchers have calculated that a single round of saturation attack from this fleet costs as much as an entire year's military budget for the top 10 ranked interstellar kingdoms. Although it doesn't compare to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Holy Elven Empire, this figure is still staggering. Just half an hour of firepower coverage could deplete a superpower's annual military budget. The fleet was equipped with a considerable number of T4 interstellar missile ships, but what truly struck fear into the hearts of the enemy was the T6 Holy Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. This behemoth's firepower coverage was so formidable that even other T6-class interstellar frigates dared not withstand it casually. Report. The lieutenant stood at attention beside Wolf-Girl by Shui. 90% of the interstellar missile ships have completed combat deployment, and the remaining 10% are expected to be in position within a minute. Bai Shui waved her hand impatiently upon hearing this. She placed one foot on the captain's chair, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. These slackers should have trained harder. Remember them. After the battle, they will all undergo extra training. Her breath quickened with excitement. Send the order. Any captain who fails to deploy within a minute will report to me personally and face the consequences. The lieutenant, observing Bai Shui's expression, knew those tardy captains were likely saying goodbye to the Hell Angel elite fleet. He silently prayed for them for a second. As time ticked by, 30 seconds later, a battle report came in. All interstellar missile ships were in formation, and missile launch units were ready. Bai Shui meticulously checked everything, took a deep breath, and with her cheeks flushed with excitement, she pointed forward and commanded decisively. Transmit my order. Execute a saturation firepower coverage attack on the enemy positions. Yes, ma'am. The order was swiftly relayed, and the interstellar missile fleet, already poised for action, began to move methodically. This was no simple volley but a carefully planned tactical deployment. The T4 and T5 missile ships launched first, clearing the defensive net for the subsequent T6 missile ships. The firepower coverage proceeded with a progressive bombardment from near to far, advancing like a bulldozer to maximize the impact, while leaving room for their fleet's advancement. Bai Shui stood by the porthole, watching the myriad missiles carve brilliant trails across space. Her eyes shone with madness and satisfaction. This was the most spectacular interstellar missile saturation bombardment she had ever witnessed. Since the formation of the Hell Angel elite fleet, they had faced countless battles, but never had there been such a display of firepower on this scale. Perhaps this would be the only time in her life she would see such an awe-inspiring spectacle firsthand. In the vast expanse of space, interstellar missiles descended like a torrential rainstorm, tracing countless brilliant paths as millions of warheads poured down on the front lines of the Devourer civilization. Despite having preemptive plans and deploying multiple layers of interception firepower nets, the overwhelming barrage of missiles overwhelmed even the most sophisticated defense systems. On the battlefield, one by one, the starships of the Devourer civilization exploded under the relentless missile strikes, fiery blasts illuminating the dark void. From a distance, the entire battlefield resembled a burning interstellar prairie, with flames spreading along the front line, consuming everything in their path. This devastating bombardment lasted a full half-hour, and when the smoke cleared, the area was completely devoid of Devourer civilization starships. As soon as the barrage ceased, the prepared Ni Ace fleet launched a fierce assault. The massive interstellar battleship fleet cut through the enemy's yet obestabilized defenses like a sharp blade. This assault propelled the advance in this sector far beyond that of other battlefields. Although the Devourer civilization urgently dispatched reinforcements to stabilize their faltering defenses, the collapse was only temporarily averted under the powerful offensive of this elite fleet. Adding to the concern, the Xiaolong Legion had several ace fleet groups still held in reserve, poised as their trump card. In the limited expanse of the X-Star system, any misstep could lead to the defense line being breached right to the core. At this critical moment, a subordinate hurriedly reported to the Black God Emperor, "The enemy's Hell Angel Ace Fleet Group has completed its first missile strike, destroying over 500,000 of our starships, and our flank has been breached. Should we initiate the emergency combat plan?" The Black God Emperor stared at the starfield map before him, his fingers tracing the breached defense line and his own position, before asking gravely, "Given the current situation, how long before the Xiaolong Legion poses a threat to my position?" The subordinate pondered briefly before answering truthfully. "Under standard deployment, we would mobilize nearby forces to support the sector. However, the enemy has deployed their Ni Ace Fleet Group, known for its offensive prowess, composed of elite interstellar battleships with exceptional combat strength. It is expected that the enemy will also deploy the Starry Queen Ace Fleet Group, using its starships and drone swarms to seize air superiority." The military advisor stood before the Black God Emperor, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his voice slightly trembling. "At that time, the battle will reach the location of your flagship in no more than 72 hours. If the enemy launches an all-out assault, this time could be cut in half." The Black God Emperor sat calmly in the command seat, his expression as serene as if discussing an ordinary military drill. He spoke with indifference. "No matter, let them continue their revelry. It's only more interesting when they fall into the abyss at their moment of greatest triumph. But, your safety." The advisor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "This is like dancing on a tightrope. I won't repeat myself." The Black God Emperor's voice suddenly turned icy, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "Understood. I'll see to it immediately." The advisor hurriedly withdrew. The battle unfolded just as the advisor had predicted. The Black God Emperor continued to routinely dispatch reinforcements to support the defensive line, but this level of defense was negligible against the fierce assault of the Xiaolong Legion's fleet. The defense line was crumbling at a visibly rapid pace. However, the two fleet commanders grew increasingly wary of the overly smooth progress. Marshal Leona rubbed her chin repeatedly, her dragon scales almost heating up from the friction. Even her straightforward nature sensed something amiss. There was no way the Black God Emperor would expose such an obvious flaw without reason. "It's like a beautiful woman standing before you unguarded, enticing you." While unaware of the dozen strong men lying in wait around the corner, Marshal Shui Xiaoxiao calmly analyzed. "But even knowing it's a trap, we must continue the attack." "Then we must prepare for both possibilities," Leona said seriously. "Since we're certain there's a trap, we must anticipate the worst-case scenario and prepare accordingly. We should have our respective advisory departments draft several contingency plans immediately," Shui Xiaoxiao decided promptly. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command ship, Zhao Chen was focused on the interstellar war simulation while continuously drinking water. The simulation clearly displayed a formation resembling a punctured balloon, with the leak being the main attack direction of the Xiaolong 4th and 5th Legion fleets in coordination with the Ace Legion fleet. "Your Majesty, you've already had 10 glasses of water in the past hour, 10 times your usual amount," the secretary quietly reminded. "Are you worried about the offensive in the X-Galaxy?" Zhao Chen glanced at the critical battle zone on the simulation and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Yes, I am indeed concerned about the situation there." "Because the progress is going too smoothly?" the secretary asked thoughtfully. No wonder he could become the secretary officer to the Emperor of the Xiaolong. He almost instantly grasped Zhao Chen's current thoughts. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. his gaze piercing as he looked into the distance, voicing his concern slowly. We all hope this battle goes smoothly. However, if things progress too easily, it becomes even more unsettling. It's one thing to deal with weaker opponents, but we're up against a civilization devourer and that entity known as the Black God. His voice carried a heavy tone. The Black God, who eliminated the other two kings last time and took complete control over the devouring civilization, can't be defeated by us so easily. The smoother our advance, the more I suspect he is planning something monumental in the shadows, perhaps even aiming to devour our entire elite fleet. The secretary officer immediately reassured him. The opposing commander will indeed have countermeasures, but swallowing our entire elite fleet in one go is rather far-fetched. Moreover, our marshals and commanders are well prepared and won't let them succeed easily. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. I understand that. Strangely, I don't feel fear facing powerful opponents, because their intelligence is laid out before us. Be it a superweapon or fleets many times larger than ours, these are visible threats. What truly causes unease are those invisible tactics, those hidden aces. The unknown is the most frightening. Qin Shou took a deep breath, his voice steady and strong. The battle in the X galaxy is crucial. Relay my order to Xiong. If needed, give her 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, the Emperor's Guard fleet must appear in the X galaxy. Upon hearing the Emperor's command, the secretary officer's face changed suddenly. Your Majesty, your safety. Zhao Chen remained calm. In this vowed duel, Black God and I have staked our lives. If the X galaxy battle fails, we lose. Hiding in the rear to survive is pointless. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the X galaxy battlefield. Even those Xiaolong core fleet groups that had not yet received related preparation orders had their marshals instruct their planning departments to draft support operation plans in advance, ready to enter the battlefield at any time. On the X galaxy battlefield, fierce fighting continued, both sides clashing intensely. Yet within this seemingly normal warfare, there was a faint hint of unease. Rush the resupply for the Hell Angel elite fleet. The leader of the interstellar supply fleet sternly urged his subordinates. He knew well that the enemy surely had backup plans, and the rest period for the Hell Angel elite fleet was a vulnerable time for us. This fleet had previously exhausted all its interstellar missiles, and the resupply task was immense, needing completion in the shortest possible time. In the vast expanse of space, hundreds of thousands of interstellar missile ships were neatly aligned, awaiting resupply. Under normal circumstances, a resupply operation of this magnitude would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks, but time was unusually tight. Just 3 days were allotted to complete the resupply for the entire Hell's Angels elite fleet group. The head of the interstellar supply fleet gazed out at the deep, starry sky through the porthole. Around the fleet, dense formations of interstellar escort ships patrolled, creating an impenetrable defense line. This Hell's Angels elite fleet group, with interstellar missile ships as its main force and equipped with numerous escort and reconnaissance ships, had a robust defense system and advanced anti-stealth equipment that had deterred countless covetous interstellar civilizations. However, at that moment, the leader's pupils suddenly contracted. The void near the rest area began to reveal outlines of numerous interstellar warships. Before he could react, these unexpected enemy ships launched a fierce attack on the fleet. Although the Hell's Angels escort ships immediately activated the Star Shield, the sheer number of enemy forces was overwhelming. Several missile ships, transport ships, and supply ships, caught off guard while repositioning, turned into bright fireballs against the dark space. Warning! 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 The voice of the secretary officer echoed in the command center. The Hell's Angels elite fleet group's rest area is under attack. Marshal Leona, upon hearing the news, tensed up and quickly turned to the interstellar warfare sand table. On the sand table, red dots representing enemy forces continuously emerged, spreading across various battle zones, with the area of the Hell's Angels elite fleet group being the most densely packed, a staggering 5 million interstellar warships. What happened with the interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships responsible for scouting the surrounding airspace? Marshal Leona demanded, her voice filled with lethal intent. How did they fail to detect these warships in advance? How did such a massive enemy force slip under our noses? Just then, a new video window popped up in front of her. It was Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao of the Jiaolong 4th Legion Fleet Group. Xue Xiaoxiao's face was shrouded in a layer of seriousness as she looked directly at Leona and slowly presented her analysis. This is definitely not a failure of the interstellar stealth reconnaissance fleet. I have retrieved all previous scan data of this airspace. Even the most advanced reconnaissance ships found nothing after multiple scans. This raises 2 critical questions. First, if this is enemy stealth technology, it must be at least T7 level. Second, given the scale of these 5 million warships, even with top-notch stealth technology, it's impossible to completely evade our starship detection. More importantly, according to navigation records, a large number of starships have recently passed through this area without encountering any obstruction. This suggests the enemy may have developed a new type of ship cloaking technology. Her gaze grew sharper. But right now, our focus shouldn't be on the technology itself, but on how to respond to the current situation. This is clearly a trump card meticulously laid by the Black God Emperor, intending to use this surprise tactic to directly dismantle our Hell Angel King's fleet and logistics support line. We must minimize our losses at all costs. After hearing this calm analysis, Leona gradually stabilized her emotions. Agreeing with a nod, she said, "Understood. I will immediately deploy the fleet to strengthen the rear defenses and ensure the safety of the main starships." At that moment, a series of urgent battle reports arrived. A large number of enemy ships of the same type suddenly appeared near the Nanchaman Stargate, launching a fierce attack with the intention of capturing the Stargate fortress. The number of enemy ships in that area reached 5 million. Subsequently, reports indicated that approximately 20 million enemy interstellar warships had appeared on the outskirts of the X galaxy, expected to reach the battlefield within an hour. On the war simulation board, red dots representing the enemy forces surged from all directions, nearly encircling the entire outer region. Xue Xiaoxiao stared at this alarming scene and said in a deep voice, 30 million interstellar warships. The Black God Emperor somehow hid such a massive fleet right under our noses, waiting for this moment. Leona's brow furrowed, her voice filled with deep concern. These 30 million hidden warships, combined with the 30 million reinforcements, bring the total to 60 million. Once all these fleets enter the battlefield, the consequences will be unimaginable. It was as if an invisible mountain weighed down on the shoulders of the two marshals. Facing the threat of 60 million enemy warships, they had only 2 Jiao Long Legion fleet groups and other elite fleet groups at their disposal, totaling barely over 2 million interstellar warships, making the disparity in forces extremely daunting. The scale of the enemy reinforcements was staggering. 60 million interstellar warships appeared in the void, outnumbering our fleet by 30 to 1. Faced with such a drastic numerical disparity, the situation became critically urgent. Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao's voice resonated through the command center with determination. The battle for the X galaxy must not stop. Her gaze swept over the holographic display as she emphatically highlighted 3 key points. First, the assault on the X galaxy must continue. Second, losses to the Hell Angel King's fleet group must be minimized. Third, the Nanchaman Stargate must remain firmly under our control. There must be no errors in these 3 areas. Marshal Leona nodded solemnly. Understood. Immediately, the fleets of the 4th and 5th Jiaolong Corps demonstrated impressive tactical acumen. Faced with the sudden reversal of the situation, they did not panic. Instead, they adjusted their tactics according to the established plan, supporting the Hell Angel King's fleet group, reinforcing the defense of the Nanchaman Stargate, and intensifying their attack on the Black God Emperor's flagship. Their strategic goal remained unchanged: to capture the X galaxy in the shortest possible time. As the intensity of the battle soared, this information was promptly relayed to Zhao Chen's desk. The scientist repeatedly reviewed the footage of the enemy warship's sudden appearance. These ships did not emerge from invisibility, but rather solidified from blurry shadows, as if descending from another dimension. After in-depth analysis with the research team, Zhao Chen reported their findings to Grand Marshal Charlotte via holographic communication. Based on our research, this fleet likely originates from the Soul Apostle civilization. They are not using cloaking technology, but a special technology we refer to as solidification. Solidification. Grand Marshal Charlotte furrowed her brow. Zhao Chen explained. It could also be called phasing or non-corporealization. This technology allows warships to become as intangible as souls, appearing only when needed. This hypothesis fits perfectly with the evidence we have. First, there were no detectable spatial anomalies, ruling out the possibility of spatial jump technology. Second, our anti-stealth equipment has been unable to detect these warships, indicating this is not ordinary cloaking technology. Before the holographic display at the command center, Zhao Chen was meticulously explaining the unique abilities of the enemy's warships to Grand Marshal Charlotte. Pointing to the data on the projection, he confidently stated, "Our starship's anti-stealth systems are highly advanced, leaving no room for blind spots. Even the most cutting-edge stealth technology can only render a ship invisible to the eye, not make it completely vanish. Our navigational records indicate that our ships have indeed passed through these areas, yet the enemy ships appear to be entirely non-existent. They lack any physical presence, allowing other ships to pass through their space unimpeded." Grand Marshal Charlotte furrowed her brow, contemplating the evidence presented. After a brief moment, she nodded slowly, acknowledging the bold hypothesis of solidification. Zhao Chen then pulled up a battle video and continued his analysis. Upon close examination, we've identified a key characteristic of this ability. When these ships transition from a void state back to a tangible form, it takes about 30 seconds. In their void state, they cannot be attacked, nor can they launch attacks or activate their star shields. Therefore, they must fully materialize before they can activate their shields and weapon systems. This is their critical vulnerability. If we can seize this opportunity, Grand Marshal Charlotte's eyes lit up. Though brief, it's enough to achieve significant results. We can launch a surprise attack the moment they become visible, not only destroying some of their ships, but also disrupting their formation, giving us more tactical maneuvering space. Zhao Chen highlighted several key issues on the holographic display. However, there are still important factors to confirm. First, can these ships move while in the soul state? If not, it implies they have been lying in ambush. If they can, then the threat level of this technology far surpasses ordinary stealth, as they could enter this mode in a safe area and directly jump to any location for a surprise attack. Second, how long does it take to enter the soul state? Is it instantaneous, or does it require preparation? We have yet to witness this process firsthand. Third, how long can they maintain this state? These data points are crucial for our subsequent operations. Seeing the thorough analysis before her, Grand Marshal Charlotte couldn't help but admire it. Under the leadership of the Jiaolong Emperor, they had completed such an in-depth tactical analysis in less than an hour, showcasing the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire's strengths in intelligence analysis. She solemnly remarked, "This intelligence is crucial for our battle efforts." Zhao Chen immediately ordered the distribution of this crucial intelligence to all fleet groups of the legions. His fingers moved swiftly across the holographic screen to ensure that the captains of every starship receive these key pieces of information without delay. The importance of intelligence sharing cannot be overstated, as it is vital to the outcome of the battle. What is the current situation on the battlefield in the X galaxy? Zhao Chen turned to Grand Marshal Charlotte, his brow furrowed. The enemy had launched a surprise attack and dispatched 2 waves of 30 million starships each. This posed a formidable challenge for the legions led by Shui Xiaoxiao and Leona, akin to having 2 mountains weighing down on them. For the past hour, Zhao Chen had been focused on studying this unique interstellar legion fleet group, temporarily setting aside the situation in the X galaxy battlefield. This was not out of neglect, but rather due to his complete trust in the generals, especially his absolute confidence in Grand Marshal Charlotte. Charlotte's expression was serious. The situation for the Xiaolong 4th and 5th Legion fleet groups is indeed grim. Shui Xiaoxiao and Leona have reached a consensus. Their main forces will continue to attack the X galaxy in an attempt to seize the Black God Emperor's stronghold, while a portion of their forces will be allocated to fend off enemy ships on the periphery. Isn't that forming a donut formation? Zhao Chen pointed out. That's quite an apt description, Charlotte replied solemnly. It's a necessary strategy at the moment. We've invested so much in the X galaxy that withdrawing now would eliminate the possibility of ending the campaign within 6 months. Just as Zhao Chen was about to speak, a sharp alarm sounded on Charlotte's end. Zhao Chen tightened his brow and waited for a few minutes until Charlotte's weary face reappeared on the video screen. What happened? Zhao Chen noticed the fatigue in the Grand Marshal's eyes. Rubbing his temples, Charlotte shared more troubling news. The Black God Emperor's tactics extend beyond this. Latest intelligence indicates that a large number of Enforcer civilization starships have appeared in the A10 galaxy battlefield. This is the most elite force among their 4 major civilizations. They've already deployed 5 million ships, with another 35 million en route to the X galaxy, expected to arrive within 3 days. Additionally, the Saintis civilization has dispatched over 30 million ships. He took a deep breath and continued. In the next 5 days, the X galaxy battlefield could see up to 150 million enemy starships converge. In such a confined space, this number is almost unimaginable. It will become a true meat grinder of a battlefield. The most crucial point is that these Enforcers interstellar warships have been deployed directly through the Stargate of the X galaxy, Grand Marshal Charlotte said, her brow furrowed with concern. They're currently amassing forces to protect the Black God Emperor, which significantly complicates our efforts to conquer the X galaxy. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment, a spark of insight flashing in his eyes. Should we consider using those 2 trump cards now? Charlotte thought for a moment, then slowly shook her head. The current battlefield situation is quite complex, so let's hold off on that for now. However, she paused briefly. It's time to bring in the Owl Dragon Zerg. Understood, Zhao Chen nodded. I'll contact the Insect Queen right away. The Owl Dragon Zerg, one of Zhao Chen's trump cards, is vastly different from the typical cannon fodder image of insectoid species. This elite force not only possesses extraordinary combat power, but can also play a decisive role in pivotal battles. Because of this, Zhao Chen has kept them a closely guarded secret, also wary of unexpected developments at the rear that might require the Owl Dragon Zerg as a final defense. Currently, the area surrounding the X galaxy has become a massive battleground, with the enemy deploying a staggering 1.5 billion interstellar warships. Such a large-scale battle is precisely the kind of stage where the Owl Dragon Zerg can excel. Fortunately, the Flame Elf King Solomon and the Radiant Elf King Onions in the rear have proven capable of effectively resisting the invaders from the Conqueror civilization. Even though the timing seems right, we must remain vigilant. Charlotte cautioned. The Black God's trump cards have yet to be revealed. Zhao Chen nodded solemnly, then ended the communication and immediately contacted the Insect Queen. The connection was almost instantaneous, indicating that the Insect Queen had been eagerly waiting. Brother, 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 came the rapid-fire calls, and if Zhao Chen hadn't been certain, he might have wondered if he had accidentally connected to a pigeon alien. Calm down, Bug, Zhao Chen said seriously. This is a combat order. Upon hearing this, the Insect Queen straightened up, her eyes shining. The Insect Queen and the Owl Dragon Zerg fleet are ready and awaiting orders from the Owl Dragon Emperor. Zhao Chen spoke firmly. Signals will be sent out from several battlefields shortly, and you can engage directly when they do. The focus will be on two primary battlefields for now. On one side is the battlefield of the A10 galaxy, and on the other, the X galaxy. Zhao Chen's gaze was fixed on the holographic star map, where the flashing red zone of the X galaxy stood out prominently. Not only was their greatest adversary, the Black God Emperor, present there, but a staggering 150 million enemy interstellar warships were assembling, clearly ready for an all-out battle. Worm Princess, Zhao Chen turned to the seemingly young yet remarkably intelligent Zerg girl beside him. The mission for the Xiaolong Zerg Fleet Group is clear: cover the offensive of the 4th and 5th Fleet Groups, and intercept any enemy warships attempting to support the X Galaxy battlefield. His tone grew serious. Be particularly vigilant. The enemy may have some unknown strategies and hidden cards. Remember, do not act hastily, and proceed with caution in all actions. The Worm Princess nodded earnestly, her clear voice filled with determination. Rest assured, brother, the Zerg will complete the combat mission. Looking at the petite Zerg girl before him, Zhao Chen was filled with confidence. Despite her Zerg origin, her growth was astonishing. Recently, she had not only furthered her studies at the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire Academy, but also received numerous awards, always sharing her achievements with Zhao Chen at the earliest opportunity. Zhao Chen never hesitated to encourage her because her progress signified the advancement of the entire Xiaolong Zerg. This Zerg army had long abandoned traditional cannon fodder tactics and simple swarm tactics, opting instead for an elite approach. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he imagined the enemy's shock when faced with this Zerg army, which boasted both numerical superiority and formidable combat power. He squinted, as if already seeing the Black God's astonished face. Black God, this is my trump card. If you don't have a stronger hand, this oathbound duel is yours to lose. Meanwhile, in the A10 Galaxy battlefield, on the bridge of the flagship of the Xiaolong 10th Fleet Group, Marshal Pei Shangnan was staring at the war table cluttered with red dots, feeling a wave of helplessness. She hadn't anticipated that the devouring civilization would continue to reinforce the A10 Galaxy even as the main battle raged in the X Galaxy. Did I offend your mother, Black God, or desecrate your ancestors' graves? Marshal Pei Shangnan couldn't help but curse. Although the 10th Fleet Group had successfully alleviated pressure on other groups from a strategic standpoint, in the face of the enemy's continuous reinforcements, they received no support beyond basic ammunition supplies. This sense of being on the defensive left the entire fleet feeling suppressed. Although the interstellar missile ships have an unlimited supply of ammunition, reloading still takes time, which is undoubtedly the biggest setback for the Xiaolong 10th Legion Fleet Group. As the battle drags on, not only are the subordinates exhausted, but even Marshal Pei Shangnan feels overwhelmed. Nevertheless, the fight must go on, and someone has to bear this responsibility. Privately, Pei Shangnan might curse the Dark God a few times, but in actual combat, she remains dedicated and has never uttered a single complaint, nor requested reinforcements. Suddenly, her secretary bursts into the command room, barely able to contain his excitement. Marshal, we have reinforcements. Pei Shangnan leaps from her seat, her eyes shining. Reinforcements? Are they sent by His Majesty? Even though they hadn't actively requested support, the desire for reinforcements had never waned. Yes. The secretary nods repeatedly, too excited to speak coherently. What's the exact number? 100,000 ships? 200,000? Or 300,000? Pei Shangnan dared not hope for too much. Gaining 100 or 200,000 interstellar warships would already be a delightful surprise. So many. The secretary, too thrilled to form complete sentences, directly projects the interstellar war map. Instantly, a multitude of yellow dots flicker in the projection, their sheer number astonishing. Pei Shangnan immediately recognizes the significance of these markers, exclaiming with delight, "It's our Xiaolong Zerg." She quickly calculates based on the standard configuration of the Zerg mothership fleet. To be precise, 50 million Zerg motherships, the secretary adds. 50 million? Pei Shangnan's face breaks into a confident smile. These are not ordinary Zerg fleets, but the elite Xiaolong Zerg troops, masters of tactical coordination. Each Zerg mothership has been specially modified, possessing combat strength far surpassing ordinary Zerg warships. Her eyes blaze with determination. Fantastic. Let those enemies who have been flaunting their power see that they aren't the only ones with reinforcements. Now it's time for our Xiaolong Zerg Legion fleet group to give them a good lesson. Marshal Pei Shengnan stood in the command center, her eyes fixed intently on the war map of the A10-star system, a gleam of excitement in her gaze. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Relay my orders, she commanded with firm authority. Instruct all fleet corps to immediately enter combat readiness. Reinforcements are on their way. This is our best chance to reclaim lost territory. Every inch once controlled by the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group must be taken back. Yes, ma'am. Her adjutant responded promptly and left to carry out her orders. A slight smile played on Marshal Pei's lips. The time for counterattack has finally arrived. It seems even His Majesty the Emperor can hardly wait. Over in the X-Star system, they too are likely preparing for a major showdown. Indeed, while the situation in the X-Star system was somewhat more precarious than in the A10, they were similarly planning a pivotal surprise attack. At this moment, several Xiaolong interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships were already discreetly positioned in critical sectors around the X-Star system, silently fulfilling a dual mission to monitor the space and guide the incoming reinforcements. Soon, the captains of the reconnaissance ships received their operational orders. Inside the cargo hold of one such ship, a special unit stood ready. In the center of the hold lay an intimidating, massive sphere of flesh, rising and falling with a slow, rhythmic pulse. To ordinary people, this eerie sight would be nightmarish, but the soldiers of this unit were unfazed. It was all part of their duty. Ready to deploy in 30 seconds, the female team leader declared, unflinchingly patting the surface of the flesh sphere. The team sprang into action, some initiating the cargo bay's opening sequence, while others swiftly unlocked their cases, extracting rows of special canisters filled with a blue liquid. In mere seconds, the soldiers expertly inserted dozens of canisters into the surface of the flesh sphere. Upon closer inspection, the liquid inside the canisters was revealed to be countless tiny blue insects, nearly invisible when still. As soon as these insects touched the sphere, they seemed to respond to an unseen call, burrowing into it frantically. The surface of the sphere became covered in intricate blue patterns, and its vibrations intensified. Mission accomplished, the team members reported in turn. The female leader surveyed the scene, ensuring all preparations were complete before moving on to the next phase of their operation. The deployment procedure is complete. The voice of the cargo deployment team member echoed clearly within the chamber. The captain nodded in satisfaction, scanning each team member present. Initiate the deployment procedure. Everyone evacuate the chamber immediately. Yes, sir. The team members responded in unison and swiftly moved to the adjacent chamber to stand by. In the vast chamber, only a large, blue-veined mass remained, silently suspended at the center. With a gentle mechanical whir, a gap opened at the bottom of the chamber, and the mass was precisely propelled into space by an invisible force. In the adjacent chamber, the team members watched the monitor screen intently. They saw the mass, originally the height of 2 people and requiring 4 to embrace, rapidly expand at an astonishing pace, quickly reaching the size of a small interstellar battleship. Once the deployment task was confirmed complete, the captain immediately contacted the ship's captain. Report to the captain, the deployment task is complete. Please order the ship to leave the current area immediately. Understood. The ship's captain issued the retreat command concisely. As the Xiaolong interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship quickly departed, the expansion of the massive sphere accelerated dramatically, soon reaching the scale of a small asteroid. The blue patterns on its surface, tiny insects from several containers had multiplied inside the sphere by millions. This scene was not unique. Across various sectors around the X galaxy, spheres deployed by other Xiaolong interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships were undergoing the same transformation. About 3 minutes post-deployment, these spheres had expanded to a staggering size so vast that even supergiant stars appeared insignificant, only a tenth of their volume. Any object unfortunate enough to touch these spheres was instantly engulfed by their surface. When the expansion finally ceased, the blue patterns on the sphere's surface began to bloom. The blue insects, now fully symbiotic with the sphere, unfolded along the patterns like giant, exotic flowers blossoming in space, emitting an eerie blue glow. At the center of these dazzling blooms lay a mysterious, swamp-like black substance, from which emerged massive hive motherships. This was the latest cross-universe long-range deployment technology developed by the Xiaolong insect race. Through this method, by pre-placing these devices in the target universe, they could establish enduring cross-universe deployment channels. However, this technology was not without its imperfections. This interuniversal transport channel has clear limitations. It can only transport the Zerg fleet, as starships of other races cannot pass through. Although the transmission speed is not particularly fast, the establishment of such channels is exceptionally convenient. Given the limited capacity of a single channel, the Zerg have adopted a strategy of winning by numbers. At present, Thousands of transport channels have been set up around the X-star system, enveloping the region like a giant web. Through these channels, the number of Xiaolong Zerg is growing at an astonishing rate. In just a matter of minutes, the scale of the Zerg fleet has surpassed the million mark. At this rate, it would only take a day to dispatch 100 million Zerg motherships. In a part of this star region, a supermassive Zerg mothership is slowly emerging. The transmission speed of this special mothership is notably slower than that of other ships, because the transmission speed is inversely proportional to the level and size of the Zerg mothership. The higher the level and the larger the size, the longer the transmission time required. This quasi-T7 level giant ship is the vessel of the Zerg Queen. The Zerg Queen gazes at this unfamiliar universe and then closes her eyes. Instantly, she establishes a mental link with all Xiaolong Zerg motherships in the X-star system. No matter where these Zerg are located, their sights and sounds are transmitted to the Zerg Queen's consciousness as if she were present. As the ruler of the entire Xiaolong Zerg, she overlooks the entire X-star system with a godlike perspective, clearly grasping the deployment of both enemy and ally forces, and sees numerous enemy starships fiercely attacking the Xiaolong fleet. The Zerg Queen remembers her mission: to stop or annihilate the enemy forces intervening in the X-star system's battle and intercept all enemy fleets rushing to support. Zerg, prepare for battle. With her command, tens of millions of Xiaolong Zerg fleet split into two groups and began their operation. Most of the Zerg surged toward the outskirts of the X-star system, forming an impenetrable brown barrier in space, resembling a colossal wall across the universe. A smaller contingent advances inward, targeting the Soul Apostle Civilization's warships within the Devouring Civilization fleet. In the early stages of the battle, the Xiaolong Zerg motherships are clearly outmatched in individual combat strength by the Soul Apostle Civilization's starships. Swathes of Zerg motherships are reduced to cosmic dust under the enemy's dense firepower, with hundreds of thousands of Zerg warships charging relentlessly toward the enemy lines. However, as more Zerg motherships join the fray, the tide of battle begins to shift. Under the relentless advance of the Zerg forces, the Soul Apostle Civilization's firepower can no longer cope with the overwhelming onslaught of the swarm. The interstellar warships of the Soul Apostle Civilization, despite their formidable firepower, have a critical weakness: they require periodic resupply and weapon recharging. Although this process takes only a few minutes, it provides the Xiaolong Zerg swarms with opportunities to gradually erode the battle line. As this scenario repeatedly unfolds, cracks begin to appear in the Soul Apostle Civilization's defenses. Like dominoes, once a breach occurs in the battle line, the Xiaolong Zerg flood in like a deluge. Their improved swarm tactics are no longer about sheer numbers. They strategically select weak points and tear through enemy formations with lightning speed. On the bridge of the flagship of the Xiaolong 4th Fleet Group, Xue Xiaoxiao watched the tactical display. The yellow markers representing her forces steadily consumed the red enemy indicators, allowing her tense nerves to ease slightly. Although she knew that the Xiaolong Emperor and Grand Marshal Charlotte had yet to reveal their trump cards, as a frontline commander, she had to remain prepared for the worst. The sudden appearance of the Soul Apostle Civilization had indeed disrupted the offensive rhythm of the two corps, plunging them into a crisis for a time. But now the situation had turned. The enemy forces attempting to assault Nanchaman were ensnared by the Zerg and unable to inflict significant damage. As for the enemy attacking the Hell Angel Ace fleet group, they only managed to cause the loss of about 1,000 ships initially, most of which were escort ships, destroyers, and supply ships, with minimal losses to the main missile ships. With the Zerg swarms joining the fray, the Hell Angel Ace fleet group had escaped danger. This turning point was largely due to the Zerg swarms appearing in a perfect location. The enemy had originally deployed 30 to 40 million warships, with a significant portion positioned at the outskirts of the X galaxy, intending to encircle the Xiaolong warships. However, the sudden arrival of the Zerg mothership severed the enemy's support lines. As the Zerg numbers continued to swell, the two Soul Apostle Civilization corps lost any chance of regrouping. The defense line of the Xiaolong Zerg resembled a chocolate donut, firmly encircling the battlefield. This natural barrier allowed the 4th and 5th Fleet Corps of Xiaolong to attack without restraint, directly targeting the Black Sovereign Emperor in the X galaxy, and laying the groundwork for future battles. When reinforcements from the Devouring Civilization arrived at the battlefield, they were stunned by the sight before them: a dense array of Zerg motherships, orderly arranged in a defensive formation. As the enemy appeared, each mothership immediately unleashed a swarm of Zerg combat units, darkening the starry sky with their overwhelming numbers, a sight that would strike fear into anyone. The reinforcements had no choice. Bound by orders, they had to break through the encirclement at all costs to support the X galaxy. The Devouring Civilization's forces, in coordination with other reinforcements, launched a grand offensive against the Xiaolong Zerg's defense line. However, the reality was far harsher than anticipated. The number of reinforcements steadily increased, soaring from tens of millions to over 20 or 30 million interstellar warships, including numerous high-grade main battleships. Yet, the Xiaolong Zerg's reinforcement rate was even faster, continuously fortifying their defense line. Contrary to their usual tactics, the Zerg motherships held their ground, dispatching only combat units to engage the enemy. They fired bioplasma cannons for support only when enemy ships entered their range, a tactic that completely overturned previous understandings of interstellar Zerg warfare. Adding to the despair, these motherships continuously bred new Zerg combat units, replenishing their forces endlessly. Behind the defense line, the number of Zerg motherships kept increasing. In such circumstances, breaking through the defense line seemed nearly impossible, destined to be a brutal war of attrition. Meanwhile, with the Zerg forces holding the line, the 4th and 5th Fleet Corps of Xiaolong launched a full-scale attack. All elite corps were deployed, advancing through the previously created breach, aiming straight for the Black Sovereign Emperor. The Niling Elite Corps' interstellar battleships led the charge, sweeping away all obstacles with ease. The Starry Sky Queen Elite Fleet deployed all its starfighters and drone swarms to seize air superiority, exerting immense pressure on the enemy fleet. As for the Blizzard Elite Fleet, it ceded the frontline space to the Niling Elite Corps. The strategy employed by the interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers involved a flanking attack, which not only put immense pressure on the enemy forces, but also created advantageous conditions for the frontal assault of the Xiaolong 4th and 5th Corps fleet groups. Meanwhile, although most of the warships in the Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet Group required resupply after the first wave of attacks, the T-6 interstellar stealth bombers continued their operations. These stealth ships, like lurking predators, concealed themselves on the battlefield, specifically targeting and eliminating enemy high-level warships. The Hell Angel Elite Fleet Group altered their tactical approach, no longer waiting for a full assembly to execute a saturation fire attack. Instead, they adopted a more flexible strategy, launching artillery strikes on enemy positions as soon as they formed small-scale fleets. Time was of the essence, and the Xiaolong Corps could not afford to wait for a complete saturation strike. Their goal was to annihilate the enemy warships in the shortest time possible. However, the enemy's resistance was far greater than anticipated. At the core stronghold of the X-Star system, centered around the Dark God Emperor, a continuous stream of elite warships emerged. These were all top-tier T5 and T6 level forces, with ordinary warships not even qualified to support this location through the Stargate. Among them, the interstellar heavy artillery ships of the Sacred Maiden civilization established a formidable firepower network on the battlefield, relentlessly bombarding the Xiaolong Corps fleet groups, significantly slowing their advance and causing heavy casualties. Additionally, the Black God Legion fleet group of the Devourer civilization and the elite corps of the Enforcer civilization continually replenished their forces, nearly bringing the Xiaolong Corps' advance to a standstill. An hour passed without any progress, leaving Xue Xiaoxiao and Leona increasingly anxious. Despite knowing the Dark God Emperor was just ahead, they were unable to break through the final line of defense. At this critical moment, Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao, through a video window, gazed at Marshal Leona and made an important decision. The battle has reached its most crucial stage. Only by capturing the X-Star system quickly, and even killing the Dark God Emperor, can we swiftly conclude this campaign. We can no longer hold back our trump cards. It's time to use them all. After a moment of contemplation, Marshal Leona nodded solemnly, her expression grave. This is our last resort. Although His Imperial Majesty might have additional plans, those are beyond our concern. We must focus solely on the forces we can mobilize. Once these cards are played, it means we've exhausted all our strategies. We must secure the X-Star system. Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao nodded emphatically. The two marshals then activated the temporary authority granted by the Emperor of the Draconic Empire, deploying 3 elite fleet super flagships: the T6 Rakshasa Hades-class Interstellar Dreadnought, the T6 Demon Emperor-class Carrier Starship, and the T6 Gluttony Overlord. These super flagships had been stationed at the battlefield but had not yet been engaged in combat due to their special nature. Despite their capabilities surpassing conventional quasi-T7 level warships, they couldn't single-handedly turn the tide in the vast sea of starships. To maximize their combat power, the timing and positioning needed to be perfect. Now was the moment the marshals had meticulously chosen. The 3 super flagships formed an inverted triangle formation, slowly advancing towards the position of the Black Emperor. The Demon Emperor-class Carrier Starship took the rear of the formation, its hangar doors gradually opening to release star fighters and drones, aiming to establish air superiority. The Rakshasa Hades-class Dreadnought and the Gluttony Overlord flanked the front sides of the inverted triangle. On the surface, everything appeared normal, but all personnel aboard were on high alert, the energy systems operating at full capacity, ready for overdrive at any moment. On the bridge of the Rakshasa Hades-class Dreadnought, Deputy Captain Xiao Xian held the command. This was her first time independently commanding a mission on this super flagship. The ship originally served as the flagship of Grand Marshal Charlotte, leading the Niling Elite Fleet Group. However, Since Grand Marshal Charlotte needed to coordinate the entire Oath duel from a rear secondary ship, command fell into the hands of this draconic lieutenant general. Zhao Chen initially served as a major general commanding a regular T6 class warship until she was exceptionally promoted to lieutenant general by Grand Marshal Charlotte and transferred to serve as the deputy captain of this super flagship. From that point, she began systematically learning how to operate this colossal vessel. Initially, she thought her role was merely supportive, but she gradually realized that the ship's daily operations and mission command rested on her shoulders. Grand Marshal Charlotte adhered to a strict, unknown, teaching principle for every type of command. Whether in actual combat or through the use of a simulator, she always ensured a personal demonstration. Back when she was tasked with commanding a Luosha Underworld King-class interstellar dreadnought, she hadn't fully grasped its significance. It wasn't until now, as the Oathbound duel commenced and Grand Marshal Charlotte transferred to the vice flagship, handing over command of this Luosha Underworld King-class interstellar dreadnought to her, that Zhao Chen truly realized the weight of this responsibility. This was not just any super flagship. It was the Grand Marshal's flagship and once the personal vessel of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Xiaolong. Standing at the bridge command platform, Vice Captain Zhao Chen gazed at the holographic Star War map, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. Despite her extensive combat experience as a lieutenant general in the Xiaolong Legion fleet, the sense of responsibility now felt heavier than ever. Stay calm, Zhao Chen, she reminded herself silently. The Grand Marshal chose you, which means she completely trusts your abilities. The mission is straightforward. Execute the orders of the two fleet group marshals, apply pressure on the enemy on the front lines, and advance steadily. Haven't you completed this task countless times with other warships? Once composed, she reassessed the battlefield situation in the X system. As a senior officer, she was well aware of the current scenario. Nearly 20 million enemy interstellar warships were amassed across the X system, with 7 million densely packed in the core war zone. This number may not seem massive, but the majority were elite T5 and T6 class warships. In this high-intensity battle, losing even a single T4 class warship would be an irrevocable loss. More challenging was the devouring Stargate at the center of the war zone, which continually transported 100,000 T5 and above warships every hour, totaling 2.4 million reinforcements daily. Such a concentration of high-level forces in this area had escalated the combat intensity to an unimaginable level. This was why the Xiaolong Legion fleet group's advance had become exceedingly difficult, necessitating the deployment of super flagships like hers to break the stalemate. Advance 5. Prepare to activate the main weapon module, Zhao Chen ordered firmly. This distance would place the Luosha Underworld King-class interstellar dreadnought within the enemy's firepower range, but it was a risk she had to take. The Rakshasa Underworld King-class interstellar dreadnought advanced slowly, as the surrounding Xiaolong-class warships cleared the optimal attack path. Every inch of this super flagship's armor was charged with terrifying energy, casting an ominous glow across its surface. Deputy Captain Zhao Chen, with a piercing gaze, carefully confirmed the attack zone and commanded in a deep voice, Dreadnought Cannon Rakshasa style. Fire! In an instant, a massive black-and-white beam erupted from the ship's main cannon, sweeping across the battlefield like the scythe of death. Within its fan-shaped attack range, T4-class interstellar warships turned into dazzling fireworks without even having a moment to react. The well-equipped T5-class warships barely held on for a moment, but ultimately met their doom. Only a few defense-specialized T6-class warships managed to survive this wave of destruction. However, those survivors had no time to breathe as a greater threat loomed. The moment the main cannon fired, swarms of Rakshasa Ghost drones and Underworld Soldier-class unmanned interstellar medium interceptors had already been deployed. Like sharks drawn to blood, they launched a ferocious attack on the battered T6-class warships. These near T6-level unmanned combat units could hold their own against enemy ships even at full strength due to their sheer numbers, and now they tore through the weakened foes with ease. There was no mercy on the battlefield. Before reinforcements could arrive, the enemy ships in this area were reduced to cosmic dust. The Xiaolong 4th and 5th Corps fleets were already on high alert and quickly moved in to secure this hard-won strategic space. Such a victory, which might have taken hours of fierce battle with elite corps before, was now achieved in mere minutes. This is the dominance of a super flagship in a localized battlefield. While unable to change the entire war's outcome, it wields immense power in engagements of this scale. After delivering this decisive blow, the Rakshasa Underworld King-class dreadnought did not advance recklessly, but instead replenished its energy at a safe distance. It simultaneously activated its 600 electromagnetic energy main cannons for fire support and launched the Rakshasa Underworld King domain, providing continuous electromagnetic interference against T5 class and lower enemy ships, significantly weakening their combat capabilities. The performance of the Rakshasa King class interstellar dreadnought concluded, and the spotlight on the battlefield shifted to another colossal presence, the T-6 super flagship, Emperor of Demons, carrier starship. This carrier is unique in that it is equipped entirely with biological-type interstellar fighters, boasting an intimidating scale. 5 million T-6 Ghoul Dragon heavy warships circle the fleet's perimeter, 50 million agile T-6 Banshees weave through formations, and 1 million T-6 Lich King heavy bombers stand ready. What is even more astounding is this supercarrier's wartime rapid production capability, allowing it to continuously nurture these biological fighters and quickly catalyze them to their full form, deploying them to the battlefield in a constant stream. This modified super hive mothership, with its advanced biotechnology, has even influenced the direction of the Insect Empress's upgrades for the Xiaolong Insectoid Legion. As the swarm of biological fighters began their assault, the entire space battlefield seemed to be covered by an immense biological net. Although these biological fighters may not match the individual combat power of same-grade conventional fighters, their overwhelming numbers more than compensate for this disadvantage. Wherever they go, the starships of the devouring civilization disintegrate one after another, akin to fields of grain devoured by a swarm of locusts. The enemy's counterattack was equally fierce. From behind their defensive line, the saintly Venus Interstellar Artillery Fleet unleashed a barrage of concentrated firepower, turning swathes of biological fighters into cosmic dust. Such casualties are inevitable, much like the Xiaolong Legion's usual strategy with interstellar missile ships. Nevertheless, these biological fighters fearlessly pressed forward, slowly consuming the enemy's defenses inch by inch. In the midst of this chaotic battlefield, the third super flagship, the Gluttony Demon King starship, was steadily advancing. Like a silent monarch, it moved through the breaches torn open by the biological fighter swarm, advancing steadily into the heart of the enemy formation. The scene was awe-inspiring. Countless biological fighters surrounded this giant ship, as if escorting a supreme ruler. When a new wave of enemy fire cleared a sector occupied by biological fighters, the devouring civilization's warships surged forward, attempting to reclaim the territory. At that moment, the Gluttony Demon King revealed its true power. 12 Gluttony Demon King class super heavy cannons and 360 Demon Lord class main cannons were lined up, ready to demonstrate the terrifying firepower of this super warship to the enemy. As the intense barrage of weapons fire erupted simultaneously, it resembled a miniature meteor shower raining down upon the battlefield. The artillery created a web of destruction that enveloped the enemy's retaliating starships, each one becoming a blazing fireball under the relentless assault. This allowed the bioengineered starfighters to regain control of the battle area, clearing a path for the advance of the gluttonous Demon King. At this moment, a unique battle formation emerged in the central region of the X galaxy. It looked like a giant apple with a bite taken out, and from this indentation extended a deeper notch, resembling a towering spire. The gluttonous Demon King proudly perched at the pinnacle of this Tower of War, directly aiming at the core of the X galaxy. The Devourer civilization's forces quickly recognized the threat posed by this breach. So close to the Stargate, allowing the Xiaolong Legion to advance further would place their Stargate in direct jeopardy. A large number of starships immediately moved in a triangular formation to encircle the area, unleashing devastating firepower into this narrow zone. The density of fire was so great that even a mosquito flying through would not escape unscathed. This terrifying web of firepower instantly halted the advance of the Xiaolong Legion and the bioengineered starfighters. Almost in position, the captain of the gluttonous Demon King remarked with a contemptuous smile, "Issue my command. Activate the gluttonous Demon King battle mode. Let them experience the fear of being dominated by a black hole." The super battleship suddenly ceased all activity, including navigation and weapon attacks, as if a pause button had been pressed, standing silently in space. Although the gluttonous Demon King had retracted its fangs, the opposing Devourer civilization's ships dared not advance recklessly. Their databases had long recorded the terrifying characteristics of this warship. Besides its formidable firepower, it could also create small black holes. They anticipated the imminent black hole assault, but could not retreat. The rear defenses were densely fortified, leaving only a few narrow escape routes with no room for retreat. However, the Devourer civilization was not without countermeasures. All starships prepared to equip energy shells. With the command given, each ship began urgent preparations. Both sides were making final arrangements for the impending decisive battle. The Gluttony Demon King starship vanished from its original position, instantly entering folded space. At the moment of its disappearance, a black hole suddenly formed where it had been. This artificial black hole expanded at an alarming rate, like a voracious giant mouth, indiscriminately devouring everything around it. Remnants of the devouring civilization's starships, warships that hadn't retreated in time, and even the fighter units deployed by the Demon King's carrier fighting alongside the Gluttony Demon King were not spared. These losses were anticipated by the captains of both starships and were within their tolerance levels. The expansion of the black hole was like an invisible giant hand, gradually compressing the control area of the devouring civilization's interstellar fleet. This was precisely the tactical intention of releasing the black hole to dismantle the enemy's defenses with overwhelming force. However, the devouring civilization's fleet appeared unfazed, beginning to fire shells loaded with a special substance. These shells, upon explosion, could neutralize part of the artificial black hole's energy, and though they couldn't destroy the black hole directly, they successfully limited its expansion speed. In this standoff, the black hole ultimately only reached 2/3 of its intended size before it began to slowly dissipate. At that moment, the brief silence was shattered. Both fleets launched an almost simultaneous charge, vying for control of the impending vacuum zone. The Xiaolong Legion was well prepared, with the Blizzard Ace Corps leading the charge at an incredible speed. These starships flew almost touching the edge of the black hole, yet without slowing down. They understood that whoever could control more territory the moment the black hole vanished would gain the upper hand in the ensuing battle. Marshal Qitong's flagship was at the forefront of this assault team. Through the porthole, she could clearly see the black hole that devoured everything. However, there was no fear in her eyes, only focus and determination. She fixed her gaze on the black hole that was about to dissipate, waiting for the decisive moment to arrive. The battlefield situation suddenly shifted as the elite fleet of the Devourer civilization's Interstellar Legion appeared on the opposite side. Numerous T5 and T6 level starships formed a wedge formation, creating an impenetrable front line. However, the opposing commander never anticipated that they would be facing not only the renowned Blizzard Ace fleet group, but also a new Fusea fleet of quasi-T7 class Golden Archangel class light interstellar cruisers. These elegantly designed cruisers, resembling angelic warriors in the cosmos, shone with a golden glow and were neatly lined up in front of the Blizzard Ace fleet group. Even the flagship of Marshal Qitong was a latest model Golden Archangel class light interstellar cruiser. This was the first combat appearance of the Golden Archangel class warships. The enemy intelligence was only aware that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire possessed quasi-T7 class Golden Beetle class heavy dreadnoughts, unaware that the Xiaolong Empire had secretly developed this new class of quasi-T7 cruisers. Marshal Qitong stood in the command room, her gaze fixed on the interstellar war game board before her. Due to previous black hole interference, neither side could accurately grasp the other's battle deployment. She decisively ordered, "Activate radar scan." Soon, the complete formation of the enemy fleet was displayed on the board, with every ship's exact position clearly visible. With just a glance, Marshal Qitong memorized the enemy's deployment. Her fingers moved swiftly over the board, issuing a series of concise and powerful commands. Golden Archangel Ship number 7, 11, 18, jump to combat position 1. Ship number 5, 14, 25, 37, proceed to combat position 2. Ship number 6, 17, 27, 37, enter combat position 3. Her speech was rapid, and in an instant, she had set up over a dozen critical coordinate points on the board. The Golden Archangel class warships promptly acted upon the orders, vanishing from their original positions and accurately appearing at the designated coordinates. This sudden tactical shift caught the enemy off guard. Before they could comprehend why the warships suddenly appeared at close range, the Golden Archangel class warships had already activated their full weapon systems. Each Golden Archangel class warship was equipped with an impressively powerful arsenal: 36 triple-barreled rapid-fire pulse electromagnetic main cannons, 300 launchers stocked with 100,000 interstellar torpedoes, and a 1,000-unit system capable of deploying 3 million high-explosive bombs. In the densely packed enemy fleet, these weapons didn't even require precise aiming to unleash their maximum destructive potential. The terrifying barrage of firepower rained down like a storm, rendering the starships of the Devourer civilization powerless, even with their stellar shields. As both sides employed high-speed assault tactics, the main forces reaching the battlefield were mostly interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers, with the slower frigates lagging far behind. This encounter ultimately evolved into a pure test of strength. Marshal Qitong stood on the bridge, his gaze sweeping over the detailed data of the Golden Seraphim-class light interstellar cruiser displayed on the screen. Technology level, quasi-T7. Stellar shield energy, 50 million units. Standard cruising speed, 5,800 knots. Golden Seraphim mode speed, 8,000 knots. Warp drive level, 9.9, maximum 9,999 knots. Ship specifications, 60 kilometers in mass, 3.1 million tons. Crew complement, 8,000 personnel. Main armaments, 36 triple-barreled rapid-fire pulse electromagnetic main cannons, 300 torpedo launchers capable of storing 100,000 interstellar torpedoes, 1,000 bomb deployment systems capable of storing 3 million high-explosive bombs. Special equipment, secondary space warp engine. It was this set of secondary space warp systems that allowed the Golden Seraphim-class warships to instantly appear within enemy formations on the battlefield. Although the warp distance was limited to within visible range, this nearly instantaneous transferability provided a lethal tactical advantage. At this moment, a fleet of 2,000 Quasi-T-7 Golden Seraphim-class light interstellar cruisers suddenly appeared in the midst of the enemy formation, completely disrupting their assault rhythm. With the support of this surprise element, the offensive of the Blizzard Ace Fleet Group became even more formidable, turning what should have been an evenly matched clash into a one-sided slaughter. The Devourer civilization's ships retreated under this wave-like assault, and soon, the strategic space around a black hole fell under the control of the Blizzard Ace Fleet Group. Beautiful, Commander Xue Xiaoxiao of the Xiaolong 4th Fleet Group exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. From his perspective, Marshal Qitong's command was flawless, leaving the enemy with no opportunities. Now, they were one step closer to the Stargate of the X-Star system, and at their current pace, it would take no more than 50 combat hours for the Stargate to change hands. When the time comes and the enemy loses reinforcements from the Stargate, let's see how they withstand our attack. Marshal Leona of the Xiaolong 5th Corps Fleet stood tall, her eyes gleaming with the light of victory. The triumph in the X-Galaxy battlefield seemed within reach. At this moment, the Black God Emperor stood in the Grand Command Center, his gaze fixed intently on the interstellar war table before him, fists unconsciously clenched. His meticulously crafted Plinto used himself as bait, luring the enemy fleet deep in. Then coordinating with allied civilization starships for an ambush was supposed to annihilate a significant portion of the enemy forces, laying the foundation for victory in the Duel of Oaths. Yet reality struck him hard. The enemy broke through with astonishing speed, turning all his strategies to dust. The Black God Emperor turned in fury to the ministers kneeling on the ground, yet found himself speechless. The plan was his own creation, every command in the battle personally issued by him, executed strictly by both the core fleet and reinforcements. Even so, the situation spiraled into an irretrievable abyss. Where did it all go wrong? This question circled relentlessly in the Black God Emperor's mind. Suddenly, a scene flashed before him, the face of the Xiaolong Emperor during their meeting, seemingly weak but full of confidence. In a moment of realization, a suffocating truth emerged. Perhaps he was wrong from the very beginning. The strength of the Xiaolong interstellar empire far exceeded his imagination. Elite core fleets, formidable superflagships, a massive number of Quasi-T7 level starships, not to mention the incredible Xiaolong Zerg fleet. A bitter smile tugged at the Black God Emperor's lips. Such a lineup seemed like a civilization personally supported by order itself. His smile carried a hint of self-mockery, yet his eyes glimmered with barely perceptible tears. The Duel of Oaths had been ongoing for nearly 3 months, with the original 6-month deadline already halfway through. The situation in the X-Galaxy battlefield had reached a decisive point. Both fleet marshals had their sights set on the critical Stargate. Once destroyed, the Xiaolong interstellar empire would have half the odds in their favor, and the war would quickly draw to a close. Despite this, the devouring civilization's interstellar fleet continued to resist tenaciously. With a massive advantage in battleship numbers, on the surface, the devouring civilization seemed to maintain a relatively optimistic stance. But the true situation was likely only known to the commanders on both sides. On the flagship bridge of the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, Zhao Chen was intently studying the past month's battlefield reports, paying particular attention to the specific data of the X-Galaxy battlefield. The reports detailed the enemy casualties and losses on both sides. The battle data over the past 3 months clearly showed that monthly losses were increasing exponentially. In the first month of the Duel of Oaths, the tide of war is subtly shifting. In this brutal interstellar duel, the Xiaolong Legion's achievements are steadily climbing. In the first month, they destroyed 15 million enemy starships while losing 1.3 million of their own. In the second month, their success tripled, taking out 45 million enemy ships at the cost of 4 million of their own. By the third month, the battlefield was even more intense, as the Xiaolong Legion sacrificed 10 million ships to send 130 million enemy vessels to the cosmic graveyard. Behind these numbers lies a stark reality. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire originally had a total reserve of 30 million starships, and has now lost 15 million, with a casualty rate nearing 50, an unprecedented loss in the Empire's history. However, the Xiaolong Empire has shown remarkable war potential, still managing to deliver 300,000 new starships to the battlefield each month, all of which are high-spec T5 and T6 class main ships. In this brutal war of attrition, the Empire decisively adjusted its military production strategy. Aside from export production lines, nearly all industrial bases have ceased producing T4 class starships, focusing entirely on more advanced T5 class equipment. Despite the heavy losses, the enemy's devourer civilization has also paid a huge price, losing nearly 170 million ships in 3 months. and if the Dark Legion summoned by the Soul Altar is included, this number exceeds 200 million ships. However, from an overall combat strength perspective, the situation is not as bleak as it seems. The Devourer civilization and its three allied civilizations have a total of 420 million starships, with current losses only accounting for 40. Yet, Grand Marshal Charlotte revealed to Zhao Chen that the fourth month would be the turning point in the war. Although the enemy still has 250 million starships in the fractured universe of Zhuan, the quality gap between the two sides is widening. The Xiaolong Empire can replenish 300,000 high-quality ships monthly, including 10,000 top-tier T6 ships. Meanwhile, intelligence reports indicate the Devourer civilization can only add 500,000 ships monthly, with fewer than 100 T6 class and less than 10,000 T5 class ships, the rest being the relatively outdated T4 class starships. The disparity in starship quality has become unmistakably clear. On the battlefield, the enemy's morale is plummeting rapidly as the conflict progresses, and their command structure is in severe disarray. In contrast, the Xiaolong Legion fleet is not only maintaining high morale, but some fleets are displaying an increasing ferocity in battle. In terms of reinforcements, the enemy is forced to deploy inexperienced recruits who are ill-prepared for the harsh realities of interstellar warfare. Meanwhile, the Xiaolong Legion benefits from advanced technological support, allowing them to supplement their forces with seasoned veterans who can seamlessly integrate into the combat sequences and work in perfect harmony with the fleet. This qualitative gap is steadily widening the power divide between the two sides. What is even more exhilarating is that the Xiaolong Zerg Legion fleet has fully engaged in the battlefield. In the fractured cosmos of the Zuan War Zone, the Zerg fleet has reached an astounding 5 billion ships. The Zerg Queen's hatchery base on the front lines is transforming enemy warship wreckage into new strength. Every day, 1 million T4 level Zerg motherships are being cultivated, along with 10 T6 level Zerg motherships emerging from their cocoons. These newly born Zerg motherships require no adjustments and can be immediately deployed into battle, showcasing an impressive level of efficiency. Grand Marshal Charlotte's finger traced across the interstellar war map, pausing at two critical locations, the X system and the A10 system. These two battlegrounds are where the enemy's main forces are concentrated, 90 million starships in the X system and 30 million in the A10 system, totaling 120 million ships, which accounts for half of the enemy's current strength. More importantly, these enemy fleets are trapped in the meat grinder of these two battlefields, unable to extricate themselves. Our deployment is ready. Grand Marshal Charlotte's voice was laced with confident assurance. This terrain is perfect for our positional warfare. Coupled with the Xiaolong Zerg Legion fleet, the fourth moon will mark the total assault on the devouring civilization. The slaughter. In Zhao Chen's mind, the imminent battle scene is already taking shape. The dense firepower of the Xiaolong interstellar missile ships will paint the starry sky red, and the super flagships will slice through the enemy formations like swords. Any enemy ships attempting to escape will be hunted down by the overwhelming Zerg fleet. What appears to be an evenly matched battle is, in reality, a countdown to the collapse of the devouring civilization. In this interstellar chess game, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has already secured a decisive advantage. The opponent is like a dragon pinned under a claw, futilely making its last desperate struggles. The voice of Grand Marshal Charlotte resonated throughout the command center as he meticulously analyzed the battle data for Zhao Chen. According to the latest calculations from the Longwang system, by the fourth month, our forces will have the capability to eliminate between 1.2 to 1.4 billion enemy starships. If we don't account for the losses of the Xiaolong Insectoid Legion, our losses can be maintained below 5 million ships. Zhao Chen quickly ran the battle scenario through his mind. At this rate of enemy destruction, by the end of April, the fleet size of the devouring civilization would be reduced to around 1.5 billion ships. At that point, eradicating the remaining forces would no longer be a daunting task. Charlotte continued outlining the comprehensive strategy. Other battlefronts will also see continuous advancement. We will gradually restrict the enemy's operational space, creating favorable conditions for the subsequent operations of the Xiaolong Insectoid Legion. By the end of April, we expect to achieve significant breakthroughs in the B and D star regions. Even if we can't establish full control immediately, we anticipate completing this goal by early May. As for the C star region, although its proximity to the X star region makes full control challenging, we are confident in securing 90 of the area. Subsequently, we can amass forces from 3 directions to launch a final assault on the enemy's last stronghold in the E star region, aiming to secure a decisive victory in this sworn duel by the end of May. Listening to this detailed strategic analysis, Zhao Chen felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. His gaze turned to the distance, and his thoughts began to sketch a blueprint for victory. Once the resources of the devouring civilization are annexed, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will gain unprecedented momentum for development, dominating the universe cluster. Even if the Holy Elf Empire allies with other forces, they would struggle to compete. More importantly, this will open the door for the Empire to ascend to an order of power. Zhao Chen had already crafted a clear plan for the future. The primary task is to expel the conqueror civilization, not annihilate them, as completely destroying the invading forces after the devouring civilization campaign would be too difficult. Once stability is restored, the Xiaolong interstellar empire will focus on recuperation while simultaneously constructing a passage to the cosmic rift to re-establish contact with the mech tribe. After all, the empire now has the standing to face the forces of Order Hedon. Additionally, the search for the mech tribe leader, Xiaomi, has been added to the agenda. The unfolding events confirmed Charlotte's predictions. At the start of the 4th month, the devouring civilization's forces began to collapse like dominoes, with daily starship losses exceeding 400,000 at times. Although the Xiaolong Insectoid Legion also suffered casualties in battle, the pace at which the Insect Empress cultivated new insectoid motherships increased with each passing day. On the battlefield, the hive motherships demonstrated an astonishing ability to adapt. They not only converted damaged enemy starships into resources, but also made use of the remains of their own fallen hive motherships. Even more shocking, the Xylong-class starships, after treating the deceased crew with special bacteria to neutralize them, were also consumed and converted by the hive motherships to cultivate more combat power for the hive princess. This terrifying self-replicating ability quickly altered the battlefield dynamics, impacting far beyond the X and A-10 star systems. In the B-star sector, the war took on a completely different appearance. As the main route of attack towards the X-star system, despite the heavy blockade set by the devouring civilization's warships, the 4th and 5th fleets of the Xiaolong Corps managed to break through and reach the X-star system successfully. The Xiaolong Corps left behind in the B-star sector did not stop there. After completing their assigned tasks, they launched aggressive attacks. With many of the devouring civilization's ships diverted to support the X-star system, the B-star sector was left almost defenseless. Within just 3 months, the Xiaolong Corps had taken control of more than 2/3 of the star systems. By the end of the 4th month, only a few million devouring civilization warships remained, stubbornly resisting in the last few star systems. The conflict in the C-star sector was arguably the fiercest battlefield outside of the X and A-10 star systems. To cover the operations in the X-star system, the 4-station Xiaolong Corps launched a thunderous offensive, destroying over 1 billion enemy ships in just the 3rd month, significantly contributing to the war's outcome. By the end of the 4th month, over 20 of the 30 star systems in the C-star sector had fallen into the hands of the Xiaolong Corps. Although the remaining star systems still saw resistance from the devouring civilization's warships, they were engulfed in total war. As for the D-star sector, although progress was slower due to the 10th Xiaolong Corps being tied up in the A-10 star system, the 3rd and 9th Xiaolong Corps showed no signs of retreat. Instead, following the outbreak of hostilities in the X-star system, they decisively changed tactics, focusing their efforts on sweeping through the entire D-star sector. During the 4th month, the 3rd Corps captured 10 star systems, and the 9th Corps seized 8. By the end of the month, 20 out of the 24 star systems in the D-star sector were firmly under the control of the Xiaolong Corps. For galaxies are struggling to survive, with the D sector particularly at risk of becoming the first domain fully controlled by the Xiaolong interstellar empire. For the Xiaolong empire, this decisive battle is heading steadily towards victory. However, the situation is worsening for the other main player in the conflict, the Black God Emperor. His flagship has quietly withdrawn from the X system to the safety of the rear E sector. The top commanders of several allied civilizations have also retreated, leaving their main forces trapped on the front lines. While evacuating hundreds of starships is feasible, withdrawing millions is a pipe dream. They can only watch helplessly as their fleets are dismantled in battles against the Xiaolong forces and the insectoids. These warriors, loyal to order, have no option to surrender. Surrender would mean certain death. At this moment, in the command center of the E sector, the Black God Emperor is furiously confronting the 3 allied commanders. His shouts echo through the command room. Why is your army retreating from the front line? Who will explain this betrayal of your allies? The 3 commanders no longer regard the Black God Emperor's status. The representative of the Saintess civilization speaks first, her voice cold and disdainful from beneath her veil. Is there any point in discussing this now? The battles in the A-10 and X systems are already decided. Our fleets are like livestock sent to slaughter, awaiting dismemberment. At least some of the troops from the X system managed to withdraw, and those are the elite forces of our Saintess civilization. Watching these elite ships turn to debris on the battlefield breaks my heart. I'm beginning to question the purpose of our mission. This is all your responsibility, great Black God Emperor. Next, the representative of the Soul Apostle civilization can no longer contain his anger, speaking with a clarity fueled by rage. Your Majesty, Black God Emperor, you are the one who needs to explain. You told us about the Xiaolong Empire's insectoids, but you never mentioned they were so powerful, capable of crossing cosmic space to deploy swarms directly. These insectoids fight in such a varied manner. It's like facing a seasoned army, not mere bugs. They are numerous, fearless, and far exceed any insectoids I've encountered before. The representative of the law enforcer civilization stared emotionlessly at the Black God Emperor, his voice cold and metallic. If you hadn't concealed this information, our Legion fleet wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses against the Zerg. You must be held accountable for all of this. Unlike the others who were visibly angry, the law enforcer maintained extreme restraint. He continued, I admit that the outcome of this battle isn't due to your command. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire indeed demonstrated an extraordinary combat prowess. But in war, someone must be held responsible for failure, and that person is you. Faced with the accusations from the three commanders, the Black God Emperor suddenly burst into a fit of almost maniacal laughter. Fine, fine, fine. It's my responsibility, all my responsibility. But is now the time to assign blame? His voice rose sharply. I can apologize to the Great Lord of Order, but that's a matter for after the war. The most important thing now is how to achieve victory. Don't forget, this is a vow duel, not an ordinary interstellar war. You are well aware of the consequences of failure. The Black God Emperor's hysterical words plunged the three commanders into silence. They had to admit that the performance of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was suspicious. How could a T6 interstellar civilization with only a decade of development possess such formidable power? They even suspected there might be T7 interstellar civilizations secretly supporting them. But these questions couldn't be answered now. The battle in the X galaxy was indeed a loss for us, the Black God Emperor continued. But it was just one battle. We still have the East Starfield, and there are opportunities for a counterattack. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has already shown all their cards, their Ace Legion fleet, Super Flagship, and Xiaolong Zerg Legion. We've seen them all. If each of your civilizations dispatches another 50 million starships, we can turn the tide. Faced with this request, the three civilization envoys fell into a brief silence. The envoy from the Holy Maiden civilization spoke first. I need to report this request to my civilization. We are currently engaged in a war with another civilization, as ordered by order, said the envoy from the Law Enforcer civilization. We've already diverted 40 million ships for support. Sending an additional 50 million requires negotiation. Give me some time to report, the representative of the Soul Apostle civilization said briefly, and the three figures then vanished from the space, leaving the Black God Emperor standing alone. In the midst of the fierce battles on the fractured universe's Zon battlefield, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire faced internal turmoil. A shocking piece of news spread across the cosmos. The High Command of the Cosmic Military Alliance was secretly negotiating a surrender with the Conqueror civilization. The revelation caused public unrest. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire promptly declared its support for the Holy Elven Empire and discreetly mobilized its shadowy armed forces to join the Holy Elven Empire in suppressing various restless interstellar factions. Although sporadic protests erupted on different planets, accusing the Elven Kings of cowardice, the situation remained largely under control. At the negotiation table, the Conqueror civilization's envoy, Marsaslit, began to sense something was amiss. Initial debates over terms gradually gave way to new obstacles every time an agreement seemed imminent, rendering the negotiations increasingly enigmatic. On the seventh day, Marsaslit lost his patience and issued an ultimatum to Kagaya Elven King Onions. Accept the current terms or face an attack from the expeditionary forces in 1 hour. In response to the threat, Onions outwardly requested more time, but secretly he had already prepared for action. Before the hour elapsed, he ordered a surprise assault by Xiaolong's interstellar missile and heavy artillery ships on multiple enemy fleet groups, swiftly contracting their defense line. This unexpected blow left Marsaslit so furious that he fainted and required urgent medical attention. With command transferred to Grand Marshal Kevins, the situation quickly became clear. Kevins immediately ordered a full-scale assault, marking the outbreak of the Second War between the Conqueror civilization and the Cosmic Military Alliance. When Marsaslit awoke from his coma, raging about annihilating the entire universe, especially the despicable High Elves, Kevins merely paid him a courtesy visit. Afterward, he muttered, "We should have started fighting right away. Negotiating with them wasted 7 days." Subsequently, 3 billion starships from the Conqueror civilization surged forward like a tidal wave, centering on 3 white-hole battlefields and rapidly spreading the flames of war. Thus began a protracted interstellar conflict. The Interstellar Legion of the Conqueror civilization displayed a terrifying combat prowess. On the battlefield, their fleets unleashed such fierce firepower that they could obliterate any defense within mere hours. Long before the war broke out, the Flame Elf King Saruman and the Radiant Elf King Onions foresaw this. They built multiple layers of defenses around the 3 white-hole battlefields, employing unique tactical strategies. On each line of defense, the fleets of the Cosmic Military Alliance did not hold their ground stubbornly, but executed a planned retreat. They would withdraw the main forces in an orderly manner before the enemy breached the defenses, leaving only a few ships that couldn't retreat in time to make a last stand. Initially, Saruman set the hold time for each defense line to 10 hours, but the brutal reality of the battlefield quickly shattered this notion. After paying a heavy price, they reduced the hold time to 5 hours, finally finding a balance. The pace of the war was astonishing. Within just a week, the Conqueror civilization had seized a third of the universe that hosted the three white holes, and even the mighty Mayha's interstellar empire was not spared. At first, the Mayhas scoffed at the Alliance's tactics, deeming them cowardly. To prove their point, they amassed millions of warships to defend a region, boasting of holding it for half a month. However, reality mercilessly crushed their arrogance. This massive fleet crumbled in just 12 hours, with over 70% of the ships reduced to cosmic debris, and the commanders either perished or fled in panic. This devastating defeat made everyone acutely aware of the Conqueror civilization's formidable power, spreading panic across the universes and even prompting some to consider surrender. In this dire moment, Lilith, the chief secretary of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, delivered a crucial speech as a representative of the Cosmic Military Alliance. She not only provided a detailed analysis of the current battlefield situation but also exposed the atrocities committed by the Conqueror civilization in the occupied territories. She concluded with a piece of inspiring news. The Xiaolong Emperor was engaged in an oath-bound duel with the Devourer civilization in the shattered universe of Zhuan, with victory expected within 6 months. At that time, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire would gain access to the Devourer civilization's cosmic resources, and the powerful Xiaolong fleet would come to aid, driving out these invaders once and for all. After Lilith, the highest secretary officer of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, delivered her speech, the Holy Elf Empire quickly responded. The Flame Elf King, Xiaoman, stood on a holographic projection platform and detailed her tactical plan to millions of viewers, a strategic retreat to buy time until the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's reinforcements arrived, at which point the lost territories could be reclaimed and the Conqueror civilization expelled. This speech caused a huge stir on the interstellar network. Supporters believed it was the most pragmatic choice given the current circumstances, while opponents criticized it as handing over the homes of the people in the occupied zones. Despite the ongoing debate, Xiaoman remained unwavering in her resolve. The three directly involved interstellar powers, though filled with resentment, had no choice but to begin evacuations as planned. The most intense criticism came from the residents of these three universes, followed by neighboring star regions. A month into the war, the Maya's interstellar empire was the first to fall entirely. Xiaoman promptly announced that the Cosmic Military Alliance would abandon all defenses in that area, forcing the Mayas to declare a government in exile. Subsequently, the other two universes also fell. The Conqueror civilization, with the advantage of 3 billion interstellar warships and the strength of a quasi-T7 civilization, rapidly spread the conflict to 9 surrounding universes. Even with multiple fronts, they maintained a decisive upper hand. Everything happened so quickly from negotiations to the outbreak of war. It took only 40 days. And it had only been 2.5 months since the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire initiated the Vow Duel. At this time, on the shattered universe Zhuan battlefield, the Xiaolong Legion was fiercely attacking the X-Star system. With no victory news from the Vow Duel battlefield, the emotions of the middle and lower classes of various universe civilizations began to stir. After refugees from the 3 fallen universes were relocated to other star regions, dissatisfaction spread like a plague. Even within the Holy Elf Empire, questions arose about whether Xiaoman was suitable as the highest military commander and if her tactics were wise. On this day, when the Flame Elf King Xiaoman's shuttle landed at a military port, a group of refugees from the Maya's interstellar empire suddenly launched a suicide attack. They shouted slogans from some organization, charging madly at Xiaoman. Fortunately, she was unharmed under the protection of the escort star shield. The flames from the homemade explosives consumed the lives of the suicide attackers, leaving charred marks on the ground where their bodies once lay. Sha Luoman, the Flame Elf King, watched it all with an expressionless face until the cleanup crew carried away the last body. Her red hair gently swayed in the breeze as a squad of guards stood ready, escorting her to an office within the military port. Hui Elf King Onions was already waiting there. As Sha Luoman entered the office, he regarded the red-haired high elf thoughtfully. When the attack happened earlier, you didn't seem the least bit alarmed. Sha Luoman casually took a seat in Onion's chair, drawing an exquisite wine glass from her sleeve, sipping it gracefully. Her voice was calm to the point of coldness. In the past month, there have been 37 such attacks, resulting in over 3,000 deaths. She swirled the glass. The attacks have been particularly frequent in the last week. Nearly 2,000 have died this week alone. In the last 24 hours, there have been 3 attacks. She paused. On one occasion, these madmen even hijacked a starship, attempting to crash it into my flagship. Although they failed, all 5,000 crew members on that ship perished. A flicker of guilt crossed Onion's eyes. I'm sorry, my secret unit didn't handle these matters well. Sha Luoman suddenly laughed, jumping onto the conference table and gently swinging her legs in the air. It's rare to hear the dignified Hui Elf King apologize to me. Her laughter carried a hint of bitterness. You've done your best. The royal guard of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is also protecting me. But there are just too many people who want me dead. Your secret unit and the Xiaolong Guard have captured nearly 100,000 people, dismantled over 100 terrorist organizations. Yet even the tightest security net can have holes. Her voice suddenly dropped. Among the attackers earlier was a little girl, a Mahasi, not even 10 years old. She cursed me with her dying breath. Mentioning her home, the planet I ordered to be bombarded from orbit. Sha Luoman lay back on the conference table, the wine glass swaying in her hand. At the time, one of the people on that resource planet hadn't evacuated, but to prevent the conqueror civilization from exploiting its resources, I ordered the bombardment anyway. Just to delay them 3 months in rebuilding extraction facilities. I killed 3 billion people on that planet. She raised her glass, a self-mocking smile tugging at her lips. They're right, I'm a butcher. The fairy king of Kagaya, Onions, gazed at the fire fairy king, Xiaoman, with a storm of emotions swirling within. As sacred fairies, they had always adhered to the principle of not harming life. But the current reality made this belief seem so fragile. Xiaoman's actions had far exceeded their code of conduct. The forced evacuations on hundreds of planets resulted in the deaths of trillions of natives, a number comparable to the population of a small interstellar community. More shocking were the incidents of direct military suppression during these evacuations. The stance of the 3 major interstellar civilizations was equally intriguing. Their noble elites had evacuated, establishing exiled governments with vast resources elsewhere, seeking only self-preservation. They neither opposed nor supported Xiaoman's actions, opting instead for a delicate silence. On some planets, the situation was even more brutal. Local residents took up arms to resist, determined to defend their homes to the death. But in Xiaoman's eyes, this resistance was futile, as these resources would inevitably fall into the hands of the conquering civilization. She ordered military suppression to be carried out immediately after a Warninga blatant massacre in reality. Orbital bombardments, drone sweeps, and even the destruction of the Resistance's interstellar warships were all executed. These actions quickly spread throughout the cosmic community. Public opinion labeled Xiaoman as a butcher, murderer, and demon. Some experts even pointed out that the civilian death toll she caused had surpassed that of the conquering civilization. Do you know? Xiaoman covered her eyes with her hand, her voice carrying deep exhaustion. Old friends sent insults before blocking me. Even the elders of the fairy clans are discussing removing me from the position of fairy king. She paused. I'm not afraid of war, not afraid of any opponent, whether it's a conquering civilization, devouring civilization, or order. What does it matter if I die in battle? But, her voice trembled slightly. In this situation, I'm really struggling to hold on. Onions wanted to say something, but found that any words of comfort felt so powerless at this moment. Onions, Xiaoman continued. I won't be in this position for much longer, at most half a month. In the cosmic community, the Cosmic Military Alliance, and the Sacred Fairy Empire, my roles as the Supreme Commander and Fairy King will be stripped away. At that time, you'll take over everything. Onions clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, You did nothing wrong. History will prove everything. I will carry out your plan. The internal divisions within the Cosmic Military Alliance are becoming increasingly severe. In the council chamber, the sound of arguments constantly fills the air. Representatives of the opposition slam their fists on the tables in anger, criticizing Flame Elf King Solomon's military strategies as excessively harsh. They cannot accept the forced evacuation of civilians or the devastating attacks on inhabited planets. Meanwhile, the supporters, mostly seasoned military commanders and rulers of interstellar civilizations far from the battlefield, insist that these are the only effective means to resist the invasion of the conqueror civilization. Every day, the Alliance headquarters holds numerous meetings, with one agenda item always present: the impeachment of Flame Elf King Solomon. In the command room of the Soaring Dragon Interstellar Empire, a subordinate stands in front of a holographic star map, reporting the latest battle conditions to Secretary Lilith. The conflicts at the 3 white hole battlefields remain deadlocked, but given the current situation, within half a month, the cosmic regions surrounding these battlefields will inevitably be cleared, and the conqueror civilization's fleet will eventually encircle them. This is today's latest meeting record. The subordinate points to the data panel and continues reporting. In the 13th impeachment meeting, the support votes have reached 49. According to the Alliance's charter, once the support rate exceeds 60, the agenda can be passed. At this rate, Solomon's removal is only a matter of time, estimated to be within a month. Secretary Lilith reads the impeachment documents with a grave expression. The subordinate can't help but ask, Ma'am, with our influence in the Alliance and the prestige of the Soaring Dragon Empire, we could end this farce just by taking a stand. Why let it continue? If we intervene, it will only hasten the defeat in the war. Secretary Lilith replies bluntly. Seeing the subordinate's puzzled look, she continues to explain. You have to understand, it's not our soaring dragon empire's army fighting on the front lines. That's a fundamental difference. Moreover, suppressing discontent is less effective than channeling it. Merely suppressing it will only cause dissatisfaction to build up like a volcano, and once it erupts, the consequences will be more severe, possibly affecting us. It's better to allow these voices to be released moderately. The subordinate seems to grasp the idea but still has concerns. But if Solomon is removed, the command of the battlefield. Secretary Lilith smiles slightly. We can't control their rhetoric, but as for the highest command authority, that's for us to decide. Lilith's secretary squinted thoughtfully and spoke. Recently, there have been frequent attacks on the Flame Elf King, Solomon, even within the Holy Elf Empire. We must always be prepared to ensure her safety. Rest assured, her subordinate responded immediately. The royal guards have already devised a comprehensive plan. In the event of an emergency, we will take immediate action. Lilith's secretary nodded slightly. At this moment, the Sky Dragon Interstellar Legion's fleet was launching a fierce offensive in the X-Galaxy, with victory in sight. It was the 4th month of the Sky Dragon Interstellar Empire's vowed duel, and the 3rd month since the Conqueror civilization began its assault. The Conqueror civilization was advancing rapidly, having already occupied 5 entire cosmic territories and opened battle lines in nearly 10 universes. Within the Cosmic Military Alliance, despite repeated delays by the leadership, they ultimately succumbed to pressure during a critical meeting. Protests from various cosmic civilizations were mounting, with over 80% expressing dissatisfaction. At the meeting, over 60 of the representatives voted to remove Flame Elf King Solomon from her position as Supreme Commander, replacing her with Kagaya Elf King Onions. This decision was supported by the Holy Elf Empire and the Sky Dragon Interstellar Empire, leaving other members with little to say, especially those who had previously demanded Solomon's replacement. The power transition was surprisingly smooth, with almost no opposition. However, the situation did not settle there. On the same day, within the Holy Elf Empire, there was strong criticism of Solomon's war command. Her own clan even voted to strip her of her title as Elf King. Some went as far as to demand her immediate return to the racial territory for an investigation into her wartime command failures, and others accused her of war crimes. The opposition seemed to be celebrating, with crowds cheering in the streets. Meanwhile, Solomon was in her office, packing her belongings, preparing to leave. She heard familiar footsteps behind her, and didn't need to turn around to know it was Kagaya Elf King Onions. Onions, Solomon continued sorting through her papers without turning. I'm leaving everything here to you. I've left the team responsible for Army Command, and the personnel arrangements have been made. For the upcoming battlefield command, just leave it to them. Kagaya Elf King Onions stood in front of Solomon, gazing at the adversary who once stood against him in the High Elf Council. A weary expression had crept onto the face of Solomon, the Flame Elf Queen, something that was exceedingly rare in the past. The relentless pressure of recent months nearly crushed her. Facing the formidable Conqueror civilization was challenging enough, but she also had to endure doubts from the Guardians and even the misunderstanding of her own people. These burdens could break an ordinary person, yet she persisted. Onion, the Moonlight Elf King, watched her with deep admiration. He couldn't help but wonder if he could bear such a heavy burden himself. It was a question he couldn't answer. Don't feel sorry for me, Solomon said with a tone of relief in her voice. In a way, it's a good thing. I've arranged everything I needed to, and there's just over 2 months left until the pledged duel with the Dragoon Interstellar Empire. The deployment on the front lines is complete. Whether we can hold out until the end depends on you all. She stretched her weary body. I'm tired, and it's a perfect time for a break, to relax a bit. With that, she picked up her already packed bag, waved goodbye to Onion, and walked out of the office. The corridors were lined with officers, civilians, and various ranks of military personnel. They watched her departing figure with complex expressions. Your Majesty, a staff officer called out, eyes red. As core strategists of the campaign, they all understood. Against the Conqueror civilization, only Solomon's tactics could offer a glimmer of hope, despite their brutal nature. Return to your posts, Solomon commanded sternly, then softened her tone. Rest assured, all orders bear my signature. This war command will remain confidential. Your names will not be recorded. After the war, you can forget everything that happened here. Do not feel pressured. If there is any blame, I will bear it alone. She walked on alone, and as she passed, the soldiers stood at attention and saluted. As the news spread, more and more people gathered at the passageway, watching the hero who had turned the tide leave. Yet, the support of these tens of thousands paled in comparison to the hundreds of billions, even trillions, outside who saw her as a butcher. Soon, Solomon reached the designated docking bay. A shuttle from the Holy Elf Empire had been waiting for some time, and a starship stood ready nearby to take her back to the Empire. We're very sorry, Flame. Lady Solomon. We are under orders from the High Council to bring you back now. Please cooperate with us. An elf dressed in a crisp military uniform walked over slowly. He opened his mouth to address Solomon as Elf King, but quickly corrected himself, remembering she had been deposed. Solomon simply nodded calmly, as if she had anticipated all of this. She was ready to return with the group of elves to the Holy Elf Empire. In her mind, the scenario was clear. Execution was out of the question as a former elf king. Such a fate had no precedent in the history of the Holy Elf Empire. The most likely outcome was that she would face several routine interrogations by the High Council, answer predictable questions, and ultimately be exiled to live out her days on a remote planet. The Flame Elf tribe would elect a new king, and she would fade into the annals of history. At this moment, Solomon's only wish was for the High Council to expedite the farce of a trial. Ideally, they would present her with a pre-written document for her to sign, and then send her to a planet with a pleasant climate. She had already envisioned her ideal place of exile, a location with temperatures consistently above 30 degrees, preferably with 2 suns, where she could bask in the desert sun each day. Suddenly, several shuttles appeared on the horizon. One forcefully squeezed into the already crowded dock, while the others hovered outside, seemingly blocking any escape. The shuttle that had docked opened its doors, and a squad of Draken soldiers marched out. Leading them was a Draken officer, prominently displaying the rank of Major General on his shoulder. The arrival of this Major General shocked everyone present. In the Draken military, a Major General held a prestigious position, capable of commanding a fleet or serving as a deputy corps commander, with the authority to command a T-6 class flagship. Even more surprising was the golden dragon emblem on his chest, signifying his status as a member of the Draken Empire's royal guards. This meant he reported directly to the Draken Emperor, beyond the command of even the Empire's 2 5-star marshals. We have orders to escort the Flame Elf King, Lady Solomon, to the Draken Empire as our guest, the Major General declared, blatantly ignoring the surrounding High Elf soldiers. This sudden development threw the High Elf officers into disarray. Allowing Solomon to be taken away meant they couldn't answer to the High Council. Honored Draken Royal Guard. One officer hurriedly stepped forward to block them. Solomon belongs to the Holy Elf Empire, and the High Council demands her return. We cannot let you take her. The Royal Genway Guard Major paid no heed to the High Elf officer's attempts to block her path, as she confidently walked toward the Flame Elf King, Xiaoman. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips as she spoke casually. I never said you couldn't take your people back, just that there's a small condition: you must first accept an invitation from our Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. At this point, she paused and turned to face the High Elf officer directly, still wearing a gentle smile. Given the current relationship between our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and your nation, this minor request shouldn't be considered excessive, should it? If you can't even manage this, I might have to report to our chief secretary about it. The High Elf officer was about to protest, but the Genway Guard Major deftly interrupted him. She patted his shoulder with a smile. Don't be so tense. I'll take the person with me first, and you can report to your superiors and come to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire to collect them later. Or is it that you still have some trust issues with our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire? Without waiting for a response, the Genway Guard Major approached King Xiaoman. Her demeanor shifted abruptly as she straightened her posture and gave a formal military salute to the Elf King. Your Majesty, please accompany us. Xiaoman frowned at the sudden turn of events. I appreciate your assistance, but if this could affect relations between our 2 countries, it's not something I want to see happen. The Genway Guard Major maintained her gentle smile. You needn't worry about that. This arrangement has the approval of our Emperor and Secretary Lilith. Her tone took on a more suggestive note. However, I strongly advise your cooperation. According to the Emperor's orders, if you refuse, we will have no choice but to employ force. As you know, we Royal Genway Guards follow only the Emperor's commands, and we must fulfill this order. Please don't make things difficult for us. Xiaoman caught the underlying message and sighed resignedly. It seems I have no choice but to go. Please. The Genway Guard Major gestured invitingly, leading the way. Xiaoman had no choice but to follow, while the group of High Elf officers could only watch as the individual they were supposed to escort boarded the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire shuttle. The shuttle slowly ascended, heading toward the nearby Xiaolong Interstellar Fleet, eventually disappearing from their sight. Yes, indeed. A fleet. 30 interstellar warships were sailing in formation through space, each vessel's surface gleaming with the majestic emblem of the Xiaolong. In this vast universe, this emblem has become the ultimate symbol of authority, allowing even the lowest tier T1 warship to traverse freely across any interstellar civilization's territories. This is the unparalleled status of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire today. The starships of the Holy Elf Empire could only watch silently as the Xiaolong fleet departed. Inside a luxurious cabin on one of the flagships, the Flame Elf King, Sha Luoman, was observing his surroundings. The spacious room featured a finely set dining table laden with fresh fruits. Your Majesty, please rest here. The table is filled with your favorite fruits, and if anything is lacking, you may call upon the AI. Please feel free to ask for anything you need. A Major General of the Royal Guard said respectfully from the doorway. The journey is expected to take 12 hours, so you can rest well. Is this a form of house arrest? Sha Luoman asked with a teasing tone. Not at all. The Major General quickly waved his hands. You are free to move about any area of the ship. Secretary Lilith specifically instructed us that you have a lot of work ahead, so it is advised that you rest well. A lot of work? What do you mean? Sha Luoman asked, puzzled. I'm not sure. We're just following orders, the Major General replied before taking his leave. Sha Luoman picked up a piece of fruit and tasted it. Although these were varieties from the Holy Elf Empire, their quality far surpassed that of their place of origin, clearly cultivated aboard the Eden-class starship. She lay on the soft bed with a fruit plate in hand, and soon, a half-eaten fruit slipped from her grasp. After spending months in the strategy department's office, she finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Your Majesty? Lord Sha Luoman. The sudden call jolted Sha Luoman awake, and she instinctively leapt up, her eyes flashing with combat readiness and aggression. Battle. Defense. But as she took in the unfamiliar white room around her, she paused, as if her memories were still catching up. Your Majesty, we have arrived, the Major General of the Royal Guard said with a smile from nearby. Only then did Sha Luoman come back to her senses, realizing she had been relieved of her duties and no longer needed to worry about the battlefield. She stood up and stretched. Where have we arrived? Is it Chang'an City of your Xiaolong star system? Her gaze fell on the fruit on the ground, now with a darkened, rotten edge from where it had been bitten, after more than 10 hours. She carefully crouched down to pick up the fallen food. Walking over to the trash can, she meticulously peeled away the blackened parts to reveal the white flesh underneath. Once certain, she placed the fruit in her mouth and chewed slowly. Follow me downstairs and you'll see, the Major of the Royal Guard said with a mysterious smile. The Flame Elf King, Solomon, rolled her eyes. Ah, just like your Emperor, always keeping secrets. Despite her words, she followed him. They walked through the corridor to a door resembling an elevator. The Major pressed a button, and they waited in the enclosed space for about 10 seconds. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and a wave of scorching heat hit them. The Major immediately activated the cooling function of his uniform. The outside temperature exceeded 30 degrees, with direct sunlight pushing it above 40. Yet, Solomon, the Flame Elf King, appeared to be enjoying it. For her, who naturally loved heat, this was sheer pleasure. On the starship, she had to endure the normal temperature settings for the sake of the other crew members. Although she could adapt to those temperatures, they never felt quite comfortable. Even in the entertainment simulation chamber, where she could experience high temperatures, the artificial feel never matched the authenticity of the current experience. She stepped out of the elevator and looked up at the sky, instantly awed by the sight. 3 blazing suns hung in the sky. The Major began to enthusiastically describe this unique planet. Calculated on a 24-hour cycle, there were a full 20 hours of daylight here. The average temperature hovered around 40 degrees, peaking at 55, and with direct exposure to the suns, the perceived temperature could reach 65 degrees. Under extreme conditions, it could exceed 70. Historical records indicated that the surface temperature of this planet had once soared to 100 degrees. Surface water sources are scarce, but there's an abundant supply of special heat-resistant water underground, which sustains the unique ecological balance here, the Major added. So what is this place exactly? Solomon asked curiously. As a resident of the Xiaolong constellation, she knew her home system had only one star. The sight of 3 suns clearly wasn't part of Xiaolong. The Major smiled and explained, this isn't the Xiaolong constellation, but it's right next to our system. Due to its unique geographical position and rich mineral resources, this galaxy, due to its limited development potential, has been transformed into a unique retreat. The Major General of the Royal Guard stood under the scorching sun, introducing the place to King Solomon of the Flame Elves. This is particularly suitable for a race like yours that favors the heat. We've established retreat facilities on all 3 habitable planets. She pointed to the 3 shining stars overhead and continued. This is also a significant base for the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire's Eden Food Trade Group. The abundant energy from the 3 stars optimizes the operation of the 300,000 Eden-class starships stationed here. This is the 13th star system of the Xiaolong star domain, known as the Blazing Sun system, and we are currently on the first planet, the Major General added. Solomon looked around at the vast desert, feeling the waves of heat washing over her. Without hesitation, she took off her shoes and stepped barefoot onto the scorching sand, a look of pleasure on her face. It feels nice here, but why have you brought me here? The Major General watched Solomon's action of stepping barefoot on sand hot enough to cook most creatures, silently grateful she didn't have such a racial trait. She led Solomon forward, saying, this will be your retreat for the time being. We've completely secured this desert area for your exclusive use. The planet's administrator will cater to your every need. Before long, a building that perfectly blended with the desert environment appeared in view. The 2-story structure almost merged with the sand, its exterior matching the desert's color. Such low-rise architecture was rare in this era. This is the work of the renowned designer Julia, completed less than a year ago, the Major General said as she opened the door. Before you, it has only hosted 5 groups of guests, the last one being a month ago, and it has been thoroughly cleaned since. As Solomon entered, she was enveloped by the heat inside, feeling exceptionally comfortable. The Major General continued to explain. The interior has 2 temperature control modes, one synchronized with the natural outside temperature and another adjustable between -50 to 150 degrees. Not bad. I'm pleased. Solomon nodded approvingly, but then asked with curiosity. But didn't you say that the High Council of the Holy Elf Empire would send someone to pick me up so I could leave? Why prepare all this for me? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.